Mu Zhengyao's father and brothers perished valiantly on the battlefield. As the last descendant of the Mu family, she resolutely disregarded her husband's protests and boldly set out to war on her wedding night. 3 years later, upon her return to the Du family, she discovered that her husband had already fathered a complete family. With a cold smirk, Mu Zhengyao brandished her spear, lifting Du Huaiyi's belt. "I have triumphantly returned today, yet you still indulge in soft embraces and sweet nothings." She presented a formal complaint to the throne, but the court insisted that women should remain within the confines of their chambers, withholding her general's seal to strip the Mu family's military of its final rights. The Du family retaliated, even issuing Mu Zhengyao a divorce letter. Unperturbed, she vacated her dowry and posted a notice seeking a suitor. The capital eagerly awaited the spectacle of the first female general of this prosperous dynasty, but unexpectedly, the long-ailing regent made a sudden reappearance, clad in a dark cloak, personally knocking on the door of the Mu residence. Holding the notice seeking a suitor, he smiled at Mu Zhengyao. "I have kept you waiting, General Mu." Chapter 1. The Heartless Man. After 3 years of campaigning, Mu Zhengyao finally returned in triumph. The Mu family had served 2 generations of dukes. Her father, uncles, and brothers were esteemed military generals who had rendered unparalleled service, yet they all met their end at the border 3 years prior during the invasion by the Western barbarians. At the time she received the tragic news, she was on the cusp of marrying Du Huaiyi. Overwhelmed with grief, she unhesitatingly volunteered to venture to the Western Front to avenge her family. Now that her vengeance had been exacted, it was time to return home and live as a harmonious couple with him. As her steed approached the Du residence, Mu Zhengyao noticed the vibrant red silk adorning the entrance, with the auspicious double happiness character prominently displayed. A warmth surged within her heart. Was this a celebration to compensate for their unfinished wedding 3 years prior? Dismounting, she entered the estate with her maid, Huaiyi, and as the sounds of drums and gongs echoed from the courtyard, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. However, as she drew closer, she heard a voice filled with disbelief. "You, madam? How have you returned?" Mu Zhengyao froze, turning to see the steward's frightened expression. Her fists clenched involuntarily. Did the Du family not know of her return today? Du Huaiyi had no siblings. For whom was this grand wedding being prepared? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Mu Zhengyao strode into the courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld Du Huaiyi adorned in wedding attire, standing beside a woman dressed in elaborate bridal garb, her slightly rounded belly indicating pregnancy. The two appeared utterly enamored, a perfect couple. Nearby, a nurse held a little girl, perhaps just over 2 years old, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Du Huaiyi, sweetly calling them Daddy and Mommy. Mu Zhengyao stood frozen at the entrance. For 3 years, she had fought on the battlefield, risking her life, yet her thoughts had often lingered on him. She had written to him almost every month, expressing her concern. She had assumed the Du family, being of modest means as mere 4th-rank officials, would be struggling, so she had sent back her salary and rewards to avoid burdening them. But now, upon her return, she discovered he had taken another as his wife and even had a child. At that moment, Du Huaiyi finally spotted her. His handsome face suddenly stiffened, and he hurriedly released the woman's hand.
"Zhengyao, you.
Why have you returned today?" He stepped awkwardly toward her, clearly avoiding her gaze. "Why didn't you send a letter earlier?" Mu Zhengyao's eyes turned cold as she clenched her fists slowly. "What? Is my return untimely, interrupting Master Du's joyous wedding?" Her silver armor still bore traces of blood, and her voice was chilling, causing even the sounds of celebration in the courtyard to cease. The guests, recognizing Mu Zhengyao's identity and sensing her aura of bloodshed, stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere grew tense, and guests began to excuse themselves, leaving the courtyard eerily empty. Du Huaiyi's voice became strained. "Zhengyao, let me explain." "Explain what?" Mu Zhengyao smiled, though the mirth did not reach her eyes as she advanced toward him. "While I fought for my life on the battlefield, you reveled at home with a concubine. What is there to explain?" Her long sword suddenly unsheathed, severing the hairpin atop Du Huaiyi's head. "That little girl is also your offspring, isn't she? She must be 2 years old by now. I only just left for war, and you could wait to welcome a new bride?" Du Huaiyi's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. The woman gasped in shock and, regaining her senses, knelt before Mu Zhengyao, eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Please do not blame my husband. He was left with no choice." With an air of sincerity, she continued, "You have been on the battlefield for 3 years, and the old lady was quite worried. She feared that if anything were to happen to you, my husband would be left without an heir, prompting her wish for me to bear a child for him to ensure the continuation of the family line. My husband initially did not wish to grant me a formal status, but now that I am expecting a son, he has finally agreed to recognize me as a legitimate wife. This shows he still holds you in his heart. In the future, I shall ensure we coexist harmoniously, and I shall not covet your authority over household matters. All of that will rightfully belong to you. Zhengyao gazed down at her, her heart growing colder. What a notion of preserving the family line. Before her departure for war, she had once asked him what he would do if she did not return. She had even suggested that if he had any regrets, their marriage could be annulled. But at that time, Huaiyi had professed with deep sincerity, "Zhengyao, I will wait for you no matter what happens. Even if you were to face misfortune, you would still be my wife." She had believed his words and trusted her mother's judgment, thinking Huaiyi was indeed a gentle and courteous gentleman. Yet, she never anticipated such an outcome. Seeing her silent, Huaiyi assumed her attitude had softened and forced a smile, saying, "Zhengyao, Yenner is right, she is merely a secondary wife and will not threaten your position. She has already borne me a child and is pregnant with the long-awaited heir of the Du family. I must grant her a proper status, however. Rest assured, I will also ensure you have a legitimate son to inherit the Du family." Listening to this, Zhengyao slowly lifted the corners of her mouth. "Do you still remember why my parents agreed to my marriage to you?" Hearing the term marriage, Huaiyi's expression visibly stiffened. "Why do you bring this up? You are my wife, now, there is no need to revisit the past." Yet, the chill in Zhengyao's gaze deepened. The Du family claimed to be a reputable scholarly lineage, but in truth, it was merely a facade. Marrying her, a legitimate daughter of a military family, was a genuine upward move for them. When her family sought a husband for her, Huaiyi had earnestly come to propose, declaring he would never take a concubine. Moreover, due to the emperor's wariness of the Mu family, they could not marry her into a prominent household. Trusting Huaiyi's sincerity, her parents had reluctantly agreed. Now that he had broken his vow, why should she keep him? "Do you think I cherish the position of Mrs. Du? Cherish managing the household and bearing your children?" She pressed the sword against Huaiyi's brow. "Your marriage to my family was merely a convenience for you, can I not speak of it? You were disloyal first, I no longer wish to have you as my husband. Today, I shall divorce you and sever all ties, allowing you to be with your secondary wife." The sword's edge grazed Huaiyi's brow, startling the woman named Yenna, whose face turned pale, while the little girl pulled at her mother, crying out, "Bad woman! You cannot bully my daddy and mommy." Zhengyao's hand tightened around the sword, veins protruding, yet she refrained from acting against a mere child, merely sidestepping. The little girl fell to the ground, wailing even more intensely. At that moment, the old matriarch of the Du family hurried over. Upon seeing her son's bloodied face, she was taken aback, and upon noticing Zhengyao with the sword, her fury ignited.
Zhengyao,
"You are the wife of the Du family. Do you think that with your military accomplishments you can trample over your husband? Lower your sword. Otherwise, I shall take this matter to the Golden Palace and have the Emperor punish you for your disrespect toward your husband and your defiance of your elders." Chapter 2. The Ungrateful Wolf. Zhengyao regarded her coldly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Do you believe, old matriarch, that I have erred in striking Huaiyi?" The old matriarch, sensing her attitude, retorted vehemently, "How could there be no error? What kind of wife is so jealous that she resorts to violence simply because her husband has taken a concubine? You've been married into the Du family for 3 years without returning, and now you expect my son to remain chaste for you. If the lineage of the Du family is broken, can you bear the responsibility?" The derision in Zhengyao's eyes deepened. "According to the laws of our dynasty, a man may take a concubine only after he reaches 40, without an heir, and a wife may remarry only after 3 years of her husband's death. Does the old matriarch believe that I have already perished after setting out to war, or does she openly defy the laws of the court, treating ancestral principles as trivial?" The old matriarch's face turned pale, and Huaiyi's expression stiffened. This law had been established by their founding ancestor, but over generations, the noble families had largely turned a blind eye to it. Yet now, Zhengyao was a woman of merit. If she insisted on pursuing the matter, the Du family would indeed be in the wrong. The mother and son fell momentarily silent, while the concubine Yenner furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying her scheming nature. She hailed from a modest merchant background and had deliberately befriended Huaiyi after Zhengyao's marriage, employing various means to attach herself to him. In Mu Zhengyao's eyes, a fourth-rank scholar was insignificant, yet for her family, it was a tremendous advantage, especially since Huaiyi himself had excelled in the imperial examinations. Thus, she had come to the Du family while pregnant, hoping that her first child would be a son, which would secure her standing in the family. She dismissed Mu Zhengyao's threats of divorce, believing that a woman's place was to support her husband and raise children. Such words were merely an attempt to force her out. Consequently, she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, kneeling beside Mu Zhengyao, tears streaming down her face. "Madam, I know that your return means you cannot accept a concubine like me, but my child is innocent. How can you treat her so? If you truly detest me, I am willing to leave. Just do not make things difficult for your husband and the old matriarch." As she spoke, she cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at Du Huaiyi, her eyes filled with unspoken longing. Du Huaiyi, initially somewhat timid, felt a surge of courage when met with such a gaze. "Yener, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you and your child." He stepped forward to protect Shi Yenu and the child, casting a look of disdain at Mu Zhengyao. "Why must you be so aggressive? The common folk speak of you as a heroine, do not possess the slightest capacity for tolerance. Yener is gentle and kind, and does not seek to compete with you. Why must you drive them away? I will not agree to that. No matter what you say or do, I will not let her go. The great Sheng has never had such absurdity as divorce." Mu Zhengyao let out a derisive laugh, her nails nearly digging into her palm. This was the gentle husband she had once admired. He had so blatantly betrayed her by marrying a concubine, and now he shamelessly condemned her, as though she were the villain tearing apart their union. Her grip on the sword tightened, barely suppressing the fury boiling within her. Yet, she could not allow herself to act rashly and ruin her life over such a scoundrel. Mu Zhengyao exhaled a breath of frustration, her tone indifferent. "Very well, I shall grant you your desires." She sheathed her sword and, with an impassive expression, walked toward the courtyard. She would not remain in the Du family any longer. The Du family and Shi Yener, seeing her retreat, assumed she had capitulated, satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. The old matriarch sighed in relief, following her with a facade of comfort. "That's more like it, Yaoer. You are, after all, the wife of the Du family, the legitimate wife of Huaiyi. No one can usurp your position. Now that you have achieved military merit, our family's good days lie ahead. If necessary, once Yener gives birth, I will ensure the child is brought to your side to raise as your own, and then you will surely find peace, yes." Mu Zhengyao entered the rear courtyard, her gaze landing on the numerous chests, recognizing them as her dowry from her parents, bearing the Mu family crest. Now, these items were wrapped in red silk, clearly intended as Shi Yener's dowry. The once modest Du residence was now adorned lavishly. Even the hairpin in the old matriarch's hair, the jade bracelet on her wrist, and the ornaments at Shi Yener's waist all belonged to the Mu family. She halted, a silent scoff escaping her lips. "Using my dowry to marry a concubine, and now expecting me to foolishly support your little family? Is there such a good deal in this world? Chuiwei, bring me my dowry list. Break open the treasury, and take back all that belongs to me. Also, retrieve the rewards and salary I have sent back over the years." Chuiwei, who had followed her closely, immediately stepped forward to open the boxes. However, the faces of the Du family and Shi Yener turned ashen. Over the years, the Du family had become quite wealthy in the capital, while the Mu family was a prestigious house of honor for 3 generations. Mu Zhengyao's dowry had been so lavish it had made many envious, not to mention her current official rank and salary surpassed even that of Du Huaiyi's father. If she truly took all those belongings, how would the Du family survive? "Stop! This is Yener's betrothal gift and dowry. How can it be yours?" The old matriarch, forgetting her dignified demeanor, shouted sharply as she saw Chuiwei approaching the boxes. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and stop her." The steward rushed to intervene, but a sword flashed mercilessly toward him. His clothing tore at the chest, a chill seeping into his heart, causing him to collapse in terror. Mu Zhengyao's expression was icy, the sword's tip hovering threateningly over the onlookers. "Whoever dares to touch my belongings shall have their fingers severed. I can easily use my military accomplishments to counter the lives of 100 of your Du family." The Du family servants no longer dared to move. Meanwhile, Du Huaiyi trembled with rage, his face a mask of humiliation and anger. Could Mu Zhengyao truly kill him? She was merely a woman. How could she dare overshadow a man? What did her military accomplishments matter? That was the prowess of the Mu family's army. She merely held a hollow title, yet dared to act so recklessly before him.
Mu Zhengyao.
Have you thought this through? Your Mu family has long perished. Even if you return, you have no support. Aside from the Du family, where else can you go? He gritted his teeth, speaking harshly. If you apologize to Yana now, I can overlook the past and allow you to continue as my legitimate wife. Mu Zhengyao's gaze turned even colder, her clear almond eyes glinting with a chilling crimson. After the deaths of her father and brothers, the Mu family had only distant male relatives left, and the emperor's favor had fallen upon her and the Du family. Given Du Huaiyi's talents, he would have only been able to attain the rank of a mere scholar, yet due to being the son-in-law of the Mu family, he was awarded the top position in the imperial examination. How audacious of him to utter such words. Mu Zhengyao closed her eyes momentarily, gradually grasping the whip at her waist. Du Huaiyi remained oblivious to the tempestuous fury emanating from her, brazenly declaring, "Why do you glare at me? Should you dare to persist in this uproar, I shall cast you aside, forcing you to leave the Du family in disgrace, and you shall have no hope of taking your dowry with you." Before he could finish a sentence, the whip struck his face with a resounding crack. Mu Zhengyao's father and brothers perished on the battlefield. As the last descendant of the Mu family, she resolutely disregarded her husband's family's pleas and set out to war on her wedding night. After 3 years, upon her return to the Du family, she learned that her husband had already fathered children. With a cold smile, she raised her spear to challenge Du Huaiyi. "I returned victorious today, yet you still indulge in soft embraces and lies." She presented a lawsuit before the throne, but the court insisted that women should remain in the inner chambers, withholding her general's seal and intending to strip the Mu family army of its final rights. The Du family retaliated by issuing her a divorce decree. Unyielding, Mu Zhengyao emptied her dowry and publicly sought a new husband. The capital eagerly anticipated the spectacle of the first female general of the prosperous dynasty when unexpectedly, the regent, who had been recuperating for years, re-emerged. Draped in a dark cloak, he personally knocked on the door of the Mu residence, holding the marriage notice with a smile directed at Mu Zhengyao. "I apologize for the wait, General Mu." Chapter 1. The Heartless Man. After 3 years of battle, Mu Zhengyao finally returned in triumph. The Mu family, distinguished in 2 kingdoms, had her father, uncle, and brothers as esteemed military generals who achieved unparalleled feats, but all perished 3 years prior during the invasion from the west. Upon receiving the grim news, she was about to wed Du Huaiyi. Heartbroken, she unhesitatingly volunteered to head to the Western Front to avenge her family. Now that her vendetta was fulfilled, it was time to return home and live harmoniously with him as a married couple. As her steed approached the Du residence, Mu Zhengyao spotted crimson silk banners and the auspicious red characters adorning the entrance, which filled her with warmth. Did they prepare this to compensate for the unfinished wedding 3 years ago, knowing she would return today? Dismounting, she entered the estate with her loyal maid, Huaiyi, and as she heard the sounds of drums and gongs from the courtyard, a smile crept onto her lips. However, as she drew closer, a voice filled with surprise echoed, "You, madam, why have you returned?" Mu Zhengyao froze, turning to see the steward standing behind her, his expression one of terror. Did the Du family not know of her return? With no siblings, for whom were the wedding preparations made? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Mu Zhengyao strode into the courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld Du Huaiyi clad in wedding attire, accompanied by a woman in bridal finery, her belly slightly rounded. The couple appeared affectionate, akin to a pair of exquisite jade. Nearby, a nurse held a little girl of about 2 years, who bore a striking resemblance to Du Huaiyi, sweetly calling out to them as father and mother. Mu Zhengyao stood frozen at the entrance. For 3 years, she had fought fiercely on the battlefield, often worried about him, sending letters to express her concern. Considering the Du family was merely of modest means, she had even returned her salary and rewards, fearing they might struggle. Yet now, upon her return, she discovered he had taken another wife and even had children. At that moment, Du Huaiyi finally noticed her, his handsome face suddenly stiffening as he hurriedly released the woman's hand. "Zhengyao, why have you returned today?" He awkwardly approached her, his gaze evasive. "Why didn't you send a letter sooner?" Mu Zhengyao's expression was cold as she tightened her fist. "Am I to understand that my return is ill-timed, disrupting your joyous wedding ceremony?" Her silver armor still bore traces of blood, her voice icy enough to silence the drums. Guests recognized Mu Zhengyao's identity and sensed the aura of vengeance emanating from her, momentarily rendered speechless. The atmosphere turned somber, and guests hastily departed, leaving the courtyard eerily empty. Du Huaiyi's voice faltered. "Zhengyao, let me explain." "Explain what?" Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, though her eyes held no warmth, advancing toward him. While I risked my life on the battlefield, you reveled at home with your concubine. What is there to explain? Drawing her sword, she severed the hairpin atop Du Huaiyi's head. That little girl is also your flesh and blood, isn't she? She must be over 2 years old. I'd just gone to war, and you couldn't wait to welcome a new bride. Du Huaiyi's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. The woman gasped, recovering her senses, and knelt before Mu Zhengyao, her eyes red and pleading. Madam, please do not blame my husband, he had no choice. She feigned sincerity. You went to war 3 years ago, and the old lady was deeply worried, fearing that if anything were to happen to you, my husband would be left without an heir. Thus, she wished for me to bear a child to continue the family line. My husband initially had no intention of giving me a formal title, but now that I am pregnant with a son, he has finally conceded to recognize me as his legitimate wife. This shows he still has you in mind. I will ensure we coexist harmoniously, and I shall not covet the responsibilities of managing the household. All of that will remain with you. Mu Zhengyao looked down at her heart gradually growing colder. What a tale of continuity. Before her expedition, she had asked him what he would do if she did not return. She had even told him that her journey was perilous, and if he had any regrets, they could annul the marriage. Yet, at that time, Du Huaiyi had professed with deep sincerity, Zhengyao, no matter what happens, I will wait for you. Even if you do not return, you will always be my wife. She had believed him, trusting her mother's judgment, thinking Du Huaiyi was indeed a gentle and courteous gentleman, only to find herself confronted with such a reality. Seeing her silence, Du Huaiyi assumed she had softened, smiling awkwardly. Zhengyao, Yenna speaks the truth. She is merely a secondary wife and will not undermine your position. She has already borne me a child and is pregnant with the Du family's first grandson. I must give her a name, but do not worry, I will also provide you with a legitimate son, ensuring that child inherits the Du family. Mu Zhengyao listened, slowly lifting the corners of her lips. Do you still remember why my parents agreed to my marrying you? Hearing the term marrying down, Du Huaiyi's expression stiffened. What is the purpose of bringing this up? You are already my wife, why dwell on the past? The chill in Mu Zhengyao's eyes deepened. The Du family may claim to be a reputable scholarly lineage, but in truth, their status made them unworthy of marrying the daughter of a military noble such as herself. When her family sought a suitor for her, Du Huaiyi had come to propose, declaring that he would never take a concubine. Furthermore, due to the emperor's wariness of the Mu family, they could not marry her into a prominent family. It was his professed sincerity that had swayed her parents. Now that he had broken his vow, what reason did she have to keep him? Do you think I cherish the title of Madame Du? Do you think I desire to manage the household and bear your children? With her sword pressed against Du Huaiyi's brow, she exclaimed, Your family's union with mine was a mere act of living off my family's prestige, and I have no obligation to endure this betrayal. You were disloyal. First, I no longer wish to call you my husband. Today, I shall divorce you, severing all ties and allowing you to live with your secondary wife. The blade sliced through Du Huaiyi's brow, causing the woman named Yenner to turn pale, while the little girl, held by the nurse, rushed forward, crying and kicking Mu Zhengyao. Bad woman. You cannot bully my father and mother. Mu Zhengyao's hand tightened around the sword, the veins standing out prominently, yet she refrained from harming the young child, merely stepping aside. The little girl tumbled to the ground, her cries growing increasingly desperate. At that moment, the matriarch of the Du family hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing her son's bloodied face, she gasped in shock, and her gaze shifted to Mu Zhengyao, her fury igniting.
Mu Zhengyao,
You are the daughter-in-law of the Du family. Do you believe that military merit grants you the right to trample upon your husband's authority? Lower your sword. Otherwise, I shall bring this matter before the imperial court and demand the emperor punish you for your disrespect towards your husband and your elders. Chapter 2. The Ungrateful Wolf. Mu Zhengyao regarded her coldly, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Do you believe, dear matriarch, that I have erred in striking Du Huaiyi? The matriarch, undeterred by her demeanor, retorted forcefully, Is it not an error? How can a wife be so jealous that she resorts to violence merely because her husband has taken a concubine? You have been married into the Du family for 3 years without returning, yet you expect my son to remain chaste for you? Should he fail to continue our lineage, can you bear the consequences? The mockery in Mu Zhengyao's eyes deepened. According to the laws of this dynasty, a man may take a concubine only after turning 40 and having no sons, and a wife may remarry only 3 years after her spouse's death. Do you, matriarch, believe that I have returned from battle only to be considered dead, or do you openly defy the laws of the court, treating ancestral customs as trifles? The matriarch's face paled, and Du Huaiyi's expression became exceedingly stiff. This law had been established by their great ancestor when the dynasty was founded, but over generations, the noble families had turned a blind eye to it, seldom adhering to its stipulations. However, now that Zhengyao had achieved military merit, if she insisted on pressing this matter, the Du family would indeed find themselves at a disadvantage. Mother and son fell momentarily silent, while the concubine, Zhengyao, furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying her scheming nature. She came from humble origins, merely the daughter of a merchant, and she had deliberately ingratiated herself with Du Huaiyi after Zhengyao's marriage, employing every means at her disposal to ascend socially. In Zhengyao's eyes, a fourth-rank scholar was of little significance, but for her family, it was a considerable achievement, especially since Du Huaiyi himself had excelled in the imperial examinations, with a promising future ahead. Thus, she had come to the Du residence, heavily pregnant, after Zhengyao's departure for war, but since her first child was a daughter, she could not secure a recognized status from the matriarch. Now, with the certainty of a son, she sought to be formally acknowledged. She scarcely regarded Zhengyao's threats of divorce in her view. What purpose did it serve for a woman to go to war? Ultimately, she was still expected to support her husband and raise children, and Zhengyao's words were merely an attempt to drive her away. Therefore, she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, kneeling beside Zhengyao, tears streaming down her face. Madam, I understand that your return means you cannot tolerate my presence, but my child is innocent. How can you treat her so? If you truly despise me, I can voluntarily leave, so you need not make things difficult for my husband and the matriarch. As she spoke, she cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at Du Huaiyi, her eyes filled with unspoken longing. Du Huaiyi, initially somewhat intimidated, suddenly found his courage ignited by her gaze. Yenner, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you and your child. He stepped forward, shielding Zhengyao and the child, directing a look of disdain at Zhengyao. Why must you be so aggressive? The common folk speak highly of you as a heroine, yet you cannot even display a modicum of tolerance. Yenner is gentle and kind, she seeks nothing from you. Must you drive them away? I will not agree to that. No matter what you say or do, I will not allow her to leave. In Desheng, there has never been such an absurdity as a wife being divorced. Zhengyao let out a laugh, her nails almost digging into her palm. This was the gentle husband she had once admired. He had clearly betrayed her by marrying a concubine, yet now he shamelessly condemned her, as if she were the villain trying to tear apart their love. Her grip on the sword tightened, the anger within her barely contained. Yet, she could not allow herself to act recklessly and ruin her own life over such a scoundrel. Zhengyao exhaled a deep breath, her tone indifferent. Very well, I shall grant you both your wishes. She sheathed her sword, her expression impassive as she walked towards the courtyard. She would not remain in the Du family any longer. The mother and son, along with Zhengyao, interpreted her actions as a sign of submission, their eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. The matriarch breathed a sigh of relief, following her with a feigned tone of comfort. That's right, Yaoer, you are, after all, the daughter-in-law of the Du family, the legitimate wife of Huaiyi. No one can usurp your position. Now that you have achieved military merit, the good days for our Du family are yet to come. If it becomes necessary, once Yenner gives birth, I will take the child and place it in your care to raise as your own. Surely, that will put your mind at ease. Zhengyao stepped into the backyard, her gaze falling upon the numerous boxes, recognizing them as her dowry, adorned with the Mu family crest. Now, these items were draped in red silk, evidently prepared as a dowry for Zhengyao. The once austere Du residence was now lavishly decorated. Even the hairpin worn by the matriarch and the jade bracelet on her wrist, as well as the ornaments at Zhenyao's waist, were possessions of the Mu family. She halted, a silent scoff escaping her lips. Using my dowry to marry a concubine and expecting me to be the fool who raises your child? Is there such a good bargain in this world? Shuiwei, bring forth my dowry list, break open the treasury, and gather everything to return to the Mu Duke's residence. Also, take back the rewards and salaries I have sent home over the years. Shuiwei, who had been following closely behind, immediately stepped forward to open the dowry boxes. The faces of the Du family and Zhengyao turned ashen. The Du family had become quite affluent in the capital over the years, while the Mu Duke's residence was a prestigious family with a legacy of honor spanning 3 generations. Mu Zhengyao's dowry had been so lavish that it had made many envious, and now, with her official rank and position, her salary exceeded that of Du's father. If she truly took those possessions, how would the Du family survive?
Stop.
Those are Yenner's wedding gifts and dowry. They are not your belongings. The matriarch, unable to maintain her facade any longer, shouted sharply as she saw Huaiyi about to open the boxes. Why are you standing there? Hurry, and stop her. The steward rushed forward to intervene, only to be met with a swift stroke of the sword. His chest was immediately torn, a chill flooding over him, causing him to collapse in shock. Mu Zhengyao's expression was icy, the sword's tip hovering threateningly over the gathered crowd. Whoever dares to touch my belongings will lose their hand. I shall gladly trade my military merit for the lives of 100 members of the Du family. The servants of the Du family dared not move an inch. Meanwhile, Du Huaiyi trembled with rage, his face contorted with embarrassment and anger. Could Mu Zhengyao truly kill him? She was merely a woman. How could she presume to stand over a man? What did her military achievements matter? They were merely the result of the Mu family's prowess. She had only a hollow title, yet dared to act so brazenly before him.
Mu Zhengyao.
Have you thought this through? Your Mu family has long since perished. Even if you return, you have no support. Apart from the Du family, you have nowhere else to go. He ground his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws. If you apologize to Yenna now, I may overlook this and allow you to continue as my legitimate wife. Mu Zhengyao's gaze turned even colder, her clear almond-shaped eyes glinting with crimson ice. After her father and brothers perished, the Mu family was left with only distant male relatives, and the emperor's favor had fallen upon her and the Du family. With Du Huaiyi's talents, he would have barely reached the rank of a scholar, yet it was due to his status as the son-in-law of the Mu family that he was granted the top position among the third-degree scholars. How dare he utter such words? Mu Zhengyao closed her eyes briefly and slowly grasped the whip at her waist. Du Huaiyi, oblivious to the tempestuous fury emanating from her, continued with unabashed audacity. Why do you glare at me? If you dare to persist in your antics, I shall cast you out, forcing you to leave the Du family in disgrace, and you can forget about taking your dowry with you. Before he could finish his sentence, the whip struck his face with a resounding crack. Chapter 3. With the whip in hand, a sharp crack pierced the air, and a crimson mark appeared on his face. The matriarch of the Du family trembled with fury. Mu Zhengyao, are you rebelling? Mu Zhengyao remained unfazed, relentlessly striking Du Huaiyi with the whip. This lash is for your deceitful words and betrayal. If not for my noble house, what is your Du family? This strike is for your shamelessness, living off the hard work of others. You used my dowry as a bride price, and now you dare to covet my marriage gifts? How brazen you are! Amidst her wailing and curses, the old matriarch lamented, while Yenner, cradling a child, pleaded with Mu Zhengyao to stop, yet she dared not approach. Intimidated by the coldness of her expression. Initially, Du Huaiyi attempted to evade her blows, but the whip seemed to possess a mind of its own, targeting his face and vulnerable spots. After merely 10 lashes, he lay on the ground, his clothes torn, convulsing in pain. At this moment, Huaiyi had already brought people to verify the dowry list. My lady, we have found everything we could, but we are still short by tens of thousands of silver. A jade screen, some paintings and vases, and several hair ornaments. Mu Zhengyao looked down at Du Huaiyi, commanding, hand it over. While Du Huaiyi continued to wail on the ground, the old matriarch's patience wore thin. Mu Zhengyao, you shameless woman. You would beat my son for such trifles. You are a daughter-in-law of the Du family. How can you treat it this way over mere money? Your dowry should rightfully belong to our family.
Mu Zhengyao regarded her.
Feeling that her genuine affection had been trampled into the dirt. When she was betrothed to Du Huaiyi, this old woman had promised to treat her like a daughter, vowing to break his legs if he wronged her. At that time, the matriarch was frail, coughing at every step, a chronic ailment of the lungs. Compassionate, Mu Zhengyao sought a familiar imperial physician to treat her illness. Before the expedition, she had spent a considerable sum and sought the emperor's favor to ensure the old woman's health. Now, she stood before her, robust enough to hurl insults. The Du family had truly ground her heartfelt intentions into the dust. With an expressionless face, Mu Zhengyao stated, "My whip does not strike the weak or the elderly." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch interpreted it as fear and scoffed, preparing to retort, only for Mu Zhengyao to strike Du Huaiyi again. Thus, "I must let your son endure this. That lash tore into Du Huaiyi's thigh, leaving it raw and nearly striking his vital parts, causing the old matriarch to nearly faint. From this moment on, should anyone utter a word, I will strike Du Huaiyi with a whip. Let them see if I wish for his demise. Zhengyao declared coldly. Chuya, note the missing items and draft an IOU for young master Du to sign. They will repay it slowly. Chuya promptly complied. Du Huaiyi, now completely demoralized, trembled as he signed the IOU. Only then did Zhengyao allow Chuya to leave with the items. I will petition the emperor for a divorce, just wait. Once they departed, the old matriarch rushed to embrace Du Huaiyi, weeping and cursing. This heartless woman. How could she treat you so? What shall we do now? If she leaves, how will we have any silver left? Du Huaiyi's eyes glinted with resentment. Divorce? She dreams. The emperor will never permit such nonsense. If she dares to propose it, I will wait for her to return in disgrace and continue as the Du family's wife. The old matriarch paused, a flicker of cold realization crossing her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhengyao returned to the duke's residence with Chuya. The house had been vacant for a long time, the courtyard appearing desolate. Chuya worriedly asked, my lady, do you truly intend to divorce that Du? It may be difficult to find a suitable husband afterward. Zhengyao smiled lightly. Why must I have a husband? I have my dowry. I shall not starve, nor fear being left destitute. After a pause, her gaze turned frosty. Staying with the Du family only makes it easier for them to strip me bare. Chuya pondered this and found it reasonable. But will the emperor grant your request? That night, a grand banquet was held in the palace to celebrate the military's victory. Dressed in a crimson battle robe, Zhengyao, as the commanding general, appeared strikingly heroic. The emperor, in high spirits, declared, my beloved minister, your achievements in this battle are remarkable. I shall make an exception and allow your offspring to inherit the duke's title. What other rewards do you desire? These words caused a stir among the courtiers. A daughter as offspring could inherit a title. Would the Du family not gain a grandson of the duke for free? All eyes turned with envy toward Du Huaiyi's father, Du Jiangji, yet unexpectedly, Zhengyao knelt on one knee, her voice clear. I thank your majesty for your grace. I do not seek titles or rewards, only to exchange military merit for a divorce from Du Huaiyi. Suddenly, the hall of supreme harmony fell silent. Emperor Mingyang frowned tightly. You wish to divorce? Zhengyao replied with dignity. I have been on campaign for 3 years. Du Huaiyi has taken a concubine and fathered children. I desire only a lifelong partner. Since young master, Du cannot fulfill this, I shall grant them their freedom. The expressions of the courtiers mirrored one another, and Du Jiangji's face turned pale, fearing the emperor's wrath. To their surprise, Emperor Mingyang's expression darkened as he scolded. This is utterly absurd. It is common for men to take multiple wives. For such trivial matters, to seek divorce through military merit is one thing, but to demand a divorce outright is outrageous. I shall not permit such folly. I cannot interfere in your family matters. If he favors a concubine over a wife, I will not spare him. But he has committed no grave offense, and I will not condone your unreasonable demands.
Zhengyao clenched her fists.
Was the emperor expecting her to acquiesce? Du Jiangji sensed the emperor's stance and suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, I too have something to say. I beseech your majesty to take my son aside. Today, General Mu returned to court, saw my son with his concubine, and unceremoniously lashed him, even threatening to annihilate the Du family. The Du family had never wronged General Mu. Now, the general was using her military accomplishments to bully them, disregarding familial ethics. Chapter 4. Each with their own agenda. Emperor Mingyang narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his expression inscrutable as he replied, Oh, such a thing has occurred? Du Jiangji immediately knelt and recounted Zhengyao's unreasonable behavior with tears. Du Huaiyi bore a face of suppressed grievances, sighing helplessly. Zhengyao has indeed achieved military merit, which may have made her somewhat temperamental. I do not mind bearing some grievances, but a divorce is unprecedented. It is a matter of great significance, and I ask for your majesty's judgment. This indicated that Zhengyao was relying on her favor to act tyrannically. Many courtiers, unable to tolerate this, rose to denounce her, criticizing her for being excessively spoiled and disregarding her husband's family. Zhengyao gazed at the pretense of the father and son, feeling a wave of nausea. How had she not recognized Du Huaiyi's despicable nature before? The Du family favored concubines over wives. humiliating her and her father while appropriating her dowry for the concubine, treating her with the gifts meant for a lawful wife. What kind of propriety is this? She coldly questioned, her piercing gaze sweeping across those present. The previously vocal ministers exchanged glances, struck dumb. The Du family's actions were indeed shameless. While taking a concubine was not inherently wrong, using the legitimate wife as dowry to supplement her was truly disgraceful. This was a blatant violation of propriety. The gaze of the assembly towards Du Huaiyi grew increasingly complex. Though they held no affection for Zhengyao, they could not condone such actions. A few officials who usually maintained good relations with the Du family spoke up in their defense. Despite this, General Mu should not have resorted to violence. A wife is to uphold her husband's dignity, a principle that has prevailed since ancient times. Even if General Mu has achieved military merit, such audacity is unwarranted, casting aside the court's established laws and customs. Emperor Mingyang remained silent, his gaze cold and penetrating, akin to murky waters. Du Huaiyi clenched his fists in secret, gritting his teeth, hoping that His Majesty would perceive the wisdom in this matter. Zhengyao was merely temporarily unable to accept the situation and was acting out of spite.
Yanea.
Innocent and pure, treated her with the respect due to a mistress, and I too would honor and cherish her, believing that time would reveal her true heart. And one day, Zhengyao would come to understand. I beseech the Emperor, considering the bond between her and me as husband and wife, to grant me another opportunity. Emperor Mingyang turned his gaze towards the beloved Mu Zhengyao. Given the circumstances, Du Huaiyi had already made a commitment to you, as he began to speak. Mu Zhengyao coldly interrupted the emperor, declaring that she would not swallow this bitter pill and only sought a divorce. She knelt resolutely on the ground, her demeanor unwavering and fierce, showing no sign of yielding. The emperor's expression darkened significantly. The once lively hall fell into a profound silence, the tension palpable. As it became evident to all that the emperor was genuinely enraged, Du Huaiyi raised his eyebrows in delight, casting a glance at Mu Zhengyao, seemingly mocking her audacity. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Zhengyao, you would do well not to defy the emperor's wishes. Return home with me to manage the household, and both the emperor and I may still provide for you." A cold, sardonic smile crept upon Mu Zhengyao's lips.
Submit?
Like your Du family, living in disgrace. Unable to lift your heads, and then turn around to have me serve you? Du Huaiyi's expression darkened instantly, his teeth gritted. You are truly something else. Let us wait and see. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeves, he made his stance clear in severing ties with Mu Zhengyao. The occupant of the dragon throne stood with him. What did military power matter? The imperial authority reigned supreme, and all must yield. Emperor Mingyang remained silent, showing no intention of allowing Mu Zhengyao to rise, instead commanding the Du father and son to return to their seats, completely disregarding the kneeling Mu Zhengyao as he raised his cup in camaraderie with the court ministers. It was clear to everyone that Mu Zhengyao had incited the emperor's wrath and disdain. No one paid her heed, and some even deliberately whispered derisive remarks, hurtful words echoing around her. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, her back straight, pride unyielding. I humbly request the emperor's grace. Just as the emperor was about to erupt, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out, Your Majesty, the regent wishes to pay his respects. The previously lively atmosphere froze once again. Emperor Mingyang, startled, nearly dropped his cup. Rising abruptly, his eyes filled with vigilance and coldness. Before he could speak, a tall figure entered the hall at a leisurely pace. The regent, Qin Yujun. As a distant relative, Qin Yujun was favored by the late emperor, renowned for both his literary and martial prowess. When the former emperor fell ill, he entrusted significant power to him, ostensibly to assist the crown prince, yet his true intentions remained unknown. Had it not been for Qin Yujun's years of proving his disinterest in court affairs, it could well be that the current occupant of the throne would be someone else entirely. Before his passing, the late emperor even prepared a contingency for him, bestowing upon him a mysterious iron cavalry. The shadow of that past still loomed over Emperor Mingyang, lingering long after the years had passed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yujun had reached the hall, his features bright and star-like, clad in flowing purple robes that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Albeit his pallor suggested a frail constitution. Mu Zhengyao was somewhat surprised. She had heard that the regent had been unwell for the past 2 years, shutting himself away to recuperate. So why was he here now? The emperor and the ministers present shared her confusion. With a faint smile, Emperor Mingyang rose, expressing concern. Your Highness, if you are unwell, why have you come personally? He gestured for a seat to be provided. Qin Yujun merely smiled gently. Coughing lightly into his fist before speaking, General Mu has returned triumphantly from defeating the Xiongnu, bringing at least 20 years of peace to our borders. Such a significant occasion warrants my presence to extend my congratulations. Upon noticing Mu Zhengyao kneeling, he inquired with surprise, why does the esteemed general, a great contributor, find herself on her knees here? He then turned to Emperor Mingyang and bowed, if a hero kneels in the hall, how can I sit in comfort? Emperor Mingyang's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. He coldly remarked that General Mu was overstepping her bounds, using her military achievements as an excuse to strike her husband and demand a divorce, which was utterly unbecoming. I've left her here to reflect on her actions. Is that so? Qin Yujun replied, feigning astonishment. Du Huaiyi immediately interjected, that is not the case. Please do not let the regent be misled. While I may endure some grievances, General Mu's actions are indeed inappropriate. Mu Zhengyao lowered her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together, fingers curling slightly. Just as she anticipated a sharp reprimand from the regent, she was taken aback by his low, amused chuckle. I had thought it was of little consequence. It turns out it is not. However, Du Daren's assertion is only half true. General Mu has rendered great service to the court. If she seeks a divorce based on her merits, it is merely a matter of the emperor's decree. To deny her would only chill the hearts of those soldiers who risk their lives for the nation. His words deftly shifted the pressure onto Emperor Mingyang. The emperor narrowed his eyes, uncertainty clouding his expression as he glanced between Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao.
An inner Alarmrang.
What was the regent's intent in defending the formidable Mu Zhengyao? Was he attempting to curry favor with her and gain the support of her military? Yet, Qin Yujun maintained an air of nonchalance, as though he spoke without ulterior motives. Du Huaiyi and his father could no longer remain seated, rising to voice their discontent, Regent. Your words are misguided. While General Mu has indeed achieved military success, if everyone were to emulate her and use their merits to overturn moral principles, would the world not descend into chaos? Other ministers echoed in agreement, insisting that one could not disregard etiquette and law simply because of her achievements. Should the precedent of divorce be set, it could lead to disorder across the realm. The military officials, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, is it just a divorce? It was he, Du Huaiyi, who first violated the principles of propriety by favoring a concubine over his wife. Indeed, to discuss ethics with them is nothing short of absurd. Nonsense. Du Huaiyi's face flushed with rage, utterly disgraced. While civil officials often engaged in indirect arguments filled with references, none could compare to these military men who hurled every foul word imaginable. Both sides held their ground, embroiled in a heated dispute, nearly coming to blows. Observing this chaos, Emperor Mingyang felt his head buzzing, his face turning ashen with anger. Enough! This virtuous role cannot be left to Qin Yujun. He must restore his dignity. He cast a cold glance at Mu Zhengyao and softened his tone. Mu Aiqing, I act for your consideration. While divorcing your husband may seem liberating, have you considered how harsh the world is towards women? How will you manage after the divorce? With a tarnished reputation, who would want a fierce woman like you? Du Huaiyi immediately straightened, filled with self-satisfaction. Yes. Even if he favored a concubine over his wife, after the divorce, Mu Zhengyao would be perceived as a fallen woman, unwanted by anyone. Mu Zhengyao pressed her lips together, resolutely stating, a man can adopt a child from a collateral branch and nurture him into a talent to revitalize the Mu family. Women have more than just marriage as an option. Emperor Mingyang shook his head. You're still too young. A woman without a man to rely upon, how can she find her place? Before Mu Zhengyao could respond, Qin Yujun interjected, it appears His Majesty has good intentions. He does not oppose General Mu's divorce, but is merely concerned about her future support. He smiled gently. I have an idea. Why not allow General Mu to seek a husband? 3 days shall be the deadline. If she finds a suitable match, His Majesty will surely rest easy and grant her permission to remarry. Should she fail, she must accept her fate and fulfill her role as a daughter-in-law of the Du family. Emperor Mingyang raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Yujun had already begun flattering him. Your Majesty is wise and benevolent. The flattery struck a chord, prompting courtiers to kneel and applaud in agreement. Emperor Mingyang felt as though he was being pushed into a corner, compelled to acquiesce despite his reluctance. He grimaced. If that is the case, Mu Aiqing, what is your opinion? Mu Zhengyao bit her lip, realizing this was the best option available to her, and reluctantly replied. This humble minister agrees to seek a husband. Unexpectedly, Huaiyi smirked and added, I too agree. He believed that no one would be foolish enough to marry Mu Zhengyao, especially after she had been his wife. He was confident that within 3 days, she would find no suitor. Emperor Mingyang seemed to share this sentiment, his expression softening slightly. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. If you do not find a husband, you must accept your reward and cease your disturbances. Huaiyi seized the moment. Your Majesty, I would like to request another favor. Mu Zhengyao is narrow-minded and jealous, truly not fit to be the head of the household. I wish to elevate Yen'er as a concubine to assist her in managing the inner quarters. Emperor Mingyang glanced at the defiant Mu Zhengyao and snorted, waving his hand in consent. After the banquet, courtiers departed in small groups, eager to witness Mu Zhengyao's embarrassment. After all, with Emperor Mingyang's stance, anyone who sought to marry her would be a fool. Huaiyi, brimming with arrogance, approached Mu Zhengyao. You still have time to apologize. I can continue to grant you the dignity of being the mistress of the Du family. Mu Zhengyao stood up and pushed Huaiyi aside. Get lost.
You
unappreciative wretch. Huaiyi's face darkened, and he left with a huff, remembering Qin Yujun, who had fought for her 3-day grace period. Mu Zhengyao turned back to find him standing alone on the marble steps, his tall figure framed against the wind, seemingly lost in thought. Her eyes flickered, and she approached him. Thank you, my lord. Qin Yujun met her gaze, offering a calm smile. It was but a small act. His focus locked onto Mu Zhengyao. He suddenly asked, aside from expressing gratitude, Does General Mu have anything else to say to me? Mu Zhengyao stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before recalling something and, with a respectful bow, replied, Once I find a suitable husband, I shall surely invite you to celebrate with us. Perhaps it was her imagination, but as her words fell, Qin Yujun's smile faltered. After exchanging a few polite words, he turned to leave. Mu Zhengyao felt a flicker of confusion. Why did his demeanor shift so abruptly?
Yet.
She had no time to ponder. Her immediate concern was to secure a husband. Upon returning, she swiftly gathered her subordinates and stormed into the Du residence, packing her dowry with fervor, nearly emptying the place. Just as they were about to exit, the old matriarch of the Du family obstructed their path, sitting defiantly at the door, declaring, If you wish to take your belongings today, you must step over my dead body. Chapter 6. The Battle of the Phoenixes. Oh dear. What sins have I committed? After raising my son with such effort, bringing a daughter-in-law home, yet I see no filial piety from her. My heart is truly shattered. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, began to murmur, their gazes towards Mu Zhengyao filled with reproach. This girl appears so young. How can she be so heartless? The elderly woman cannot withstand such treatment. Indeed, I hear she is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, yet she shows no decorum. What a disgrace.
Huaiyi chimed in.
Adding fuel to the fire, Zhengyao, you should apologize to your mother. We are family. Why must it come to this? His feigned concern sickened Mu Zhengyao. Apologize? For what? Should she kneel before this pair of scoundrels and thank them for their performance of true love? With a cold laugh, Mu Zhengyao was about to retort when suddenly, the old matriarch rolled her eyes back and fainted. Mother, what is wrong? Huaiyi feigned panic, cradling the old matriarch, and shouted at Mu Zhengyao. Hurry and summon a doctor. If anything happens to my mother, I will demand your life. Mu Zhengyao watched the farce unfold, her heart filled with contempt. This mother-son duo truly excelled at theatrics, each more convincing than the last, but alas, she was not so easily deceived. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. Make way, make way. The regent has arrived. The crowd parted, revealing Qin Yujun in a dark brocade robe, walking toward them with poise. His tall stature and handsome features exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. What is happening here? His gaze swept over the chaotic scene, finally resting on Mu Zhengyao, his tone laced with subtle concern. Seeing Qin Yujun's arrival, Huaiyi's heart raced with alarm. Suppressing his unease, he stepped forward and bowed. I pay my respects to the regent. This is merely a family matter. I apologize for the disturbance. Family matter? Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the unconscious old matriarch in Huaiyi's arms. Yet I hear it is General Mu who has suffered indignities here? At his words, Huaiyi's face darkened to an alarming degree. He opened his mouth to explain when suddenly a voice from the crowd called out, "Here they come. The betrothal gifts from the Duke's residence have arrived." Everyone turned to look, and in the distance, a grand procession was making its way toward them. At the forefront of the procession, a colossal banner emblazoned with a character for Qin fluttered in the sunlight, boldly proclaiming the identity of its bearer. Behind the banner marched dozens of armored guards, each exuding an imposing presence and regal dignity. Following them was a grand palanquin, intricately carved and resplendent in gold and jade. Clearly a treasure of immense value. Beyond the palanquin lay countless redwood boxes, each adorned with a bright red character for happiness, glinting brilliantly in the sun. These boxes contained the betrothal gifts that Qin Yujun had prepared for Mu Zhengyao. Surely I am not mistaken? Are those gifts from the Duke's residence? With so many offerings, which young lady could the Duke possibly be courting? Who else could it be but the eldest daughter of the Mu family? Why has the regent come? Could it be that he too has taken a fancy to the eldest daughter of the Mu family? Indeed, one cannot deny the intensity of his gaze, as if he wished to devour her whole. Oh dear, it seems we are in for quite the spectacle. One is a powerful regent, the other a spirited young lady from the Mu family. What a pairing indeed. As the murmurs of the crowd swirled around him, Du Huaiyi's expression darkened further, inwardly cursing Qin Yujun for his meddling. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he felt Qin Yujun's gaze sweep over him. A tremor coursed through Du Huaiyi, and the words he had meant to utter were swallowed back. "General Mu, are these admirers of yours?" Qin Yujun ignored Du Huaiyi and turned his attention to Mu Zhengyao. "Forgive me, Your Highness, they are merely thoughtless young ones," Mu Zhengyao replied with a faint smile. She understood the underlying intent in Qin Yujun's words, which were merely a means to probe her stance on these admirers. "Oh? So, General Mu already has someone in her heart?" Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow. His gaze fixated on Mu Zhengyao as if seeking to peer into her very soul. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Mu Zhengyao averted her gaze slightly, her tone indifferent as she replied, "Your Highness jests. I am wholly devoted to my country. I have no time to ponder such trivial matters of romance." "Is that so?" Qin Yujun regarded her with a bemused smile, his tone laden with implication. "However, I have heard that General Mu was once betrothed to young Master Du in her youth. Now that he has reached the age of maturity, I wonder when General Mu intends to fulfill that engagement?" His words sparked an uproar among the onlookers. Their gazes toward Mu Zhengyao shifted, tinged with curiosity and scrutiny. Mu Zhengyao's heart seethed with disdain. Qin Yujun had truly hit a nerve. He was fully aware that her engagement to Du Huaiyi was merely a matter of convenience, yet he intentionally brought it up in public, clearly aiming to embarrass her. "Your Highness jests. My engagement with young Master Du is a matter for our elders to decide. There is no need for your Highness to concern yourself," Mu Zhengyao retorted, suppressing her fury, her tone calm. "Oh? So, General Mu no longer wishes to marry young Master Du?" Driven to a corner by his relentless questioning, her anger flared. She lifted her head defiantly, locking eyes with Qin Yujun as she declared, "And if I do not?" The air crackled with tension as their gazes clashed, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached, shattering the taut silence. The crowd turned to see a magnificent black steed racing toward them, its rider clad in dark attire and a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring his features. The horse came to a sudden halt, and the cloaked figure dismounted, striding purposefully toward Mu Zhengyao. He reached her side and lifted his hat, revealing a face marked by resolute strength. "Zhengyao, I am late." The newcomer was none other than Ling'an, Mu Zhengyao's childhood companion and the current champion of martial arts. His arrival instantly threw the gathering into disarray, with whispers and speculations erupting among the crowd. Ling'an approached Mu Zhengyao, his gaze intense as he fervently exclaimed, "Zhengyao, Before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. "Ling, this is not a place for you." The crowd turned to see Qin Yujun standing ominously behind Ling'an, his expression dark. Ling'an faced him without flinching, responding resolutely. "Regent, my matters with Zhengyao do not concern you." "Oh? I am quite interested to see how you intend to handle this," Qin Yujun replied coolly. Is that not His Highness the Regent? What brings you to the humble Mu residence? Surely it is to witness the spectacle of our Zhengyao being contested by suitors?" A flamboyantly dressed man emerged from the throng, fanning himself with a handheld fan, a disingenuous smile plastered on his face. This was Du Huaiyi, Mu Zhengyao's supposed fiancé. He sauntered over to Mu Zhengyao, feigning affection as he grasped her hand, sarcastically remarking, "Zhengyao, my dear, you truly are becoming more thoughtless by the day. How could you allow so many men to encircle you? One might think you are a great beauty." Zhengyao forcefully shook off his grip, glaring at him as she retorted, "Du Huaiyi, mind your words. The matters between us are not for you to dictate." Du Huaiyi, taken aback by her icy demeanor, feigned composure as he replied, "Zhengyao, what do you mean by that? I am your husband. It is only natural for me to be concerned for you." "Husband?" Ling En's temper flared at the utterance, and he stepped forward, seizing Du Huaiyi by the collar, shouting, "What gives you the right? You ought to know your place. How dare you aspire to Zhengyao?" "Enough." Du Huaiyi, startled by Ling En's sudden aggression, quickly regained his composure and shouted back, "Who do you think you are, to treat me with such disrespect?" Ling En sneered, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on Du Huaiyi's face.
Ah!
Du Huaiyi cried out, sent crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. The crowd fell into stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at Ling En's audacity to strike Du Huaiyi publicly. Zhengyao, equally taken aback by Ling En's boldness, quickly gathered herself and approached Du Huaiyi, looking down at him with a cold demeanor. "Young Master Du, I do not wish to pursue this matter today. You may leave, and we shall discuss our affairs another time." Du Huaiyi, nursing his bruised face, shot a venomous glare at both Ling En and Zhengyao before retreating in a huff. As Ling En and Qin Yujun watched him depart, they both exhaled in relief. "Zhengyao, are you unharmed?" Ling En inquired, concern etching his features. "I am well," Zhengyao replied, shaking her head. She then turned to Qin Yujun, stating coolly, "Your Highness, I appreciate your intervention today. However, it is getting late. I must ask you to take your leave." Qin Yujun gazed at her intently, his voice laced with significance as he remarked, "General Mu, I actually have official business to discuss with you today. May I have a moment of your time?" Zhengyao frowned slightly, aware that Qin Yujun's true intentions lay beyond mere formalities. Yet, unable to refuse him outright, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ling En quickly interjected, "Zhengyao, I will accompany you." Qin Yujun regarded him with a knowing smile, his words dripping with meaning. "Ling, this is a matter of official business between General Mu and myself. Do you wish to eavesdrop?" Ling En felt a chill in his heart under that gaze. Yet he steeled himself and said, "All right, Ling En, you should return now. I will finish discussing official matters with the prince and come back." Zhengyao interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. Ling En wished to say more but was silenced by a glance from Zhengyao. "Very well, I shall take my leave."
Zhengyao.
"Do return early," Ling En said helplessly, turning back 3 times as he departed from the Mu residence. After watching Ling En leave, Zhengyao turned to Qin Yujun and spoke calmly, "Your Highness, shall we discuss inside?" Qin Yujun nodded and followed Zhengyao into the Mu residence. "Your Highness, what official matters do you wish to discuss with me?" Zhengyao inquired as they walked. "There's no rush. Once we arrive, I will reveal everything at my own pace," Qin Yujun replied with a smile. Upon entering the study, Zhengyao dismissed the attendants and personally poured a cup of tea for Qin Yujun. "Your Highness, your assistance today is quite unexpected. What is your true intention?" she asked directly, her tone devoid of hesitation. Qin Yujun accepted the tea but did not drink, his deep-set eyes fixed on Zhengyao, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "General Mu, you are indeed straightforward. I came today with a proposal for a transaction," he stated. "A transaction?" Zhengyao raised an eyebrow, not surprised. Given Qin Yujun's character, the matter at hand was certainly more complex than it appeared. "What does your Highness desire?" she probed. "I wish for General Mu to assist me in regaining control of the court," Qin Yujun declared, his tone calm yet resolute. Zhengyao could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Your Highness must be jesting. The Emperor has gained considerable power and has the support of a faction of civil officials. What do you possess to contend with them?"
she challenged.
"Simply the fact that the Emperor fears the Mu family army and you, Zhengyao," Qin Yujun replied, his calmness striking Zhengyao like a heavy blow.
"Impossible."
"How could the Emperor fear my Mu family army?" Zhengyao exclaimed, rising abruptly, her face pale. "Moreover, the Emperor has promised that if I marry Du Huaiyi, he will allow me to leave the capital to guard the borders and will absolve the Mu family army of its grievances." Qin Yujun regarded her with unyielding eyes, devoid of warmth. "You must understand, that is merely a delaying tactic. The emperor will never relinquish your military command, nor will he permit you to leave the capital. You will only hold a nominal title as a general, stripped of real power, and the Mu family army will never see justice. Each word was like a dagger, piercing Mu Zhengyao's heart. She staggered back, collapsing into a chair, her complexion ghostly. Why do you wish to help me? Mu Zhengyao's voice trembled, laced with helplessness. She could not fathom why Qin Yujun would assist her when he could remain an indifferent observer, reaping the benefits.
Why?
Mu Zhengyao suddenly looked up, locking gazes with the unfathomable depths of his eyes, her heart racing. Did you intentionally provoke the conflict between me and Du Huaiyi, leading me to propose a marriage summons to the emperor, all for this? Regaining her composure, she pushed Qin Yujun away, her tone icy. Your Highness is quite the schemer. To have calculated this so thoroughly, we could join forces, each gaining what we need. Would that not be beneficial? Qin Yujun remained unperturbed, returning to his chair and taking a sip from his tea. I can help you regain your military power and clear the name of the Mu family army. You need only stand by my side. What is it that you truly seek?
Why?
Mu Zhengyao's voice quivered with agitation. What is the reason behind your actions today? General Mu, do you genuinely wish to know? Mu Zhengyao's heart raced inexplicably, avoiding Qin Yujun's gaze as she coldly replied, If you do not wish to speak, please take your leave. Qin Yujun chuckled lightly, rising slowly and moving to the window, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The moonlight poured through the window, illuminating his tall, slender form. Mu Zhengyao, he suddenly began, a hint of barely perceptible warmth in his voice. Do you not see that I am aiding you? Mu Zhengyao's head snapped up, meeting his penetrating gaze, her heart fluttering. What do you mean by that? Qin Yujun turned, taking deliberate steps toward her until they were merely a fist's distance apart. He looked down at her, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Do you truly believe the emperor would permit you to leave, to lead troops into battle? Do you think Du Huaiyi marries you out of a desire to protect you? His tone was chilling, each word like a blade piercing her heart. What do you mean? Mu Zhengyao's voice trembled, an ominous premonition swelling within her. Qin Yujun smirked coldly, lifting her chin to force her to meet his gaze. Mu Zhengyao, you are far too naive. His tone dripped with mockery. The emperor fears the Mu family army. Fears you. How could he truly let the tiger return to the mountain? Du Huaiyi is merely a hypocrite, lusting after beauty and power. He marries you only to exploit your identity and the Mu family army. You speak nonsense. Mu Zhengyao swatted his hand away, furious. The emperor has already promised me. What exactly has he promised you? Qin Yujun interrupted, his voice icy. What would make you believe his promises? Mu Zhengyao fell silent, her face as pale as a sheet. If you doubt me, feel free to send someone to investigate, Qin Yujun said, observing her with a calm demeanor. Watch what your husband does after you depart for battle. Mu Zhengyao's body trembled slightly. She dared not contemplate, nor could she believe Qin Yujun's words. Why are you telling me this? She gazed at him, confusion and incredulity filling her eyes. Qin Yujun did not respond but regarded her intently before turning to leave the study.
Mu Zhengyao stood dazed,
His words echoing in her mind, her heart in turmoil. Miss, a gentle call from outside brought her back to reality.
Come in.
Miss, Mu Xiaoxi requests an audience. Let him enter. A moment later, a young man dressed in black swiftly entered the study, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists. Miss, I have urgent news to report.
Speak.
I have learned that the vice commander has been summoned to the capital and is currently in a wooden house on the outskirts of a city. Mu Zhengyao sprang to her feet, her voice urgent. How is he? Replying to the miss, the vice commander's condition has worsened. He can barely get out of bed. Mu Xiaoxi reported, his tone somber with a hint of sorrow. Damn it. Thankfully, you secretly bribed the escort agency to bring the vice commander into the capital. But the emperor. Mu Xiaoxi hesitated, his tone grave. The emperor has dispatched 3 teams, ostensibly to escort your dowry, but in reality, to secretly monitor my every move, is it? Mu Zhengyao smiled grimly, the coldness in her eyes intensifying. Mississippi. Mu Zhengyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Xiaoxi, prepare accordingly. I shall hold a martial arts competition for marriage in 2 days. A martial arts competition for marriage? Mu Xiaoxi looked at her in astonishment. Miss, what are you? Simply follow my orders, Mu Zhengyao asserted with determination. I wish to see who is truly playing with fire in this capital. Mu Xiaoxi dared not inquire further and obediently retreated. In the study, Mu Zhengyao stood alone before the window, gazing at the cold, luminous moon hanging in the sky. She was eager to observe who would ultimately emerge victorious in this intricate game of wits. The news spread like wild grass in spring, swiftly permeating every nook and cranny of the capital overnight. Du Huaiyi, the esteemed scion of the Du family, renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor, was rumored to take a concubine merely 2 days before his wedding to the young lady of the Mu family. Upon hearing the news, the servants at the Duke's residence engaged in hushed discussions, yet they refrained from voicing their opinions in front of Mu Zhengyao. However, her wet nurse, flustered like an ant on a hot pan, paced anxiously before her, exclaiming, "Miss, what shall we do? The Du family is being excessively tyrannical. They seek to trample your dignity into the ground." Mu Zhengyao remained remarkably composed, leisurely savoring her tea, as if this affair had no bearing on her. "Miss, how can you be so calm?" the wet nurse implored, nearly in tears. "Please, say something." "Say what?" Mu Zhengyao set down her teacup, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Should I declare that Du Huaiyi is ungrateful, that he is enamored with beauty? In the end, it is merely fodder for gossip. If they wish to watch the spectacle, then I shall provide them with ample entertainment. But, Mississippi..." The wet nurse attempted to offer further counsel, only to be silenced by Mu Zhengyao's raised hand. "Do not worry, I harbor my own thoughts. I shall reclaim my dignity, but not at this moment." A glint of cold determination flashed to her eyes. "Neither the Du family nor those behind them shall escape my grasp." The wet nurse, reassured by the unwavering resolve in Mu Zhengyao's gaze, felt her heart settle somewhat. Having served Mu Zhengyao for many years, she recognized the young lady's apparent fragility belied a steely resolve. Once she made a decision, it was not easily swayed. 2 days later, the Du residence was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with guests in a lively atmosphere.
Du Huaiyi, donnet in celebratory attire,
bore a somber expression rather than one of joy, his demeanor clouded. He had not intended to make such a grand display of taking a concubine, but the emperor's repeated hints, coupled with the growing prominence of Shi Yan's pregnancy, compelled him to act. To remain passive would surely incur the emperor's wrath, leading to dire consequences. This realization only deepened his resentment towards Mu Zhengyao. Had it not been for her, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. "My lord, the auspicious hour has arrived. It is time to fetch the bride," the steward whispered as he approached Du Huaiyi. With a deep breath, Du Huaiyi suppressed his agitation and nodded. As the Du family prepared for the celebration with great fanfare, Mu Zhengyao, in the garden of the Duke's residence, leisurely fed the fish. "Miss, are you truly not going to take a look?" The maid Zhengyao could not help but ask. "That is your intended husband. Yet he is about to marry another woman. What is there to see?"
Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly.
"He is but a mere clown. Rather than squander time on them, it would be more prudent to devise a plan to ensnare those lurking in the shadows." Zhengyao nodded, though her concern lingered. "But miss, have you truly thought this through? If you sever ties with the Du family, what will happen afterward?" Mu Zhengyao scattered the fish feed into the pond, brushed her hands, and stood up. "In this world, there is no such thing as afterward. It is better to seize one's own fate than to leave it in the hands of others." She gazed up at the azure sky, a confident smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a figure clad in black silently appeared behind Mu Zhengyao, kneeling on one knee. "Miss, I have discovered." His words were abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps approaching. Miss, this is bad." The wet nurse rushed over, her face a mask of terror. "What has happened, wet nurse?"
Mu Zhengyao quitted.
Zhengyao quickly supported the wet nurse, urging, "Please take your time. What has transpired?" The wet nurse gasped, her complexion pale. "Outside, there are numerous officials claiming to come on the emperor's orders to deliver congratulations." Chapter 9. The storm reemerges. Miss this. Xiao Tao's face drained of color, her grip tightening on the wet nurse's sleeve, her voice trembling. "What shall we do?"
Mu Zhengyao inhalet deeply, swiftly regaining her composure.
Her gaze shifted, and she commanded, "Zhengyao, go fetch my cloak." "Wet nurse, you must go to the front hall and stabilize them. Ascertain their intentions." "Miss, what are you?" The wet nurse felt apprehensive. Yet the resolute look in Mu Zhengyao's eyes compelled her to comply, and she nodded, hastily departing. "Shall see," Mu Zhengyao lowered her voice, addressing the hidden figure in black. "Follow them and ascertain their true purpose. Also," she paused, a chilling light flashing in her eyes, "discover what they truly intend to do." Xiao Si accepted the order, seamlessly blending into the shadows of the courtyard walls. Mu Zhengyao donned the cloak Xiao Dao handed her and proceeded to the front hall with deliberate calmness. Meanwhile, within the Du residence, the old matriarch fretted over their precarious financial situation. What shall we do? The banquet for Yenu's return is imminent, yet we possess nothing of worth to present. If this gets out, it would surely mock the Du family's decline. The old matriarch wrung her hands, anxiety etched across her face. Mother, do not worry. Solutions will present themselves in due time, Du Huaiyi reassured her, though he too felt vexed.
Solution?
What solutions can there be? The old matriarch shot him a disapproving look. Your father passed away early, and without the Mu family's assistance over the years, the Du family would have long since. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as if struck by inspiration. She slapped her thigh, exclaiming, I have it. Let us seek out that girl from the Mu family. She is the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household and must possess many valuable items. Mother, that might not be appropriate, Du Huaiyi hesitated. She is no longer part of the Du family and what? The old matriarch retorted, exasperated. Are you afraid she will refuse you? I assure you, once you ask, she will never turn you down. Du Huaiyi opened his mouth, wishing to voice further objections, but ultimately succumbed to his mother's authority and reluctantly agreed. Thus, the old matriarch, accompanied by Du Huaiyi, boldly made their way to the Duke's residence. Why, if it isn't the esteemed old matriarch and Master Du, what brings you both here? Ah, my dear child, we have finally found you. The old matriarch donned a benevolent expression upon spotting Mu Zhengyao, taking her hand with warmth. You have grown thinner since we last met. Have the servants in the residence not cared for you properly? This was not the time to revisit their previous quarrels. Mu Zhengyao discreetly withdrew her hand, a bemused smile playing on her lips. Old matriarch, you jest. I am no longer a member of the Du family, and thus the servants here are no longer obliged to heed my commands. The old matriarch's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure.
Oh.
You speak as if we are not family. Besides, have you not yet returned to the Mu family? Is the Duke's residence not still under your influence?
Oh.
Is that so? Mu Zhengyao raised an eyebrow. Then how do you propose I should act, according to your esteemed opinion? Madame Du was delighted to see her relent, and quickly said, It is like this, my child. You know that Yener will be returning home in a few days.
Mu Zhengyao interrupted her.
Are you referring to Yener, the current concubine of the Du family, Sir Yener? Yes, yes. Madame Du stammered, momentarily confused as to why she brought this up. Mu Zhengyao let out a cold laugh. Madame Du, your audacity is truly remarkable. Who is it that vowed to take good care of me? And now, just a short while later, you are eager to marry another woman, even as a concubine? Do you think my Mu family is devoid of worthy individuals? Madame Du's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white from her words, yet she dared not retort, only forcing a smile as she replied, Child, you are misunderstanding. Misunderstanding what?
Mu Zhengyao interrupted coldly.
I witnessed firsthand how Du Huaiyi expressed concern for Sir Yener and how he disregarded his earlier promise to me to marry her. Am I mistaken? Du Huaiyi flushed with embarrassment from her accusations but remained silent, lowering his head. Enough. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. Mu Zhengyao waved her hand impatiently. Speak plainly. What is your purpose for being here today? Seeing her firm demeanor, Madame Du realized that beating around the bush was futile and braced herself to say, It is like this, my child, as you know. Our Du family is currently facing financial difficulties. So, you intend to covet my dowry?
Mu Zhengyao sneered.
Child, you are misunderstanding. We merely wish to borrow money? Mu Zhengyao raised an eyebrow. Very well, I can lend you some, but what? Du Huaiyi and Madame Du questioned in unison. But I require the Du family's properties and shops as collateral, Mu Zhengyao stated indifferently. What? Both Du Huaiyi and Madame Du's expressions changed drastically. How can that be? Why not? Mu Zhengyao retorted with a cold laugh. When you married me, you guaranteed to treat me well. Yet now, in your time of misfortune, you remember me? Do you truly believe I am a fool? Child, you. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more of your empty words. Mu Zhengyao waved her hand impatiently. One word, lend or do not lend. If not, then be gone. Du Huaiyi and Madame Du exchanged glances, filled with humiliation and fury, yet felt powerless. Yes, we will borrow. Suddenly, Sir Yener, who had remained silent, spoke up.
Yener.
Du Huaiyi exclaimed, trying to stop her, but she silenced him with a glance. Sister Mu, you are correct. Our Du family has wronged you first. Shi Yan'er stepped forward. Slightly bowing, speaking earnestly, it is only right that you require our properties and shops as collateral. Du Huaiyi attempted to interject, but was held back by Shi Yan'er's gentle grip on his sleeve. Husband, let us heed sister's advice. We are in a dire situation. It is fortunate she is willing to assist us, and we must not offend her. Du Huaiyi looked at Shi Yan'er, then at the coldly composed Mu Zhengyao, finally relenting. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, we shall comply. Mu Zhengyao observed the pair's theatrical exchange, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Yet she maintained her composure and said coolly, In that case, please bring the property deeds to Mu Manor tomorrow to sign the contract. After seeing off Du Huaiyi and Madame Du, the smile on Mu Zhengyao's face vanished entirely. She wearily rubbed her temples and instructed her maid, Go, prepare the carriage. I need to make a trip to the outskirts. As night fell, a simple carriage silently exited the city gates, heading towards the suburbs. Inside the carriage, Mu Zhengyao closed her eyes to rest, but the faces of Du Huaiyi and Shi Yan'er, smug and self-satisfied, plagued her thoughts, filling her with frustration. Miss, why did you agree to lend money to the Du family? They have treated you so poorly, her maid, Bai Yun, asked in confusion. Mu Zhengyao opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Why would I allow them to benefit without consequence? I intend to let them understand that my possessions are not so easily obtained. The carriage jostled along until it finally halted before a secluded valley. Mu Zhengyao stepped out and looked up to see a humble wooden cabin, which appeared particularly desolate in the night. Miss, is the person you are looking for residing here? Mu Zhengyao nodded and walked towards the cabin. Who goes there? A sudden low shout emerged from the shadows before a dark figure lunged towards Mu Zhengyao like lightning. Startled, Mu Zhengyao instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, the figure was violently thrust away by a powerful force, crashing to the ground. Who is it? Mu Zhengyao, still shaken, focused her gaze to see a tall figure standing protectively before her, a sword glimmering in hand, revealing a stern and resolute face. The sound of galloping hooves approached, accompanied by shouts, There! Don't let them escape. The man realized the danger and, grasping Mu Zhengyao's hand, pulled her swiftly into the nearby forest. Chase them! The clamor of hooves, shouts, and clashing weapons echoed sharply in the quiet valley. Over there! Don't let them enter the woods. In urgent circumstances, the man's grip on Mu Zhengyao tightened as they sprinted over the rugged mountain path.
Ah!
In the midst of chaos, Mu Zhengyao slipped, crying out as her body uncontrollably tumbled downwards. Be careful. Chapter 10. Fadug. Be cautious. Do not worry, he gritted through pain, his voice weakening, I am fine. But before he could finish, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed backward, pinning Mu Zhengyao beneath him. Ignoring her own pain, Mu Zhengyao quickly checked for his breath. Relieved to find he was still alive, in the faint morning light, she finally discerned the man's features. Your Highness the Regent? His complexion was pale, and his brows were tightly knit, clearly injured. His outer robe was torn by branches, revealing a pale inner garment, and on his left shoulder, a striking red flower birthmark, a flower reminiscent of the one that had saved her from the icy lake on that rainy night. Mu Zhengyao's breath hitched as she recalled the memory. Coughing, as if sensing her gaze, the man slowly opened his eyes. Upon meeting her eyes, he appeared momentarily dazed but quickly regained clarity. He propped himself up, his tone weak. Miss Mu, are you unharmed? Mu Zhengyao snapped back to reality. Hastily standing up and brushing off her clothes, I am fine. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. It was merely a trifling matter. Qin Yujun smiled faintly, but the movement caused him to wince, stifling a groan. Noticing his discomfort, Mu Zhengyao stepped forward to support him, her voice laced with concern. You are injured. Do not move yet. It's nothing but a minor wound. Qin Yujun attempted to reassure her, but noticed Mu Zhengyao's intense gaze fixed on his left shoulder. Her expression filled with complexity. Your Highness, about that birthmark. Mu Zhengyao hesitated before asking tentatively, Did we meet when we were young? Qin Yujun was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, as if he had just had a realization. He feigned a frown, his tone laced with a hint of anguish. Miss Mu, what is the meaning of this? I am gravely injured, and instead of contemplating how to repay the life-saving grace, you have concocted schemes against me? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily speechless, finding his villainous demeanor both amusing and infuriating. Indeed, he was a lofty prince now, far removed from the destitute youth who had once saved her. It was she who had become ensnared in her own delusions, conflating him with the figure of her past. Resolving to suppress her doubts, she coolly replied, "Your Highness jests. Naturally, I shall repay the life-saving grace." However, she paused, her gaze sharpening as it fixed upon Qin Yujun. "Your Highness has appeared before me repeatedly. I am curious about your intentions." "Fate," Qin Yujun replied with a light laugh, deftly sidestepping her inquiry. As dawn broke, the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Noticing Qin Yujun's reluctance to elaborate, Mu Zhengyao chose not to press further, merely stating coldly, "We are far from the capital. You should prioritize your own well-being." With that, she turned to leave, only to be caught by Qin Yujun's grasp. "Miss Mu, where do you intend to go? Are you truly going to abandon a gravely injured man in this desolate wilderness?" His eyes sparkled with mischief, though his voice betrayed a hint of weakness. Mu Zhengyao regarded the seemingly frail yet profoundly astute man before her with caution. His repeated appearances were no mere coincidence, but his true intentions remained elusive. "Your Highness jests. I merely seek herbs to tend to your wounds." She calmly withdrew her hand, maintaining an even tone. Qin Yujun observed her intently, saying nothing, merely releasing his grip. They soon discovered a secluded cave in the valley, where Mu Zhengyao hastily tended to his injuries, urging him to return to the capital swiftly. "We are not far from the Mu residence. I have sent word, and someone will surely come for you soon." Leaning against the cave wall, Qin Yujun regarded her with deep eyes, his tone laden with meaning. "Miss Mu, your hurried journey at this late hour. Could it be that you are meeting a clandestine lover?" Mu Zhengyao's heart skipped a beat, though her exterior remained composed. "Your Highness jests. As a woman of the inner chambers, how could I have a lover? I am merely what?" Qin Yujun pressed. "I am merely concerned for an elderly servant at home, hence my night travel," she replied, sidestepping the matter with tact. Qin Yujun did not press further, instead offering a gentle smile. "Your heart is kind, but in these chaotic times, it is wise to refrain from placing others in danger. It would be prudent to limit your actions for the time being." A cold smile crept across Mu Zhengyao's face. Qin Yujun, though appearing aloof, was profoundly calculating. His words, though ostensibly caring, served as a warning for her to refrain from rash actions. Suppressing her displeasure, she replied in a subdued tone, "Thank you for your reminder. I will take care." Seeing her demeanor, he fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. They remained in the cave throughout the day until evening, when the guards from the Mu residence finally arrived. With their assistance, Qin Yujun emerged from the cave. Before departing, he cast a significant glance at Mu Zhengyao, his voice imbued with meaning. "Miss Mu, we shall meet again soon." As she watched him leave, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. What did his final words imply? Upon returning to the Mu residence, Mu Zhengyao immediately dispatched someone to contact the vice commander they had previously arranged to meet, only to receive shocking news. The vice commander was missing. "What did you say? Missing? How could that be?" The vice commander was known for his prudence. How could he vanish without a trace? Still reeling from the shock, Mu Zhengyao was startled by the urgent footsteps approaching from behind.
Miss,
something dreadful has happened. Calm down. What are you so flustered about?" Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, and seized Mu Feng's arm, pressing for details. Mu Feng had been her brother's deputy, steadfast and reliable, having followed her brother since childhood. After her brother's demise, Mu Feng remained by her side to train the guards and ensure her safety. "Miss, the young master has been kidnapped." "What did you say?" Mu Zhengyao's complexion turned ashen. "Explain everything to me clearly." "This morning, the nurse took the young master to the garden to play, but unexpectedly encountered a group of men in black who seized him without a word. The nurse fought valiantly to resist, but was gravely injured, and is now in a coma." Mu Zhengyao felt darkness encroach upon her vision, her body swaying precariously. Her brother had perished 3 years ago while leading troops to quell a rebellion, leaving behind only this young son, Mu family's sole bloodline. Now he had been abducted, his fate uncertain. A chilling sensation coursed through her, and she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. "Do we know who is behind this?" Mu Feng shook his head. The men in black operated covertly, leaving no traces. Mu Zhengyao closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. The vice commander was missing. Her nephew had been taken. Ultimately, Mu Feng discovered a blood letter in Mu Yunfan's room, containing only a few terse lines. If you want her son to live, prepare 50,000 taels of silver to be delivered to the burial grounds outside the city within 3 days. Otherwise, Chapter 11. Secret discussion. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao felt an icy wave wash over her, rendering her entire being cold. 50,000 taels of silver. This was an outrageous demand. Although she was the last descendant of the Mu family, they had long since fallen from their former glory. 50,000 taels would nearly deplete the entire estate. Damn it! Mu Zhengyao could not restrain a curse, rising abruptly and pacing the room, her brow furrowed, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. This was no ordinary kidnapping or extortion. First, if they knew Mu Yunfan's identity, they must also be aware of the Mu family's decline and inability to raise such a sum. Second, the 3-day deadline was unreasonably tight. Even if she scrambled for funds, it was impossible to gather 50,000 taels in such a short time. They were clearly trying to corner her family into a desperate situation. Could it be them? A sudden thought crossed Mu Zhengyao's mind, and her expression darkened further. If it truly was them, then the situation was dire. Miss, what shall we do now? Mu Feng asked, sensing her fluctuating expression and feeling anxious. Mu Zhengyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. There was no time for panic. She needed a comprehensive strategy.
Mu Feng.
Immediately send someone to the burial grounds outside the city to ascertain Yunfan's whereabouts. Miss, I hesitate. Your safety, do not worry, I have my plans. A glint of cold light flashed to her eyes, her tone resolute. Those who dare to harm my family will not escape retribution. She understood that passivity would only embolden her adversaries. Instead of waiting idly, she would take the initiative. She was determined to uncover the identity of the puppeteers behind this scheme. Miss, where are you going? To the Du family. In Mu Zhengyao's eyes flickered a glimmer of determination, her tone icy, declaring that some accounts required meticulous reckoning. Fueled by a tempest of fury, she returned to the Du residence. As she crossed the threshold, the courtyard greeted her with a vibrant display of festivity, a stark contrast to her current tumultuous emotions. Servants scurried about, diligently preparing for the morrow's wedding. Upon noticing her return, they merely offered a perfunctory greeting before resuming their tasks. A cold smile curled on Mu Zhengyao's lips. It seemed the entire Du household had tacitly acknowledged Shi Yener as the mistress. She strode directly to the main hall, where Du Huaiyi and the old matriarch were seated, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shi Yener nestled beside Du Huaiyi, embodying the essence of a delicate bird. Upon her entrance, Du Huaiyi's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, but he quickly donned his usual genteel demeanor, smilingly inquiring, Zhengyao, you've returned? Why didn't you send word beforehand so I could arrange for your reception? Mu Zhengyao disregarded his insincere pleasantries, her gaze sweeping coldly over the gathered individuals before settling on Shi Yener, her voice laced with frost. What? Must I announce my return to my own home? Shi Yener felt a tremor of fear under her icy scrutiny, yet recalling her current status, she straightened defiantly and retorted with a sarcastic tone. Sister jests. The Du family is not a place for just anyone. With your busy life and so many valiant soldiers by your side, I presume you have long forgotten this humble Du residence. She deliberately emphasized valiant soldiers, casting a pointed glance at Mu Zhengyao. The latter was not oblivious to the insinuation, letting out a cold laugh. Your affairs need not concern me. Yet you, with your premarital pregnancy, forcing a husband to accept a concubine, and now usurping the nest. Do you not fear the whispers that might reach your ears?
You.
Shi Yener turned pale, trembling with indignation.
Impudent.
The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table, fuming. Mu Zhengyao, how dare you speak to Yener in such a manner? She carries the flesh and blood of the Du family, as the rightful wife. Your lack of respect is already disgraceful, but to insult her so is utterly disrespectful. Mu Zhengyao regarded her with a chilling stare, her tone calm yet authoritative. Perhaps the old matriarch has forgotten that I am the duly wedded wife of the Du family. Yener is merely a concubine, unworthy to flaunt her power in my presence. You. The old matriarch was rendered speechless, her face flushed with anger. I advise you to hasten the gathering of my dowry, otherwise, do not blame me for lodging a complaint with the capital's magistrate tomorrow, bringing disgrace upon the Du family. With that, Mu Zhengyao turned her back on them, striding toward the exit.
Zhengyao.
Du Huaiyi, seeing her departure, sprang to follow, but was halted by her frigid gaze. Do not forget, my Mu family is not easily trifled with. Leaving those words echoing in the hall, she exited without a backward glance. At dinner, Du Huaiyi still did not appear. Mu Zhengyao chuckled inwardly. It seemed he intended to avoid her today. After a few bites, she set down her utensils, rising to return to her chamber. Miss, where are you going? Her maid Bu inquired, noticing her departure. I'm going to the study. The study? Bu was taken aback. The master? I am aware.
Mu Zhengyao replied indifferently.
I merely wish to peruse some books. With that, she dismissed Bu and proceeded straight to the study. Inside, Du Huaiyi had his back to the door, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. It is as such, you see, ma'am. A deep voice responded, I understand. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced, holding her breath as she stealthily approached the study door. She was eager to uncover the nature of the clandestine discussions taking place. Just as she neared the entrance, a furry creature suddenly darted past her feet, emitting a sharp yowl. Meow. It was the cat that Shi Yen'er had kept. The conversation in the study ceased abruptly. Alarm bells rang in Mu Zhengyao's mind, and she turned to leave, but it was too late. Who is there? Du Huaiyi's voice rang out sharply, and he swiftly pivoted, grasping an inkstone from the table to hurl at the door. Meow. The plump cat, startled by the sudden commotion, scurried away in panic as the inkstone narrowly missed its tail, crashing against the door with a resounding smash. Mu Zhengyao lingered in the shadows, the dim candlelight illuminating her features. She observed him stride to the door, scanning the surroundings, yet failing to detect any presence. How peculiar. Had she misheard? Silently, she retreated to the courtyard, her mind swirling with questions. Who was the individual in the study? What were they conspiring about? Du Huaiyi's reaction was exceedingly suspicious, indicative of a guilty conscience. Moreover, she sensed another presence within the study, yet it had remained concealed and silent. Was there a hidden passage in the study? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Upon returning to her chamber, she summoned Bu and instructed, find someone reliable to investigate whether the Du family has had any craftsmen repair the house over the past 3 years, particularly the study. Miss, are you suspecting? Bu gazed at her, astonished, hesitating to speak further. Better safe than sorry. I feel something amiss with the Du family, Mu Zhengyao replied nonchalantly. This matter must be handled discreetly. Do not let any word slip. Understood. Mississippi Bu accepted the task and departed. The next day, while Mu Zhengyao was partaking in breakfast, a maid approached to report that the heir of the Duke of Dingua, Song Han, and the heir of the Duke of Wengua, Jia Zhongqing, had come to pay a visit. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. These two young lords, one a scion of martial prowess and the other an emerging literary figure, were unlikely companions. Why had they joined forces today? Quickly invite them to the flower hall for tea. I shall join you shortly, she instructed. By the time she reached the flower hall, the two young gentlemen had been waiting for some time. Miss Mu, Song Han rose, offering a slight bow, his handsome visage adorned with a warm smile. I apologize for the unannounced visit. I hope Miss Mu will not take offense. Song Gongzi is too courteous. May I inquire what brings both of you here today? Mu Zhengyao inquired directly. Jia Zhongqing, fanning himself with his folding fan, replied with a smile. We heard that Miss Mu intends to hold a martial arts contest for suitors. Having long admired you, we naturally wish to join the fray. Mu Zhengyao offered a faint smile, maintaining her composure. Gentlemen jest. I am but a fragile maiden, unworthy of such high regard. Miss Mu, you underestimate your own talents. Your grace and valor are already well known to us, Song Han interjected, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the tales have portrayed. Mu Zhengyao subtly averted his gaze, responding coolly, you flatter me, Song Gongzi. After exchanging pleasantries, Jia Zhongqing suddenly remarked, I've heard that Miss Mu's father was a man of both literary and martial excellence, yet fate was unkind, taking him from us too soon. At his words, alarm bells rang in Mu Zhengyao's mind. Jia Zhongqing, often associated with Du Huaiyi, had now chosen to mention her father. Could he have discovered something? She maintained her composure, asking, My father has been gone for many years. What is your intention in bringing this up, Jia Gongzi? Merely a lamentation. Miss Mu need not be overly concerned. Jia Zhongqing replied with a disarming smile. Mu Zhengyao scoffed coldly to herself. Indeed, Jia Zhongqing bore ill intentions. After tea was served, the two young gentlemen rose to take their leave. Just before Song Han departed, He unexpectedly produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Mu Zhengyao, stating, "This is a message from my father for Miss Mu." Upon receiving the letter, Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of confusion. Why would the Duke of Ding suddenly write to her? She opened the envelope and swiftly scanned its contents, her expression shifting dramatically. The letter revealed that her father had entrusted a significant item to the Duke for safekeeping years ago. Now, as the Mu family faced dire straits, he hoped that Mu Zhengyao would personally visit the Song residence to retrieve that item. A tempest of emotions surged within her. She had never heard her father mention this matter. Could this item be linked to the Mu family's current predicament? Once Song Han departed, Mu Zhengyao immediately summoned Mu Feng and shared the letter with him. After reading it, Mu Feng's countenance grew solemn. Her father had never spoken of this.
Indeed.
Which is why I find it perplexing, Mu Zhengyao remarked, her brows knitting together. What had her father concealed from them? Mu Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Miss, this matter is of great significance. We must deliberate carefully. The estate is fraught with peril, and we must exercise utmost caution."
Mu Zhengyao nodded,
aware that now is not the time for impulsiveness. "By the way, miss, there is another matter I must report." Mu Feng suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice. "In recent days, many young gentlemen from prominent families have come to visit, hinting at intentions to seek your hand in marriage." "Humph. What schemes do they harbor?" "I am not oblivious," Mu Zhengyao retorted with a cold laugh. In the wake of the Mu family's misfortunes, they merely sought to take advantage of her plight. "You speak truly." Mu Feng sighed. "Yet now, only you remain in the estate. Are you suggesting I should find someone at random for you to marry?" Mu Zhengyao arched an eyebrow at Mu Feng. "What? Do you also believe no one desires me, Mu Zhengyao? I would not dare."
Mu Feng hastily knelt,
pressing his forehead to the ground, his tone filled with trepidation. "I merely worry for your safety." "My safety is my own responsibility," Mu Zhengyao replied coldly. "You may leave now. I wish to be alone." Mu Feng opened his mouth, intending to say more, but upon seeing the resolute expression in her eyes, he ultimately said nothing and quietly withdrew. Alone at the window, Mu Zhengyao gazed at the darkening sky, her mind swirling with thoughts. "Father, what are you hiding? Could all of this be related to the item you entrusted to the Duke all those years ago?" "Miss, do you truly intend to go to the West City?" Bai Yu asked, her eyes filled with concern. "It is late, and the West City is rife with dangers. It is too perilous for you to go alone." "Do not worry. I will exercise caution," Mu Zhengyao reassured her, firmly patting Bai Yu's hand. "I must go. There are matters I must clarify." Dressed in dark clothing suitable for nighttime, Mu Zhengyao stealthily slipped out of the estate. In the West City, within a dilapidated courtyard, she arrived at a modest dwelling only to find it brightly lit within. Did something happen? Alarmed, she quickly concealed herself to observe closely. There, she discerned a familiar figure, Qin Yujun. What was he doing here? Clad in black, he sat under the dim candlelight, his complexion pale and brow furrowed. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" An elderly voice inquired, laced with concern. "It is nothing, an old ailment." Qin Yujun waved his hand dismissively. "Your Highness, you must take care of your health." The old servant sighed, advising, "You have sacrificed too much for the Mu family and the nation. Some matters require someone to take action." Qin Yujun replied calmly. "Moreover, I promised him I would look after the Mu family." Mu Zhengyao's mind raced with questions, and just as she was about to reveal herself and inquire, she suddenly heard Qin Yujun murmur, "Do not worry. I will uncover the truth." Who was he speaking to? The creaking of the door interrupted her thoughts. She had been discovered. Alarmed, Mu Zhengyao turned to flee. "Miss, are you not Miss Zhengyao?" It was Uncle Chen. She halted and turned back. Uncle Chen was the oldest master of the blacksmith shop during the Mu family's prosperous days. He had worked in their household and shared a deep bond with her family. "Uncle Chen, it truly is you." Mu Zhengyao approached him quickly and whispered, "What brings you here?" Uncle Chen's cloudy eyes met hers, and with a sigh, he replied, "I have been waiting for you." "Mississippi waiting for me? For what?" Mu Zhengyao asked, perplexed. Without answering, Uncle Chen turned and walked into the house, motioning for her to follow. "Please come in. Someone is waiting for you." Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. Could it be? She hurried inside, and by the flickering candlelight, she discerned the figure seated at the table. Qin Yujun? What was he doing here? He set down his teacup and slowly rose to approach her. "Prince Qin." Qin Yujun regarded her with a faint smile. "Miss Mu need not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Qin Yujun." Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. He was no longer the lofty regent, but merely a prince, without formal duties. Qin Yujun, she acknowledged. I did not expect to find you here at such a late hour. Is there something of import? Before she could elaborate, Uncle Chun interrupted. Your Highness. The item you requested has been retrieved. Uncle Chun emerged from the inner room, carrying a long wooden box. Qin Yujun accepted the box and gently opened it. A flash of cold light revealed a jet-black sword, its blade long and sharp, emanating a chilling aura. Mu Zhengyao recognized it instantly. It was the sword her father and brothers often wielded. 3 years ago, did your father or brothers seek to reclaim this sword? Uncle Chun inquired, stroking its blade as he turned to Mu Zhengyao, his gaze profound. 3 years ago? Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brow, trying to recall, but came up empty. I am not aware of it. Uncle Chun sighed heavily and produced a dagger from his pocket, presenting it to her. This was entrusted to me by your mother before she departed. She said that if you ever came seeking this sword, I should give you this. As Mu Zhengyao accepted the dagger, its icy touch sent a shiver through her. She recognized it. This dagger had belonged to her mother. Why had her mother entrusted it to Uncle Chun? A terrifying thought struck her. Had her mother foreseen the potential peril that awaited her father and brothers? Her heart sank as a wave of confusion washed over her, intertwining memories of her mother's parting words, her father's resolute gaze, and the sword that had accompanied her brothers for years, all whispering a cruel reality. Their family might have anticipated this tragic fate long ago. Taking a deep breath, she fought to suppress her sorrow, tucking the dagger into her clothing as she prepared to leave. Miss Mu, where do you intend to go? Qin Yujun's voice called from behind her. Mu Zhengyao did not turn but replied coolly, It is late. Your Highness should rest. With that, she strode out of the blacksmith shop without looking back. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind howled fiercely.
Mu Zhengyao tiktenet her Cloaked.
Ready to depart, only to discover that Qin Yujun had somehow appeared behind her. It seemed she had forgotten that there lay a considerable distance from here to the Mu residence. Qin Yujun's voice resonated with unusual clarity in the stillness of the night. Mu Zhengyao remained silent, her gaze cautiously fixed upon him. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing harm to Miss Mu. Qin Yujun appeared to see through her thoughts, offering a faint smile. However, it is quite unsafe for a young lady like yourself to wander alone in the depths of night. The prince worries too much. I have my own means, Mu Zhengyao replied, attempting to sidestep him and leave. Uncle Chun has been in hiding here for years to avoid prying eyes. Qin Yujun suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with an inexplicable significance. Do you know, Miss Mu, how many of your father's acquaintances met with misfortune after his incident? Mu Zhengyao halted, spinning around to face him, her eyes wide with shock and confusion.
What do you mean by that?
She demanded. Qin Yujun did not answer directly, merely sighing softly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. With that, he turned toward the carriage, leaving behind a lingering echo of words in the night. It is getting late. Allow me to escort Miss Mu back home. As Mu Zhengyao stood rooted in place, watching Qin Yujun's retreating figure, her heart was a tumult of emotions. What did his words signify? Could it be that her father's death held deeper secrets? She longed to inquire further, but upon observing Qin Yujun's seemingly innocent demeanor, she swallowed her questions. Forget it. I shall return home first, she murmured to herself, ultimately following Qin Yujun into the carriage. The journey back was shrouded in silence, with both parties lost in their thoughts. Mu Zhengyao attempted several times to broach the subject of her father with Qin Yujun, yet each time she met his inscrutable gaze. She found herself at a loss for words. The carriage glided through the quiet streets, the atmosphere within stifling and oppressive. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is it?
Mu Zhengyao inquired.
It seems there are people ahead, replied the driver. Qin Yujun lifted the curtain to peer outside, his brow furrowing slightly. It is young Master Du, he stated. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao leaned out to look as well. There stood Du Huaiyi, clad in finery, surrounded by several attendants, making his way toward a brothel. How unexpected that the esteemed young Master Du frequents such establishments, Mu Zhengyao scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. However, when her gaze fell upon one of Du Huaiyi's attendants, her expression shifted dramatically. Is it him? She exclaimed. Qin Yujun noticed her sudden change and asked, What is it? Do you know him? Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to explain, she faltered, her eyes flickering. What is it? Is there something amiss with this person? Qin Yujun pressed. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Zhengyao shook her head. It's nothing. I merely thought he looked somewhat familiar. Seeing her reluctance, Qin Yujun ceased his inquiries and instructed the driver to continue. Nevertheless, a tempest brewed within Mu Zhengyao's heart, for she recognized that the attendant beside Du Huaiyi was none other than the figure she had glimpsed lurking outside her study days prior. Chapter 14. The brothel. I shall return shortly. There is no need for the prince to wait for me, Mu Zhengyao declared, not looking back as she dashed toward the brothel. Miss Mu, Qin Yujun called out, wishing to stop her, but it was already too late. Mu Zhengyao hurried to the back wall of the brothel, deftly scaling it with a few nimble movements. Impressive agility, Miss Mu, a teasing voice called from behind her. Startled, Mu Zhengyao turned to find Qin Yujun had also scaled the wall and was watching her with a smirk. What are you doing here? She frowned. If I had not come, how would you have fared? Aren't you afraid of danger? Qin Yujun countered. As a martial artist, I have little to fear, she retorted. A martial artist? With a physique like yours, you might not even fare well against me, Qin Yujun jested. You. Mu Zhengyao was momentarily speechless, then snapped. If the prince is afraid, he is welcome to leave. There is no need to accompany me. With that, she turned her back on Qin Yujun and headed directly toward the brothel. Stop, Qin Yujun suddenly called. Entering like that will only alert the guards. Then what do you suggest? She replied impatiently. Qin Yujun produced a black mask from his pocket and handed it to her.
Put this on.
Mu Zhengyao received the mask, casting him a doubtful glance, but ultimately complied and donned it. They stealthily approached the back door, where Qin Yujun produced a slender silver needle from his sleeve, deftly manipulating the lock until it clicked open. After you, he said, pushing the door ajar and stepping inside first. Mu Zhengyao's curiosity about him intensified. Who exactly was Qin Yujun? Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a flamboyantly dressed woman. Ah, is that you, young Master Qin? We haven't seen you in days. You are quite the rare visitor. And who is this lovely companion? This is my... Qin Yujun hesitated, seemingly pondering his words. Oh, young Master Qin, you are too courteous. No need for introductions. Anyone you bring is undoubtedly a distinguished guest, the matron exclaimed, winking at Mu Zhengyao, who felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Young Master Qin, would you prefer the usual arrangement, or shall we try something new? The matron continued. Qin Yujun's expression darkened. None of that today. Simply arrange for a private room and bring some food and drinks. Of course. The matron stammered, caught off guard by his sudden intensity. She hurried away, eager to comply. It seems, young Master Qin, you are quite the regular here, Mu Zhengyao remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Qin Yujun's face soured, and he seemed torn between speech and silence. Mu Zhengyao chuckled derisively as they made their way to a private room. Once seated, Qin Yujun ordered a few signature dishes and silently sipped his drink. Unable to resist, Mu Zhengyao taunted him. Young Master Qin, if you are indeed unwell, why venture to this place of revelry? Qin Yujun set down his cup, a hint of melancholy and resignation in his gaze. In this frail state, I might not see the morrow. Rather than languish at home waiting for death, I find solace in a change of scenery. Oh, is that so? Mu Zhengyao replied, half convinced. She decided to gather information and summon the matron to request a few courtesans to accompany them. The moment the courtesans entered, they fluttered around, chattering animatedly. What a commanding presence you have. You must be someone of importance. What brings you to our humble establishment? Mu Zhengyao maintained her composure and gently pushed one aside, responding coolly, I am merely accompanying a friend today. I do not frequent such places. A friend? Which friend? Do share. One courtesan pressed. It is young Master Qin.
Mu Zhengyao replied.
Young Master Qin? The courtesans exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Mu Zhengyao sneered. What? You do not even recognize young Master Qin? He is indeed a frequent visitor, especially in relation to young Master Du, which is quite extraordinary. Young Master Du? Upon hearing this, a few young ladies immediately perked up. Are you referring to Du Huaiyi, young Master Du? Precisely, Mu Zhengyao replied with a smile and a nod. Oh my. So, you are a friend of young Master Du. How disrespectful of us. The young ladies' attitudes shifted to a more cordial demeanor. Mu Zhengyao casually inquired, is young Master Du a regular here? What type of lady does he fancy? One of the young ladies hesitated for a moment, and, lowering her voice, said, "It seems young master doesn't he particularly favor ladies?" Mu Zhengyao feigned surprise and asked, "Then what does he prefer?" The young lady leaned in closer to Mu Zhengyao and whispered a single word, "Men." "Is that true?" "Absolutely," the young lady asserted with conviction. "I have seen it with my own eyes. Every time young master visits, he is accompanied by a man."
You may leave now.
Saying this, she retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve and tossed it to the young ladies. Elated by the reward, they gleefully departed. "Young Master Qin, don't you wish to know why I inquired about Huaiyi?" Qin Yujun set down his cup, lifted his gaze to her, and replied in a calm tone, "If Miss Mu wishes to know something, she may speak plainly. There is no need for indirectness." "Very well, I will be straightforward." Mu Zhengyao no longer beat around the bush and asked directly, "What is your intention in approaching me?" Lady Mu hails from a prestigious family. While I am but a frail and idle prince, how could I harbor any inappropriate thoughts? However, in these times, it is not easy for a lady of your status to find a suitable husband. The emperor has been eyeing the Mu family with great intent. I merely seek a protector to ensure my own safety. Mu Zhengyao scrutinized him for a long while, but could not discern his true thoughts. "If that is the case, let us speak candidly." Mu Zhengyao set her cup down and stated calmly, 3 days hence, I shall host a martial arts contest for suitors at my residence. And I hope young Master Qin will grace us with his presence." Qin Yujun appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating such a request.
What?
"Are you afraid, young Master Qin?" He looked at her, his gaze deepening, yet he merely smiled lightly and replied, "Since Miss Mu has extended an invitation, I shall naturally oblige. However, I must warn that my constitution is frail. Should I lose to you, I hope you will show mercy." Chapter 15. Entering the game after leaving the drunken spring pavilion. Mu Zhengyao hurried back to the Du residence. Upon arriving at the gate, she noticed a carriage parked in a nearby corner, exuding an air of unease. She approached cautiously and observed that the carriage curtains were tightly drawn, concealing any view of its occupants. Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to leave, someone from within suddenly pulled aside a corner of the curtain. Startled, she instinctively held her breath and peered inside. To her astonishment, the carriage was empty save for a sword lying quietly within. Mu Zhengyao recognized it immediately. It was Qing Ming. Her heart raced. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. "Miss, what are you doing here?" Mu Zhengyao turned in surprise to see Mu Xiaoxi rushing toward her. "What brings you here?" She whispered urgently. "I was worried when you hadn't returned, so I came to find you," Mu Xiaoxi explained, spotting the carriage and instantly becoming alert. "Miss, that carriage, sure." Mu Zhengyao gestured for silence, signaling him to keep quiet. "What is wrong?"
Mu Xiaoxi inquired.
Instead of answering, Mu Zhengyao pointed at the carriage, indicating they should investigate together. They approached the carriage stealthily, one after the other. Just as Mu Xiaoxi was about to lift the curtain, Mu Zhengyao stopped him. "Allow me." Taking a deep breath, she slowly reached out and pulled aside the curtain. Inside the carriage, a woman was bound tightly, her mouth gagged, looking at her in terror. "Sister-in-law?"
Mu Zhengyao gasped.
The woman was none other than Zhang Shiqi, Zhang Feier. What happened? Mu Xiaoxi also recognized Zhang Shiqi and was instantly consumed with rage. "Who dares to be so bold as to kidnap you?" Just then, a low voice came from outside the carriage. "Miss Mu, I trust you are well." Mu Zhengyao and Mu Xiaoxi turned simultaneously to see a tall man in black attire who had mysteriously appeared beside the carriage. The man exuded an imposing aura, his face stern, with a long knife at his waist, radiating a chilling menace. "Deputy Commander Zhao Fan?" Mu Zhengyao exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it is I." The man replied coldly. He gazed intently at Mu Zhengyao, his voice low as he asked, "Might I inquire why Miss Mu is present here?" Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened. She understood Zhao Fan was testing her, but she had already prepared her response. Thus, she feigned calmness and said, "I was invited to go for a picnic outside the city, but I stumbled upon this carriage along the way. Seeing that someone appeared to be trapped inside, I approached to investigate, only to find my sister-in-law." She turned to Zhang Shiqi, her eyes filled with concern. Zhang Shiqi nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I am unsure how this happened. I was suddenly abducted by a group of men in black. Thankfully, my sister was timely in her arrival, or the consequences would have been dire." Zhao Fan observed their synchronized performance and began to form a hypothesis. He initially thought it a simple capture, only to discover a more intricate plot concealed beneath. It seems I have misjudged Miss Mu, he said with a hint of apology. However, this matter is of great significance. I must ask Miss Mu to withdraw the people from the outer courtyard to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. The outer courtyard? Mu Zhengyao feigned ignorance and asked, "Why does Deputy Commander Zhao suspect it is my people from the outer courtyard?" The leader of the Dark Guards bears the insignia of the Mu family's army, Zhao Fan replied casually, but it struck Mu Zhengyao like a stone, sending ripples through her previously calm demeanor. What? Mu Zhengyao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Observing her reaction, Zhao Fan had already deduced the answer. It was clear that this was indeed a conspiracy against the Mu family, and Mu Zhengyao had unwittingly become a pawn in this scheme. This is bad. The outer courtyard is in danger. Zhao Fan's expression suddenly changed, as if recalling something. Without further ado, he swiftly untied Zhang Shiqi and helped her down from the carriage, while he took the reins and sped away. Sister-in-law. Mu Zhengyao hurried to support Zhang Shiqi.
Quick.
We must leave. Zhang Shiqi, still in shock, grasped Mu Zhengyao's hand tightly, speaking hurriedly. Sister-in-law, what exactly transpired? Mu Zhengyao asked in confusion. There is no time to explain. We must go. Zhang Shiqi urged anxiously. A sinking feeling filled Mu Zhengyao. Zhao Fan's words confirmed her suspicions that someone was covertly framing the Mu family. Instinctively, she felt compelled to pursue and uncover who had the audacity to impersonate the Mu family's army and commit such vile acts. In a state of urgency, Mu Zhengyao nearly made a dash to follow Zhao Fan, but was suddenly pulled back by Zhang Feier. Sister-in-law, let go. Someone is attempting to harm the Mu family. I must see for myself. Mu Zhengyao insisted, trying to shake off Zhang Feier's grip, but the latter held on even tighter. Zhengyao, please remain calm. Zhang Feier intensified her tone, her delicate face etched with anxiety and concern. That person is indeed a member of the Mu family army. It was I who sent him to the outer courtyard. What? Mu Zhengyao was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Feier in confusion. Sister-in-law, what on earth is happening? How could you be involved with someone from the Mu family army? There is no time for lengthy explanations. Zhang Feier interrupted Mu Zhengyao. Casting a wary glance around before lowering her voice, Zhao Fan poses a threat. He is very dangerous. Zhao Fan? Mu Zhengyao was even more perplexed. Zhao Fan is the deputy leader of the Imperial Guard. How could he possibly be connected to this matter, let alone with Zhang Feier? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feier quickly continued. A few days ago, I noticed unfamiliar faces entering and leaving the residence, so I discreetly sent someone to follow them. They were found to be in contact with Zhao Fan, and Zhang Feier paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and after a considerable moment, she resumed. Furthermore, I discovered that they appear to be conspiring against you, and what? Mu Zhengyao exclaimed, her mind racing with countless thoughts.
Sure.
Zhang Feier hastily covered Mu Zhengyao's mouth, nervously scanning their surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was paying attention to their conversation, she sighed in relief. Zhengyao, listen to me. Zhang Feier's expression was exceptionally grave. I suspect they are targeting the Mu family, and they likely already know about your relationship with the prince. What about Yunfan? What has happened to Yunfan? Mu Zhengyao's mind was in turmoil as she grasped Zhang Feier's arm, urgently inquiring. Zhang Feier gently patted Mu Zhengyao's hand, reassuring her, rest assured, your nephew is safe. I discovered someone was monitoring us in advance, so I fabricated his disappearance to throw them off balance. That is good, Mu Zhengyao murmured, her anxious heart finally at ease. However, before she could completely relax, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air, followed by a cold glint that whizzed past her ear and embedded itself in the tree trunk behind her. Be careful, Zhang Feier cried out, abruptly pushing Mu Zhengyao to the ground. Be careful, Mu Shaoxi exclaimed, swiftly tackling Mu Zhengyao to the ground and shielding her with his body. Damn it! A glint of determination flashed in Mu Zhengyao's eyes as she raised her head to gaze in the direction from which the dart had been shot. A shadow darted past and vanished into the night. Struggling to her feet, Mu Zhengyao withdrew the dart from the cart's wall and examined it closely. The dart was pitch black, devoid of any markings, yet exquisitely crafted, clearly not something an ordinary household could possess. It seemed that tonight's events were more complicated than she had anticipated. Zhengyao, it appears they are after me, Zhang Feier said, her voice trembling. She clutched Mu Zhengyao's sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with fear. Zhengyao, you should leave quickly to avoid being implicated because of me. between us. There is no need for such formalities. I promised your elder brother to protect you, and I shall not go back on my word." As she spoke, she handed the dart to Mu Xiaoxi, commanding, "Investigate this. I want to know who this dart belongs to." "Understood." Mu Xiaoxi took the dart and departed. Mu Zhengyao turned to Mu Feng, instructing Mu Feng, "You must personally escort my sister-in-law back to the duke's residence and ensure her safety."
Zhengyao, Mu Feng hesitated.
Concerned for her safety. "There is no need for further words. I am well aware of my circumstances," Mu Zhengyao replied. Seeing her determination, Mu Feng refrained from saying more and bowed in acknowledgement. Before dawn, the Du family was festooned with lights and decorations, radiating an atmosphere of jubilance. The sound of gongs and drums resounded, as if to announce the Du family's intent to wed a noble concubine. Mu Zhengyao had not slept a wink throughout the night. Sitting before the bronze mirror, she regarded the pale-faced woman with dark circles under her eyes reflected back at her heart a frozen void. This bridal gown was meticulously stitched by her own hands, intended for her own grand wedding, yet now, it was worn by another woman, parading shamelessly. "Miss, please do not dwell on it," the maid Biyun said sympathetically, wishing to offer comforting words but unsure of where to begin. Mu Zhengyao forced a smile, responding, "It matters not. It is my own choice, and what is there to regret?" Nevertheless, the bitter pang in her heart lingered incessantly.
Huaiyi,
"Is this the promise you have bestowed upon me? Is this what you call a lifetime of companionship?" As the auspicious hour arrived, a loud proclamation signaled the opening of the Du family gates, and a lavishly adorned sedan chair, flanked by a throng of admirers, slowly entered the courtyard.
Zhengyao,
Clad in a striking red wedding gown and crowned with a phoenix diadem, gracefully descended from the chair with the assistance of the matchmaker. She bore a bashful smile, her eyes and brows betraying an unmistakable sense of triumph. The crowd erupted in admiration, praising Zhenyao's beauty, oblivious to Mu Zhengyao, who sat in the corner.
"Oh,
"Is that not my sister? How can she sit here alone? Is she not afraid of catching a chill?"
Zhengyao approached Mu Zhengyao, feigning concern.
Yet her tone dripped with mockery. Mu Zhengyao slowly lifted her head, her cold gaze sweeping over Zhenyan before settling on her extravagant wedding attire. A sardonic smile gracing her lips. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it is my younger sister. How do you find today's attire?" "Sister, you jest," Zhenyan replied, pretending to be bashful as she lowered her head and caressed her wedding gown, speaking softly. "This was specially prepared for me by my husband. He said it was to grant me an unforgettable memory." "Is that so?" Mu Zhengyao scoffed. "I had no idea that Du Huaiyi possessed such romantic inclinations." "Sister, you may not be aware," Zhenyan giggled, her eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. "Men are always fickle. My sister, in her illness, can hardly compare to my youthful beauty. For my husband, enough." Mu Zhengyao sprang to her feet, cutting off Zhenyan with a fierce glare. "Zhenyan, I warn you, do not overstep your boundaries. What has gotten into you, sister?"
Zhenyan final innocence, blinking hess.
"I merely spoke the truth. Why must you be so angry?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Mu Zhengyao's hand, only to have it forcefully rejected. "Do not touch me. You." Zhenyan was taken aback by Mu Zhengyao's sudden action, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. According to wedding customs, Zhenyan was not supposed to appear, yet the Du family, in a bid to showcase their favoritism and to humiliate Mu Zhengyao, had arranged for her to present herself to guests post-ceremony, flaunting her status before others. She was there to bask in glory, not to quarrel with a discarded wife. With that thought, she smirked disdainfully and turned her back to the crowd, reveling in the flattering and envious glances directed her way. "Sister, I must attend to the guests, so I shall take my leave," Zhenyan said, purposefully ignoring Mu Zhengyao's piercing gaze as she sashayed away, her red wedding gown glaringly bright under the sunlight, mocking Mu Zhengyao's misfortune. Mu Zhengyao coldly observed Zhenyan's retreating figure, a sardonic smile playing at her lips. She was eager to see just how long this woman could bask in her triumph. At that moment, Du Huaiyi was preoccupied with entertaining guests, entirely oblivious to the small altercation occurring nearby. "Oh, is that not Miss Mu? Why are you sitting here all alone?" A melodious voice chimed in Mu Zhengyao's ear, laced with genuine concern. Looking up, Mu Zhengyao saw a woman dressed in a light green gown approaching with grace. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, and her lively eyes seemed to peer into one's soul, always adorned with a gentle smile that evoked a sense of warmth. Xigong Shui? Mu Zhengyao gazed in astonishment at the visitor. What brings you here? Xigong Shui, the esteemed disciple of a renowned physician, possessed extraordinary medical skills and a carefree demeanor, making her one of Mu Zhengyao's few close friends. What? Am I not welcome? Xigong Shui chuckled as she seated herself beside Mu Zhengyao, pouring herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table and savoring it leisurely.
How could that be?
It's just that today's joyous banquet. Mu Zhengyao's voice carried a hint of bitterness as she spoke. What? Regretting it? Xigong Shui set down her teacup, her beautiful eyes locking onto Mu Zhengyao's, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of her thoughts. Regret? What is there to regret? Mu Zhengyao offered a self-deprecating smile. It is my own choice. I shall bear the consequences. And who might this be? Xigong Shui's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Shi Yan'er with a hint of curiosity. This is... Mu Zhengyao began to introduce her, but was preempted by Shi Yan'er. I am Shi Yan'er, the wife of the general, she said, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Her eyes subtly glancing at Xigong Shui. Xigong Shui, perceptive as she was, immediately discerned Shi Yan'er's hidden intentions. Instead of exposing them, she merely smiled gently and said, Ah, so you are the sister I have long admired. Stepping closer, she took Shi Yan'er's hand and spoke in a soothing tone. Sister, you seem to be in good spirits, but... She paused, her gaze drifting to Shi Yan'er's abdomen, a knowing smile playing on her lips. This child. I wonder if it is a son or perhaps a cherished little daughter. What? A little daughter?
Chapter 17. A conspiracy. Shi Yan'er's smile faltered.
Disbelief flooding her expression as she stared at Xigong Shui. What did you say? The surrounding guests began to murmur, some unable to contain their shock. What? Not a son? Witnessing the commotion, Mu Zhengyao silently smirked. She was well aware that Xigong Shui would not speak without reason. The true nature of the child within Shi Yan'er was likely known only to her. There's no need to be anxious, sister, Xigong Shui remarked, her smile enigmatic as she regarded Shi Yan'er. I merely possess some medical knowledge, and was speaking offhandedly. However, your pregnancy indeed appears unusual. I wonder which doctor diagnosed you to be so certain it is a boy. Shi Yan'er feigned calmness, yet her eyes darted nervously, her mind already in turmoil. In her quest to secure her position, she had sought out a wandering physician to concoct a false pulse, proclaiming to the world that she carried a boy. Now, Xigong Shui had unveiled her deception. Sister is jesting, Shi Yan'er feigned annoyance, casting a playful glance at Xigong Shui. As a mere woman, I know little of such matters. It was my husband's doctor who said it was nearly certain to be a boy. Surely, he cannot be mistaken. Oh, is that so? Xigong Shui raised an eyebrow. Skepticism evident in her sharp gaze as it swept over Shi Yan'er's face. Yet I have heard, sister, that you have endured considerable hardship to conceive a son? You speak nonsense. Shi Yan'er's complexion shifted as she retorted sharply, By what right do you question me? Do not presume that just because you are a guest of my sister, you can slander me at will. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned to the elderly matriarch. Madam, you must stand up for me. Mu Zhengyao uses her position to oppress me at every turn and has now brought someone to tarnish my reputation. How can I face anyone in the future? The matriarch, already harboring discontent towards Mu Zhengyao, felt a pang of sympathy as she witnessed Shi Yan'er's tear-streaked face. She immediately hardened her expression and turned to Xigong Shui. Young lady, one must speak with evidence. If you cannot provide proof, do not expect me to be courteous. Evidence? Xigong Shui chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. If I recall correctly, my master, the divine physician Huaiyi, is a name that should be familiar to all present, is it not? The crowd gasped in surprise. The name of the divine physician Huaiyi was known far and wide. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Yan'er as she felt a chill creep into her heart. Xigong Shui continued, My master possesses remarkable medical expertise, particularly in the field of obstetrics. He once mentioned a secret medicine that can temporarily alter a pregnant woman's pulse, leading one to mistakenly believe she is carrying a boy. However, this remedy poses great harm to the fetus, and long-term use can lead to. Xigong Shui cast a meaningful glance at Shi Yan'er. Mu Zhengyao cast a cold glance at the pale-faced Shi Yan'er, a mocking smile curving her lips. I thought it was a grave matter, but it appears someone is eager to step into the spotlight. You.
Shi Yan'er's fury bubbled over,
her finger trembling as she pointed at Mu Zhengyao. What do you mean? What do I mean? You know full well. Mu Zhengyao's eyes were icy. radiating an undeniable authority. Miss Sikong's words are not yet finished, and you are already eager to fit yourself into the narrative. It seems you are feeling guilty, aware of how this child came to be. You slander me. Sure, Yenner screamed. The child in my womb is EG's, the legitimate grandson of the Du family. You will not besmirch him.
Oh.
Is that so? Mu Zhengyao laughed coldly, turning to the amused Du Huaiyi. Young Master Du, your esteemed wife insists the child is yours. Pray, enlighten us. Is this child truly of your blood? Du Huaiyi found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected question. He opened his mouth but could find no words to respond.
Seeing Du Huaiyi's silence, panique grippte Xian'er.
She seized his arm, her voice rising in desperation.
Yige.
Speak up. Tell her the child is yours. It is Mu Zhengyao who has deliberately sought to defame us.
Du Huaiyi, overhelmeby Xian'er's frantic shaking.
Shook off her grip in annoyance. Enough. Stop this.
Yige.
Sure, Yenner looked at him in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. What do you mean? Do you really believe this vile woman over me? Du Huaiyi, frazzled by her weeping, rubbed his temples. I will get to the bottom of this. Get to the bottom of this? Mu Zhengyao scoffed. What will that change? Du Huaiyi, we are bound as husband and wife. Do you not know the kind of person I am? When I risked my life for the Du family, where were you? While I struggled alone at the frontier, what were you doing? You need not say anything.
Mu Zhengyao interjected sharply.
Since you choose to trust an outsider over me, what is there left to discuss?
Come.
At her command, several cloaked guards entered, kneeling on one knee.
Miss.
Mu Zhengyao cast a cold glance at the crumpled Yenner, her tone frigid. Remove everything belonging to this woman. She is unworthy of possessing anything that belongs to me. Yes. The guards complied without hesitation, dragging Yenner away, indifferent to her cries and struggles. Meanwhile, the guards began to clear out Yenner's belongings, smashing and discarding everything she had acquired with Mu Zhengyao's money, leaving no mercy in their wake. My pearl necklace. My jade bracelet. My... Yenner watched in horror as her beloved jewelry was shattered, her heart aching as if it were bleeding, yet she was powerless to stop it. In the chaos, her sharp eyes caught sight of a pair of scissors on the table. In a moment of desperation, she seized the scissors and lunged towards Mu Zhengyao. Watch out! A voice cried out from the crowd, but it was all too late. A piercing scream rent the air. Yenner collapsed weakly to the ground, blood dripping from her fingertips, staining the earth crimson. She clutched her abdomen in agony, her eyes filled with venomous resentment as she glared at Mu Zhengyao. You wicked woman!
How could you do this to me?
Silence. The typically silent Sikong Shui could no longer contain her outrage and rebuked sharply. You have acted immorally. And now you dare to bite back? Have you no shame? Sikong Shui had never held any fondness for the two, and now, witnessing Yenner's behavior, her disdain intensified, leading to her unreserved words. Yenner was momentarily taken aback by the sudden reprimand, but soon her cries grew louder. You're lying. It was her. It was her. She babbled incoherently, struggling to articulate her accusations. Enough! An aged voice, filled with fury, interrupted Yenner. The crowd turned to see Lady Du, the mother of Du Huaiyi. She slammed her palm on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Zhengyao. Mu Zhengyao, the child in Yenner's womb is our Du family's flesh and blood. How could you inflict such cruelty? Indeed, you are utterly heartless. A venomous woman. The room erupted with voices of blame and insult, all directed at Mu Zhengyao, as though she were the embodiment of evil. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Mu Zhengyao replied coldly, Since you all doubt my integrity, let the authorities decide. With that, she dismissed the crowd, instructing her hidden guards to report to the officials. Who fears whom?
Lady du retorted defiantly.
I wish to see who is at fault today.
Elise, Yenner panicked.
She had intended to seize this opportunity to drive Mu Zhengyao from the Du family, but she never anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Stealthily, she tugged at Du Huaiyi's sleeve, whispering, Brother I am frightened. Du Huaiyi was equally flustered and at a loss. Just as he opened his mouth to offer comfort, Sikong Shui had already approached Yenner, placing a hand on her wrist. What are you doing? Yenner cried out in terror, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to have Sikong Shui grip it firmly. Do not move. Sikong Shui said coldly, Let me see your injuries. Your false concern is unnecessary. Sure, Yenna struggled to push her away. Your child cannot be saved, Sikong Shui stated matter-of-factly. But do not worry, I will do my utmost to preserve your life. What do you mean?
Yenna guests, her face paling.
Sikong Shui continued. The fetus is already unstable, and with this shock, it has been disturbed. To save the child, unless... She deliberately paused, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Zhengyao before continuing, unless you are willing to give up this child.
What?
Sure, Yenna looked at Sikong Shui in disbelief. What are you saying? I mean exactly what you think, Sikong Shui replied. The fetus cannot be saved. If you insist on carrying it to term, you will only endanger your own life. No.
Impossible.
Sure, Yenna shook her head frantically. My child, my child. She instinctively cradled her belly, as if that could protect the life within. Du Huaiyi shoved aside a maid and rushed toward Mu Zhengyao, shouting, Mu Zhengyao, what have you done to Yenna? Mu Zhengyao's eyes glimmered with mockery. What? Are you feeling pity, Du Gongzi? Du Huaiyi was rendered speechless by her demeanor. Gripping Mu Zhengyao's arm tightly, she forcefully shook off his hand, sneering, What have I done? I wonder what you have done, Du Gongzi. She stepped closer, her gaze piercing as she addressed Du Huaiyi. Du Huaiyi, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. You wish to exploit me? To take advantage of the Mu family? Dream on. Du Huaiyi's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering, yet he stubbornly retorted, You are talking nonsense. Yenna is with child, and yet you treat her this way. Truly heartless. Me? Heartless? Mu Zhengyao let out a bitter laugh. Du Huaiyi, I have fought on the battlefield, guarding our borders. And this is how you repay me? Her sorrow was palpable, threatening to spill from her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, refusing to gaze upon Du Huaiyi's hypocritical face. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the crowd. The prince has arrived. Everyone turned to the sound, witnessing a man clad in a dark embroidered robe, surrounded by a retinue of guards, slowly entering the Du residence's hall. The newcomer was none other than the current regent, Qin Yujun. He surveyed the chaotic hall, his gaze finally landing on Mu Zhengyao, his brow furrowing slightly. Miss Mu, what is happening here? Before Mu Zhengyao could respond, Du Huaiyi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I am asking Miss Mu, when did it become your place to interject? Qin Yujun coldly interrupted him. Du Huaiyi's face fell, and he could only awkwardly retreat, silenced. Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, tempering her swirling emotions, and addressed Qin Yujun softly. Your Highness, I have come today merely to clarify certain matters with Du Gongzi, with no other intentions.
Oh?
Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Clarify? What matters warrant the presence of Miss Mu? Naturally, it pertains to my relationship with Du Gongzi, Mu Zhengyao replied.
Her gaze is sweeping over to Huaiyi and Yenna.
Since Du Gongzi has already found someone dear to him, why persist in entangling with me? Today, I shall take the initiative to dissolve our previous engagement. From this day forth, let us part ways, free from any ties.
Zhengyao. Du Huaiyi face palais instantaneously.
And he rushed toward Mu Zhengyao, attempting to grasp her hand, but was halted by Sikong Shui behind her. Du Gongzi, please conduct yourself with decorum, Sikong Shui stated icily. The decision has already been made. Why must you press further? Du Huaiyi was infuriated, yet he found himself powerless against Sikong Shui. He turned his pleading gaze toward Qin Yujun, hoping for intervention. However, Qin Yujun seemed oblivious to his silent appeal, merely casting a disinterested glance his way. Du Huaiyi, you would do well to understand your standing. Do not forget whom you are addressing. Du Huaiyi's heart sank, and he dared not speak further, helplessly watching as Mu Zhengyao withdrew a jade pendant from her pocket and forcefully shattered it upon the ground. The sound of shattering jade echoed painfully in the silent hall. This pendant was given to me when you and I pledged our hearts to one another. Now, as I break it, it signifies the end of our relationship. She took a deep breath, enunciating each word with clarity. Du Huaiyi, from this moment onward, our bond is severed. We are no longer connected. Bring forth those who will strip Du Huaiyi of his garments. The crowd gasped, bewildered by Mu Zhengyao's sudden command. Du Huaiyi's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Mu Zhengyao, exclaiming, Mu Zhengyao, do not push your luck. Push my luck. Mu Zhengyao let out a cold laugh, her gaze sweeping across the crowd like a blade. For all these years, your Du family has feasted on my dowry and donned the spoils of war I brought back from the frontiers. Now that I reclaim what is rightfully mine, I am deemed as the one who bullies? Her words immediately sent waves of astonishment through the assembly. No one had anticipated that the seemingly illustrious Du family had relied on Mu Zhengyao's dowry to maintain their facade. The ladies who had previously murmured about Mu Zhengyao's broken engagement now regarded Du Huaiyi with disdain and ridicule. Du Huaiyi felt a burning heat rise to his face, as if he had just received a resounding slap. He wished to retort but found himself utterly defenseless. The truth of Mu Zhengyao's claims left him with no grounds for denial. Bring them.
Mu Zhengyao commanded, disregarding du Huaiyi.
Take away everything the Du family owes me. Today, I shall make it known to all that I, Mu Zhengyao, am not a soft persimmon to be bullied. The well-trained servants from the Mu family, upon receiving orders, rushed into the Du residence, retrieving Mu Zhengyao's belongings. The Du residence erupted into chaos, a scene of utter disarray. Qin Yujun observed the spectacle with an amused smile. This Mu Zhengyao was more intriguing than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Shi Yan'er, watching the commotion with growing alarm, clutched Du Huaiyi's sleeve tightly. She had never imagined matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, she believed that carrying Du Huaiyi's child would secure her position, but it now seemed that her hopes were utterly misguided. Mu Zhengyao had no time for Shi Yan'er's panic. Her intent was to escalate the situation and unveil the true nature of the Du family. From this day forth, I, Mu Zhengyao, annul my engagement to Du Huaiyi. From now on, men and women shall marry as they please, and we shall have nothing to do with each other. Her voice rang clear and loud throughout the Du residence. This afternoon, I shall hold a contest for suitors at the entrance of Zhengyao Street. Any eligible man may participate. With that, she did not linger, leading her entourage away, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the astonished gazes of the crowd. Your Highness, Du Huaiyi said. Noticing that Qin Yujun showed no inclination to intervene, panic surged within him. He understood that if word of today's events spread, the Du family would be utterly ruined. Qin Yujun cast a cold glance at him, devoid of warmth. Du Zi, take care of yourself. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Du Huaiyi standing alone, his face as pale as a sheet. As Mu Zhengyao exited the Du residence, she felt a sense of liberation. This breath of relief had been long overdue, and today she could finally exhale it freely. Zhengyao, are you really letting that wretched Shi Yan'er go? Sikong Shui hurried to catch up with Mu Zhengyao, her tone filled with reluctance. She has practically ridden over your head, and you can tolerate this? Mu Zhengyao paused her steps and turned to Sikong Shui, who said, I intend to let her off. Sikong Shui was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Zhengyao, you are indeed clever. I knew you wouldn't let that pair of scoundrels off so easily. Enough with the flattery, Mu Zhengyao said, playfully tapping Sikong Shui on the forehead. You, my friend, are too impatient. Dealing with such people requires patience. What is the rush? Sikong Shui stuck out her tongue, falling silent as she followed Mu Zhengyao back to the Mu residence. Upon returning, Mu Zhengyao instructed her servants to prepare for the contest for suitors that afternoon. Sikong Shui, watching from the side, could not resist asking, Zhengyao, are you really planning to hold a contest? By the way, I had no idea you had any connection with that fox, Qin Yujun. Cough, cough. Sikong Shui's words were interrupted by a gentle cough. Both turned to see Qin Yujun standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Realizing his presence, Sikong Shui discreetly closed her mouth and exchanged knowing glances with Mu Zhengyao before slipping away. Mu Zhengyao shook her head in resignation and turned to Qin Yujun, bowing slightly. Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely words today. I am deeply grateful. There is no need for such formalities, General Mu, Qin Yujun replied with a faint smile. I merely could not tolerate Du Huaiyi's smug demeanor. It had nothing to do with you. Despite his words, if Qin Yujun had not been present today, Mu Zhengyao would likely have found it challenging to extricate herself from the situation. Qin Yujun regarded her with a penetrating gaze, saying nothing more, before turning and leaving. Watching his retreating figure, a glint of coldness flickered in Mu Zhengyao's eyes. This man was indeed, as she had surmised, deeply calculating and shrewd. In the afternoon, Zhengyao Street was bustling with people, a vibrant scene. It was the day of the martial contest for suitors organized by the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and the entire royal city had come to witness the prowess of this heroine. Dressed in military attire, Mu Zhengyao stood proudly on the high platform, surveying the throngs below with a cynical smile. Most of these individuals were drawn by her status and wealth. How many truly sought to marry her?
Zhengyao.
Are you truly resolved? Sikong Shui asked anxiously. Surely among these men, there are many skilled fighters. Do you not trust me? Mu Zhengyao raised an eyebrow. That's not what I meant. Xigong Shui quickly shook her head. Worry not. I am well aware of my limits.
무생계열이 수술했her.
Patting Xigong Shui's hand. She was about to leap onto the stage when Xigong Shui suddenly pulled her back.
Wait.
Let them compete first. Mu Zhengyao acquiesced to Xigong Shui's suggestion. After all, she was not here to genuinely seek a suitor.
Hold on.
A clear, cold voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in white, with a countenance as refined as jade, approaching slowly, flanked by several guards, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ling En? Why has he come? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Ling En, son of the current prime minister, was both accomplished in letters and martial arts, a paragon sought after by countless young ladies. Reaching the base of the platform, Ling En looked up at Mu Zhengyao and smiled gently. I am Ling En, here today to seek the hand of Miss Mu. This declaration immediately stirred a commotion among the spectators. Ling En wished to marry Mu Zhengyao. This was utterly astonishing. Had she not just severed her engagement with Huaiyi? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, and Mu Zhengyao regarded Ling En with a glimmer of amusement. This performance was becoming increasingly entertaining. Just then, another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Look, it's General Xiao Ran and young Master Song Han. Two men emerged from the throng, one after the other. Xiao Ran, the renowned general, was valiant in battle and commanded respect. Song Han, the son of the wealthiest merchant, was charming and exceptionally talented. Both held status and prestige equal to Ling En. Today, they both appeared here, and for the sake of Mu Zhengyao, Ling En and Song Han were the first to compete, but soon they were bested, with Song Han emerging victorious. Just as he was about to bask in glory before Mu Zhengyao, Xiao Ran swiftly leaped forward, engaging him in combat without a word. The two battled fiercely, neither willing to concede. As Mu Zhengyao observed these three lofty figures, her heart remained unperturbed. She held no interest in any of them. What she desired was never wealth or power, nor any lofty status. What she yearned for was simply one thing: wait. At that moment, another voice resounded. The crowd turned to see a tall man clad in a purple brocade robe, strolling towards them with an air of control. The prince? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd gasped, their attention diverted from the two engaged in combat on stage. Qin Yujun, the current regent, revered and immensely powerful. Why was he here? Could it be that he had come for Mu Zhengyao? Chapter 20. Challenge today. I find myself with nothing to do, so I thought I might join the fray, Qin Yujun remarked. Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brows, inwardly thinking, join the fray? This regent certainly has a sense of humor. If he were genuinely here for mere amusement, the sun would surely rise in the west. Her knowledge of this legendary regent, who once wielded immense power, was limited. She only knew that he was favored by the late emperor, having single-handedly vanquished the southern barbarians and earned his reputation as a formidable warrior. Yet, for reasons unknown, after the new emperor ascended, he relinquished his military authority and retreated to seclusion, ignoring worldly affairs. Your Highness jested, Mu Zhengyao replied with a faint smile. It is an honor for a humble girl such as myself to have you here today. Do not be so modest, Miss Mu. Qin Yujun's gaze swept over Ling En, Xiao Ran, and Song Han, finally settling on Ling En with a knowing smile. Didn't you just declare your intent to marry Miss Mu? Is it true? Ling En was momentarily taken aback, but soon straightened his posture and declared, Indeed. I have long admired Miss Mu and have come today to ask for her hand. I hope she will grant my request. Qin Yujun smiled ambiguously before turning to Xiao Ran. And what of General Xiao? It seems you two harbor feelings for Miss Mu? Xiao Ran, known for his rugged demeanor and lack of eloquence, flushed crimson at the question and struggled to find his words. And what about young Master Song? Qin Yujun redirected his attention to Song Han. With grace, Song Han fanned himself and replied, My affection for Miss Mu flows like an endless river. That is enough. Qin Yujun interrupted impatiently. I did not come here to listen to your trivialities. Turning his gaze back to Mu Zhengyao, he declared, I shall take charge today. If any of you can best me in combat, I will withdraw. This announcement sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Everyone knew Qin Yujun was once a warrior of unmatched prowess, but due to a severe illness, he had become frail over the years. Yet, his words implied that his martial skills had significantly recovered. If he truly regained his former strength, who among the three would dare to face him? Was that not courting death? Ling En, Xiao Ran, and Song Han exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Mu Zhengyao inwardly scoffed. This regent was certainly audacious. Are you all too frightened to respond? Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow. If so, then begone. You are nothing but eyesores here. Your Highness, what do you mean? Mu Zhengyao finally could not contain herself. Is my meaning not clear enough? Qin Yujun replied with a wry smile. I am here to extricate you from your predicament. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback, her confusion evident. Qin Yujun ignored her bewilderment and turned his icy gaze back to Ling En and the others. I shall repeat myself. Leave. Ling En and Song Han remained silent, recognizing that in such a moment, silence was the wisest choice. Though they admired Mu Zhengyao's beauty, it was not worth risking their lives against a god of war. Life was paramount. Beauty was indeed precious, but life held greater value. Only Xiao Ran, incensed by Qin Yujun's arrogance, could not contain his fury. His fiery temperament could not abide such provocations. Your Highness, you are mistaken, he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rising abruptly, with eyes blazing. As a man of the Xiao family, none of us fear death. If you wish to marry Miss Mu, you must prove your worth. Just as he reached for his sword, a warm breath brushed past his ear, followed by a deep voice. General Xiao, your sister, Xiao Linger, is still alive. Are you certain you wish to confront me? The secretive transmission struck Xiao Ran like thunder. His hand froze on the sword hilt as he turned to Qin Yujun, his eyes wide in disbelief. Xiao Linger, his sister, had vanished a year prior during an outing, leaving no trace. The Xiao family had searched frantically, turning the capital inside out, yet they found no leads. A month later, the authorities declared her missing, presumed dead. And the family reluctantly accepted this grim reality, erecting a tomb in her honor. But now, Qin Yujun claimed she still lived? Xiao Ran grasped Qin Yujun's collar, his voice trembling as if he were a trapped beast. What did you say? She is alive?
How can that be?
Qin Yujun gently brushed his hand away,
His tone calm.
It is the absolute truth. When have I ever deceived you? Xiao Ran, like a deflated balloon, released his grip and murmured, as long as she lives. That is all that matters. Ling En and Song Han exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. They realized that this seemingly indifferent regent was far more formidable than they had imagined. Mu Zhengyao was equally astonished. While she did not understand why Qin Yujun sought to help her, the depth of his cunning and skill compelled her to regard him with newfound respect. With Xiao Ran now in agreement, Qin Yujun turned to Mu Zhengyao, a playful smile gracing his lips. Then I shall not be polite. Caught off guard by a sudden shift in demeanor, Mu Zhengyao quickly regained her composure and bowed slightly. Your Highness jested. How could I dare to oppose you? She understood well that since he dared to voice such intentions publicly, he must have complete confidence. Rather than confront him, it would be wiser to go with the flow and observe how events unfolded. Excellent. Qin Yujun nodded in satisfaction before addressing Ling En and Song Han. Did you not just vow to marry Miss Mu? Why are you silent now? Are you worried that this old man cannot withstand the strain? Ling En and Song Han turned pale, embarrassment washing over them. Your Highness, you misunderstand. Ling En coughed awkwardly, forcing a smile. We merely worry for your health, not wishing to disturb your tranquility. Indeed, Song Han chimed in. Your Highness, you are a precious being. You must not risk your well-being for us mere mortals. Qin Yujun regarded them with an amused gaze, choosing not to expose their falsehoods. Very well. I shall graciously accept your concerns. He then turned back to Mu Zhengyao, his tone softer, almost unrecognizable from before. Miss Mu, would you consent to marry me? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily stunned, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never had she anticipated that she would ultimately wed this regent, who wielded such power. She met Qin Yujun's intense gaze, which bore a depth of unspoken affection. Was this passion genuine, or merely a facade? Mu Zhengyao felt a sense of uncertainty, yet she understood that her options had become severely limited. I am willing, she declared, her voice as delicate as a feather, yet resonating clearly in the ears of those present. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his mood markedly elevated. Bring the sedan. This prince shall escort Miss Mu into the palace to express gratitude. Within the imperial study, Xiao Rongji observed the two standing side by side. Regent, what do you mean by this? he asked through gritted teeth. You are fully aware that I intend to grant Mu Zhengyao in marriage to Du Huaiyi. Why do you persist in meddling? Your Majesty, you are mistaken. Qin Yujun replied with calm composure, bowing slightly. I merely could not bear to see a beauty in sorrow, hence I offered my assistance. Assistance? Xiao Rongji scoffed. You are attempting a coup. You exaggerate. Your Majesty, Qin Yujun maintained his serene demeanor. I have simply come to request something from you. What do you desire? Xiao Rongji inquired warily. With all due respect, I humbly request a decree from your Majesty to annul Miss Mu's marriage. Chapter 21. Entering the palace, the regent is jesting. Xiao Rongji retorted. You speak of a beauty sorrow, yet I perceive your intentions lie elsewhere. When did you recover your martial prowess to deceive me for so long? Qin Yujun refrained from answering and instead posed a question of his own. Is your Majesty implying that I would dare to deceive you? His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather, yet such a nonchalant demeanor only incited further ire in Xiao Rongji. It was evident that Xiao Rongji recognized Qin Yujun's pretense. Yet he found himself powerless to act against him. Your Majesty, Fuan, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward, lowering his voice. If I may be so bold, did the prince not display remarkable skill during the martial competition? Fuan did not continue, yet Xiao Rongji instantly grasped his implication. Indeed, the martial competition. He had initially believed it to be proof of Qin Yujun's restored abilities, yet now it seemed the situation was far more complex. Are you suggesting that? Fuan lowered his gaze, concealing the brilliance in his eyes, and replied softly, I dare not speak recklessly, but if the prince truly bore an injury, how could he excel in the martial competition? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongji fell silent. Indeed, Fuan's words held merit. If Qin Yujun had truly been gravely injured, how could he have performed so effortlessly? Unless he had been acting from the very beginning. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill ran through Xiao Rongji. This Qin Yujun was adept at concealing his true nature. He had thought he had Qin Yujun firmly under control, only to discover he had been the one manipulated from the start. Regent, such skillful tactics, Xiao Rongji inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his anger. I underestimated you. Qin Yujun merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. You seek an annulment, do you? Xiao Rongji, struggling to contain his fury, declared, Very well, I shall grant it.
With that,
he took up his brush and inscribed a decree, sealing it with the imperial jade stamp before tossing it before Qin Yujun.
Take it.
Your Majesty, the decree is issued. I must take my leave, Qin Yujun stated, grasping Mu Zhengyao's hand and turning to depart. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Rongji's expression darkened ominously. Your Majesty, Fuan called with concern.
Get out.
Xiao Rongji bellowed in rage. Fuan trembled in fear and hastily exited the imperial study. Alone on the dragon throne, Xiao Rongji clenched his fists tightly. Qin Yujun, wait for your reckoning. One day, you shall pay for this. Outside the imperial study, Mu Zhengyao attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet he tightened his grip. Let us go. This palace is no place to linger, Qin Yujun said coolly. As they descended the steps of white jade, Mu Zhengyao remained silent. My lord, release me. I can walk by myself. She exerted herself to shake free, but his hold was unwavering. Where do you intend to go? Qin Yujun finally glanced down at her. Naturally, I shall return to the Du residence to present this annulment. Why the haste? Qin Yujun interrupted. It is late. As a delicate woman, do you not fear encountering danger on your solitary journey back? Mu Zhengyao paused, realizing the sun had indeed set, casting a crimson hue across the horizon while dusk enveloped the palace walls. What of it? She bit her lip and replied. One must first secure a place to rest. Qin Yujun observed her, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Do you wish to sleep on the streets? Mu Zhengyao certainly did not wish for such a fate, yet the prospect of sharing a room with Qin Yujun felt exceedingly awkward. My lord is jesting. I shall find an inn, she insisted. No need for any trouble. Qin Yujun interrupted once more. My villa is nearby. If Miss Mu does not mind, you may stay there for the time being.
Mu Zhengyao hesitated.
She had intended to refuse, but upon reflection, she realized she was without funds and had no better options. Noticing her reluctance, Qin Yujun smiled gently, taking her hand as he led her away from the palace. My lord, I can walk on my own. Mu Zhengyao protested, nearly running to keep pace with his strides. I fear you might get lost, Qin Yujun replied without looking back, his grip on her hand unwavering. With no choice, Mu Zhengyao acquiesced. allowing him to guide her out of the imperial palace. Outside the palace gates, a simple carriage stood quietly, incongruous with Qin Yujun's status. My lord's carriage? Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. Given Qin Yujun's position, one would expect a retinue, yet today seemed different. Is it surprising? He asked, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I have fallen from grace with the emperor. What use is this identity now? As he spoke, he suddenly erupted into a violent cough, his complexion paling. My lord! Mu Zhengyao gasped, quickly reaching out to support him. Are you alright? It is nothing, merely an old ailment. He waved her off, signaling he was fine. Qin Yujun covered his mouth, his body hunched as if a gust could topple him. Mu Zhengyao felt a mixture of emotions. She wanted to push him away, but found herself unable to do so. My lord, are you truly unwell? She inquired again. He gestured dismissively, indicating he was not gravely harmed, though his pallor remained alarming. He slowly approached the carriage, where a silent dark guard immediately descended to assist him respectfully. Let us depart. Qin Yujun instructed in a low voice. The guard, wordlessly, helped him into the carriage before turning to Mu Zhengyao, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Feeling uneasy under his stare, Mu Zhengyao steeled herself and climbed aboard the carriage. As they rolled away from the palace, Mu Zhengyao lifted the curtain. Gazing back at the grand palace, her heart filled with confusion. She was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong, yet she knew there was no turning back. What exactly does my lord intend to do? Mu Zhengyao lowered the curtain and turned to face Qin Yujun, who reclined against the carriage wall, his eyes partially closed. Seemingly oblivious to her words. My lord! She raised her voice, her tone tinged with displeasure. Finally, Qin Yujun opened his eyes and turned to her, a smile playing on his lips. What is it? Is Miss Mu concerned for this prince? Mu Zhengyao felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and turned her face away. I merely wish to understand the purpose behind the prince bringing me here. Purpose? Qin Yujun chuckled lightly. Am I not assisting you, dear Miss Mu? Do you not desire the imperial decree? Would you prefer to continue enduring the whims of that foolish monarch? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet she was reluctant to owe Qin Yujun any favors. What? Out of words? Qin Yujun observed her, a teasing glint in his eyes. In that case, why not offer yourself to me, You? Mu Zhengyao widened her eyes, disbelief etched on her face. Surely the prince jest? I never jest. Qin Yujun straightened his posture, his gaze piercing as he regarded her. Miss Mu, I have indeed won you through the martial contest.
Impossible.
Without a second thought, Mu Zhengyao rejected the notion. The contest was merely a collaboration, and besides, I am not acquainted with his highness. How could? Surely, you have heard the phrase love blossoms over time? Qin Yujun interrupted her. Mu Zhengyao was rendered speechless by his audacity. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. What? Are you shy now? Qin Yujun's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded her, his smile widening. Fear not. I shall treat you well. Who wants your kindness? Mu Zhengyao's words were cut short as a sudden commotion outside the carriage shattered the previously intimate atmosphere. Who dares to obstruct the regent's carriage? A guard's stern voice rang out. I am Yun Fan, seeking an audience with my father and grandfather. Chapter 22. The Secret Letter. Aunt, are you unharmed? Did they trouble you? Mu Zhengyao's heart warmed as she gently patted his back, soothingly assuring Yun Fan, do not fear. Your aunt is well. See? I am perfectly fine. But, following his gaze, Mu Zhengyao noticed Qin Yujun still wore that sickly demeanor. Yun Fan, show some respect. Mu Zhengyao chided softly, then turned to Qin Yujun. Her tone polite yet distant. Your Highness, this is my elder brother's eldest son, Mu Yun Fan. Qin Yujun nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. Yun Fan clung to Mu Zhengyao, his voice thick with emotion. Aunt, I finally found you. My uncle and I almost. Yun Fan speaks slowly. What has happened? Mu Zhengyao steadied his shoulders, her eyes filled with concern. My uncle and I were traveling when suddenly we were surrounded by a group of men in black. Without saying a word, they encircled us. My uncle was injured while trying to protect me, Yun Fan recounted, tears brimming in his eyes. But thankfully, Uncle Lingfeng appeared just in time to drive them away and rescue us. He told me to find you, assuring me he would keep my uncle safe. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao understood. Lingfeng was Qin Yujun's personal guard, highly skilled. With him around, her elder brother's safety was assured. It seemed all of this was part of Qin Yujun's scheme, deliberately orchestrated to place her in his debt, thus enabling him to make unreasonable demands.
Contemplating this,
Mu Zhengyao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Qin Yujun truly had a knack for manipulation. Yun Fan, do not worry. Your aunt is here, and no one shall harm you. She gently stroked Yun Fan's hair, offering her comfort. She then lifted him into the carriage and instructed the driver to the Duke's residence. As the carriage began to move, Mu Zhengyao turned her gaze towards the still-closed eyes of Qin Yujun, her tone calm, yet laced with hidden sharpness. Your Highness, what a splendid strategy you have employed. Are you enjoying this performance? Qin Yujun slowly opened his eyes, regarding Mu Zhengyao with a playful smile.
Miss Mu, you jest.
I am merely assisting a friend.
Yet.
It appears you harbor some grievances against me? Your Highness overthinks. I simply find your friend rather unwise for employing such crude tactics to elicit my sympathy. Mu Zhengyao met his gaze, without flinching.
Oh?
Then, what would you deem a clever approach? Qin Yujun, unperturbed, smiled with interest. At the very least, I should not be regarded as a fool, Mu Zhengyao replied coldly, enunciating each word. Your Highness is quite well informed to learn so swiftly of Yun Fan's visit. Qin Yujun opened his eyes fully, a weak smile gracing his pale features. I merely happen to hear that Minshan City has been unsettled recently. Thus, I sent someone ahead to ensure the safety of the Mu family. I did not expect you to misconstrue my intentions. You are thoughtful, Mu Zhengyao replied coolly. Though her mind was filled with scorn, Minshan City was remote and typically tranquil. What could have caused such upheaval? Was Qin Yujun truly so brazen as to think she was naive enough to believe him? It was a mere trifle. You need not take it to heart. Qin Yujun said, lightly coughing a few times, a faint flush appearing on his pallid face. It is getting late. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, he closed his eyes once more, lapsing into silence. Watching him, as if he might perish at any moment, Mu Zhengyao found herself filled with doubt. Had she misjudged him? And why had he not tested her resolve regarding the marriage proposition? Your Highness, take care. As she watched Qin Yujun's carriage disappear from view, Mu Zhengyao lowered her gaze towards Mu Yun Fan at her side, gently asking, Yun Fan, how is your uncle faring? He is fine, just a bit injured. Yun Fan shook his head, concern etched on his small face. Aunt, who were those men in black? Why do they want to capture me and my uncle? Mu Zhengyao's heart sank. This matter was indeed complicated. Do not fear, Yun Fan. Your aunt will uncover the truth, she reassured him, gently patting his back. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Mu Zhengyao settled Yun Fan and then retreated to her study, meticulously reflecting on the events of the day. Those men in black had a clear objective. They were evidently targeting the Mu family. But what could the Mu family, now just a widow and an orphan, possibly possess that would warrant such interest? A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that those individuals sought to eradicate them entirely? Miss, the young madam has arrived. A maid's voice interrupted Mu Zhengyao's train of thought. Let her in. I heard Yun Fan has returned. I came to see him, Zhang Fair, her sister-in-law, said with a smile, though her gaze lingered on Mu Zhengyao's somewhat pale complexion. What is it? You look unwell. Have you grown weary from your travels? Mu Zhengyao shook her head, guiding Zhang Fair to sit at the table. I am fine. Merely encountered a bit of trouble. What sort of trouble? Zhang Fair inquired with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Zhengyao recounted the day's events to her. What? Such a thing occurred? Zhang Fair's face paled as she listened, incredulity washing over her. Those men in black are extraordinarily bold. Indeed, I fear, Mu Zhengyao began but suddenly halted, her gaze falling upon the envelope in Zhang Fair's hand. What is this? Zhang Fair recollected her purpose for visiting and hurriedly handed the envelope to Mu Zhengyao. This is a letter from home that I just received. Take a look. Mu Zhengyao accepted the envelope, opened it, and her expression immediately turned grave. The letter was penned by Zhang Yan, the younger brother of Zhang Fair. In it, he expressed that the Zhang family had recently encountered some upheavals. The family head had suddenly fallen gravely ill, and several uncles were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the position of patriarch. As the younger brother of the family head, Zhang Yan naturally found himself in a precarious situation, becoming the target of many. How could this happen? The Zhang and Mu families had long enjoyed a harmonious relationship as close allies. How could such turmoil arise so suddenly? I suspect that this situation has been orchestrated by someone with ill intentions.
Zhang Fair lowered her voice.
indicating that there are those who do not wish to see the Zhang and Mu families flourish. She did not elaborate further, but Mu Zhengyao understood her implication. The only person capable of simultaneously targeting both families was none other than Qin Yujun. Chapter 23. Circumventing sister-in-law, you need not worry excessively. I will compose a letter and send my people to the Zhang family to assess the situation and do my utmost to mediate, Mu Zhengyao reassured her. Zhang Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Mu Zhengyao's hand, her voice trembling. Zhengyao, I truly owe you so much. You are the only one who can assist me now. Mu Zhengyao gently patted the back of her hand, soothingly replying, between us, there is no need for gratitude. Rest assured, I will ensure that the Zhang family remains safe. Once Zhang Fei's emotions had calmed somewhat, Mu Zhengyao pressed on, sister-in-law. You mentioned suspecting that someone is deliberately targeting the Zhang and Mu families. Do you have any evidence?
Zhang Fei shook her head.
It is merely a conjecture.
I pušaš no tangible proof.
Everything has unfolded so suddenly that I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Mu Zhengyao contemplated for a moment before refraining from further questioning. Instead, she remarked, I comprehend your concerns. In fact, I have made a discovery, but... She paused, retrieving a bright yellow imperial edict from her sleeve and presenting it to Zhang Fei. You may wish to examine this for yourself. With a puzzled expression, Zhang Fei accepted the yellow scroll and slowly unfurled it. The familiar script revealed an edict permitting Mu Zhengyao to annul her engagement to Huaiyi. She gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Mu Zhengyao. This cannot be true. The emperor has granted his consent for me to divorce Huaiyi. However, Zhang Fei hesitated, her gaze fixed on the edict, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that if Mu Zhengyao had not been driven to the brink, she would never easily relinquish this marriage. Sister-in-law, I know what troubles you. Mu Zhengyao took her hand. I will not let this matter rest. Huaiyi and that sure Yener will pay the price. Yet, Zhang Fei still harbor concerns. If you propose divorce now, might it not alert them? What if they act out of desperation? Rest assured, I will exercise caution. My intention is to lower their guard and then catch them all at once. What do you intend to do?
Zhang Fei inquired, looking intently at Mu Zhengyao.
I need your assistance. Mu Zhengyao leaned closer, whispering in her ear. I require your help in confirming the identity of a certain individual. Confirming someone? Zhang Fei looked at her in confusion. Indeed, Mu Zhengyao nodded. Do you recall the man you saw at the tea house with Huaiyi? Zhang Fei thought back, realizing that she had been too engrossed in conversation with Mu Zhengyao to pay attention to anyone else. The tea house had been bustling with patrons, and she had no memory of the man. I can't quite recall, she admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Not to worry, I will take you to identify him. Qinglu, a simple phrase that left Zhang Fei wide-eyed in disbelief as she gazed at Mu Zhengyao. Mu Zhengyao retrieved a set of male attire from her wardrobe, tossing it to Zhang Fei.
Put this on.
Zhengyao, what are you doing? Zhang Fei stammered, holding the garments awkwardly. Do not fret, Mu Zhengyao replied, donning her own male attire as she spoke. I will disguise myself as you. You simply need to follow my lead and help me identify that man. Observing Zhang Fei's transformed appearance, Mu Zhengyao nodded in satisfaction. Let us proceed. At the establishment named Drunken Spring Breeze, a delicate voice called from behind. Gentlemen, why not summon some ladies to enjoy a drink with you? We do not require such company. Ladies should attend to other patrons. Mu Zhengyao replied coolly. Oh dear. How could two gentlemen be so unromantic? The woman giggled. Our star performer is right here. You should take a look. Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to decline, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette in the corner, a lone figure drowning his sorrows in drink. Despite his attempts to conceal himself in the shadows, she recognized him as the mysterious man who had met with Huaiyi at the tea house. Very well, please summon your star performer, Mu Zhengyao said, maintaining her composure while observing the man's every move. The enigmatic figure appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing to drink alone, cup after cup. Zhengyao, look. Zhang Fei gently tugged at Mu Zhengyao's sleeve, lowering her voice. That man has the crest of the Fujiwara clan tattooed on his wrist. The Fujiwara family has long sworn fealty to the Imperial House of Japan. He must be one of their warriors. Mu Zhengyao's heart quickened. Years ago, she had traveled with her brother and spent some time in Japan, during which Zhang Fei, as her brother's wife, had accompanied them. Could it be? Are you suggesting that someone from the Imperial House of Japan is here? Mu Zhengyao asked, her voice barely above a whisper. 10 years ago, Japan fell to foreign invaders. and its royal family disappeared without a trace. For all these years, they have been unaccounted for. Could it be that Zhang Fei hesitated? Recalling the brutal war of annihilation that had befallen Japan, leaving no survivors among the royal family. Was this man truly a servant of the imperial house? I can only speculate, Zhang Fei sighed. Although I resided in Japan for a time with your brother, I had little interaction with the royals. I only occasionally heard of their custom of tattooing their family crest. Esteemed gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to our star performer. The woman leading a group of exquisitely adorned ladies approached, but was abruptly interrupted by Mu Zhengyao. That will not be necessary. My brother and I have other plans and must take our leave. With that, they rose to depart. Oh, dear, are you two leaving? Young Master Yu specifically requested to invite you for a drink. Do not disappoint him. Young Master Yu? Oh, you must be from out of town. Who in the capital does not know young Master Yu? He is renowned for his charm and lavish generosity. And many sons of high-ranking families seek to curry favor with him. Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to refuse, she suddenly spotted two figures entering the establishment, Du Huaiyi and Song Han. What a twist of fate. Mu Zhengyao's mind raced. Given the current decline of the Mu family, it would be unwise to confront Du Huaiyi directly. Moreover, her purpose for visiting Drunken Spring Breeze was to uncover the identity of the mysterious man. If she left now, she would miss a crucial opportunity. With this thought in mind, she declared, since young Master Yu has extended such a warm invitation, my brother and I cannot refuse. Lead the way. The woman clearly did not anticipate Mu Zhengyao's sudden change of heart, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Oh, you are indeed a straightforward gentleman. I shall escort you at once. With that, she swayed her hips enticingly, guiding Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei upstairs. Young Master Yu, our esteemed guests have arrived.
Come in.
Chapter 24. Smoke and clouds disperse come in. With a slightly somber male voice, the woman pushed open the door of the Listening Rain Pavilion. What greeted her was an elegantly adorned private chamber, where the air was imbued with a faint aroma of incense. A man clad in a purple brocade robe sat by the window with his back to them, holding a cup of wine, seemingly admiring the scenery outside. Young Master Yu, the two gentlemen you wish to see have arrived, the woman gracefully announced, swaying her hips as she approached the man. Upon hearing her words, he turned to reveal an exceptionally handsome face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips that curled into a smile that was almost teasing. His every gesture exuded an innate air of nobility. Please take a seat, gentlemen, he said with a slight smile, gesturing for them to sit. Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei complied, and the woman returned with 2 cups of wine, filling them for the guests. My surname is Ji, given name Siyu. May I inquire your names? The man lifted his cup, signaling towards them. One may not be so presumptuous. I am Mu Zhengyao, she replied calmly, raising her cup to lightly clink it against his.
This is my sister-in-law.
So it is young Master Mu and the lady, Ji Siu smiled. Might I ask what brings you both to the spring drunkenness today? Is there a special arrangement? To be frank, we are here to inquire about young Master Yu. Mu Zhengyao paused deliberately, casting a glance at the screen behind Ji Siu, and lowered her voice. Ji Siu raised an eyebrow, intrigued rather than offended.
Oh?
May I ask why young Master Mu seeks information about me? To be candid, I have heard that young Master Yu shares a close relationship with Du Huaiyi.
Mu Zhengyao feigned mystery.
I have some past grievances with him, hence my desire to investigate his background. Ji Siu fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Young Master Mu is indeed forthright. Yes, I do have some dealings with Du Huaiyi, but merely in business. Business dealings?
Mu Zhengyao feigned confusion.
What sort of business do you conduct with him? I am involved in the spice trade, Ji Siu replied with a faint smile. Du Huaiyi has certain connections in the court that facilitate my spices being sold to the high-ranking officials.
Ise mus Zhengyao notet inwardly smirking.
The spice trade? Surely it can't be that simple. You seem quite interested in my identity, young Master Mu. Ji Siu suddenly probed, his gaze sharp as it bore into her. A hint of disdain crossed Mu Zhengyao's face. So you engage in such flattery. I had thought it was something of greater significance. With that, she purposely slammed her cup onto the table, producing a sharp sound that splashed a few drops of wine onto Ji Siu's hand. Unfazed, Ji Siu merely smiled at her. Young Master Mu is jesting. There are no grand businesses in this world, merely mutual needs. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled out a silk handkerchief, leisurely wiping away the non-existent wine stains on his hand. Indeed, merely mutual needs, Mu Zhengyao echoed, though her peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement behind the screen. Her heart stirred. She stood up nonchalantly. It is getting late, my sister-in-law, and I must take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality today, young Master Yu. GCU rose as well. Are you both leaving so soon? I had hoped to converse further with young Master Mu. At that moment, a commotion erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of musical instruments, signaling the start of a new round of song and dance performances. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. It seemed the noise originated from the private chamber of Du Huaiyi. Young Master Yu, she began to excuse herself, but felt GCU's hand gently clasp her wrist. Why the haste to depart, young Master Mu? GCU's voice was low and magnetic, laced with an undeniable authority. Since you are here, why not stay a while longer to enjoy the revelry of spring drunkenness? Mu Zhengyao suppressed a cold laugh within. GCU was indeed meticulous. It appeared that uncovering his true identity would require a different approach. No need. We wouldn't want to disturb young Master Yu's business, she said, standing and offering a slight bow. I hope today's matters remain confidential. Of course, GCU replied, standing with a knowing smile. Rest assured, young Master Mu. My association with Du Huaiyi is not that of true friends. Should you require assistance, I would be interested in collaborating. Mu Zhengyao's heart stirred. Was GCU extending an olive branch? It seemed her visit to spring drunkenness was indeed worthwhile. I appreciate young Master Yu's goodwill. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall pay a visit, she replied with a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed a subtle chill. Collaboration? Young Master Yu, you jest. GCU did not confirm nor deny, merely gazing deeply at her. When the time comes, young Master Mu will surely recall my words today. With that, he turned to instruct his attendant to escort Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei out through the back door. As they followed the attendant around the screen and descended a narrow staircase, a heavy scent of perfume mixed with raucous laughter from men assaulted their senses, making them feel ill. This place is truly filled with vice, Zhang Fei could not help but complain, covering her nose. Mu Zhengyao gently patted her hand, signaling her to keep quiet and be cautious of eavesdroppers. Zhang Fei, however, shook her head, seemingly compelled to speak. I have heard that members of the Fusang royal family bear a flame-shaped family crest tattoo on their left chest. Mu Zhengyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to verify this information. Upon returning to the Mu residence, before Mu Zhengyao could catch her breath, a servant reported that Song Han wished to see her. She inwardly scoffed. Du Huaiyi was indeed impatient, sending someone to gather information so swiftly. Please, let young Master Song in. Song Han entered the hall, dressed in a blue robe, exuding elegance. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, he paused for a moment before bowing.
Igrit mismo.
There is no need for such formalities, young Master Song. Please take a seat, Mu Zhengyao replied. As Song Han settled down, his gaze lingered on Mu Zhengyao's face, seemingly hesitant to speak. Mu Zhengyao remained silent, elegantly lifting her cup of tea and gently blowing at the floating leaves. I have heard that Miss Mu went to the palace today to seek a decree. Song Han finally broke the silence. You are quite well informed, young Master Song. Mu Zhengyao set her cup down, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What, has Lord Du grown restless and sent you to spy on me? Song Han's expression shifted momentarily before returning to calm. You know that is not my intention. I am merely concerned for you. Moreover, has our friendship over the years truly dissipated so easily? I understand you harbor grievances, but the Du family enjoys the Emperor's favor. You must not act impulsively. Some matters are not as simple as they appear. Not as simple as they appear? Mu Zhengyao scoffed, slamming her cup onto the table. In your opinion, is it my limited perspective, or does young Master Du have deeper secrets? Song Han opened his mouth as if to say something but fell silent, swallowed by the chill of her gaze.
Is it so?
Young Master Song also possesses unspoken burdens? Mu Zhengyao pressed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Or perhaps you and Du Huaiyi are in cahoots. Song Han abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with hurt.
Zhengyao.
You know very well that I am not. What should I know? Mu Zhengyao interrupted him, her tone icy. All I know is that while my husband is indulging in his affair with his concubine, I have been kept in the dark, made to appear the fool. Song Han wished to say more, but Mu Zhengyao raised her hand to silence him. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, 3 days hence. My mother is hosting a banquet, inviting the ladies of the city. You should come. Mu Zhengyao turned around, puzzled. Why does Lady Song wish to invite me? Mother has long wished to act as a matchmaker for us, Song Han explained. Now that you are a widow, if you are willing, Mu Zhengyao's heart trembled. She understood his implication all too well. Having known each other since childhood, their bond was undeniable. However, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leaving her heart cold and lifeless. Song Gongzi, you jest, she suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining a facade of prideful indifference. My affair with Huaiyi has caused quite the stir, and now I seek only a life of simplicity, free from the burdens of fame and fortune. Your esteemed family, flourishing in the court, is hardly compatible with my desire for a tranquil existence. Song Han attempted to continue, but Mu Zhengyao interrupted. Let's not speak of my father and brother's matters, which are fraught with suspicion. My sole wish now is to uncover the truth and restore their honor. This matter is indeed. I am aware of the stakes, Mu Zhengyao interjected, taking a deep breath. But until I unveil the truth, I cannot find peace. At this moment, I have no interest in romantic entanglements. Song Han regarded the seemingly delicate yet resolute woman before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized he could not sway Mu Zhengyao and sighed. Very well, you have your own resolve. I shall speak no more. Just remember to exercise caution. And should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Unbeknownst to them, outside the open window, a figure cloaked in pale moonlight quietly concealed itself in the shadows. Had Mu Zhengyao turned around at that moment, she would have recognized the man as the current regent, Qin Yujun. He had come to check on her well-being, but had inadvertently overheard their conversation. So someone had already taken the initiative in his absence? Your Highness? A youthful voice broke the silence, causing Qin Yujun to quickly mask his emotions. Turning, he found a small boy, exquisitely chiseled, gazing at him with curious, pearl-like eyes. Yin Fan? Qin Yujun frowned slightly. What brings you here? Sure, Your Highness. I want to tell anyone about what I overheard, the child assured, his demeanor surprisingly mature, embodying the lofty spirit of the Mu family. Qin Yujun understood. The boy had indeed heard his words, though he was unsure of how much. Taking a deep breath to quell his swirling emotions, Qin Yujun regained his composure. Did your aunt truly say she has no interest in romantic affairs? Mu Yunfan, with the poise of a little adult, placed his hands behind his back, tilting his head as he scrutinized Qin Yujun. I'll keep your secret, but... He elongated his words, his eyes darting as if weighing something significant. What about that? About what? Qin Yujun inquired patiently, aware of the child's cleverness and determination. Your Highness, don't think you can fool me. Mu Yunfan scrunched his little nose, speaking in an unusually serious tone. You say my aunt has no interest in love. But can you guarantee that Song Han truly cares for her? My mother always said that men speak one way and act another. Who knows if Song Han is just sweet-talking her now, only to forget her once he achieves success. Qin Yujun was amused by the boy's words. How could someone so young possess such insight? What do you, a mere child, know of love? He teased, reaching out to ruffle Mu Yunfan's hair, only to have the boy deftly dodge his hand. Your Highness, don't. Mu Yunfan protested, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Though I am young, I am well-read and worldly. My mother said that a woman must seek a man who truly cherishes her, rather than he paused, mimicking the tone of an adult. Shaking his head. Better to be a humble wife than a high-status concubine. Qin Yujun could not help but chuckle. The child was indeed eloquent, already considering his aunt's future. A sudden thought struck him. Yun Fan, you are right. Song Han may not be reliable, he said, crouching to meet the boy's gaze earnestly. What if your aunt were to marry me instead? How would that be? What? Mu Yunfan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most outrageous statement. He scrutinized Qin Yujun closely, then disdainfully remarked, You are even older than Song Han. My aunt would never like you. Qin Yujun found himself both amused and bewildered by the child's candidness. Old? How am I old? I am merely a few years your aunt's senior. A few years is still a lot. Mu Yunfan retorted. Besides, what can you offer her? What do you have that Song Han does not? What I can provide, Song Han cannot, Qin Yujun replied steadily, his gaze resolute. I can give her a stable home, protect her from harm, and assist her in uncovering the truth behind the Mu family's tragedy. Mu Yunfan was momentarily taken aback. Despite his youth, he understood that his aunt's deepest desire was to reveal the truth about her parents and kin, to restore the Mu family's honor. These were things Song Han could not provide. He could only offer empty promises of love. Can you truly do that? Mu Yunfan asked. Qin Yujun nodded solemnly. I swear on my life that I will seek justice for your aunt. However, Mu Yunfan hesitated. Although he sensed sincerity in Qin Yujun's words, he still had doubts. But my aunt, enough. He blurted out. I don't like you anyway. Qin Yujun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mu Zhengyao would refuse him for such a reason. He touched his face, bemused, realizing how he was perceived in her eyes. Chapter 26. Ghost Guard Miss. What troubles you? Bai Yun, the devoted maid, observed Mu Zhengyao's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Mu Zhengyao shook her head. It is nothing. Merely a bit fatigued. With that, she turned to head indoors. Bai Yun hurried to follow, unfastening the heavy hair ornaments from Mu Zhengyao's head as she spoke softly. Miss, do you truly intend to investigate the matters concerning your father and brother? I heard that young master do. Silence. Mu Zhengyao interjected in a low voice, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. This matter must not be mentioned again. Bai Yun quickly bowed in apology. It was my thoughtlessness. Please forgive me, miss. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Mu Zhengyao softened her tone. Rise. I did not intend to scold you. This matter is of utmost importance. And you must not utter a word of it again. Do you understand?
Bai Yun nodded vigorously.
I understand. I will never speak of it again. Mu Zhengyao waved her hand, dismissing her maid, and walked to the window, gazing out into the pitch-black night, her thoughts swirling. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting over the courtyard wall. Who goes there? Mu Zhengyao called out sharply, her hand instinctively reaching for the whip at her waist. Yet, all that responded was the howling wind. Had she merely imagined it?
Miss.
Miss. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. A hint of panic laced Bai Yun's voice as she exclaimed, Miss, Mu Shaoxi requests an audience, claiming to have news about the vice commander. Mu Zhengyao's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, she hastily concealed her token and hurried to the door, flinging it open to admit him. Mu Shaoxi, the messenger for the Mu family army, had narrowly escaped disaster when misfortune befell the Mu family years ago. For all this time, he had been covertly investigating matters concerning the family. Miss, I have finally located the vice commander, he declared. What did you say? Mu Zhengyao asked with urgency. Where is he now? The vice commander is alive, but what? Please do tell. Mu Zhengyao urged, her heart racing with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Mu Shaoxi clenched his teeth and replied, the vice commander is currently trapped in the black market. What? Trapped in the black market? How can that be? We must go. To the black market. Night had fallen and two swift steeds galloped forth, making their way to the outskirts of the city where the black market lay. As its name suggests, the black market only existed during the night, a place teeming with all manner of illicit transactions, strictly prohibited by the authorities. Yet for Mu Zhengyao, the prospect of finding the vice commander outweighed any risks. She was prepared to brave any peril. Navigating through twisting alleyways, Mu Shaoxi finally led Mu Zhengyao to an inconspicuous inn deep within the black market. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and the cacophony of voices. A chaotic mix of individuals from all walks of life, permeated by the nauseating stench of sweat and liquor. Steeling herself against the discomfort, Mu Zhengyao approached the counter and coldly inquired, Innkeeper, I seek information about an individual. The innkeeper, a wiry, short man with shifty triangular eyes, scrutinized Mu Zhengyao, noting her ordinary attire but the unmistakable aura of nobility that surrounded her. My dear lady, you jest. The black market is filled with masked figures. How could anyone know who is who? Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what I need to know. Mu Shaoxi, unable to contain his temper, stepped forward, his tone menacing. The innkeeper, recognizing the imposing figure before him, felt a flicker of fear but attempted to maintain his composure. I assure you, good sir, I speak only the truth. Even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't know who you seek. Mu Zhengyao, cursing the sly old fox inwardly, remained impassive. From her robe, she produced a silver ingot, placing it gently upon the counter. I require but a name. The price is negotiable. The innkeeper's eyes brightened at the sight of the silver. Although the black market facilitated numerous trades, the most valuable commodity was information, and for the right price. There were few things that could not be revealed. Just as he reached for the silver, a dart fell from Mu Zhengyao's waist. The dart, entirely black, glinted ominously at the tip, unmistakably coated in deadly poison. This was the very dart that had been used against her in the Mu residence, which she had kept on her person, unaware it would prove useful at this moment. Upon seeing the dart, the innkeeper's countenance paled, and he gasped, "The ghost guard?" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he trembled. "Miss, spare my life. I am but a humble trader. I know nothing. I ask you one last time." Mu Zhengyao's voice was icy. "Have you seen a critically injured man?" "Yes, yes." The innkeeper, thoroughly frightened, could no longer conceal the truth. "A few days ago, an old man named Huang took a severely wounded man from here." "Huang? Where is he?"
Mu Zhengyao pressed.
"He resides near the outskirts of the city, close to the potter's field, and specializes in concocting poisons." Without waiting for the innkeeper to finish, Mu Zhengyao snatched up the silver and turned to Mu Shaoxi. "Let us go." "Yes, miss." Hastily, Mu Zhengyao and Mu Shaoxi departed the inn, heading straight for the potter's field. Inside, the innkeeper collapsed to the ground, still in shock. How could the ghost guard be involved? He muttered to himself, "This is truly a grave predicament." Meanwhile, as Mu Zhengyao rode, her mind was awash with questions. What was the origin of that dart? She pondered, why had the innkeeper been so terrified upon seeing it? Upon reaching the potter's field at dawn, they were greeted by an eerie landscape of neglected graves, crows circling ominously overhead. "Miss, the old man's dwelling is just ahead." Mu Shaoxi pointed to a solitary, dilapidated house nearby. The house appeared decrepit, its walls crooked and on the verge of collapse, blending into the surrounding environment, amplifying the sense of dread. Dismounting, Mu Zhengyao tossed the reins to Mu Shaoxi. "Stay here and keep watch. I shall investigate." "Miss, please be careful." Chapter 27. A visit. The courtyard was in disarray, filled with jars and bottles exuding a pungent medicinal odor. A hunched figure busied himself, seemingly oblivious to the intrusion. "Old man Huang?" Hearing the voice, the figure slowly turned, revealing a face etched with wrinkles and murky eyes that bore into Mu Zhengyao, as if trying to see through her. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my yard?" Huang's voice was raspy and low, sending shivers down her spine. "I am here to find someone. A few days ago, you took a critically injured man from the black market. Where is he now?" Mu Zhengyao stated directly. "I do not know what you speak of." Huang vehemently denied. Mu Zhengyao let out a cold laugh, realizing that Huang would not relent until forced. She drew the dart from her clothing and waved it before him. "Do you recognize this?" As Huang beheld the dart, his expression changed drastically. His lips quivered, yet words failed to escape him. The dart, entirely black with a glinting tip, was unmistakably not ordinary. What made it even more terrifying was the lifelike carving of a ghostly visage along its shaft, evoking fear.
"Who are you? What do you want?"
Huang's voice trembled, clearly intimidated by Mu Zhengyao's imposing presence. "I shall ask you one final time." Mu Zhengyao stepped closer, her voice cold as ice. "Where's my man?" Huang, pressed into a corner, fell back in fear. "Please, do not kill me. I will tell you. The person you seek is in the woodshed behind the house." Casting him a disdainful glance, Mu Zhengyao turned and made her way to the back of the house. The woodshed was dark and damp, a musty odor assaulting her senses. The moment she stepped inside, a faint sound reached her ears. Following the sound, she discovered a familiar figure lying motionless in the corner. "Vice Commander." Mu Zhengyao rushed forward, finding him pale, his breath shallow, and multiple wounds upon his body. Though bandaged, they still oozed blood. "Mississippi." The vice commander struggled to open his eyes, a faint smile of relief gracing his features upon seeing her. "You have come."
"Do not speak."
"I will take you back." Carefully, Mu Zhengyao helped him to his feet and turned to Mu Shaoxi, who had followed closely behind. "Quickly, prepare a carriage."
"Yes, miss."
Mu Zhengyao supported her deputy as they exited the firewood shed, casting a cold glance at the elderly Huang, who sat slumped on the ground. "I do not wish for today's events to reach a third ear," she warned, her tone laced with an unspoken threat. Terrified, the old man nodded repeatedly, affirming his understanding. Ignoring him, Mu Zhengyao hastened to leave the courtyard with her deputy. Upon returning to the inn, Mu Zhengyao promptly summoned a physician to attend to her deputy's injuries. The doctor examined his wounds meticulously, his expression grave as he reported, "Miss Mu, your companion's injuries are severe, particularly from this dart, which is poisoned. It will take me some time to concoct the antidote." Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of anxiety. However, She recognized the need for composure and forced herself to remain calm. I appreciate your efforts, Doctor. Please do everything possible to save him. Do not worry, miss. I shall exert my utmost, the doctor assured her. After ensuring her deputy's comfort, Mu Zhengyao returned to the courtyard of the elderly Huang. She was determined to uncover the truth about him and his connection to the ghost guards. Now, about that dart. What is its origin? She asked directly. Huang, realizing he could not evade her inquiry, spoke tremulously. That dart belongs to the ghost guards of Miss G from the black market. Miss G? The ghost guards? Mu Zhengyao's heart raced at the revelation, wondering who this Miss G truly was. The depths of the black market were proving to be more treacherous than she had anticipated. The G residence, located in the western part of the city, was a sprawling estate, its high walls and fortified grounds starkly contrasting with the chaotic black market. When Mu Zhengyao and Mu Xiaoxi arrived at the G estate, they were blocked by two burly guards. State your business, one guard demanded. Please inform Miss G that Mu Zhengyao from the Mu family wishes to see her. Mu Zhengyao replied with a respectful bow. The guard scrutinized her with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Our young lady does not see guests. You may leave. Mu Zhengyao's gaze hardened as she withdrew a dart from her sleeve. Kindly deliver this to Miss G, stating that I have urgent matters to discuss. Upon seeing the dart, the guards exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting. Although they were unaware of Mu Zhengyao's identity, they recognized the dart as a weapon exclusive to the ghost guards. Miss, please wait a moment. I shall report this, one guard said, his tone now respectful. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, standing patiently. After a brief interval, the guard returned, his face exhibiting an unusual expression. Miss G has instructed that, since you possess a token, you must know the ghost guard's rules. Unless it is of utmost importance, it is advisable not to come alone to the black market. Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brow. Miss G was unwilling even to meet her? Just as she opened her mouth to protest, the guard preempted her, saying, Miss, please return. My lady has urgent matters to attend to and cannot see you. Without waiting for Mu Zhengyao's response, he turned and left, as if lingering even a moment longer was unnecessary. How arrogant of Miss G!
Mu Xiaoxi exclaimed.
Teeth clenched in anger. Let us go. Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury, and turned to depart. For now, matters concerning Miss G would have to be set aside. On their way back, Mu Xiaoxi cautiously consoled her. Miss, do not be upset. Let us think of other solutions. Mu Zhengyao shook her head, remaining silent. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted from above. Oh, if it isn't Miss Mu, are you here to experience the hardships of the common folk? Looking up, Mu Zhengyao spotted a woman clad in red, leaning against the railing of a nearby tavern. With striking beauty, the woman had a delicate, snow-white complexion and long, flowing black hair, enhancing her extraordinary allure. Congratulations, Miss Mu, on fulfilling your desires. Chapter 28. Crisis. Not long after exiting the G residence, a carriage halted before Mu Zhengyao. The driver was none other than the cold-faced guard, Leng Yan, who served Qin Yujun. Miss, my master requests your presence, he stated impassively. Mu Zhengyao frowned slightly. Before she could respond, Leng Yan shifted his gaze to Mu Xiaoxi, his tone icy. My master has commanded that only Miss Mu may come.
Mu Xiaoxi bristled,
Pointing an accusatory finger at Leng Yan. Who does your master think he is, to dictate terms? Xiaoxi, stand down, Mu Zhengyao admonished sharply, turning to her companion. Return home. I will follow shortly. Hesitant, Mu Xiaoxi's gaze flickered between Mu Zhengyao and Leng Yan, as if grasping the implications. She opened her mouth to protest, but a glance from Mu Zhengyao silenced her.
Go now.
But Mu Xiaoxi protested. Trust me, he will not harm the deputy, Mu Zhengyao insisted.
Reluctantly, Mu Xiaoxi retreated.
Leng Yan remained silent, lifting the unconscious deputy with ease. Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, stifling her anger as she ascended into the carriage. It seemed Qin Yujun had anticipated her arrival at the black market and had dispatched Leng Yan to monitor her movements. This thought ignited an unquenchable fire within her. The carriage jostled along the path, finally stopping before an establishment named Red Moon Tower. As Mu Zhengyao disembarked, she was taken aback by the opulence before her. The Red Moon Tower resembled a resplendent palace rather than a mere tavern, its ornate architecture and lavish decor starkly contrasting with the chaotic black market. Miss, please. Leng Yan gestured, leading her inside. Within the Red Moon Tower, a vibrant atmosphere thrived, filled with music, laughter, and the mingling of elegantly dressed patrons. Yet, Mu Zhengyao's attention was solely fixed on a figure on the second floor. Qin Yujun, adorned in a pale blue long robe, his dark hair casually secured with a white jade hairpin, sat with an air of delicate beauty, his face bearing a sickly pallor. A refined tea set lay before him, wafting fragrant steam. "You're here," he remarked, lifting his gaze to meet Mu Zhengyao's, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For reasons unknown, Mu Zhengyao felt as if she had come to confront him as a villain. "Your Highness appears to be enjoying a leisurely tea amidst the splendor of the Red Moon Tower," she replied, suppressing the turmoil within her. "My health prohibits me from consuming alcohol. Thus, I settle for tea in its place," Qin Yujun explained, pouring her a cup from the teapot. "Do try this. It is this year's new tea, and quite delightful." Mu Zhengyao remained silent, merely observing him. "Are you worried I may poison your tea?" he inquired, seemingly reading her thoughts, and took a delicate sip from his own cup. "Your Highness jokes." Mu Zhengyao offered a faint smile, lifted her teacup, and took a gentle sip. The fragrance of the tea wafting through the air, its sweetness confirming the quality of the leaves. "You, my dear girl, are becoming increasingly sharp-tongued," Qin Yujun remarked, setting down his cup and directing a probing gaze toward Mu Zhengyao. "Pray tell, have you come to the black market today for that vice-general?" Mu Zhengyao's heart skipped a beat. He truly knew everything. If the prince was aware, why feign ignorance? She placed her cup down and met his gaze directly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Why has your Highness sent someone to follow me? What is your intention?" Qin Yujun remained silent, merely watching her with an inscrutable expression, his deep gaze obscuring his thoughts. "Do you think I wish for this? Do you imagine I take pleasure in having someone tail you, observing you entangled with other men?" After a lengthy pause, he spoke, his tone laced with self-mockery and resignation. Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident in her eyes. "Bringing that vice-general back to the Mu family army is indeed the wisest choice," Qin Yujun continued, ignoring her gaze as he spoke for himself. "Currently, the Mu family army claims that only a handful have survived. No one would suspect otherwise." A realization dawned on Mu Zhengyao, comprehending his implication. Though his insight pierced through her thoughts, she maintained her composure, replying coolly, "Your Highness is indeed far-sighted. Zhengyao admires that." Qin Yujun regarded her with a half-smile, draining the remaining tea from his cup before leisurely stating, "Between us, there is no need for such formality. If you truly admire me, simply call me by my name." He paused, his gaze fixed upon her like the night sky, his lips parting to utter two words, "Yujun." Mu Zhengyao's breath hitched, her heart racing like a startled deer. Yet she feigned calmness, avoiding his gaze and replying, "Your Highness jests. The respect between sovereign and subject must not be discarded." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Qin Yujun's eyes, but it was fleeting, as he returned to his usual nonchalance. He sighed softly, remarking, "Very well. If there is a grievance in your heart, unravel it at your own pace. However, the Du family will likely not relent, so exercise caution in the days to come." "The Du family?" Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brows slightly. "What are they plotting?" "Your husband is no simple adversary, having learned of your intentions to reclaim the Mu family's wealth. He will not allow you to manipulate him." Qin Yujun spoke with an air of calmness. At his words, Mu Zhengyao felt a chill run through her. How could she be unaware of Du Huaiyi's intentions? "Does your Highness have a good plan?" she asked, suppressing her unease and looking towards Qin Yujun. "Since when have we been so formal with each other? If you trust me, entrust everything to me. I shall handle the arrangements." She steadied her nerves, about to respond, when suddenly, a deafening sound of fireworks erupted outside the window.
Bang!
Mu Zhengyao's expression shifted drastically as she sprang to her feet, her eyes fixated on the crimson firework, her heart racing to her throat. That was Sikong Shue's distress signal. Seeing her sudden change, Qin Yujun was about to inquire when her abrupt movement interrupted him. "Your Highness, I must take my leave. It is getting late," she said hurriedly. Watching her hurried departure, Qin Yujun furrowed his brow, a sense of unease rising within him. He stood in silence for a moment, then approached the window, gazing at the red firework illuminating the night sky. Trade with foreign nations occurred regularly in the capital, rendering the night as bright as day. Thus, although the firework was conspicuous, it did not draw the attention of others. Qin Yujun withdrew his gaze, his confusion deepening. Who had set off that firework? Why did Mu Zhengyao react so strongly? After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his shadow guard and whispered, "Follow her. Ensure her safety."
Yes.
Standing by the window, Qin Yujun watched the direction in which Mu Zhengyao had vanished, his thoughts a whirlwind, along with the mysterious firework. Chapter 29. Assassination. She sprinted through the night, the wind howling past her ears, disheveling her hair, yet her mind was solely preoccupied with concern for Xigong Shue's safety. Upon reaching the designated location, the mountains were enveloped in darkness, with only the distant chirping of insects resonating in the night air. Mu Zhengyao searched intently for any trace of Xigong Shui under the faint moonlight, but found nothing. Suddenly, a stark trail of blood caught her eye, jarring against the shadowy backdrop. Her heart sank as a foreboding feeling washed over her. Could Xigong Shui have already? No, that cannot be. Mu Zhengyao forced herself to remain calm. Xigong Shui was exceptionally capable and would not fall easily. Perhaps this blood held a different story. Who goes there? From a distance, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by hushed voices. Her heart raced as she held her breath, darting behind a sturdy tree. Are you sure that wretched girl has been here? A sharp voice echoed, laced with disdain and contempt, stirring something familiar within Mu Zhengyao. My subordinate saw clearly. Xigong Shui was indeed nearby, but has since vanished, and there is blood on the ground. Who knows if it belongs to her? Find her. If you locate her, kill her on the spot. But why fear? She is but a fallen dog, daring to oppose our master. She is simply tired of living. Search for her. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will uncover her. The sharp voice rang out again, dripping with malice. Hidden behind the tree, Mu Zhengyao seethed with anger. That was Shiryenu's maid, Huaiyi. She never imagined that Shiryener would be so vicious as to send someone to kill Xigong Shui. Clenching her fists, she prepared to reveal herself when a large hand suddenly covered her mouth, pulling her behind another tree. Sho, it is I, Qin Yujun. Mu Zhengyao's eyes widened in surprise, but she saw him signaling her to be silent, urging her not to make a sound. He pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced for 2 reasons: concern for Xigong Shui and the disconcerting intimacy of Qin Yujun's sudden action. Let me go. I must save Xigong Shui, she whispered urgently. Calm yourself. Going out now will only alert the snake in the grass. He paused before continuing, rest assured. I have dispatched people to secretly protect Xigong Shui. She will be safe. At his words, Mu Zhengyao felt a slight sense of relief, yet still harbored reservations. Why are you here?
I was worried about you.
Come, I will take you to find her. Xigong Shui. Not far away. She saw Xigong Shui lying in a pool of blood, her face as pale as paper and her breath faint. An arrow protruded from her chest, the fletching adorned with vibrant green feathers, glaringly bright against the night. Damn it! Mu Zhengyao cursed under her breath, rushing to Xigong Shui's side and cradling her in her arms. Xigong Shui, are you alright? Hold on. I will get you a doctor. Xigong Shui struggled to open her eyes, weakly shaking her head, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged. Qin Yujun, appearing at her side, glanced at Xigong Shui's injury, his brows furrowing in concern. Coldly, a figure clad in black silently appeared behind Qin Yujun, her expression stern and her gaze sharp, clearly a trained shadow guard. Your Highness,
she said.
Assess if she still has a chance of survival. Nodded slightly, approaching SKing Su and gently checking her pulse while meticulously examining her injuries. His expression gradually turned grave. How is she? Zhengyao asked anxiously. After a moment of silence, RN finally spoke. Your Highness.
Miss Zhengyao.
What is it? Speak quickly. Zhengyao, in a state of desperation. Scarcely noticed RN addressing her as Your Highness, casting a glance at QNYJN, who showed no signs of objection. RN steeled himself and continued, Miss SKing has been poisoned, and this poison is exceedingly rare. I have never encountered it before.
What?
How could this be? She murmured to herself in disbelief. Do not worry, I will find a way to save her, he assured her. Zhengyao looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Really? Have I ever deceived you?
RN replied.
He then added, Your Highness, though this poison is rare, it is not without an antidote. However. But what? Zhengyao seemed to cling to the last glimmer of hope, urgently pressing for answers. But this poison is extremely potent, and the afflicted will suffer excruciatingly for 7 days before succumbing. The antidote is elusive. What? Zhengyao felt darkness closing in around her, nearly fainting. Only 7 days left. Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, I cannot give up. I must find the antidote. I must save Kang Su. Ling Rn, tell me, what is this poison? Where can the antidote be found? Ling Rn shook his head, his tone heavy.
I do not know.
This poison is exceedingly rare, and this is my first encounter with it. As for the antidote, he paused, glancing at Huaiyi before continuing. I suspect that this poison is not something an ordinary household could possess. It is likely.
What? Empties?
It is likely something from within the palace. Something from the palace? Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, before her expression darkened further. Although Shynr was ruthless, she certainly did not possess the means to acquire such a rare poison. Then who could it be? As she spoke, she turned to leave, but was seized by Huaiyi. Where are you going? He asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Where else? I must go to the palace. Since this matter pertains to the court, I must seek an explanation. Nonsense.
Huaiyi admonished sharply.
Do you not realize the gravity of your words? You are well aware of the situation in the palace. If you recklessly enter, you will only alert the enemy. What should I do then? Stand by and watch Kang Su die. After a moment of silence, he realized he could not stop her and reluctantly offered. I will have Ling protect you in secret. Zhengyao remained silent, casting him a cold glance before leaving without another word. Huaiyi watched her retreating figure with a deep sigh. Ling Rn. He turned to the silent figure of Ling Rn. Tell me honestly, is this poison similar to the one the prince suffered from? Ling Rn lowered his gaze, his tone grave. Upon hearing this, Huaiyi's pupils constricted in shock, a chill running from his feet to the crown of his head. Indeed, they were audacious. Chapter 30. The banquet. After leaving the courtyard, Zhengyao struggled to suppress her rising fury, replaying Ling Rn's words in her mind. What is Shynr truly after? Does she intend to take Kang Su's life simply out of jealousy and resentment? As she made her way home, the sky darkened, twilight enveloping everything like a vast net. The shadows of trees flitted alongside the path, swaying in the breeze as if mocking her helplessness. Miss, are you all right? Byn noticed her low spirits and inquired softly. Zhengyao shook her head. Shynr lacked the capability to execute such a scheme, thus this matter must be connected to Huaiyi. How foolish I was to agree to marry this hypocrite. After regaining her composure, a thought suddenly struck Zhengyao. Perhaps only the maidservant beside Shynr knew the truth about Kang Su's poisoning. The following day, she instructed Ling to investigate the whereabouts of Shynr's personal maid. Miss, I have learned that the maid will be visiting Fun temple to offer incense today, Ling reported with a bow. A cold smile graced Zhengyau's lips. Fun temple, is it? Then I shall not hold back. In the evening, within the grove outside Fun temple, a shadowy figure was intercepted by 2 men in black. Before the person could cry for help, they were silenced and dragged deeper into the woods. Who are you? What do you want? The maid, bound and thrown onto the cold ground, stared in terror at the veiled woman before her. You aided in harming the people of the Divine Physician Valley and wished to escape unscathed? You are an accomplice of the SH family from D Manor. Zhengyao looked down at her, her voice icy. Upon hearing this, the maid turned pale. Though she could not identify the woman before her, the mention of the Divine Physician Valley made it clear that vengeance was at hand. I advise you to speak honestly. Otherwise, Zhengyao said, drawing a dagger from her sleeve and idly playing with it. The glint of the blade sent the maid into a panic. She understood that this lady was no ordinary foe, and that if she did not speak the truth, she might not leave the woods alive. I will tell you everything, the maid cried, revealing all she knew. It turned out that Shynr harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhengyao due to a previous miscarriage and sought an opportunity for revenge. However, knowing Zhengyao was formidable, she targeted her defenseless friend, Kang Su, instead. How did your mistress learn of Miss Kang's whereabouts? Zhengyao continued to interrogate. It was the young master. The maid hesitated before stammering. That day, He was drunk and inadvertently mentioned that Miss S.K. Ing would be going to Qing F. Ing Temple outside the city to pray. The mistress then committed it to memory.
What?
Mzh Ingwei was taken aback, never expecting this matter to involve D. Huaiyi. He knew S.K. Ing Su was her closest friend, yet stood idly by as SHYNR plotted against her. Did he possess no conscience? Burning with rage, Mzh Ingwei rose abruptly, kicking a nearby tree trunk, which splintered under the force. Miss, please calm down. BY and quickly stepped forward to soothe her. The most urgent matter now is to find the poisoner and avenge Miss S.K. Ing. Mzh Ingwei took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She gestured for Ling F. Ing to release the maid. The maid, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away into the night. Miss, are you really letting her go? BYN asked, puzzled. She is merely a pawn. Letting her go does no harm. Mzh Ingwei gazed into the dark sky. Speaking thoughtfully, what intrigues me more is S.K. Ing Su's whereabouts last night. Miss, suspect something? Investigate. I want to know S.K. Ing Su's every move from last night. Mzh Ingwei's eyes narrowed, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted.
SHYNR.
D. Huaiyi, you audacious pair. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Mzh Ingwei, swear that you will pay for your misdeeds. Upon returning to the Wangfu, she spotted Zh Ing Fir playing with MYN FN in the garden. Sister-in-law. Mu Zhengyao stepped forward and gently called out. Zhang Feier turned her head at the sound, and upon seeing her return, a tender smile blossomed on her face.
Zhengyao, you're back.
How did everything go? Mu Zhengyao initially intended to casually brush it off, but thinking of Sikong Shue's poison, a wave of frustration washed over her. Eventually, she could not help but say, sister-in-law. Shue has been poisoned.
What?
Zhang Feier's expression changed. How could this happen? How is she now? At present, there is no immediate danger to her life. But Mu Zhengyao hesitated, not wanting to burden Zhang Feier with too many details, as the matter involved too many complexities. Observing her demeanor, the astute Zhang Feier guessed there was more to the story, and thus refrained from pressing further. Zhengyao, if you trust me, allow me to take care of Shue. You should have time to handle these matters. Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of gratitude, and was about to agree when she recalled Qin Yujun. She did not want to entangle her sister-in-law in these troubles, so she politely declined, I appreciate your kindness, sister-in-law. But I have already arranged for someone to look after Shue, so you need not worry. Seeing her insistence, Zhang Feier did not press the issue any further, merely advising, do take care of your health. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Don't bear it all alone. I understand, sister-in-law. After a few more casual exchanges, Zhang Feier suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, the dress I hastily made for you a few days ago is finished. Would you like to try it on? This reminder prompted Mu Zhengyao to recall the banquet at Song Han's residence the following day, nearly forgotten in the hustle. She smiled wryly, grateful for her sister-in-law's thoughtfulness. You are simply too busy, Zhang Feier chided gently. Even amidst your busyness, one must take care to present oneself well, especially since you have a betrothal to consider. Zhang Feier's words trailed off, as if she realized too late that she had spoken out of turn. Mu Zhengyao paused for a moment, then understood her sister-in-law was referring to her engagement with Qin Yujun. This thought stirred a sense of unease within her. Yet she maintained a composed exterior, replying lightly, You are right, sister-in-law. I shall ensure I look my best tomorrow. Noticing her calmness, Zhang Feier chose not to delve deeper. Instead, casually inquiring, Speaking of which, I heard from the servants that he has been visiting the estate frequently. Zhengyao, what do you think of young Master Song? Mu Zhengyao merely tugged at her lips, not engaging in the conversation. All right, let us not discuss that. Zhang Feier observed her lack of enthusiasm and pivoted the topic. Which dress will you wear to the banquet tomorrow? I can help you decide. What do you think, sister-in-law? Mu Zhengyao had little interest in such gatherings. Were it not for the Mu family, she would have preferred to avoid the insincere socializing with other officials' wives altogether. In my opinion, wear that water-red one. Zhang Feier suggested after a moment's thought. That dress highlights your fair complexion and beauty, ensuring you stand out. Perhaps not. It's too ostentatious. Zhang Feier paused, quickly grasping her meaning, and softly remarked, Indeed, given your current circumstances, it would be prudent to keep a low profile. How about the light purple one? Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. After Zhang Feier departed, Mu Zhengyao's heart remained restless. Qin Yujun had been frequenting the Mu residence lately? What could his intentions be? Was it truly merely out of concern? She anxiously rubbed her temples and rose to check on Xigong Shui. Exiting Zhang Feier's courtyard, Mu Zhengyao proceeded directly to Xigong Shui's room. Pushing the door open, a faint medicinal scent mingled with the distinctive stuffiness of the bed curtains enveloped her. Xigong Shui lay quietly on the bed, her complexion pale and devoid of color, her breath long and weak, as if she could vanish at any moment. Mu Zhengyao sat by the bedside, reaching out to feel Xigong Shui's forehead, which was still burning hot. Days had passed, yet Xigong Shui's condition showed no improvement. The physicians changed repeatedly, yet the cause of her ailment remained elusive, filling Mu Zhengyao with worry and anxiety. "Miss," whispered the maid Xiaohuan, who was keeping vigil. "Please do not fret too much. Young Lady Shui is blessed. She will surely recover." Mu Zhengyao sighed softly, not replying. She wished desperately for Xigong Shui to get better. Yet the current situation made it impossible for her to feel at ease. She began to pace slowly around the room, her gaze inadvertently landing on a men's outer robe at the head of the bed. It was the garment Xigong Shui had worn the night of her incident, left behind due to bloodstains. Compelled by some unseen force, Mu Zhengyao approached and picked up the robe, a refreshing bamboo scent immediately filling her nostrils. This was the fragrance of the sachets Xigong Shui often used, yet it seemed to carry an additional hint of. As she examined the clothing closely, she discovered a letter tucked within the sleeve. The envelope bore the simple inscription to Shui. Who could have written this letter to her? Mu Zhengyao's heart filled with curiosity, and after a brief hesitation, she opened the envelope. Inside was nothing but a prescription, with a simple note at the end. "How are you, junior sister? Your senior brother misses you." There was no signature, no date, and even the salutation felt distant. A weight settled heavily in Mu Zhengyao's chest. On the night of the incident, Shui had hurriedly left after receiving a letter. Could this be the very correspondence? She immediately summoned her shadow guard. "Investigate whether Shui has received any letters recently and find out who delivered them. Report back at once." The shadow guard accepted the command, yet Mu Zhengyao's gaze remained fixed on the prescription. She had no knowledge of medicine, but it was evident that the handwriting was hastily scrawled, with certain parts deliberately obscured. Could this prescription conceal some secret? Gripping the letter, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. She sensed that this matter was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. She scrutinized the handwriting, noting its sharp strokes that seemed to pierce the paper, evidently crafted by someone skilled in martial arts. Yet, the script was unfamiliar. She had never seen it before. Was it Xigong Shui's senior brother? The thought crossed her mind, only to be dismissed by Mu Zhengyao herself. Xigong Shui had previously mentioned that her senior brother had long since traveled the world, having not contacted her for years. How could he suddenly write to her? If it wasn't Xigong Shui as senior brother, then who could it possibly be? Doubts swirled in Mu Zhengyao's mind as she turned the letter over multiple times. Yet she found no clues. At that moment, she commanded, "Prepare the horses." Quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mu Zhengyao was galloping towards the cold residence. "Miss Lung, please take a look at this prescription." Mu Zhengyao handed it over, her tone grave. Cold Ran took the prescription and examined it carefully. Initially, her brow merely furrowed slightly, but as her gaze descended, her expression shifted to one of increasing seriousness, culminating in shock. "Cold Ran, speak." Mu Zhengyao felt a rising tide of unease as she observed her reaction. Taking a deep breath, Cold Ran finally lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. "Miss, this prescription. What about it? This prescription is not for healing, but..." Cold Ran paused, seemingly weighing her words. "It is an extremely poisonous concoction."
"What?"
Mu Zhengyao's face paled. "What did you say? This prescription is poison." "Absolutely," spoke with a tone of certainty, asserting that although the prescription contained several common medicinal ingredients, if formulated according to this specific ratio, it would yield a deadly poison. Moreover, he paused, his gaze intensifying as he fixed it on Mu Zhengyao, asking Miss, who exactly is the senior brother of Miss Xigong? Just then, a soft cough echoed from the doorway, accompanied by a few hushed complaints. "Why is it that every time I come here, a northwesterly wind blows through this courtyard? What brings the prince here?" "I merely passed by and happened to see Miss Mu's carriage parked outside, so I thought I might come in to greet her," he replied. "Cold. You may step outside for now." Cold was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Mu Zhengyao before bowing and retreating, carefully closing the door behind him. Qin Yujun's reaction left Mu Zhengyao even more perplexed, her brows furrowed as she pondered why the prince wished to dismiss Cold. Could it be that he recognized the prescription as well? Qin Yujun approached the table with graceful movements, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to Mu Zhengyao. His tone was calm, as if the earlier intensity had merely been a figment of her imagination. Cold is merely a physician. She has been tirelessly researching to cure Xuer's ailment and may have become overly suspicious. I possess a rudimentary understanding of this prescription. It is not a unique poison. Just commonplace herbs. Is it truly merely common herbs? Mu Zhengyao accepted the teacup, but did not drink, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Qin Yujun, seemingly searching for any sign of deceit upon his countenance. Qin Yujun chuckled lightly. My dear girl, when did you become so distrustful? Surely I would not wish you harm. He then adopted a serious demeanor. Let us set aside these matters. I have come today to inquire about something. Chapter 32. The banquet. I have heard that Lord Song has recently sent out numerous invitations for a banquet in honor of his son. May I ask if Miss Mu has received an invitation? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated him to broach such a topic and was internally deliberating how to respond. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qin Yujun's gaze deepened. Could it be that Miss Mu is reluctant to attend? Your Highness jests. Lord Song's invitation is most gracious, and how could I possibly decline? Mu Zhengyao quickly adjusted her demeanor. Oh, then I must ask you earnestly, Qin Yujun remarked, a meaningful smile gracing his lips before his tone grew suddenly cold. If that is the case, then when I exerted myself to win the contest for your hand, why have you yet to grant me a title? Mu Zhengyao was rendered speechless, forcing herself to explain. Your Highness, you are aware that the Song family and my family have maintained a long-standing friendship. And young Master Song has grown up alongside me, akin to siblings. I have already promised Song Han to attend this banquet. Before she could finish, Qin Yujun interrupted her sharply. So, Miss Mu intends to go back on her word and show disloyalty? Your Highness!
Mu Zhengyao exclaimed, alarmed,
as she rushed forward to steady the faltering Qin Yujun, only to be pushed away by him. Do not touch me. Qin Yujun's eyes widened with fury, his voice hoarse, tinged with an unbearable pain. Mu Zhengyao, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your intentions? Your agreement to marry me was merely a means to exploit my influence. And now that you have achieved your goal, you wish to cast me aside to fulfill your promises to your childhood companion. Is that not so? That is not the case. Your Highness, please let me explain. Mu Zhengyao desperately attempted to clarify, but at that moment, Qin Yujun suddenly coughed up blood, staining his garments with crimson. Your Highness. She had never witnessed such an uncharacteristic display from Qin Yujun, and panic surged within her as she helplessly watched him collapse. Your Highness. Someone, quickly. In her frantic state, Mu Zhengyao's mind went blank. She instinctively reached out to support him but hesitated, remembering his earlier resolute gaze and words. Her hand froze in midair. She understood that, at this moment, any explanation would be futile and would only serve to further infuriate him. Servants, hearing her cries, rushed in, their faces pale at the sight before them. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch a doctor. Mu Zhengyao shouted at the dazed servants. Finally, they snapped to action, hastily carrying Qin Yujun back to the room. The following morning, Mu Zhengyao forced herself to rise, burdened with exhaustion and unease, and made her way to the Song residence. She intended to find Song's father directly, explain her purpose, retrieve her father's belongings, and leave this tumultuous place behind. However, upon stepping through the gates of the Song estate, she was intercepted by Song Han, who had been waiting for her.
Zhengyao, you have arrived.
Young Master Song. My father is unwell today and cannot receive guests. If you have matters to discuss, please tell me first. Without waiting for her response, Song Han took her hand and led her toward the garden. Young Master Song, Mu Zhengyao attempted to free herself from his grasp, but he held on tighter.
Zhengyao.
I know you have concerns. Please confide in me, will you? Song Han halted, turning to gaze intently at Mu Zhengyao. Feeling exposed under his scrutiny, Mu Zhengyao swallowed her words. Brother, what are you two doing? A clear voice rang out from behind them. Mu Zhengyao turned to see a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress, her expression curious as she observed them. The girl had bright eyes and rosy lips, appearing charmingly lovely. Your Honor, why have you come out? Song Han's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he quickly released Mu Zhengyao's hand. I came to find you. I heard Mu's sister was here, so I wanted to see her, Song Yuan said, affectionately linking her arm with Song Han's while her gaze appraised Mu Zhengyao. Brother, is this Mu's sister? She is truly beautiful, even more so than the portrait you drew. You little imp, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not speaking nonsense. Brother, you clearly like Mu's sister, which is why you spend all day in the study painting her portrait. As Song Yuan spoke, she mischievously winked at Mu Zhengyao. Upon hearing this, Song Han's smile faltered, but quickly returned to normal. He gently patted Song Yuan's hand and said softly, Yuana, do not be foolish. Miss Mu is a guest. Please be respectful. The interaction between the siblings left Mu Zhengyao feeling quite awkward. She discreetly took a step back to maintain distance from Song Han and spoke in a detached tone. Young Master Song, it is getting late. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without waiting for Song Han's reaction, she turned to depart. Zhengyao, wait! Song Han called out, hastily pursuing her and grasping her wrist. Zhengyao, please do not misunderstand. Yuana is just young and speaks without thinking. You must not take it to heart. Mu Zhengyao halted her steps, coldly regarding his hand on her wrist, and stated firmly, Young Master Song, please conduct yourself with dignity. Song Han was taken aback. Finally realizing his inappropriate behavior, he quickly released her wrist, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Zhengyao, I apologize. It was not my intention.
Zhengyao.
I know you are still angry with me, but about the events of the past. I do not wish to revisit the past, Mu Zhengyao interrupted him. Young Master Song, you need not trouble yourself any further. What transpired between us has long since concluded. With that, she turned her back on Song Han and walked away decisively. Brother, did you see her? Even at this moment, she is putting on an air of superiority for whom? Song Yuan complained as she approached, dissatisfied. Brother, you should not have given up everything for her. Silence. Song Han abruptly turned around, sharply silencing Song Yuan.
Yuana.
Do not speak such words again. Song Yuan was startled by Song Han's sudden outburst of anger, staring at him in a daze, too afraid to speak further. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Song Han replied, Yuana, you do not understand. My relationship with Zhengyao is not as you perceive. Brother, how can you say that I do not understand? Song Yuan retorted defiantly. You have rejected numerous suitors from distinguished families for her sake, even defying our father's arrangements. Can you truly claim that you harbor no feelings for her? Song Han fell silent, unable to deny the truth. He indeed held affection for Mu Zhengyao. Feelings that had been deeply buried within him for a long time. Yet, he was acutely aware of the insurmountable barriers between them, family background, social status, and the lingering pain of the past. Chapter 33, a show of authority. Mu Zhengyao initially intended to leave, but reconsidered, realizing that her purpose for coming had yet to be fulfilled. To depart now would render her visit fruitless. At the banquet, Song Han's mother engaged her in conversation, showing concern and warmth. Zhengyao, she said, putting down her chopsticks and gazing at Mu Zhengyao with affection, you have been orphaned since childhood, left all alone. And now the Mu family faces such calamity. It is truly pitiable. Mu Zhengyao felt a chill run through her, but maintained her composure as she replied. Thank you for your concern, madam. I am doing well. Dear child, there is no need to put on a brave front, Song's mother sighed, taking Mu Zhengyao's hand. I see that you and Honor are quite the match. Why not? She paused, her gaze intense. What if you were to become my adopted daughter? This way, your union with Honor would be more suitable, and you would have someone to rely on in the future.
Mu Zhengyao inwardly smiled dryly.
The Mu and Song families had long been close, and had this been a few years prior, she might have accepted their goodwill with grace. However, the current state of the Mu family was precarious. Any unsolicited kindness was met with suspicion. Moreover, the Song family had yet to return her father's belongings that had been entrusted to them. Who could say what they were truly considering? As she contemplated how to decline, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a cold voice that pierced through the air. Madame Song is in high spirits, discussing a marriage proposal for her son in front of this prince? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw Qin Yujun, clad in a dark robe, his expression stern as he entered the hall. Several guards followed him, their solemn demeanor and piercing gazes forbidding anyone to meet their eyes. Song's mother clearly did not anticipate Qin Yujun's sudden arrival, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. However, due to his esteemed status, she dared not show her displeasure and could only force a smile, saying, "It is an honor to have the prince among us. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." Qin Yujun disregarded her words, striding directly to Mu Zhengyao's side. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he spoke slowly. Miss Mu, it has been a while. I trust you are well.
Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, rising to curtsy.
Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am well. Qin Yujun's unexpected appearance diffused the previously tense atmosphere, yet it felt as though a stone had been cast into still waters, creating ripples of intrigue. Song's mother laughed lightly. Your Highness, you jest. The matter between Honor and Zhengyao has yet to be finalized. I merely find them a delightful couple. Qin Yujun smiled noncommittally, his gaze sweeping over Song Han with a hint of scrutiny and warning. Young Master Song is indeed a man of great talent, yet matters of marriage should be subject to the opinions of those directly involved. As he spoke, he gestured gently towards Mu Zhengyao, his tone softening. The Mu and Song families are old friends. By kinship, Miss Mu should address Madame Song as aunt, which is far closer than that of an adoptive mother. Understanding his implication, Mu Zhengyao gracefully rose and curtsied to Song's mother. Zhengyao pays her respects to aunt. Song's mother was taken aback, managing only an awkward smile. The prince speaks wisely. We are all family here, no need for such formality. Song Han watched in silence as Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun engaged in their exchange, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. After dinner, Mu Zhengyao excused herself, citing the late hour. Despite Song's mother's repeated invitations, she politely declined. As she reached the door, she turned back to Song's mother, speaking earnestly. Aunt, please convey my regards to Uncle. I am aware of my unique circumstances and do not wish to impose upon the Song family. I hope Uncle and Aunt will not involve me in their affairs. Song's mother sighed, recognizing the veiled refusal in Mu Zhengyao's words. Confused yet reluctant to pry, she could only respond with a resigned smile. Zhengyao, do not speak like that. Our families have always been close. We shall continue to visit one another in the future. Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, saying nothing more, and turned to leave the hall. Qin Yujun cast a meaningful glance at the Song family before following her out. The night was dark, and a chill wind blew. Upon exiting the Song residence, Mu Zhengyao spotted Qin Yujun standing by the carriage, seemingly waiting for her. Your Highness, Mu Zhengyao began, but was abruptly pulled into his embrace. Do not move. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced, a strange sensation washing over her. She attempted to push him away, but he held her tighter. Just let me hold you for a moment, just a moment. His embrace was warm and strong, emanating an irresistible sense of safety. As her heartbeat gradually steadied, an indescribable emotion blossomed within her. Zhengyao, Qin Yujun's voice whispered in her ear, laced with a hint of pleading, forget all this.
Come with me.
Mu Zhengyao suddenly lifted her head, meeting his gaze. Your Highness, do you know what you are saying? Qin Yujun remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Your Highness, Mu Zhengyao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within her. You are aware of my identity and my situation. I know, Qin Yujun interrupted firmly. I understand, but I cannot stand by and watch you leap into the abyss, becoming a pawn for others. You are overthinking this. Mu Zhengyao feigned calmness. I know my limits. Do you truly understand your limits? Qin Yujun's tone carried a hint of mockery. Do you believe that by refusing the Song family's proposal, you can remain uninvolved? Do you think that as a frail woman, you can truly safeguard the Mu family? She bit her lip, fighting back tears. You speak the truth. As a weak woman, I am powerless. She closed her eyes, her voice trembling. Yet I cannot bear to watch the Mu family crumble at my hands. That is my duty, my destiny. No, this is not your destiny. Qin Yujun cupped her face in his hands, his gaze unwavering. Zhengyao, trust me. I can help you, protect you, and provide you with everything you desire. Suddenly, watch out. Qin Yujun's expression changed, and he swiftly pushed Mu Zhengyao to the ground. An arrow whizzed past, nearly grazing her scalp. Embedding itself in the carriage behind them, its fletching vibrating ominously. Who dares? Chapter 34, a report to the throne in the darkness, several shadowy figures darted past, vanishing without a trace. Your Highness, are you unhurt? Mu Zhengyao, still shaken, scrambled to her feet to check Qin Yujun for injuries. His brow furrowed. He clutched his chest, his face pale as death. Your Highness, you are injured. Seeing the blood seeping between his fingers, Mu Zhengyao panicked. Someone! Quickly summon the physician. Do not raise an alarm. Qin Yujun grasped her hand, his voice weak. I am fine, merely a minor injury. How can you say you are fine at a time like this? Mu Zhengyao's eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, Wait here, I will fetch someone immediately. Qin Yujun held her hand tightly, gazing at her with fervent intensity. Do not leave. Mu Zhengyao looked at his pale face, her heart a tumult of emotions. Why would you go to such lengths? Understanding his intention, Mu Zhengyao realized he had purposely injured himself, and in front of so many witnesses at the Song residence. Although she could fathom his motives, she could not help but break into a cold sweat for him. How could he be so reckless? Taking a deep breath to suppress her unease, Mu Zhengyao said to Qin Yujun, Please do not speak. I will escort you home. Very well. Qin Yujun replied with a faint smile, allowing her to assist him into the carriage. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Mu Zhengyao immediately instructed the coachman to hasten back to the prince's residence. Upon their arrival, she promptly summoned the most skilled physician in the household to attend to Qin Yujun. After examining him, the physician's expression turned grave, and he shook his head, clasping his hands in front of Mu Zhengyao. Your Highness's injury is serious, I fear. What do you fear? Mu Zhengyao, frantic, seized the physician's collar. The physician, pale and trembling, stammered, Your Highness has experienced a recurrence of an old ailment, compounded by a new injury. It is likely. Likely what? Mu Zhengyao's voice was nearly a whisper, strained through clenched teeth. It is likely a matter of life and death. The physician collapsed to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. Mu Zhengyao felt darkness closing in around her, nearly fainting. She steadied herself against the table, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Qin Yujun lay on the bed, his complexion as white as a sheet, weakly extending his hand towards her. Zhengyao. Seeing her distressed state softened Qin Yujun's heart. Foolish girl. I did this for you, did I not? Rest assured, I promise to live well, and I shall honor that promise. You are all talk and no action, she replied, biting her lip. Qin Yujun sighed lightly, releasing her hand, his gaze unwavering. I am gravely injured. I ask that you remain by my side for a few days. If you would. Mu Zhengyao remained silent, not unmoved, but with more pressing matters to attend to. Zhengyao, I know your concerns. Qin Yujun seemed to read her thoughts. Fear not, I shall be by your side, protecting and supporting you. But there are no buts. I need you to stay. The following day, a memorial was presented to Emperor Xiao Rongji. It detailed the assassination attempt on the prince, who had been severely poisoned, and requested permission for Mu Zhengyao to temporarily reside in the prince's residence to care for him until he recovered. Emperor Xiao Rongji examined the memorial with a curious smile curling at the corners of his lips. How fascinating, he mused, setting the document aside. This Mu Zhengyao was indeed more interesting than he had anticipated. On the surface, she aimed to care for her injured uncle, yet in truth, she sought to tether Qin Yujun firmly to her ambitions. He was intrigued to see how this drama would unfold. Come here, Emperor Xiao called, and immediately a shadowy figure clad in black entered. Summon the crown prince and Du Huaiyi to the palace. As you command. Unaware of the storm her memorial would stir in the palace, Mu Zhengyao was solely focused on reaching the Divine Physician Valley to seek a remedy for Qin Yujun. Your Highness, I wish to visit the Divine Physician Valley. Very well, I shall await your return. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Mu Zhengyao rose to pack her belongings in preparation for her journey. Just then, the steward rushed in, his expression frantic. Your Highness, the Crown Prince and young master do request an audience. Mu Zhengyao hesitated, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why were the Crown Prince and Du Huaiyi together? Let them in. Qin Yujun instructed calmly. Moments later, the Crown Prince and Du Huaiyi entered, flanked by a cadre of guards. Uncle! The Crown Prince hastened to the bedside. Concern etched on his features. How are you? Has your condition improved? Qin Yujun regarded him coolly, his tone devoid of emotion. There is no need for your concern. I am not gravely harmed. Uncle, you are blessed by the heavens, the Crown Prince lamented. Those assassins are truly audacious, daring to attack you. Their crimes are unforgivable. Du Huaiyi chimed in, Indeed, Your Highness, you have rendered great service to our dynasty. Such audacity against you is intolerable. I implore the Emperor to bring them to justice, lest others be emboldened. Qin Yujun observed the two, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The Crown Prince feigned concern while Du Huaiyi seized the opportunity to sow discord. There is no need for such theatrics. Qin Yujun replied dismissively. I have merely sustained minor injuries and will recover with rest. Do not underestimate the situation.
Du Huaiyi feignait de surprise.
The physician has warned that the arrow was poisoned. Without prompt treatment, your life could be at risk. Before he could finish, Qin Yujun interrupted coldly. Du Huaiyi, you need not concern yourself with my injuries. Du Huaiyi chuckled nervously, attempting to feign concern. What you say is true, Your Highness. I have overstepped. However, Miss Mu, you should be cautious as well, for the assassin came for the prince. It is not certain they will not target you next.
Zhengyao scoffed inwardly.
Du Huaiyi was indeed adept at inserting himself into sensitive matters, every word aimed at exacerbating tensions between her and Qin Yujun. Did he think she could not discern his insinuations? He was clearly suggesting that her presence was the reason for Qin Yujun's assassination attempt. Young Master Du seems quite concerned for the prince's safety, Qin Yujun remarked suddenly, a chill lacing his tone. Du Huaiyi felt a shiver run down his spine, quickly bowing his head in respect. As a court official, it is only natural to be concerned for the prince's well-being. You are a pillar of our dynasty. Should anything happen to you, it would be a tremendous loss. Is that so? Qin Yujun retorted with a cold laugh. I assumed you were more concerned for your own ambitions and interests. These people truly believed him to be a sickly cat, ripe for slaughter. Chapter 35. The divine physician Valley. Thank you, Your Highness, Mu Zhengyao replied earnestly. However, I am currently overwhelmed with matters and cannot focus on how to repay you. If there is anything you wish me to do, please speak plainly. If it is within my capability, I shall comply. I was merely jesting. Why so serious? Qin Yujun awkwardly rubbed his nose. Forget it. I shall not tease you further. By the way, when do you plan to deal with Du Huaiyi? Would you like my assistance? Not yet, Mu Zhengyao replied. Du Huaiyi has connections with the Fusang side, and I am still investigating. For now, his life still holds value. Is it because he is of use that you wish to keep him alive? Qin Yujun nodded. Very well, I feared you might hesitate out of past affections. He lowered his gaze to Mu Zhengyao, a mixture of caution and yearning in his eyes. But do not forget, we are still betrothed. Once you have dealt with Du Huaiyi, will you consider? Mu Zhengyao did not answer, turning away to avoid his gaze. Very well, Qin Yujun chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if seeing through her thoughts. I understand that between us lies not only Du Huaiyi, but also the Mu family and the world at large. Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened, wanting to say something but not knowing where to begin. She averted her gaze from Qin Yujun's burning stare and steered the conversation elsewhere. Your Highness, I shall depart for the Divine Healer Valley tomorrow to seek a remedy for Miss Xigong. The Divine Healer Valley? Qin Yujun abruptly lifted his head. What purpose do you have in going there? Miss Xigong's ailment. Nonsense. Qin Yujun stood up suddenly. What kind of place is the Divine Healer Valley? Those old codgers are far too eccentric to easily extend a helping hand. It would be a futile endeavor. But do you believe that I, Your Highness, possess a means to cure Xigong Shui? Qin Yujun fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with conviction. Mu Zhengyao felt a stir within her heart, yet quickly regained her composure, shaking her head. I appreciate your good intentions, Your Highness, but this matter is of grave significance. I cannot gamble with Shui's life. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Yujun's eyes, but he did not press further. Instead, he spoke coolly. I am not jesting. 3 days.
Grant me 3 days' time.
Within that period, I shall certainly find someone capable of healing Xigong Shui. At that time, you must publicly declare my decree and sever ties with Du Huaiyi completely. Your Highness, Mu Zhengyao hesitated. Xigong Shui's illness could not be delayed, and she was unwilling to risk her dear friend's life. What? Do you not trust me? Qin Yujun narrowed his eyes. It is not a matter of trust, but rather what? Do you think I am exaggerating, deceiving you? Qin Yujun gave a wry smile. Very well, perhaps I am merely indulging in a fanciful notion. How could you truly believe me? He turned his back to Mu Zhengyao. You may leave, and consider my words forgotten. Your Highness, Mu Zhengyao bit her lip, her heart a tumult of emotions. What? Is there something else? Qin Yujun's tone was frigid as he did not turn around. 3 days, just 3 days. Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, her resolve firm. If Your Highness can find someone to treat Miss Xigong within 3 days, I shall agree to one of your requests. Qin Yujun swiftly turned, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Do you speak truly? I do not jest. Mu Zhengyao met his gaze, her tone unwavering. However, should you fail to do so, fail? Then I shall not trouble you further, Qin Yujun interjected, his voice tinged with determination. Agreed? Agreed. Mu Zhengyao nodded, turning to leave. 3 days. Would they be filled with hope or despair? Upon returning to the Duke's residence, the bustling scene before her starkly contrasted with the gloom in her heart. The servants busied themselves in preparation for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, hanging lanterns and arranging floral displays, each face radiating joy. Only Mu Zhengyao stood, akin to a wilted lotus, a solitary figure at the periphery of the merriment. What troubles are Miss Mu? Someone inquired. Mu Zhengyao forced a smile, unwilling to let her worries taint the festive atmosphere. Zhang Feier took her hand and led her to a table. Look at you. Your complexion is dreadful. Have you faced some grievance in the palace? Mu Zhengyao shook her head, hesitating to speak. Enough of that. Zhang Feier gently patted her hand, pointing to an exquisite wooden box on the table. This is a spice gifted from the palace called Drunken Lotus. Do give it a whiff. Do you fancy it? Mu Zhengyao opened the box, a rich fragrance wafting forth. Familiar yet elusive. It is delightful. Mother, what scent is this? A bright voice chimed as Mu Yunfan dashed over, peering curiously at the spices within the box. It is a gift from the palace, named Drunken Lotus, Zhang Feier explained with a smile. Drunken Lotus? Mu Yunfan tilted his head, pondering. What are you, a child, no? Zhang Feier playfully tapped his nose. Run along. Do not disturb your aunt and sister. Mu Yunfan stuck out his tongue and scampered off to play. This scent reminds me of someone, Mu Zhengyao murmured, a vague silhouette surfacing in her mind. Who? Zhang Feier asked, intrigued. Nothing. Mu Zhengyao shook her head, closing the box. Perhaps I am mistaken. Is this fragrance particularly special? Zhang Feier inquired. Yes, it feels familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have encountered it.
Mu Zhengyao frowned.
The scent lingering in her senses, stirring her unease. Mu Yunfan returned, clutching an unknown wildflower, presenting it to Zhang Feier with a flourish. Sister, it smells nice. Zhang Feier affectionately ruffled his hair. You are sweet-tongued. But this flower pales in comparison to your aunt's Drunken Lotus. That is not true.
Mu Yunfan protested.
The fragrance of that prince is 100 times better than Drunken Lotus. Mu Zhengyao's heart jolted, her head snapping up. Yunfan, what did you say?
Mu Yunfan,
startled by her sudden seriousness, stammered, I mean the prince we encountered in the garden last time. Zhang Feier also noticed Mu Zhengyao's unusual demeanor. Yunfan, have you truly met the regent? When was this? It was the last time, when aunt went to the palace for a banquet. I sneaked out to play. And then Mu Yunfan's voice trailed off, his confidence dwindling.
Mu Zhengyao's confusion deepened.
She had only met Qin Yujun a handful of times. And certainly not in the Duke's garden. Could this child have mistaken him for someone else? Yunfan, are you certain it was truly the regent? Indeed.
Mu Yunfan assured her.
Thumping his chest. That prince has an extraordinary sense of smell. I hid behind a rockery, and he sensed me immediately. Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Feier exchanged glances. Skepticism etched on their faces. This child could not possibly be exaggerating. How could a prince possess such acute olfactory sensitivity? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Mu Zhengyao's thoughts. Miss, it is dire.
Bion rushed in, panic-stricken.
The Du family is in trouble. Before she could elaborate, a frail figure stumbled in, collapsing at Mu Zhengyao's feet. It was Qing'er, the maid whom Mu Zhengyao had arranged to serve in the Du household. Qing'er's delicate features were streaked with tears, her distress evident. Miss, you must help me. Mu Zhengyao quickly helped her up. What has happened? Do not be afraid. Speak slowly. Recognizing her as Mu Zhengyao's maid, Zhang Feier gently consoled her. Do not rush, Qing'er. Have some water, and tell us what transpired. Qing'er took the teacup, but merely cradled it in her hands, tears streaming down her face. Miss, the master has locked up the second madam, forbidding the young mistress from seeing her. He said he plans to send the second madam away to the country estate.
What?
Zhang Feier gasped, incredulous. Du Huaiyi has gone too far to treat Yen'er and the young mistress in such a manner. Mu Zhengyao, however, only smiled coldly. Du Huaiyi and Shi Yen'er were two sides of the same coin, one seeking the Mu family's power, the other aspiring to rise above her station. Their facade had finally crumbled. It was merely a matter of time. Qing'er clutched the teacup tightly, tears finally spilling over, scalding her hand. She sniffled, her voice quavering. The second madam deserves her fate. But it is the young mistress who suffers. She is so small, locked away in the courtyard. Even the wet nurse has been dismissed. Had I not stolen a glance? I fear. Zhang Fei, hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Regardless of Shi Yan'er's faults, the child was innocent, merely 2 years old, at an age that craved affection. How could Huaiyi be so heartless? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Mu Zhengyao restrained her. Mu Zhengyao's expression revealed no surprise. As if she had anticipated this turn of events. She inquired coolly, "Oh? And what of the child?" Qing'er spoke with a trembling voice. "The young lady has been crying and fussing all day without a drop of water. Her throat is hoarse. I found it truly pitiful. So I secretly fed her some water and pastries. However, Madame Eyre discovered this and insisted that I was sent by the young lady to harm her, resulting in a beating for me." Mu Zhengyao fell silent, her mind flashing back to Shi Yan'er's delicate visage and the infant still in swaddling. In the end, they too were victims of this marriage. Hearing this, Qing'er grew even more anxious. She opened her mouth as if to say something but hesitated. Finally, she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Miss, I heard that Madame Eyre is hiding something that has made the young lord furious." And he even mentioned searching Madame Eyre's courtyard for hidden items. Mu Zhengyao felt even more perplexed. What could Shi Yan'er, a merchant's daughter, possibly hide that would provoke Huaiyi to such lengths? "What is it?" Zhang Fei pressed for clarification. Qing'er replied, "I'm not sure, but I heard it's some sort of spice." Spice? Mu Zhengyao's mind suddenly sparked with realization, recalling the exquisite spices recently bestowed upon the palace, including an extraordinarily precious box. Could it be? "Qing'er, come here," Mu Zhengyao beckoned, gesturing for Qing'er to draw closer. "Take a good look at this. Have you seen it before?" Mu Zhengyao picked up an exquisite wooden box from the dressing table, opened the lid, and presented it to Qing'er. Initially, Qing'er merely glanced at it, but in the next moment, her pupils dilated and her face turned pale. Pointing at the spices within the box, she stammered, This is it. Are you certain?" Mu Zhengyao felt a weight in her heart, and her suspicions were confirmed. "I am certain."
Qing'er nodded vigorously.
"A few days ago, I saw a servant of the young lord secretly toss an identical wooden box into the well. Out of curiosity, I fished it out, and upon opening it, it was indeed this spice. I found the scent peculiar and discarded it." After hearing Qing'er's words, Mu Zhengyao fixed her gaze on the wooden box, her thoughts swirling. What secret did this spice conceal that prompted Huaiyi to go to such great lengths to destroy it? She suddenly recalled that these spices were bestowed by the palace. If it were discovered that Huaiyi had privately destroyed them, it would surely lead to greater trouble.
"Beyond."
Mu Zhengyao immediately commanded, "Go and transport all the items bestowed by the palace to the storeroom, placing them in a separate room. No one is to approach without my command." Although Bai Yun was puzzled by Mu Zhengyao's sudden urgency, she complied without question. "Qing'er," Mu Zhengyao turned to her, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Have you told anyone else about this matter?" Qing'er quickly shook her head. "No, I wouldn't dare." "Good," Mu Zhengyao nodded. "Let this matter be as if it never occurred. Do not speak of it again, do you understand?" "I understand. You have acted discreetly and reported to me in a timely manner. Well done. Later, let Bai Yun take you to the accounts room to receive a reward of 10 taels of silver." Qing'er expressed her gratitude profusely and withdrew. Mu Zhengyao sat alone before the dressing table, her fingertips lightly caressing the box of spices, her mind a tempest of thoughts. What secrets lay hidden behind this spice? She sensed that this matter was perhaps not as simple as it appeared. She needed assistance from someone knowledgeable in spices and trustworthy. A name surfaced in her mind: Lung Ran. Resolving her indecision, Mu Zhengyao decided to visit Lung Ran's secluded residence personally. "Bai Yun, prepare the carriage. I am going out." "Yes, Mississippi." Though Bai Yun was perplexed, she obediently complied. Mu Zhengyao donned a simple attire, ensuring not to disturb anyone, and hurriedly left the residence with Bai Yun and 2 guards. The carriage sped along, quickly reaching the outskirts of the city. Just as Mu Zhengyao thought everything was going smoothly, an unexpected incident occurred. "What is happening?" She steadied herself and asked in a low voice. "Miss, it seems someone is blocking the road ahead," the driver stammered. Mu Zhengyao lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a ragged beggar lying in the middle of the road, obstructing their passage. Where did this beggar come from? "Get out of the way."
Beyond scolded.
However, the beggar remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. "Miss, this beggar seems strange. Perhaps we should take a detour, the driver suggested. Mu Zhengyao felt a twinge of doubt, worried the situation might be a trap, yet the beggar lay there with an air of helplessness. She commanded, "Get down and check. But be careful. Are you all right?" One of the guards squatted to inquire, but the beggar showed no sign of response. "He can't be dead, can he?" Another guard spoke in fear, reaching out to check the beggar's breath. "Be careful." The beggar suddenly flipped over and sat up, hurling a concealed weapon toward Mu Zhengyao. Chapter 37. Poison Miss, be careful. Damn it. Mu Zhengyao cursed softly, feeling a wetness on her cheek, realizing it was blood. An assassin. Her eyes turned cold, a killing intent rising within her. The guards were stunned by the sudden turn of events, but once they regained their composure, they drew their swords to protect Mu Zhengyao, angrily rebuking, "How dare you attack an official of the court?" The beggar, however, showed no interest in engaging further. After throwing the concealed weapon, he swiftly turned to flee, moving with a speed that belied his earlier feeble appearance. "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" Bai Yun shouted furiously at the guards. The guards obeyed the order, immediately pursuing the direction in which the beggar had fled. "Miss, we should follow as well," Bai Yun urged, seeing Mu Zhengyao still seated in the carriage, her anxiety growing. Yet, Mu Zhengyao remained unmoved, her gaze flickering as she observed the beggar's retreating figure, a cold smile curling at her lips. "No need to chase. We will follow at a distance. But miss that beggar. Since he came prepared, pursuing him recklessly may lead us into his trap," Mu Zhengyao replied calmly. "Let us see what scheme he intends to play." Bai Yun, though worried, understood the wisdom in Mu Zhengyao's words and ceased further argument, instructing the driver to quietly follow behind the guards. The carriage trailed along, maintaining a distance from the beggar. Eventually, the beggar twisted and turned, eventually arriving at a secluded, abandoned courtyard. He glanced around to ensure no one was following before slipping inside. "What shall we do, miss?"
Beyond inquired.
"Wait," Mu Zhengyao replied lightly. "I wish to see who is orchestrating this attack against me." Approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the beggar re-emerged from the courtyard, a heavy money bag in hand. He wore a smug expression, clearly pleased with his recent haul. At that moment, a figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat, emerged from the shadows to meet him. "How did it go?" the figure in black asked, their voice low and raspy, rendering their gender indiscernible. "Rest assured, it has been handled," the beggar replied eagerly. "That woman has been poisoned and will not survive the night." "Excellent," the figure in black nodded in satisfaction. "Here is your reward. Take it and leave." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." The beggar gratefully accepted the silver offered by the figure in black and departed with a myriad of thanks.
Now, Mu Zhengyao hissed.
"Who goes there?" The man in black, clearly a skilled fighter, immediately turned alert upon hearing the commotion. However, what awaited him was a ferocious strike from Mu Zhengyao. How presumptuous! The man in black scoffed and met her attack with his own. Yet, the moment their palms collided, his expression changed dramatically. This woman possesses formidable inner strength. The man in black was taken aback, but it was too late to withdraw. With a sharp crack, Mu Zhengyao twisted his wrist, breaking it, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. He had no intention of lingering. He leapt onto his toes and fled. "Damn it! Miss, are you all right?" Bai Yun and the guards arrived just then, rushing to check on Mu Zhengyao's condition.
"I'm fine."
Mu Zhengyao shook her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the retreating figure of the man in black. Though their encounter was brief, she sensed that his martial arts were quite unfamiliar, indicating he was not from the capital. Clearly, this assassination attempt was part of a larger conspiracy. "After him. We must uncover the mastermind behind this,"
Mu Zhengyao commanded coldly.
However, before her words could fully sink in, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and darkness engulfed her vision as she swayed dangerously. "Mess!"
Beyond exclaimed.
Rushing to support Mu Zhengyao. "I'm fine." Mu Zhengyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to stand upright. "It was merely a scratch from that beggar's hidden weapon. The poison is not potent, and I should be all right. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and give chase,"
Mu Zhengyao urged,
suppressing her discomfort as she shouted at the guards. Only then did the guards react, hastily pursuing the direction in which the man in black had fled. "Miss, are you truly all right? Perhaps we should return. This place is too perilous." "No, I must see with my own eyes who seeks my life," she insisted, pushing her body onward in the direction of the fleeing assassin. It was unclear how long she had been chasing him when her vision began to blur, and she felt on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a brightly lit building appeared before her. The Flower House? Zhengyao recognized the renowned establishment in the capital. It seemed the man in black had sought refuge within. "Miss, do we really have to go in there?" Bai Yun hesitated, glancing at the opulent yet decadent venue.
Yes.
Young lady, not just anyone can enter here. The doorman, observing Zhengyao's refined demeanor in her male attire, stepped forward to obstruct her entrance. However, before he could finish his sentence, a guard beside Zhengyao pushed him aside, and they strode directly into the flower house. "Hey, you can't just push me." The doorman stumbled, ready to protest, but upon seeing the grim expressions of Zhengyao and her entourage, who were visibly armed, he wisely chose silence. As Zhengyao entered the establishment, a wave of perfumed air enveloped her, and the cacophony of voices made her frown. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the provocatively dressed, heavily made-up women, finally settling on a window of a private room on the second floor. The window was ajar, and she could vaguely see a figure in black seated within. Although she could not discern his features, she surmised that it was undoubtedly the same man who had fled moments ago. "It's him!" A surge of excitement filled Zhengyao, and she stepped forward to ascend the stairs. "Miss, please wait." Bai Yun attempted to dissuade her, but Zhengyao was already hastening up the staircase. Upon reaching the door of the private room, she was about to push it open when suddenly a wave of dizziness struck her, and darkness enveloped her as she crumpled to the floor.
Bang!
"Miss!" Bai Yun cried out, rushing forward only to find Zhengyao unconscious on the ground. "Quickly, fetch a doctor." Bai Yun urged the guards, her voice laced with urgency. The guards, not daring to delay, split up to carry out her orders. "What has happened?" A cool voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a handsome man clad in white, adorned with a jade crown, making his way through the throng, flanked by several guards.
It was GCU.
"Young master Yu." The crowd greeted him with bows. "What has transpired?" GCU ignored the crowd, striding directly to Bai Yun, his brow furrowing as he regarded the unconscious Zhengyao. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of intrigue crossed GCU's eyes. He gestured to his attendants. "Take her to my room."
Beyond guessed in shock.
"What do you intend to do with my lady?" she demanded angrily. "Her condition is somewhat complicated."
GCU replied solemnly.
"First, carry her to my room. I am here to save her." "Yes, thank you, young master Yu," Bai Yun exclaimed with relief, quickly directing the guards to lift Zhengyao and follow GCU upstairs. The throbbing pain in her head caused Zhengyao to groan softly as she struggled to open her eyes, yet everything remained a blur. "Miss, you are finally awake." Bai Yun's anxious voice reached her ears. "Water." Bai Yun hurriedly poured a cup of warm water and carefully brought it to her lips. The soothing liquid slid down her throat, alleviating her dryness, and Zhengyao felt a little more alert. She propped herself up, attempting to sit up, but found herself too weak to do so. "Bai Yun, what of the assassin?" she asked, forcing herself to speak through her discomfort. At her words, Bai Yun's face flickered with hesitation, her lips poised but held back. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhengyao, and she pressed, "Speak. What exactly transpired?" Just then, the door creaked open, and GCU, clad in white, entered with measured steps. Upon seeing that Zhengyao had awakened, a hint of warmth seemed to infuse his usually cold demeanor. "How does Miss Mu feel?" "I am grateful for your timely assistance, young master Yu," Zhengyao replied, striving to quell her unease as she nodded slightly, yet she remained curious about the assassin. "I have brought him," GCU said, his tone unruffled, signaling to his guards to bring the person forward. In an instant, a bound and battered figure was thrown to the ground. "It's him." Recognizing the shape of the man, Zhengyao immediately identified him as the masked assassin she had encountered on the street that night. Yet, in this moment, he appeared utterly defeated, like a rag doll on the floor, his breath barely audible. Zhengyao struggled to rise, but Bai Yun held her down. "Miss, you are not well yet. Do not exert yourself." "I must interrogate him about who sent him to kill me," Zhengyao insisted. She found it hard to believe that a mere assassin would dare to strike against her in broad daylight, under the Emperor's very nose. "There's no need," GCU interjected coolly, his voice tinged with pity. "He can no longer speak."
"What?"
Zhengyao's gaze shot up, confusion etched on her face as she questioned GCU. "What do you mean?" "He is no ordinary assassin but a trained killer, a death warrior," Ji Siu explained as he approached the bound figure, looking down at him with an emotionless gaze. There are various methods to extract information from such individuals, but he paused, adding with a hint of derision, some answers might only bring you greater anguish. What do you know, young master you? Speak plainly. After a moment of silence, Ji Siu finally began. He is a distant cousin of Huaiyi, likely a death warrior raised by some noble family. His mission here was to assist his cousin in dealing with her predicament.
What? Huaiyi?
The woman, now struggling to ensure her own safety, still possesses the audacity to confront her. Huaiyi Mu Zhengyao softly repeated the name, as if to engrave it into her very bones. She could not have anticipated that the seemingly fragile and dependent woman would exhibit such malice. Even as she found herself ensnared in her own predicament, not forgetting to add insult to injury. How cunning she must be, capable of even manipulating her own cousin. Mu Zhengyao let out a cold laugh. Did she truly believe this would lead to my demise? How naive. How do you intend to deal with this person? Ji Siu inquired, his gaze resting on the masked figure, lying like a beaten dog, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Naturally. I shall send her to the government office, allowing the Zhengyao to thoroughly interrogate her. I am eager to uncover who has emboldened her to commit such heinous acts beneath the emperor's very nose. One fears that the Zhengyao may not act in accordance with your wishes, Ji Siu replied, his tone laced with subtle implications.
Zhengyao furolet herbrol.
Looking at Ji Siu in confusion. What do you mean by that, young master you? Has Miss Mu forgotten who holds the reins of power in the current court? Ji Siu countered, refraining from providing a direct answer. Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's heart sank.
Indeed.
How could she have forgotten that the emperor of today was no longer the benevolent ruler who once cared for her? The realization filled her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She understood that with Xiao Rongji's favoritism towards the Du family, should this matter reach his ears, the likely outcome would be a mere dismissal. What do you suggest should be done about this matter, young master you? Mu Zhengyao inquired, suppressing the bitterness within her. In my humble opinion, this person is of no use alive, he hinted darkly. Absolutely not. Mu Zhengyao rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation.
You see you?
Seemingly having anticipated her response, remained unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. Miss Mu, your compassion is admirable. However, I possess no antidote for the poison you have been afflicted with.
What?
She felt a wave of darkness wash over her body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing. Grasping the edge of the bed, she barely managed to steady herself.
How could this be?
She muttered to herself. If even I cannot cure this poison, how could anyone else? It seems only the divine physician from the valley may have the remedy. But with Miss Sikong currently preoccupied, Mu Zhengyao inhaled deeply, striving to steady her mind, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Ji Siu. Who exactly are you? How do you know about Sikong? Her words faltered abruptly. Very few were aware of the poisoning incident involving Sikong Shui. How could Ji Siu have knowledge of it? Chapter 39. Mr. Sun. When she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes blazing as she fixed Ji Siu with an intense stare. How do you know about Miss Sikong? Ji Siu seemed to have anticipated her question, remaining calm. Miss Mu, there is no need for such anxiety. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards you.
No ill intentions? Mu Zhengyao scoffed.
You have appeared before me multiple times and possess such knowledge of my affairs. How am I to believe you harbor no malice? Ji Siu fell silent, merely gazing at her with a hint of resignation. Mu Zhengyao felt a chill creep up her spine under his scrutiny and turned her face away, no longer inclined to ponder who Ji Siu truly was, or what his intentions might be. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with the assassin before her and, above all, how to preserve her own life. If young master Yu has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, Mu Zhengyao stated coldly. Yet, Ji Siu seemed oblivious to her underlying tone, remaining rooted in place, showing no signs of departing. Miss Mu, your current state is perilous. I advise against any rash actions, Ji Siu suddenly remarked. Perilous?
Mu Zhengyao laughed coldly.
What do I have left to fear? I fear not even death. Why should I fear danger? Ji Siu appeared poised to speak again, but Mu Zhengyao interrupted him. I shall say this once more. My decision is final. Very well, then I shall not press you further, Ji Siu replied, his voice devoid of emotion. I merely hope that Miss Mu does not come to regret her decision today. Without replying, Mu Zhengyao turned and walked away.
Wait.
Ji Siu suddenly called out to her. What is it? Mu Zhengyao, standing in the courtyard, asked with some impatience. Before Ji Siu could respond, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, and a figure on horseback came to a swift halt at the courtyard entrance. The newcomer dismounted and strode swiftly to Mu Zhengyao, draping a cloak around her shoulders. Yaozhen, what are you doing here? What has happened? The person was none other than Song Han. He had initially gone to the Mu residence in search of Mu Zhengyao but found himself at a loss when the servants informed him that she had left. Upon learning that Mu Zhengyao had returned to the capital, Song's father, just back from an inspection of the borders, insisted on seeing her. Consequently, Song Han hurriedly set out to find her. On the way, he encountered the housekeeper of the Mu residence, who appeared flustered, stating that the young lady was in danger, prompting him to search for her. Seeing Song Han, Mu Zhengyao felt a wave of relief wash over her and shook her head, indicating that she was unharmed.
I'm fine.
Just a minor inconvenience. She was disheveled, her attire in disarray, and she did not wish to be seen in such a state, especially by him. Thank goodness you're all right. Song Han replied, relieved, before turning to Ji Siu. Who are you, and why are you here? Ji Siu met Song Han's gaze. I am young Master Yu. As for why I am here, it is simply because I am acquainted with Miss Mu and invited her to sit for a while. Acquainted? Song Han clearly disbelieved his statement, his eyes darting between Mu Zhengyao and Ji Siu. I have known Yao Zhen for many years. How come I have never heard her mention you? Before Ji Siu could respond, Mu Zhengyao quickly interjected, Sangha, please do not misunderstand. My encounter with young Master Yu was merely a coincidence. Turning back to Ji Siu, she added coldly, thank you for your assistance today, but I must attend to urgent matters at home and will take my leave. On the way back, Song Han inquired, are you all right? Is everything all right? Mu Zhengyao shook her head, forcing a pale smile. It's getting late. I must return. Seeing her pallor, Song Han grew increasingly worried. Allow me to escort you home. Your current condition is not suitable for traveling alone. No need, I can return by myself. But I assure you I'm fine. Please do not worry. Seeing her determination, Song Han refrained from pressing further. Then please take care on your journey. Should anything arise, have someone inform me at the Song residence. I will. You should return. Your father is waiting for you at home, Mu Zhengyao urged. Song Han nodded and watched as Mu Zhengyao climbed into the carriage before turning to leave. Upon returning to her residence, Mu Zhengyao immediately dismissed the servants and entered her study alone. Sitting in her chair, she replayed the events of earlier in her mind, the identity of Ji Siu, the origins of the assassin, and the contents of the letter, all tangled together, leaving her utterly perplexed. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts.
Come in.
The door opened, and Song Han stepped inside. What brings you here? Mu Zhengyao asked, surprised. As she had thought she had sent him away. I could not shake my concern for you, so I came to check on you. Song Han said as he approached her side. Are you truly all right? Mu Zhengyao shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and apologizing for causing concern. However, Song Han noticed her pale complexion and furrowed brows. You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? As he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped at the door. Glancing back at Mu Zhengyao, his words caught in his throat.
I'm really fine.
Please don't overthink it, she insisted. Yet, before Song Han could respond, the sound of hooves echoed from outside, interrupting their conversation. He frowned. The Mu residence was notoriously strict about its gates. Who dared to gallop in at such a late hour? Who dares disturb the peace of the Mu residence? State your name, came the guard's commanding voice from outside, but the hoofbeats showed no sign of stopping. How audacious. Does the person I wish to see require an announcement? Mu Zhengyao and Song Han exchanged surprised glances. Recognizing that voice all too well, it was the regent, Qin Yujun. Before Mu Zhengyao could speak, the door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a dark brocade robe. The very figure they had anticipated. He was followed by a stern-looking young man in green, carrying a medical kit. Why has the prince come in such attire? Mu Zhengyao struggled against her discomfort to rise and pay her respects. Qin Yujun quickly approached her, catching her as she swayed. You are in such poor health. Why are you still trying to stand on ceremony? Your constitution is already weak. Why are you wandering around? Mu Zhengyao felt flustered by his sudden concern and was about to explain when the coldness in his gaze silenced her. His sharp eyes swept over Song Han,
who stood nearby.
Young Master Song, visiting at such a late hour, a rather diligent pursuit, I must say. Song Han felt the unmasked hostility and awkwardly replied, "Your Highness. You misunderstand. I merely came to check on Yaodong. My people will take care of Yaodong. There is no need for your concern, young Master Song." Seeing the tension between the two men, Mu Zhengyao felt a pang of distress and was about to interject when darkness suddenly enveloped her, and her body uncontrollably tipped backward. Miss. Chapter 40. A lonely man and a woman in the same room. Zhengyao. Qin Yujun reacted swiftly, catching her with a flash of urgency. He turned to Song Han. "Young Master Song, I have brought a physician to treat Zhengyao. Please leave us." Song Han hesitated. "Your Highness, it may be inappropriate for you to be alone with a young lady in such circumstances." Before he could finish, the young man in green called out, "Not good. Miss Mu has already succumbed to the poison." Qin Yujun's complexion turned pale. He immediately commanded the young man, "Hurry, treat Zhengyao." The young man wasted no time, opening the medical kit to retrieve precious herbs and silver needles, preparing to administer aid. A sense of foreboding washed over Song Han. He wanted to intervene, but was met with the young man's cold gaze. "Young Master Song, please return." "Your Highness, I need your assistance." A flicker of displeasure crossed Song Han's face, pondering the motives behind being so deliberately dismissed. "No, I must," but the young man had lost all patience. He swiftly jabbed a needle into the back of Song Han's neck, his tone laced with disdain. "Noisy." Seeing this, Qin Yujun smirked slightly. "See young Master Song home safely." "Yes, Your Highness," the attendant replied respectfully. Once Song Han was escorted away, Qin Yujun turned to the young man. "Sunwen, how confident are you?" "Your Highness, the poison is quite complex. I have a method to neutralize it, but it will take time. Moreover, her frail condition could lead to complications." Qin Yujun's brow furrowed deeply. He understood Zhengyao's weak constitution, and this poisoning was a dire predicament. "Do not hold back. I will ensure no one disturbs you." Sun Wen nodded and focused intently on treating Mu Zhengyao. The following day, when Mu Zhengyao awoke, her head felt heavy, but the discomfort had noticeably lessened. As she attempted to sit up, her peripheral vision caught a figure. Her heart raced. Qin Yujun was gazing intently at her. "You are awake? How is Sikong Shui?" A sudden chill rushed in through the window, prompting Qin Yujun to cough lightly. "Your brother is already treating her." Mu Zhengyao signaled to her maid, Chuiwe, who immediately understood and closed the window. However, as she did, she noticed Qin Yujun watching her with a knowing look. Realization struck her. Being alone with Qin Yujun in this room made the situation even harder to explain. "Chuiwe, open the window again. I suddenly feel a bit suffocated."
"What?"
"Are you afraid of misunderstandings from the people of the residence?" Qin Yujun's voice was hoarse, laced with temptation. "Misunderstandings? I have nothing to hide with the prince. It is simply," Chuiwe interjected, "Miss, do not worry. The people in the residence are quite discreet." Qin Yujun maintained a smile that left Mu Zhengyao feeling exasperated. He truly acted as if he belonged in the duke's manor, and the servants treated him as if he were half a master. "Chuiwe, you may leave. Zhengyao and I have matters to discuss." Chuiwe complied and exited, leaving only Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao in the room. "Do you know that Shi Yen'er's cousin has hired someone to assassinate you?" Mu Zhengyao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. "Do you genuinely believe Shi Yen'er is behind this? Did you know that the maid by her side has died?"
"Dead?"
Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. Qin Yujun nodded, his gaze profound. "Indeed. That maid had served Shi Yen'er for many years, yet suddenly passed away. There must be something amiss." After a moment of silence, Mu Zhengyao slowly spoke. "Do you suspect it was Du Huaiyi's doing?" Noticing her ambiguous stance, a flicker of displeasure crossed Qin Yujun's eyes. "Since we are now betrothed, do you still intend to remain with Du Huaiyi?" Given Qin Yujun's promise to save Sikong Shui, she could not go back on her word. At an appropriate time. The moment those two words left her lips, Qin Yujun's eyes sparkled with joy. However, just as he stood up, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Mu Zhengyao quickly rose. She realized that Qin Yujun's frail condition was genuine. As she was about to inquire further, he feigned leaning against her, claiming, "I feel dizzy." As Qin Yujun began to topple over, Mu Zhengyao instinctively pushed him. His body teetered dangerously close to the ground, and her face paled in alarm. She hadn't expected her push to be so forceful. "Your Highness," she cried, rushing forward to catch him. In a moment of clumsiness, she suddenly found herself falling onto Qin Yujun. He stiffened momentarily before a smile graced his lips. Are you concerned for me?
Zhengyao's cheeks flushed crimson.
Akin to blooming peach blossoms. At that moment, Mu Xiaoxi entered from outside, witnessing the scene and gasping in shock, covering his eyes. I'll just leave now. Mu Zhengyao struggled to rise but found her body weakened, barely able to support herself. Qin Yujun offered her a slight assist. After the two stabilized themselves, Mu Xiaoxi still covered her eyes. Miss, someone has come from the Queen's palace, requesting your presence. I understand. You may leave for now. Once Mu Xiaoxi departed, Qin Yujun noticed the confusion in Mu Zhengyao's eyes and spoke up. There has been an investigation in the palace regarding the concubines manufacturing poison. Your summons to the palace is likely to cover this matter. Is that so? At that moment, Mu Zhengyao suddenly remembered something.
Right.
I still need to find Lung Rand to help check on the rewards in the residence. Do not worry. I have already arranged it. He has examined the items and confirmed they are indeed toxic. Furthermore, you may encounter Du Huaiyi during your visit to the palace. Mu Zhengyao assumed he was concerned about the divorce issue and hastily explained, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I do not intend to delay. It is just that Du Huaiyi is not someone to be easily dealt with. If I wish to part ways with him, I must think it through. Unexpectedly, Qin Yujun turned and walked behind the screen, remaining silent. After a moment, he changed into a different outfit and said, Let us go. I shall accompany you. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Mu Zhengyao asked in confusion. Since their engagement, Qin Yujun had grown increasingly attached. He smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Now that you are betrothed to me, it is only natural for me to escort you to the palace personally to ensure your safety. He paused, adding, However, do you truly not care about Du Huaiyi's fate? Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of worry. Although she and Qin Yujun were in the same boat, their fates intertwined, the world was unpredictable, and human hearts were ever-changing. Who could truly foresee what unforeseen events the future might hold? Mu Zhengyao felt a twinge of anxiety. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she eventually nodded gently. Qin Yujun keenly detected the hesitation in her gaze and softly inquired, I merely wish to ask if you would trust me and collaborate with me to stage a performance. A performance? She raised her head slightly, meeting Qin Yujun's gaze. His phoenix eyes held a subtle confidence and composure, as if everything was within his control. Weighing the pros and cons in her heart, she ultimately made up her mind and firmly replied, Very well, I agree. Qin Yujun nodded in satisfaction and said, Then let us proceed. The two slowly arrived at the entrance of the Queen's palace, where the palace attendants respectfully bowed to them. One of them then turned and entered the palace to deliver the message. At that moment, Qin Yujun leaned down and quietly explained to Mu Zhengyao, If you happen to see Du Huaiyi later, remember to feign a heartbroken demeanor, making him believe you still harbor feelings for him. Mu Zhengyao turned sharply to look at Qin Yujun, ready to inquire about the reasoning behind it, when a palace attendant approached with a bow, respectfully stating, Regent Prince. Miss Mu, the Queen requests your presence. Please follow this old servant. Mu Zhengyao had no choice but to temporarily suppress her doubts and followed the attendant into the Queen's palace. Upon their entrance, the Queen immediately displayed a warm smile, kindly saying, Come, quickly, take a seat, both of you. Mu Zhengyao slightly inclined her body and gracefully sat in the designated position, while Qin Yujun sat beside her. His gaze deep and seemingly lost in thought. Miss Mu, there were some discrepancies in the previous rewards. Do not take them to heart, the Queen said gently, her tone filled with concern. However, before Mu Zhengyao could respond, the Queen's expression suddenly turned stern as she declared, I shall not let those guilty escape. According to the law, they will face death to provide you with justice. Mu Zhengyao was about to inquire further when Qin Yujun abruptly interrupted her, saying in a grave tone, This matter must not alarm the snake. We need to proceed with caution. His face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Yet an inexplicable chill emanated from him, reminiscent of a ghostly wind that sent shivers down one's spine, instilling a sense of dread. A hint of surprise flickered in the Queen's eyes. She paused briefly before regaining her composure, stating seriously, What the Regent Prince says is indeed true. You must remember this. The surrounding maidens and eunuchs bowed their heads in agreement, responding, Yes. Just then, the Emperor entered unexpectedly. Upon seeing Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao seated side by side, he was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a knowing smile, teasing, the regent uncle and General Mu truly harmonized like a pair of jade-like figures. The queen, upon witnessing this, quickly stood and bowed, respectfully asking, Your Majesty, what brings you here in person? Is there something you wish to discuss? The emperor waved his hand gently, signaling her not to be overly formal, and then spoke slowly, I have come today primarily to check on your health. He then turned his attention to Mu Zhengyao, stating, General Mu, there have been some issues with the rewards in the palace. You must, before he could finish. Mu Zhengyao already understood the emperor's true intention. Realizing he was testing her reaction, maintaining her composure, she calmly replied, I deeply believe that your majesty and the queen will handle this matter impartially and justly. The emperor nodded slightly at her response. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Yujun, revealing concern in his tone. Regent uncle, the court has been busy with numerous affairs and immense pressure. You must take care of your health. Upon hearing the emperor's admonition, Qin Yujun's expression turned cold for a moment before he returned to normal, responding nonchalantly, Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I will do my best. Suddenly, a eunuch hurriedly entered the hall, bowing to report, Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived with young master, due to plead for forgiveness. Hearing this news, the emperor was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, calmly instructing, Let them enter. The crown prince and Du Huaiyi slowly stepped into the hall, Du Huaiyi's face displaying a hint of trepidation and unease. His gaze swept across the hall, and suddenly he spotted Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao seated together. In that moment, anger ignited in his eyes. However, he noticed a barely perceptible sorrow flickering in Mu Zhengyao's gaze, causing him to doubt his own perception, stirring a sense of confusion and unease within him. Just as he was lost in thought, the crown prince suddenly struck Du Huaiyi forcefully on the back, commanding, Kneel. Du Huaiyi's body trembled violently, snapping him back to reality as he slowly knelt before the emperor. His knees met the cold ground, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. Father, I was misled and deceived by this Du Huaiyi. I truly had no knowledge of any issues with the spices. As soon as the crown prince's words fell, a sharp glint flashed in the emperor's eyes. He scrutinized the kneeling Du Huaiyi, his gaze filled with skepticism and anger. Du Huaiyi, do you acknowledge your guilt? The emperor's words pierced through Du Huaiyi's heart like a sword. Du Huaiyi trembled all over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In a state of panic, he hurriedly knelt and bowed his head in apology. Your Majesty, I have truly been used by others. These spice merchants have mixed inferior goods and sent them to the palace for the use of the ladies. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please, Your Majesty, see through the truth. I never intended to deceive you. The emperor waved his sleeve, his face darkening with rage as he sternly rebuked. Do not attempt to argue any further. Although you may escape death, you cannot evade the punishment for your crimes. He gazed outside the palace, and upon the arrival of visitors, he immediately conveyed his imperial decree, dismiss Du Huaiyi from his position and exile him to Yuzhou. Before the emperor could finish his proclamation, Qin Yujun beside him abruptly interrupted, gently reminding, Your Majesty, the prices of those spices far exceed the original formula. One cannot help but wonder how much silver the consorts have truly spent. Chapter 42. The minister's injustice. Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance darkened further. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded a eunuch at his side, investigate this matter thoroughly. Identify all consorts involved. I demand an explanation from everyone implicated. The eunuch promptly obeyed, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere within the hall. Before long, he returned to report, Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that 5 consorts have secretly engaged in transactions with Du Huaiyi, involving a substantial sum of silver. Though the eunuch's voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated harshly within the grand chamber. The emperor furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the named consorts, and spoke in a low, menacing tone. Such audacity to embezzle the palace's wealth. Seize them all and confine them to the cold palace. Their assets shall be confiscated. Seeing this, the crown prince quickly interjected, Father, I too am a victim in this matter, and I hold no intentions of shielding anyone. I implore you to see clearly. The emperor shot the crown prince a frigid look, replying sternly, as the heir apparent, you ought to lead by example. I shall uncover the truth of this matter. Should you be at fault, I cannot protect you. Du Huaiyi trembled in fear, his voice quavering, Your Majesty, the regent is correct. This silver has undoubtedly been embezzled by the consorts. Impudent. The emperor's fury erupted, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Du Huaiyi! As a minister of the court, how dare you speak so recklessly about palace affairs? It appears that General Mu's desire to divorce you had some justification." Discontent was palpable in the emperor's words. Du Huaiyi's face turned as pale as paper. Was the emperor truly prepared to abandon him as a pawn? The matter of spices had been a covert directive from the emperor himself. Why had he suddenly turned against him? He desperately prostrated himself, pleading, "Your Majesty, I was coerced. I did not embezzle any silver. I was merely used." His voice broke with despair. "Moreover, my wife, Zhengyao, has been poisoned. Concubine Yu is using this to threaten me. I had no choice." Tears streamed down his face, while Zhengyao felt a wave of nausea. How could he refer to Zhengyao as his wife when she was clearly the legitimate spouse? Truly, one who has lost all shame is invincible in this world. The emperor's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Zhengyao, his gaze flickering. Though Zhengyao appeared composed, her fingers twisted the hem of her garment tightly, indicating her inner turmoil. "Bold Du Huaiyi, how dare you slander concubine Yu? You seem to have a death wish." The emperor's rage was barely contained as he nearly overturned the imperial table. Du Huaiyi, filled with dread, took a deep breath and, with a trembling voice, said, "Your Majesty, I do not dare deceive you. This matter at home is true. Zhengyao has been severely poisoned, and if I do not comply, her life is in peril. I was forced into this foolishness." The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. The crown prince, feeling anxious, hastily spoke to ease the situation. "Father, this matter requires verification. We must ascertain the truth of Du Huaiyi's claims, supported by evidence." The emperor scoffed, his gaze shifting between Du Huaiyi and Zhengyao. "General Mu, do you have any knowledge of this matter?" Zhengyao rose slowly, her gaze resolute as she faced the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have long severed ties with Du Huaiyi. I know nothing of his deeds and have no involvement." The emperor turned to Du Huaiyi, coldly asking, "Du Huaiyi, do you have anything else to say?" Du Huaiyi's face was ashen. He realized he had no escape and could only shift the blame onto concubine Yu in hopes of a slim chance of survival. "Your Majesty, I mean no harm. I merely wish to save my wife's life. I am willing to accept any punishment, only asking that you save Zhengyao. I have an elderly mother and children to care for." His words devolved into tears. "Your Majesty, I truly have no other choice." His voice was filled with despair and helplessness, tears cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the cold floor. "I am willing to undergo investigation. If concubine Yu is truly innocent, I will gladly accept any punishment. I implore you to show mercy and save my family." The emperor remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. The empress, perceiving that the emperor did not genuinely wish for Du Huaiyi's demise, interjected, "Your Majesty, this matter pertains to the inner palace and requires careful handling. Perhaps it would be prudent to detain Du Huaiyi and allow the Ministry of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation, ensuring clarity of the facts. As for concubine Yu, she should also be placed under house arrest until the truth is revealed. What do you think, Your Majesty?" The empress's words not only exhibited fairness, but also provided the emperor with a way out. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor nodded. "The empress's counsel is wise. Let it be so." Before the emperor could finish, Zhengyao rose, casting a cold glance at Du Huaiyi. "Your Majesty, this man once appeared devoid of compassion. Who would have thought he harbored intentions to harm me? If he is let off so easily, what if he seeks to harm others in the future?" "Indeed." Zhengyao's words were echoed by Qin Yujun. "To conspire against a general of our nation is tantamount to waging war against thousands of soldiers. Your Majesty, you must think carefully." The emperor's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. He spoke sternly. "What do you propose as a course of action?" The crown prince seized the moment to restore balance. "Father, if Du Huaiyi is indeed guilty, he must be punished severely. Yet if his claims hold truth, we must ascertain the facts and restore his name." Restoration? What innocence can a corrupt and greedy individual like him claim? However, the crown prince's argument held merit, and the empress gently added, "Uncovering the truth is not only just for Du Huaiyi but also serves as a warning to others in the palace. Your Majesty, let us first detain Du Huaiyi and concubine Yu together, allowing the Ministry of Justice to investigate thoroughly. Once the facts are clear, we can make a decision. Do you wish to hand over the throne you have just secured?" Qin Yujun's voice was cold and resolute. His words stilled the hall, leaving no one daring to respond. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my reign lacks legitimacy? The emperor's fury was evident in his gaze. Qin Yujun remained composed, not rising from his position. Your Majesty, I previously stated that Du Huaiyi has become an enemy to thousands of soldiers. If you insist on punishing him lightly for your momentary anger, how will those disheartened soldiers fare? The emperor's clenched fist trembled slightly in his sleeve. He took a deep breath to suppress his displeasure. Qin Yujun, are you threatening me? I dare not, Qin Yujun replied calmly. I merely hope your Majesty will consider the greater good and not let a moment of rage alienate the hearts of the soldiers. The emperor fell silent for a moment, but ultimately relented. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Du Huaiyi shall be dismissed and exiled to Lingnan, while concubine Yu shall be confined to the cold palace. At this moment, the crown prince suddenly turned to Qin Yujun. Uncle, are you questioning my father's decision? Chapter 43. The emperor's wrath. Qin Yujun replied with a calm demeanor. Your Highness has misunderstood. I am merely reminding His Majesty that as a ruler, the state and the people should be his foremost concern. Zhengyao was astonished that someone as dignified and aloof as Qin Yujun dared to speak so candidly before the emperor. Your Majesty, my safety is of little significance, but this matter is intricate. The collusion between the inner palace and the court has been a taboo throughout history. If not dealt with severely, it may undermine the very foundation of the nation, Zhengyao interjected. Kneeling on the cold ground, Du Huaiyi felt an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness. Suddenly, he raised his head, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes, as if he had found a sliver of hope amidst the despair. Your Majesty, Zhengyao has long harbored intentions of departure. Her actions this time are clearly a means of revenge against me. Du Huaiyi's voice echoed through the grand hall, laden with a hysterical fury. She has colluded with concubine Yu, devising this malicious scheme with intent to ruin my reputation irreparably. Upon hearing these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Zhengyao's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she glared at Du Huaiyi with unrestrained anger, her voice trembling as she retorted. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you slander me? The Mu family has been loyal and virtuous for generations. I cannot tolerate such defamation. The emperor, witnessing Du Huaiyi's actions, felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. His brow furrowed, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This incompetent troublemaker not only failed to fulfill his assigned task, but has repeatedly disregarded my authority as emperor. The emperor's rage boiled within him. It seems that exiling you to the southern regions is still too lenient. Guards, take the Du father and son to Cold City. Empress, I entrust this matter to you. Once the Du family's embezzled funds are completely reimbursed, you must expel them from the city without fail. Your Majesty. Du Huaiyi knelt on the ground, struggling to crawl to the emperor's feet, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. I am willing to die to prove my innocence. But I beseech your Majesty to be magnanimous and spare my family. They are innocent and have no connection to my crimes. Please, grant them a chance at life.
Begone.
The emperor, in a fit of rage, kicked him aside, fearing that he might utter something to arouse Zhengyao's suspicions. His voice resonated throughout the hall like a thunderous wrath. The emperor, seething with anger, glared at the kneeling Du Huaiyi, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes.
Du Huaiyi?
How dare you act so presumptuously before me? Do you think I will allow you to dictate my actions? The crown prince, witnessing this scene, felt the wave of anxiety wash over him. He understood his father's temperament well. Should he truly become enraged, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the crown prince hastily knelt, attempting to quell his father's impending fury. Father, please temper your anger. Although Du Huaiyi has committed offenses that warrant punishment, do not let a moment of wrath lead to actions that may bring future reproach. The emperor scoffed disdainfully, his gaze sharp as it swept across everyone present. Ultimately settling on Zhengyao. General Mu, do you have anything to say? He inquired solemnly. Zhengyao straightened her back, meeting the emperor's gaze unflinchingly. Your Majesty, I have had no connection with Du Huaiyi for some time. His words are nothing but fabrications. I am willing to stake my life on it. This matter bears no relation to me. The emperor fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Then he decisively commanded, in that case, take Du Huaiyi to the dungeons at once and interrogate him rigorously. After assigning all matters, he turned to leave. The empress's gaze shifted to Zhengyao as she spoke slowly. General Mu, there have indeed been some oversights in the palace concerning this matter. The dowry of the Du family rightfully belongs to you. I have not been feeling well recently. So, I would like to request your assistance in retrieving the stolen funds from the Du family. Zhengyao slightly lowered her head and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations and fulfill your request. As the emperor departed, the previously tense and solemn atmosphere of the grand hall gradually lightened. The crown prince stood and smiled, saying, Uncle, General Mu, allow me to escort you. The three walked slowly out of the magnificent hall. The crown prince turned to Qin Yujun, his gaze firm and filled with gratitude. Uncle, today's events owe much to your forthrightness before father, which has led to Du Huaiyi's severe punishment and upheld the court's integrity. Qin Yujun maintained a calm demeanor, waving his hand modestly. Your Highness, you overstate my contributions. I merely fulfilled my duty as a loyal subject. However, this matter is not yet resolved. We must remain vigilant for any potential larger schemes behind Du Huaiyi. The crown prince nodded slightly, a fleeting worry crossing his expression as he solemnly stated, You are correct, Uncle. I will order the Ministry of Justice to continue investigating this matter. We must not allow any treacherous individuals to evade justice. Zhengyao stood quietly to the side, listening to their conversation while secretly mocking them. She observed these so-called court elites, who were all armchair strategists, uttering irrelevant platitudes without taking any real action. To her, they were mere facades, empty talkers who grew timid when action was required, accomplishing nothing of substance. Uncle, I too was deceived by Du Huaiyi. I never expected him to be so audacious as to commit such an act of treachery against the emperor. The crown prince's tone held a hint of self-reproach. Qin Yujun nodded slightly, his gaze profound, as if he could perceive every deceitful heart. He gently reassured, Your Highness, there is no need for self-blame. Du Huaiyi is cunning and has even managed to deceive the emperor, allowing him to act recklessly in court. Now that the truth is revealed, this is indeed an opportune moment to eliminate hidden dangers within the court. We should seize this opportunity to eradicate these treacherous individuals and restore clarity to the court. The crown prince wished to express more thoughts, but Qin Yujun seemed uninterested in hearing further. He politely, yet coldly interjected, If your highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Yujun turned to lead Zhengyao away, leaving the crown prince standing alone in the courtyard. In the carriage, Zhengyao could no longer contain herself after a prolonged silence and finally spoke, Did you conspire with the empress to scheme against Du Huaiyi beforehand? Chapter 44. Clearing out, Qin Yujun was about to explain when Zhengyao abruptly interrupted him. Her tone carried a hint of impatience as she remarked, Your mother and the empress hail from the same family, although they are only distant relatives. You must have significant influence within your family and should be able to speak on such matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun regarded Zhengyao with a leisurely gaze, a hint of amusement evident in his eyes. He responded slowly, his tone composed, It seems you are quite well informed about my family background, which is impressive. Rest assured, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law should not be overly complicated. Zhengyao felt a wave of embarrassment at his words, her cheeks flushing slightly. Clearly flustered by Qin Yujun's teasing, she shot him an angry glare, her eyes filled with wrath and helplessness, yet unable to mask the turmoil and unease within her heart. Qin Yujun observed the complexity in her gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips. All right, I shall not tease you further. He lifted a nearby teacup and took a gentle sip before continuing. In truth, the empress is a secondary consort, with no sons, only a daughter. She has fallen out of favor with the emperor and can hardly utter a word. Zhengyao furrowed her brow at this revelation, surprise and doubt flashing in her eyes. Is that true? Today, the emperor expressed concern for her health multiple times in her palace. I assumed their relationship was harmonious and their affections profound. Qin Yujun scoffed lightly, setting down the teacup, his gaze turning deep and complex. He slowly replied, tinged with disdain and sarcasm, Do you truly believe the emperor cares for the empress? He was adept at acting, and all his concern and attentiveness were mere facades for the outside world. In truth, the emperor's thoughts were solely occupied with state affairs and maintaining balance within the imperial harem. Despite the queen's esteemed status, she had long fallen from grace, and the emperor had lost the deep affection he once held for her. As for her daughter, she was unlikely to inherit the throne and become the future empress. Zhengyao fell into silence for a moment, a complex emotion surging within her. Why, then, did the queen wish for me to replace her at the Du family? Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhengyao finally voiced her doubts. Qin Yujun smiled faintly, a glimmer of meaning flickering in her eyes, and explained slowly, the issue of the Du family's dowry has been a thorn in her side. Now, she is using her hands to resolve this matter, which would not only restore some of her face, but also allow you to achieve merit before the emperor. A double benefit.
Mu Zhengyao nodded gently.
Qin Yujun continued, the queen knows you are clever and capable, making you the most suitable for handling such matters. Yet, a sliver of doubt remained in her heart.
And you?
Why do you wish to assist the queen? Qin Yujun's gaze deepened. You inquire too much. How petty. Mu Zhengyao muttered under her breath, but refrained from pursuing the matter further. The carriage continued on, traversing bustling streets. As Mu Zhengyao returned to her residence to retrieve the imperial decree before heading to the Du mansion. As fate would have it, the moment she dismounted, the old matriarch of the Du family immediately began to berate her. You wretched woman, how dare you come to my Du mansion to wreak havoc? Is it not enough that you have brought ruin upon our family, but you also wish to ensure our extinction? Ignoring her shrieks, Mu Zhongyao's eyes turned cold as she took out the decree and began to proclaim the emperor's permission for her to divorce.
Upon hearing this,
the old matriarch's face drained of color, disbelief etched on her features as she stared at the decree in Mu Zhongyao's hands, as if it were a sharp dagger, mercilessly piercing her heart. Trembling, she hoarsely asked, how can this be? How could the emperor allow you to divorce? Mu Zhongyao emotionlessly finished reading the decree and coldly replied, Madam Du, this is the emperor's command. I am merely carrying out my orders. Du Huaiyi's actions have already violated the laws of the court, and the emperor will not be lenient. A flicker of despair crossed the old matriarch's eyes. She understood that should Mu Zhongyao succeed in her divorce, the reputation of the Du family would plummet, and the status she had painstakingly maintained would cease to exist. Unwilling to accept this, she screamed, Mu Zhongyao, you venomous woman. You shall not destroy my Du family. Mu Zhongyao responded with a cold smile, meeting the old matriarch's gaze without fear. Madam Du, you would do well to conserve your strength. Du Huaiyi has already been imprisoned, and as for the Du family's dowry, the queen has ordered me to take responsibility for retrieving it. It would be wise for you to cooperate to avoid further trouble. The old matriarch trembled with rage. The future of the Du family was on the brink of collapse. Gritting her teeth, she said, Mu Zhongyao, do not rejoice too soon. My Du family will never relent. Ignoring the old matriarch's threats, Mu Zhongyao turned to the accompanying guards and commanded, search the Du mansion thoroughly. No money should be overlooked. The guards complied and began their work immediately. Subsequently, she instructed her subordinates to separate the debts owed to her and her dowry. The old matriarch was nearly overwhelmed with fury. At that moment, several guards stepped forward to seize her hands. You have offended, madam. With that, they forcibly began to remove the jewelry from her person. You band of thieves. May Mu Zhongyao meet a terrible end. The old matriarch struggled, but the guards relentlessly stripped her of her jewelry piece by piece. Mu Zhongyao observed coldly. Mu Zhongyao, you wicked woman, how dare you treat my Du family this way? The old matriarch roared, her eyes filled with resentment. Yet Mu Zhongyao remained unfazed, turning to the guards and commanding, seize the Du family's ledgers and all property lists. There must be no mistakes. The guards swiftly acted, collecting the ledgers and property lists from the Du mansion. Mu Zhongyao understood that this evidence would aid in thoroughly exposing the Du family's crimes, leaving those once unpunished nowhere to hide. The old matriarch nearly fainted with rage. Her face was pale, her breaths quickened, and she seemed engulfed by anger and helplessness. Observing this, Mu Zhongyao coldly ordered, bring her to. I want her to witness how I reclaim what is rightfully mine. Several servants advanced swiftly, mercilessly pinching the old matriarch's acupoints, forcing her to awaken repeatedly from her stupor. Each time she regained consciousness, she felt a surge of intense pain. Despite this, she could not resist their strength and could only struggle in agony, helplessly watching as Mu Zhongyao executed her plan step by step. After Mu Zhongyao had thoroughly ransacked the Du family, she suddenly noticed a figure in the corner. Is that Shi Yan'er's daughter? Their eyes met, and the child recognized her. You dare harm my father and mother. I will never let you go. Shi Yan'er's daughter shouted, her eyes brimming with fury and hatred. Chapter 45. Fulfilling the trust. Mu Zhongyao gazed at the little girl, barely over 2 years old, and a profound sorrow welled up within her. She was reluctant to let adult grievances spill over into such a child's life. Come here, she commanded firmly. Take her to the estate. Ensure secrecy, and do not let Sir Yenu know this is my arrangement. The servants respectfully complied, carefully picking up the little girl to bring her to the estate. The child struggled in the servant's arms, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. Yet she was too young to comprehend the unfolding events. Watching the little girl being taken away, Mu Zhengyao felt a swirl of complex emotions. Qin Yujun, standing nearby, took no action to prevent this from happening. He merely stood quietly, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Mu Zhengyao looked at Qin Yujun. Feeling a compelling urge to explain herself, she felt it necessary to clarify certain matters. I simply think it's a bit excessive to involve a child, she said softly. However, Qin Yujun did not respond to her explanation, only standing with one hand behind his back, his expression indifferent as he stated. The emperor would not concern himself with the existence of a little girl, but if Sir Yener were to bear a son, the situation would be entirely different. Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao felt an increased wariness and apprehension toward the emperor. She understood that within the imperial city, every decision could entangle the fates of countless individuals, and she herself was merely a pawn in this game. Let us go. We must report back to the queen. The following evening, as dusk fell, Mu Zhengyao meticulously disguised herself as a man and set out alone towards the residence of the Duke of Ningguo. Dressed in male attire, she endeavored to mimic a man's demeanor to ensure her identity remained undisclosed. Upon arriving at the gates of the Duke's residence, the doorman scrutinized her with a furrowed brow, seemingly puzzled by this unexpected visitor. "Young master, what brings you here?" the doorman inquired, his tone laced with caution. Mu Zhengyao remained composed and replied, "I am a friend of the heir. Please inform him that an old acquaintance has come to visit." The doorman appraised her carefully, examining her attire from head to toe. It was evident that she was not clad in garments that an ordinary family could afford. The doorman nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly turned to enter the residence.
"Mumenslate."
The doorman returned, his face adorned with a respectful expression. He approached Mu Zhengyao, slightly bowing, and courteously invited her inside. The Duke of Ning's residence was ablaze with light, with servants busily preparing for the evening banquet. Following the doorman, Mu Zhengyao traversed the winding corridors and arrived at an exquisite courtyard. In the courtyard stood a figure, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively at the stars twinkling in the night sky. Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brow. This was not Song Han but rather Duke Song Zichuan. "Greetings, Duke," she acknowledged. As Song Zichuan turned to face her, his eyes held a murky depth, and upon noticing her in male attire, he regarded her with newfound appreciation. "Duke, I fear the emperor is not as simple as I had presumed. My father's demise was likely more complex than it appears," she remarked. Song Zichuan glanced at the servants in the courtyard and raised his hand. "You may all leave. Do not let the young master learn of what you have witnessed today." "Understood," the servants replied. Once they had vacated, Song Zichuan turned to Mu Zhengyao. "Come, let us proceed to my study." As they entered the study, the room exuded an air of antiquity and elegance, with shelves neatly lined with various tomes. Song Zichuan grasped a particular inkstone at the edge of the table and turned it slightly. With a soft click, the wall beside the bookshelf gradually opened, revealing a deep secret passage. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced with surprise, yet she understood that the Duke's residence concealed numerous secrets. "Please." Song Zichuan gestured for her to enter the passage first. Stepping inside, Mu Zhengyao noticed the walls embedded with luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow to illuminate their path. They walked in silence for a while, eventually arriving at a spacious secret chamber. The chamber's walls were adorned with an array of weaponry, swords, daggers, axes, and more. Song Zichuan retrieved 2 unopened secret letters and a fragmented jade pendant from a concealed compartment in the bookshelf. "Your father entrusted these to me long ago." Merely stating that at a crucial moment, these items could safeguard the Mu family, he sighed, his tone laced with nostalgia. "Alas, now the vast Mu clan has but you remaining." Mu Zhengyao accepted the letters and the jade pendant, her fingers gently tracing the edges of the broken jade. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. She knew her father had treasured this pendant during his lifetime, but had not anticipated the grave secret it concealed. "Duke, do you know the contents of these letters?" Mu Zhengyao inquired, her gaze resolute as she met Song Zichuan's eyes. He shook his head, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. "Your father did not divulge much to me. He merely instructed that I must present them to you at the appropriate time." It seems he had foreseen this day. Carefully storing the letters and the pendant, Mu Zhengyao understood that her burden had grown heavier. She must not only uncover the truth behind her father's death, but also protect the last remaining lineage of the Mu family. Duke, thank you for your assistance. I shall seek the truth and restore justice for the Mu family, she declared firmly, her eyes revealing an indomitable resolve. Song Jichuan nodded, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. The Mu family is fortunate to have a descendant like you, though this matter is far-reaching. You must proceed with caution. Mu Zhengyao inclined her head slightly, wishing to ask him more when suddenly, the voice of a servant echoed from outside the chamber. Master, a guest has arrived at the residence. Since the Duke has company, I shall take my leave, Mu Zhengyao said. Follow me. Song Zichuan led her to the back door of the secret chamber. This way, you can evade the guests and depart safely.
Mu Zhengyao nodded.
Acutely aware that lingering was unwise, she swiftly traversed the back door of the secret chamber and followed a secluded path, quietly exiting the Duke of Ning's residence. Yet, after walking for quite some time without encountering an exit, anxiety began to creep into her heart. Quickening her pace, she finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. As she emerged, she was astonished to find herself at a temple. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. She had not expected the secret passage to lead to a temple. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the towering walls of the temple and the ancient trees, which lent an air of tranquility. Just as she prepared to leave, a gentle voice called out from nearby, Abbot. Turning toward the sound, Mu Zhengyao was surprised to see Qin Yujun conversing with the abbot. Chapter 46. The lesser fortune. The eyes of Qin Yujun and the abbot simultaneously fell upon Mu Zhengyao. With a resigned sigh, she stepped forward and respectfully greeted the abbot. I pay my respects to the abbot. A faint smile graced Qin Yujun's lips, his gaze holding a profound meaning as he softly remarked, What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. The abbot joined his hands in prayer and replied courteously, Amitabha. Since you have arrived here, it is indeed fate. I observe that this young lady seems burdened with worries and perhaps entangled in some lingering grievances. It may be that letting go of certain obsessions will allow your spirit to attain true liberation. Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of rebellion within. Some karmic debts indeed required settling. Qin Yujun's gaze lingered on Mu Zhengyao for a moment before he turned to the abbot, his tone tranquil. What you say is profoundly true. The affairs of the world resemble a game of chess, with cause and effect cycling through time. We are all mere pieces on the board. Only by seeing through it can we find freedom. The abbot nodded, his deep eyes seemingly imbued with wisdom. Perhaps your opportunity has yet to arrive, young lady. Do not be hasty. Before Mu Zhengyao could respond, Qin Yujun suddenly smirked. Your fate is indeed imminent. The abbot remained enigmatic, saying nothing further. Noticing the abbot's reaction, Qin Yujun frowned, appearing somewhat taken aback. Amused by his expression, Mu Zhengyao decided to tease him. How about we each draw a fortune slip for our romantic destinies? Qin Yujun felt a twinge of concern. What if the fortune was unfavorable? And Mu Zhengyao regretted their engagement? I think I will pass. Before he could finish, Mu Zhengyao pressed the bamboo tube containing the fortune slips into his hand. Since it was proposed, one cannot withdraw. Drawing together shows sincerity. Her smile was radiant. Despite his apprehension, Qin Yujun, with a resigned smile, accepted the bamboo tube, closed his eyes, and silently reflected on his feelings for Mu Zhengyao. After a gentle shake, a slip of bamboo quietly fell into his hand. Mu Zhengyao followed suit, joining her hands in prayer, silently wishing for clarity and understanding, then also drew a slip. As the two individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes met, seemingly conveying 1,000 unspoken words. The abbot assisted in picking up the bamboo sticks, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing that both had drawn unfavorable lots. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun immediately hurled the bamboo tube to the ground in disbelief. How could this be? Let's draw again. Mu Zhengyao, however, appeared rather composed and gently reassured her. The divination is merely a reference. How can one place complete faith in it? Moreover, the journey of life is long and cannot be dictated by a single lot. The abbot, witnessing the exchange, smiled faintly, his expression seemingly imbued with endless wisdom and compassion. Qin Yujun, brushing off her sleeves, departed in a huff, while Mu Zhengyao signaled to the abbot before following suit. Noting Qin Yujun's lack of enthusiasm, Mu Zhengyao felt no urgency to return home. What about sick and Shui? Is she recovering? Yes, she is receiving treatment. By the way, you mentioned her senior brother was the one treating her. Why hasn't she mentioned it? Qin Yujun fell silent. Observing his reticence, Mu Zhengyao began to panic. You didn't just find anyone to treat her, did you? Do you not trust me? Upon hearing his words, Mu Zhengyao's eyes clouded with suspicion. No, I must see her in person. Seeing Mu Zhengyao's insistence, Qin Yujun reluctantly nodded. Very well, I shall take you to see her. Upon arriving at Sikin Shue's place of recuperation, Mu Zhengyao paused at the entrance, overhearing Sikin Shue and Sun Wendu bickering inside. No matter what, I am still your senior brother. You've been expelled from the sect. How can you still claim to be a senior brother? Mu Zhengyao gently pushed the door open, and there sat Sikin Shue on the bed, her complexion pale, yet imbued with a hint of playfulness. Sun Wendu stood by her side, gazing at her with concern. It appeared these two were quite the spirited pair. What are you two discussing? Mu Zhengyao inquired with a smile. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, Sikin Shue's eyes sparkled with surprise. Zhengyao, you've come. Sun Wendu offered a slight smile and bowed to Mu Zhengyao. Greetings, Miss Mu. Mu Zhengyao nodded and turned her attention to Sikin Shue. How are you feeling now? Sikin Shue waved her hand, glancing at Sun Wendu. It's nothing serious. Miss Mu, would you like me to take your pulse again? Sun Wendu suggested. Sikin Shue immediately interjected. Please don't. With your rudimentary skills, you might end up doing more harm than good. Sun Wendu couldn't help but smile wryly at her words. You haven't changed, still as stubborn as ever. Observing their banter, Mu Zhengyao felt a warm flutter in her heart. Rest assured, I am no longer in serious condition. Sikin Shue sighed in relief. I heard you have severed ties with Huaiyi. That's truly a cause for celebration.
Indeed.
I have ended our relationship, Mu Zhengyao replied calmly. That's good. You deserve better, Sikin Shue said earnestly. By the way, what exactly happened that night? Sikin Shue's gaze shifted evasively. I can't recall clearly. Thinking about it gives me a headache. Sensing her unease, Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened. She understood Sikin Shue was concealing something, but chose not to press her. Instead, she softly consoled, It's all right. We can discuss it once you feel better. Sun Wendu nodded in agreement. Yes, focus on your recovery for now. We can talk about other matters later. Sikin Shue nodded. Mu Zhengyao observed Sun Wendu, aware that despite being ousted from the sect, his concern for Sikin Shue was genuine. As midnight approached, Qin Yujun arrived, intending to escort Mu Zhengyao back home. She gently patted Sikin Shue's hand. Rest well. I must take my leave. Sikin Shue nodded, watching Mu Zhengyao depart. Chapter 47. His Identity. Sikin Shue's residence was not far from the Duke's manor, so Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao walked there on foot. As they strolled, Mu Zhengyao suddenly turned to him. What about Lung Ran? Is he not with you? He was injured and poisoned. Lung Ran is busy taking care of him, he replied. Is he still unconscious?
Mu Zhengyao frowned.
No, but his condition has stabilized, Qin Yujun responded. Mu Zhengyao sighed softly. Please convey my thanks to Lung Ran. Qin Yujun smirked slightly. Is that all? A mere thank you seems lacking in sincerity.
Mu Zhengyao understood Qin Yujun's implication.
He was merely eager for their marriage to happen sooner. However, having just severed ties with Huaiyi, she felt no rush. Why are you so impatient? Mu Zhengyao chuckled lightly. Now that I have ended my relationship with Huaiyi, I will certainly consider our marriage, but the time is not yet ripe. At her words, Qin Yujun's eyes flickered with disappointment. Just as he was about to speak, they arrived at the Duke's manor, only to find Ji Siu waiting outside. Young Master Yu? Ji Siu, adorned in a striking red outfit with exquisite makeup, appeared even more enchanting than the ladies. Qin Yujun couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Ji Siu, seemingly unfazed, walked straight to Mu Zhengyao.
Why are you back so late? Look at how little you're wearing. Are you not cold? As he spoke, he removed his cloak and draped it over Mu Zhengyao's shoulders. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gratefully. Thank you for your concern, young Master Yu. Noticing this, Qin Yujun felt a twinge of displeasure but maintained politeness. How long have you been waiting here? Ji Siu smiled slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Your Highness, I have been waiting for Miss Mu for quite some time. However, now that you have returned, I feel reassured. Sensing the subtle tension, Mu Zhengyao changed the subject. Young Master Yu, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Ji Siu smiled gently. It is nothing of great importance. I merely heard that Miss Mu has divorced and I thought you might be in good spirits. I came to invite you for an outing tomorrow to enjoy some leisure. Before Mu Zhengyao could respond, Qin Yujun interjected sourly. Given your status, it would be wise not to get too close to Miss Mu. lest you be tainted by her associations. GCU, unfazed, replied with a playful glint in his eyes, Your Highness, are you concerned for Miss Mu's well-being? Is it not irrelevant whether I am concerned or not? Qin Yujun probed. Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to clarify, GCU interjected. My relationship with Miss Mu is quite close. Naturally, I care for her feelings. Close relationship? Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with provocation.
GCU, undeteret.
Maintained his elegant smile. Your Highness, please do not overthink it. Miss Mu often seeks my counsel, and I shall guide her. At this, Qin Yujun's expression darkened. And with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Mu Zhengyao attempted to follow, but was stopped by GCU. Weren't you just lamenting your inability to respond to him? I am merely providing you with an escape. Mu Zhengyao retorted sarcastically, Then I must thank you. What is your purpose in seeking me? There are too many eyes outside. Let us speak within the manor. The two entered the Duke's residence, and once settled in the hall, Mu Zhengyao fixed her gaze on GCU. Young Master Yu, your visit today must not solely be for the invitation to an outing. GCU flashed a charming smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Miss Mu, you are indeed astute. I have come not only to invite you for an outing but also to request your assistance with a pressing matter.
Oh?
Given your extensive connections, why would you need my help? GCU remained unperturbed by her subtle mockery. The Du family is currently under investigation, and I fear I may be implicated. I seek Miss Mu's protection. Mu Zhengyao's brow furrowed slightly at his words. What does the Du family's predicament have to do with you? Du Huaiyi and I once shared a bond, but now that misfortune has befallen his family, I fear that there may be those who will seize this opportunity to stir trouble. GCU explained, a flicker of concern flashing across his eyes. GCU had already surmised that Mu Zhengyao was aware of his true identity and continued, Rest assured, I will not bring you harm. Were it not for your father's timely rescue back then, I doubt I would still be here today. Mu Zhengyao remained silent for a moment, pondering. How can I trust you? GCU replied, I understand that trust does not come easily to you. The Mu family is currently beset by internal and external turmoil, and you alone may find it challenging to cope. I can assist you in addressing the hidden threats facing the Mu family. Your elder brother's family has already drawn the attention of Zhao Fan. Startled by his words, Mu Zhengyao inquired, What do you mean? Her tone edged with apprehension. GCU smiled slightly, gazing outwards with a glint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Those who have come to watch can now enter. Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brow and looked outside, noticing Zhang Fei stepping in, her face etched with worry. Sister-in-law? A jolt of anxiety coursed through Mu Zhengyao. She knew Zhang Fei to be composed, and such a countenance could not be feigned unless genuine trouble loomed. Sister-in-law, please, take your time, and tell me what has happened.
Mu Zhengyao gently urged.
Zhang Fei began to recount. Previously, I had some of the guards your brother left behind disguise themselves as Mu family soldiers to intimidate Zhao Fan's mistress.
What?
Sister-in-law, you Zhang Fei, flustered, interjected. I merely sought to test him. I was once close friends with his mistress, and Zhao Fan exploited this to feed me false information.
GCU interjected suddenly.
You must have gathered evidence against Zhao Fan, but you are reluctant to disclose it due to Miss Mu's standing in court, am I correct? Zhang Fei did not deny this, though she regarded GCU with caution. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet someone, GCU announced. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. Where to? The black market. The following day, the entrance to the black market was concealed within a narrow alley, suffused with a damp, musty odor. Mu Zhengyao followed GCU through winding corridors until they arrived at a dimly lit room. In the center stood a long table, and seated opposite was Old Man Huang. Upon seeing him, Mu Zhengyao nearly lashed out, but GCU restrained her, whispering, Let us hear what he has to say first. Old Man Huang's voice trembled as he spoke. General Mu, Zhao Fan has been under the control of a mysterious figure, poisoned to comply with their demands. If he does not act according to their wishes, the antidote will be withheld. He has come to me seeking help to procure an antidote. At that moment, a candle by the window flickered unexpectedly. A sudden realization struck Mu Zhengyao. We are being followed. Chapter 48. The poisoner. Upon hearing this, GCU's eyes sharpened with alertness. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the candle's flicker was no mere coincidence. He whispered to Mu Zhengyao, You and Sister Zhang stay here. I will investigate. Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. GCU stealthily approached the door, cautiously opening it a crack before slipping outside. In the dimly lit corridor, shadows moved furtively. Zhang Fei attempted to follow, but Mu Zhengyao stopped her, whispering, "They are allies." Zhang Fei immediately understood that Mu Zhengyao had deliberately sent Ji Siyu away. Just then, Qin Yujun emerged from the shadows with Sun Wen, casting a sharp gaze around to ensure no other threats were present before signaling for Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei to follow. Once everyone had gathered, Mu Zhengyao addressed Old Man Huang. "Here are 50 taels of silver. I want you to sell me the antidote and its formula that Zhao Fan once used." Old Man Huang hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. He understood the power of the Mu family and could not afford to offend them. He retrieved a small package from beneath the table and handed it to Mu Zhengyao. "This is the antidote Zhao Fan once used, along with the method for its preparation." Old Man Huang's voice quivered slightly. Mu Zhengyao opened the package to find several vials of pills and a note filled with instructions. She immediately handed it to Sun Wen, asking, "What do you think?" Sun Wen frowned slightly. There is something amiss with this medicine. Just as he was about to speak to Qin Yujun, Zhang Fei suddenly cried out, "This is bad. He has gone." It was then they realized Old Man Huang had slipped away. Qin Yujun glanced at the shadow guards beside her and instructed, "Go after him." "No need," Sun Wen interrupted. "Our arrival was sudden. It is likely that these medicines have not been tampered with. One can discern that Old Man Huang is very likely the one who poisoned Zhao Fan. Thus these antidotes are probably substandard, making Zhao Fan merely a test subject for his poison." At that moment, Ji Siyu returned. Observing the scene, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, unfazed by Mu Zhengyao's deliberate ploy to send him away. He turned to Sun Wen and remarked, "Your medical skills are quite impressive, indeed befitting someone close to the regent." Sun Wen snorted derisively. "I believe it would be wise for you to guard against being drained of your vitality, especially considering the company you keep. Your praise is unwarranted. My trivial skills pale in comparison to the regent's intellect." Mu Zhengyao sensed the tension between the two and quickly interjected, "Enough of this banter, Sun Wen. Can you concoct the antidote?" Qin Yujun's expression grew cold. "Are you intending to save him?" "I certainly do not wish to save a traitor," Mu Zhengyao replied, "however. I am uncertain just how much he knows about the Mu family, so it would be prudent to keep him alive for now." She paused, considering, moreover, "It is quite likely that Old Man Huang has someone behind him. Otherwise, what reason would a poisoner in the black market have to harm a court official?" Sun Wen nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. "Miss Mu's concerns are valid. Although Zhao Fan deserves his fate, his life is connected to the safety of the Mu family. I will begin researching the antidote, though it will require some time." Mu Zhengyao nodded, confident in Sun Wen's remarkable medical abilities. Given enough time, he would surely devise an antidote. Turning to Ji Siyu, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance today. Without you, we might still be oblivious to the conspiracy surrounding Zhao Fan." Ji Siyu waved his hand dismissively, smiling lightly. "Miss Mu, you are too kind. Besides, had it not been for General Mu's rescue back then, I would have long perished." Qin Yujun's expression darkened further. This Ji Siyu was relentless. On their way back, Sun Wen occasionally nodded at Qin Yujun. As they walked, Mu Feng hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Miss, something has happened to Du Jiangji in prison."
Mu Zhengyao furovet her brol.
"What happened?" "They say he has a fractured leg and is currently unconscious. The court officials are pleading on his behalf, citing his advanced age and long years of service, hoping the emperor will show leniency." A cold smile crept across Mu Zhengyao's face. This must be the work of Du Huaiyi. He is so ruthless that he will not even spare his own father. However, even if he remains in the capital, he will not last long. Zhang Fei covertly signaled Mu Feng to continue monitoring the Du family. That night, Sun Wen accompanied Qin Yujun to the regent's palace, presenting him with a portrait. "This old man Huang is not only skilled in poison, but also adept at disguise. The portrait I have is from years past, though I cannot guarantee that he still resembles this." A chilling glint flickered in Qin Yujun's cold eyes. She had not anticipated he would dare to resurface. "Had it not been for his mercy back then, I would not have survived." In a moment of indignation, Sun Wen expressed that he should have been more resolute from the beginning, decisively eradicating the threat. Qin Yujun fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, acknowledging that the old man Huang had likely been entrenched in the black market for quite some time. He assured Sun Wen that he would dispatch someone to investigate further, urging him to remain composed. Sun Wen scoffed, suggesting that perhaps Qin Yujun should direct his admonitions towards Mu Zhengyao instead. Given that they were on the verge of an engagement, yet she still harbored doubts about him. "Is this the extent of your capabilities as the regent?" He challenged. And what of you? You and your young disciple have known each other since childhood. Why have you not yet united? Qin Yujun retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. Sun Wen's expression shifted, feeling the sting of his own words. Upon returning to her residence, Mu Zhengyao received a message from Mu Feng, who handed her a letter that had been secretly delivered by Du Huaiyi. Miss, this is a letter from Du Huaiyi, he stated. She opened it, maintaining an unusually calm demeanor, discovering it was merely an accusation regarding her sending away his daughter. He vowed not to let the matter rest and cursed her to suffer. With a dismissive smile, she declared she would burn it. Mu Feng prepared to incinerate the letter, but encountered Zhang Fei's maid along the way. General Mu, the lady has summoned you. I was instructed to assist in destroying the letter. Trusting the maid's words, he relinquished the letter to her. After Mu Feng departed Zhang Fei's quarters, the maid entered and delivered the letter to Zhang Fei. The following morning, Bai Yun hurried into the room. Miss, the Empress has summoned you to the palace. Taken aback momentarily, Mu Zhengyao quickly regained her composure. Very well, I understand. Please prepare. I shall make my way to the palace shortly. Bai Yun nodded and departed. She donned a simple yet elegant attire, tidied her hair, and promptly set off for the royal palace accompanied by several attendants. At the palace gates, the eunuchs had awaited her arrival, leading her through the intricate palace walls to the Empress's quarters. To her surprise, she found not only the Empress but also a gathering of consorts, including the illustrious Jing Huangguifei, whose resplendent attire outshone even the Empress. The Empress smiled upon her entrance, gesturing for her to take a seat beside her. General Mu, there has been unrest in the palace recently. I have heard you encountered some troubles yesterday. Are you injured? The Empress inquired.
Mu Zhengyao.
Slightly taken aback by the Empress's knowledge, which she suspected might have come from Qin Yujun, inclined her head respectfully, replying, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well. It was merely the mischief of petty individuals, and it has since resolved. Jing Huangguifei interjected with a knowing smile. Your Majesty, there are no mere petty individuals. It is simply that human intentions are often inscrutable. General Mu, do be cautious. One must not be sold out while still counting the coins for others. It is rather curious, is it not, that you and the regent have had no prior connections? Yet he eagerly pursued you during the martial arts competition? Now you seem destined for marriage. Surely, you are not merely playing roles for one another? The audacity of Jing Huangguifei's words revealed her disregard for the Empress, suggesting that the Emperor favored her. The regent is indeed a man of charm. Which lady in the capital is not captivated by him? As for my relationship with him, that remains a matter between the prince and myself, irrelevant to others. Mu Zhengyao replied with calm poise, her gaze unwavering as it met Jing Huangguifei's. The Empress, sensing the tension, gently interjected, Jing Guifei is simply concerned. But given the swirling rumors, it is understandable for such a prominent figure as the regent to attract scrutiny. General Mu, rest assured, I will manage affairs within the palace. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, a sense of understanding dawning within her. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your insight. I shall remain vigilant in my conduct to avoid any inconvenience to you and the Emperor. Jing Huangguifei, observing the Empress's protection of Mu Zhengyao, spoke with a hint of mockery. Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but the regent was once notorious for his romantic entanglements with the noble women of the city. His sudden interest in General Mu could be an attempt to revive old habits. Palace intrigues are ever complex, and one can never be too certain.
Mu Zhengyao, inwardly amused,
maintained her serene facade. Indeed, Your Highness, I shall keep your words in mind. As for the regent, I have no authority to inquire into his affairs, nor any desire to interfere. My only wish is to lead a peaceful life without causing trouble for the Emperor or the Empress. Furthermore, if the prince is unconcerned with my previous marriage, I am exceedingly grateful. Jing Huangguifei was about to retort when the Empress raised her hand to halt her, stating, Now is not the time for such discussions. General Mu, I summoned you today to inquire about when you and the regent plan to wed. Taken aback, Mu Zhengyao momentarily hesitated before bowing respectfully. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty. The matter of marriage between the regent and myself has yet to be settled. There is no rush. The Dowager Empress's Memorial Day approaches, so a delay would not be amiss. The Empress nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the gravity of such decisions. Indeed, such significant matters cannot be treated lightly. General Mu, once you have conferred with the regent, please inform me, as the palace will require preparations. Of course, Your Majesty. I will keep this matter at the forefront of my mind, Mu Zhengyao replied. Jing Huangguifei, observing her with barely concealed jealousy, swiftly regained her composure and remarked, "In that case, we shall eagerly await General Mu's good news. However, once you are wed to the regent, do make an effort to visit the palace frequently." Mu Zhengyao responded with a gentle smile, her mind already formulating plans. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I shall keep it in mind. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I will take my leave." Rising gracefully, she bowed to the Empress and then departed with measured steps. As Mu Zhengyao approached the palace gates, she spotted Qin Yujun's carriage. Surprised, she was greeted by a guard who informed her, "General, please, the prince is waiting for you in the carriage." With a slight nod, she walked towards the carriage with an unhurried demeanor, contemplating why Qin Yujun awaited her at the palace entrance. Was it mere coincidence? Or did he have something to communicate? Upon entering the carriage, she found Qin Yujun clad in a dark brocade robe, lazily reclining against the cushions. His eyes softened momentarily upon her arrival. "My lord, what brings you to the palace gates?" she inquired softly, striving for a tone of casualness. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yujun smirked playfully. "I heard you would be entering the palace today, and thought you might require a carriage, so I waited here." It seems my assumption was correct. Mu Zhengyao felt a stir within her. This man, seemingly carefree, possessed a keen insight. Yet it was precisely this quality that made her wary. "The Empress inquired about when we would wed," Qin Yujun teased, his tone light. She shot him a sidelong glance. "I mentioned wanting to discuss it with you first." Yet she suggested delaying it due to the Dowager Empress's Memorial Day approaching. Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun's expression darkened slightly, his fingers absently tapping against the carriage wall. "Do you not care for what Jing Huangguifei said?" Mu Zhengyao turned to face him, suspicion flickering in her gaze. "Have you been tracking me? How else would he know what Jing Huangguifei had just said?" Ambiguously, Mu Zhengyao remarked on the words of the Empress Dowager, asserting that while she would not entirely place her trust in them, she could not entirely dismiss them either. After all, the palace was rife with prying eyes. It was prudent to exercise caution regarding her affairs with you. Noticing her demeanor, Qin Yujun refrained from pursuing the topic further. Moments ago, the emperor had met with several ministers, and the entire Du family had been dispatched. Mu Zhengyao was somewhat taken aback. Given that the court officials were pleading for the Du family, it was surprising that the emperor would act thus, which could surely dishearten the officials. In the court, one must naturally respect the emperor, yet to offend the Dowager Empress on such a significant day would be an act of filial impiety. "You speak the truth." As their carriage progressed halfway, Qin Yujun suddenly spoke. "Tonight, at the midnight hour, I shall take you to a location." Mu Zhengyao, puzzled, inquired, "Where is this place? Why at midnight?" Qin Yujun's gaze was profound, hinting at layers of complexity. This locale reveals its true charm only under the veil of night. As for the timing, you will understand once we arrive. Just as Mu Zhengyao wished to press further, Qin Yujun interjected, "Enough, let us return and rest now." Chapter 50. The secret passage. Mu Zhengyao's heart brimmed with more questions, yet observing the earnestness in Qin Yujun's expression, she sensed he was not jesting. Frowning slightly, she acquiesced. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." At the stroke of midnight, Mu Zhengyao arose, prepared herself, and donned a simple yet elegant gown. Upon opening her door, she glimpsed a tall figure standing in the courtyard. The moonlight bathed Qin Yujun, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Clad in a black brocade robe, with a jade pendant at his waist, he exuded an air of nobility. "How is it that you have not attracted the attention of the Mu family army?" Mu Zhengyao queried with some confusion. "Are you complimenting this prince?" Qin Yujun began, but quickly sensed the inappropriateness of his words, as he had consistently portrayed himself as vulnerable before her, and thus refrained from continuing. "Let us depart." Mu Zhengyao smiled lightly, offering no rebuttal, and stepped out of the courtyard, with Qin Yujun following closely behind. They departed the Mu residence in silence, traversing the quiet streets under the deepening night, ultimately arriving at the closed gates of the Du residence. Mu Zhengyao gazed curiously at the ominous door. Was this their destination? Not quite. Qin Yujun chuckled lightly, a mischievous gleam dancing in his eyes. "The Du residence has been sealed off. We are heading to the secret passage behind the study." Mu Zhengyao's heart raced with surprise. She was aware that the Du family's study concealed a passage leading to the forbidden areas of the imperial city, constructed by the late emperor for unforeseen circumstances. What purpose do you have in taking me there? Since you have allied with young Master Yu, your presence may be unnecessary. You will understand once we arrive. As they entered the passage, it was dim and lengthy, illuminated only by the faint glow of the fire taper in Qin Yujun's hand, guiding their way. The air was thick with dampness and mildew, and the distant sound of dripping water added an eerie ambience. Mu Zhengyao trailed closely behind Qin Yujun, her mind swirling with questions, yet she remained vigilant and composed. Though she had never traversed this passage herself, she had heard from Du Huaiyi that its complexity exceeded imagination. Without a guide, one could easily become disoriented. It appears you are quite familiar with this passage, Mu Zhengyao softly observed, attempting to glean some insights from Qin Yujun. His steps were steady, and without turning back, he replied nonchalantly, "It was discovered by chance." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao pondered deeply. The prince's noble status allowed him to speak so nonchalantly, revealing the depth and elusiveness of his character. As they ventured deeper into the passage, the path ahead gradually widened, revealing a stone door. Qin Yujun produced a token from his robes and pressed it into the groove on the door. With a click, the stone door slowly creaked open, unveiling a clandestine route to the outside world. "Where are we?" Mu Zhengyao stepped out of the passage, her surroundings illuminating in stark contrast. The eerie atmosphere revealed that this was indeed the palace. And this is the cold palace. She surveyed the decaying palace walls, overgrown with weeds, a stark juxtaposition to the vibrant imperial palace by day. The scant moonlight only heightened the desolation. Indeed, this is the cold palace. Qin Yujun's voice rang clear in the night as he turned to face Mu Zhengyao, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. "We should return." Surprised, Mu Zhengyao realized the emperor and Shun Huaiyi might have conspired against her. Yet, she could not fathom why the emperor would desire her demise. Returning to the passage, Qin Yujun spoke. Only he who could annihilate the entire Mu family army could be implicated, however, without evidence. We cannot assert that Du Huaiyi is collaborating with the emperor against you. Mu Zhengyao, upon hearing this, felt a weight of gravity settle upon her brow. She nodded, her mind racing with calculations. Sun Yuer in the Cold Palace has familial ties with Du Huaiyi's father. While they may not have overt communication, there could be clandestine dealings. My intent in bringing you here is to allow you to witness firsthand the potential threads linking Du Huaiyi with the court's machinations. Though Sun Yuer has lost her sanity, her former maid might still possess valuable knowledge. Mu Zhengyao remained silent, but unease crept into her thoughts as she returned home.
Moment latte.
She rose once more and headed to the Yihong building. Upon arrival, she spotted Ji Siyu conversing with a woman. Ji Siyu immediately sensed her presence, gesturing for the woman to don a cloak and depart. As Mu Zhengyao approached, she only caught a glimpse of the woman's retreating figure. Feigning sorrow, Ji Siyu turned his attention to Mu Zhengyao, who assumed the woman was his beloved and thought little of it. "Young Master Yu, are you aware of the situation regarding the batch of toxic incense within the harem? How has it implicated you?" Reluctantly, Ji Siyu began initially. Du Huaiyi bribed an incense merchant in the black market, seeking to pass off inferior goods as superior for profit. He approached me about crafting incense for the Ministry of Rites. I delivered the goods a few days ago, yet the other party suddenly bypassed Du Huaiyi to confront me, claiming the batch had been compromised and threatening me to produce another. "Why then did you not inform me sooner?" Ji Siyu offered a wry smile, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. "I believed it to be a mere transactional dispute, never anticipating it would embroil the harem and court in conflict. Furthermore, I feared that should this matter come to light, it might jeopardize your safety and that of the Mu family. Given the tangled web of Du Huaiyi's influence, I felt ill-equipped to contend with him. Yet, it seems I have underestimated the complexity and peril of this turmoil." Mu Zhengyao, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and the vast implications at play. "Where did you conduct this transaction?" "At the newly opened Jixiang Tower in the West City, tomorrow at noon." The following day at noon, Mu Zhengyao donned the attire of a commoner, disguising herself before stealthily making her way to Jixiang Tower. The establishment was bustling with voices and fragrant aromas, a scene of prosperity. However, as she approached the entrance, she was called to a halt. "General Mu?" Mu Zhengyao froze in place, turning to find the third prince, Xiao Yan, and the crown prince, Xiao Sheng, accompanied by the seventh princess, Xiao Qing. In the throng, she opted not to disclose their identities, waiting until they reached a private room before preparing to pay her respects.
There's no need for that.
I am here with the Crown Prince and little Seven, secretly away from our father and mother. I hope General Mu can keep this under wraps. Mu Zhengyao, though puzzled, recognized the inopportune moment for inquiries and thus nodded in acknowledgement. General Mu arrived at the tavern alone, seemingly waiting for someone. Xiao Cheng directly broached the subject, his expression revealing a hint of urgency. Mu Zhengyao felt a pang of anxiety, just as she was pondering how to respond. She caught sight of Qin Yujun's carriage passing by through the window. Chapter 51. The transaction scene. Mu Zhengyao immediately called out to Qin Yujun, the regent. Inside the carriage, Qin Yujun, looking somewhat frail, was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Mu Zhengyao's voice, he lifted the curtain. He noticed Mu Zhengyao on the second floor, making subtle gestures towards him. A flicker of realization crossed Qin Yujun's mind as he understood her hint. He promptly instructed the driver to change course and head towards the gathering fragrance tower. Seeing the carriage alter its direction, Mu Zhengyao felt a sense of relief and explained to Xiao Cheng and the others, I have arranged to meet the regent here. He mentioned that this tavern serves delicious food. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from further inquiries, simply stating, in that case, let us wait here together. Before long, Qin Yujun ascended to the second floor. The three immediately bowed to him, acknowledging their royal uncle. When out and about, there is no need for such formalities, Qin Yujun remarked. I had intended to take Zhengyao to sample the signature dishes of this establishment, since you are all here. Let us enjoy it together. His gaze swept over the three, laced with a hint of scrutiny. Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of relief. Her earlier clever maneuver had temporarily alleviated her predicament. Once seated, the server approached to take their orders. Qin Yujun casually inquired, what brings you here? His eyes roamed between Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing. Xiao Yan was quick to respond, we brought Xiao Qi out for a breath of fresh air. We heard the dishes at Gathering Fragrance Tower are unique, and wanted to try them. Xiao Qing shot her brother a glare before playfully retorting, indeed. Third brother promised to surprise me, but who would have thought we would run into General Mu? Her words carried a touch of youthful charm, yet remained dignified. Qin Yujun nodded slightly. Throughout the meal, the third prince and the crown prince subtly attempted to win over Qin Yujun's favor, which he seemed indifferent to. Instead eyeing the voraciously eating Mu Zhengyao with a tinge of jealousy. He picked up a cup of tea, feigning weakness, hoping to capture her attention. However, Mu Zhengyao's thoughts were elsewhere. She had just seen GCU enter the adjacent room, and it was likely that the officials from the Ministry of Rites had also arrived. In a moment of distraction, she failed to notice the teacup Qin Yujun had extended towards her, accidentally knocking it over. Scalding tea spilled onto Qin Yujun's hand, causing his expression to shift momentarily, though he quickly masked it to avoid drawing attention. Mu Zhengyao hastily rose, gently wiping the reddened skin on his hand with her handkerchief, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Cheng's eyes glinted with amusement. General Mu, it seems your thoughts are elsewhere.
Instantly, Mu Zhengyao's composure tightened.
But she strove to maintain a calm facade. His Highness may have misunderstood. I was merely a bit fatigued from not resting well last night. Qin Yujun timely interjected, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Last night, I whimsically took Zhengyao to the western city to see the blooming night blooming Sirius. Unfortunately, she stayed awake all night to accompany me, and she is indeed a bit weary. His gentle gaze held a semblance of apology as he looked at Mu Zhengyao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's lips curled into a knowing smile, choosing not to delve deeper. It seemed that the royal uncle and General Mu were quite well matched. Congratulations were in order for the royal uncle's impending good fortune. Just then, Xiao Yan lamented, but with the royal uncle's heartbreak. How many noble ladies in the capital will be left desolate? Qin Yujun was about to inquire further when Mu Zhengyao grasped his arm. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you take me outside for some fresh air? Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Qin Yujun's eyes, yet he refrained from probing further. Simply nodding gently and addressing Xiao Cheng and Xiao Qing, Zhengyao seems a bit unwell. I shall accompany her outside for some fresh air. You two may do as you wish. With that, he rose, naturally placing Mu Zhengyao's hand in the crook of his arm as they moved towards the exit. Once outside the private room, Mu Zhengyao quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention, Your Highness. Qin Yujun's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone laced with tenderness. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. However, you appeared quite troubled just now. Is there something weighing on your mind? Mu Zhengyao slightly turned her head, gazing into the distance, and sighed. Your Highness, you worry too much. In truth, she had just seen a waiter delivering a large jar of wine to the adjacent room. Young master, you had mentioned that such a delivery indicated someone was about to leave. As they were about to exit, Mu Zhengyao spotted Deputy Minister Jiang from the Ministry of Rights. She wished to stealthily follow, but Qin Yujun was always at her side. Anxious, yet unwilling to reveal her emotions, she feigned, Your Highness, I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. May I leave first? Qin Yujun furrowed his brow, sensing her unease, yet he did not confront her directly, gently asking, What is the urgent matter? If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to say. Mu Zhengyao's heart warmed at his concern, but she understood the matter was too delicate to involve him, so she politely declined. It is but a trivial matter. I wouldn't want to trouble your Highness. Moreover, it pertains to another's privacy, so it is not appropriate to elaborate. Qin Yujun, perceiving her evasiveness, felt a pang of displeasure. Do you not trust me? Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao hurriedly clarified, Your Highness, you are mistaken. It is not a matter of trust. It is simply a complicated issue, and I fear that discussing it might cause you trouble. Furthermore, I wish to resolve it swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications. Ever since you refrained from directly answering the Empress Dowager's inquiries, I have sensed your reluctance to marry me, which is why you continue to delay, even avoiding being in my presence. Mu Zhengyao found herself exasperated by Qin Yujun's insistence. Do you truly consider yourself entitled to such a position in my life? Please, leave me be. At her words, Qin Yujun's expression darkened, a mixture of hurt and confusion flickering in his deep-set eyes. He released the hand he had been supporting Mu Zhengyao with and stepped back, his tone tinged with self-mockery. So, I was merely indulging in my own fantasies. Realizing her words had struck a nerve, Mu Zhengyao regretted her outburst, yet remained stubborn. Just as she opened her mouth to retract her statement, she witnessed Qin Yujun's emotions reach a boiling point, leading him to cough violently. This cough seemed to expel all the anguish from his chest, and as his body trembled, a stream of dark blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining his pristine garment. The abrupt turn of events rendered Mu Zhengyao utterly panicked. She rushed forward to support the swaying Qin Yujun, urgently calling out, Your Highness, what is wrong? Quickly, let us return to find a doctor. However, Qin Yujun gestured for her to halt, his face as pale as a sheet, the remnants of blood still clinging to his lips. He pulled Mu Zhengyao into a nearby fabric shop for cover, whispering urgently, Who was in the next room just now? Do you not realize that the third prince and Deputy Minister Jiang are friends? Chapter 52. The clue. Mu Zhengyao was filled with confusion. Look outside. Following Qin Yujun's gaze, she peered out the window, only to see Xiao Yan leaving alone. Though she was unaware of the third prince's motives, it was evident he had used the crown prince and the seventh princess as shields, indicating he had likely made his plans. Was the crown prince truly so foolish as to be used without realizing it? I believe you should refrain from attracting the emperor's attention. If you wish to investigate the third prince and Deputy Minister Jiang, I can assist you. My association with the prince is merely a matter of mutual benefit. It would be best not to trouble him further. Before Mu Zhengyao could finish her sentence, Qin Yujun, visibly irked, interjected, Do you still doubt my trustworthiness? After a brief silence, Mu Zhengyao recognized that Qin Yujun's suggestion came from a place of genuine concern, yet she harbored her own reservations. Your Highness, it is not a matter of trust. It's just that this matter is far-reaching, and I fear it may implicate you, she replied slowly. Qin Yujun furrowed his brow and said softly, There is no need for gratitude between us. However, if you are truly in distress, how could I stand idly by? It is unnecessary. Mu Zhengyao's tone turned icy. This provoked Qin Yujun's anger to boil over. Mu Zhengyao, why do you persist in this? Do you truly believe I am incapable of protecting you? Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but this is my own affair, and I do not wish to involve you. Unable to sway her resolve, Qin Yujun stormed off in frustration. Observing his departure, Mu Zhengyao chose not to pursue him and promptly dispatched someone to investigate the whereabouts of the third prince. Once her messenger had left, she returned to the private room on the second floor to seek Ji Siu. Ji Siu sat by the window, idly toying with an exquisite jade pendant, his expression calm. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao hastily enter, he raised an eyebrow, as if he had anticipated her arrival. It appears you have uncovered some clues, he remarked in a tranquil yet profound voice. Mu Zhengyao nodded, her eyes flickering with anxiety. Indeed, I just saw Minister Jiang in the company of the third prince. And it seems Qin Yujun has sent something as well. Qin Yujun? GCU paused momentarily before regaining his composure. He seems quite concerned for you. Mu Zhengyao sighed softly and refrained from answering directly. Instead, she inquired, what do you propose we do in response? GCU set down the jade pendant and gazed intently out the window. The actions of the third prince and Minister Jiang are hardly coincidental. There must be a larger scheme at play. We must proceed with caution to avoid revealing our intentions. What should our next steps be?
Mu Zhengyao pressed.
First, we need to gather more information regarding their plans, GCU replied as he rose and moved to the window, scanning the street below. I shall dispatch someone to track Minister Zhang's movements. You, on the other hand, should continue monitoring the third prince. Additionally, maintain your distance from Qin Yujun to avert unnecessary complications. Mu Zhengyao nodded, understanding that GCU's counsel was rooted in a broader perspective. Yet a twinge of unease lingered in her heart. Qin Yujun's abrupt departure left her feeling somewhat guilty, but she recognized that for the greater good, she must adhere to her stance. Very well, I shall act as you advise, she affirmed resolutely. GCU smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Then let us commence our endeavors. Remember, caution is paramount. With their plans set, they each set about their tasks. Mu Zhengyao returned to Qin Yujun, striving to maintain her usual demeanor, while GCU began discreetly investigating the movements of Minister Jiang and the third prince. As evening approached, Zhang Feier intended to summon Mu Zhengyao for dinner, only to encounter Mu Xiaoxi instead. Where is Zhengyao? She inquired. The young lady has gone to Zui Chunfeng, he replied. Frowning slightly, she said, Very well, I shall go fetch her. Zhang Feier promptly tidied up and personally headed to Zui Chunfeng to retrieve Mu Zhengyao. Just as Mu Zhengyao reached the entrance, she spotted Zhang Feier and hurried over. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Mu Zhengyao pressed, What is wrong? Word of your divorce has reached the clan, and with the Duke's household lacking a head, many from prominent families are now eyeing you. I was contemplating whether to adopt Yunfan as a successor to the Duke's estate. Mu Zhengyao countered with a question, What does Yunfan think of this? Zhang Feier quickly grasped the implication. Currently, her son was recognized as legitimate, but with Mu's family reduced to only Mu Zhengyao, it was only fitting that she assume control. Moreover, Mu Zhengyao's second sister-in-law, Shinshirua, hails from a family that commands the commercial lifeblood of Yuzhang City, ranking among the wealthiest in the realm. After their marriage, she had returned to her maternal home due to the Mu army's deployment, and now, 3 years later, she inquired about bringing her back. By the way, I have been corresponding with Shirwa these past 2 years, and she is now with child. Joy illuminated Mu Zhengyao's eyes. Is that true? Let us return to the manor and have Mu Feng make arrangements to bring my sister-in-law home. Certainly. The following day, as Mu Zhengyao awoke, Biyun rushed in, Miss. It's not good. Several distant relatives from the clan have arrived, presumably to send their children to the Mu family due to the rumors.
Mu Zhengyao scoffed.
Do they think the Duke's household is a place for anyone to claim a share?
Come, let us see.
Yes. Mu Zhengyao led Biyun hastily to the front hall, where several distant relatives sat, displaying a range of expressions. Some smiled, while others appeared somewhat awkward. Esteemed uncles and aunts, what brings you to the Mu family today? Mu Zhengyao's tone was calm, yet her gaze was piercing. One elder relative rose, clearing his throat. Zhengyao, we have heard of your divorce, which is a significant matter within the clan. As you are now the matriarch of the Duke's household, we naturally wish to express our concern. Mu Zhengyao smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern. However, I will handle the affairs of the Duke's household myself. As for clan matters, they are best left to the clan head. The relatives exchanged glances, and one could not help but interject, Zhengyao, managing the Duke's household alone may prove overwhelming. Each of our families has children. If they could assist, it would be mutually beneficial. Mu Zhengyao silently scoffed, recognizing their intentions to insert their own kin into the Duke's household for personal gain. She replied sternly, Esteemed uncles and aunts, I have arrangements for the Duke's affairs and would appreciate it if you did not concern yourselves with them. If there are no further matters, I kindly ask you to leave. As they contemplated further discussion, Mu Feng entered with Xigong Shui. Upon seeing the relatives, Xigong Shui understood that Mu Zhengyao was being cornered and interjected. It appears your visit today is ill-timed. Zhengyao and I have urgent matters to discuss. I must ask you all to depart. Chapter 53. The assassin recognizing that no progress could be made today, the relatives begrudgingly rose to take their leave. Watching them depart, Mu Zhengyao exhaled a sigh of relief. I am grateful for your presence, she expressed to Xigong Shui. Xigong Shui smiled faintly. It is nothing. Sun Wen has revived Uncle Li. He insists on seeing you regarding an important matter. Very well, let us hurry. The two made their way to a small courtyard on the outskirts, where they encountered Sun Wen emerging with an empty medicine bowl. You've arrived. Uncle Li's condition has stabilized, and he has important matters to discuss with you. Xigong Shui had intended to accompany Mu Zhengyao but was pulled aside by Sun Wen. Mu Zhengyao entered the room alone. Why are you holding me back? Xigong Shui retorted, shaking off Sun Wen's grip. Sun Wen replied, I merely wish to remind you to temper your enthusiasm at times, just in case. What case? Xigong Shui scoffed. Staying with you is the real risk. I wonder who left without so much as a farewell, and now that you're back, you shouldn't show your face. With that, she turned and left, leaving Sun Wen in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, Mu Zhengyao stepped into the room to see Uncle Li looking pale. She approached him cautiously, inquiring, Uncle Li, how do you feel? Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, Uncle Li was visibly excited and attempted to bow. Uncle Li, there is no need for such formalities. Your health is paramount. Mu Zhengyao quickly intervened, supporting him. Uncle Li gasped, his voice faint. I never expected this old body of mine would still have the fortune to see the young lady. If the Duke were aware from the netherworld, he could finally rest in peace. Uncle Li, you need not worry. I am well. However, you must take good care of your health, she reassured him. Rest assured, young lady. Upon mentioning her father, Uncle Li's expression turned to one of indignation. If it weren't for the interference of certain individuals in the grain supplies taken by the Duke back in the day, the Mu family would not have met such a tragic fate.
What?
Uncle Li's beard trembled with rage. The grain appeared intact at first. Who would have guessed that it would rot beneath the surface so soon after the battle began? It is truly despicable. As he spoke, his agitation caused him to faint again. Sun Wen. Hearing the commotion, Sun Wen rushed into the room, and upon seeing Uncle Li unconscious once more, he quickly checked his pulse. He retrieved a pill from the medicine box and carefully administered it to Uncle Li. Given Uncle Li's advanced age, emotional distress can easily exacerbate his ailments, so we must be vigilant in our care, Sun Wen remarked as he began to administer acupuncture to Uncle Li. Mu Zhengyao anxiously awaited nearby, her heart filled with confusion and anger. The tampering with the grain must surely conceal a grand conspiracy. Was her father's death truly an accident? This will require some time for recovery. Be sure not to provoke him again, Sun Wen advised. Understood. As Mu Zhengyao prepared to leave, she noticed that Qin Yujun was absent. Where is the regent? She inquired. Sun Wen, surprised, replied, Are you not aware? He was summoned to accompany the eldest daughter of the Shangshu, Xia Yufei, on an outing. At this revelation, Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened, but her expression remained impassive.
Oh, I see.
Then, I shall not disturb him. Sun Wen, I leave Uncle Li in your capable hands. Sun Wen nodded, continuing to focus on caring for Uncle Li. As Mu Zhengyao exited the small courtyard, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. After much contemplation, she turned back. When did he leave? Sun Wen, sensing her unease, embellished. He left quite early to prepare. However, Xia Yufei is from his maternal family. They have been close since childhood. You seem to know quite a bit. Do you know where they went? They are likely out boating, he conjectured. Upon hearing this, a pang of bitterness rose within Mu Zhengyao, but she quickly concealed her emotions, adopting a facade of indifference. In that case, I shall not inquire further. Sun Wen, I entrust Uncle Li to you. I have matters to attend to, and will be on my way. Sun Wen nodded in agreement, watching her depart. As Mu Zhengyao walked away from the small courtyard, her heart remained restless. She understood that the relationship between Qin Yujun and Xia Yufei was anything but ordinary, and Sun Wen's words only deepened her disquiet. She hastened towards the Duke's residence, intent on changing into more inconspicuous attire to follow GCU. Today, she must uncover the true identity of Jiang Shileng.
Mu Feng.
Discreetly send someone to follow me, just in case, she instructed. Yes, young lady. Within the Zui Chunfeng establishment, GCU had been waiting for some time. Mu Zhengyao entered the private room and awaited his arrival. Noticing her distraction, GCU inquired, why was the regent at Zhu Xianglu yesterday? Mu Zhengyao panicked for a moment. He just happened to pass by. I was unaware. It seems you are truly preoccupied today. I heard the regent is accompanying the eldest daughter of the Xia family today.
Mu Zhengyao's composure faltered.
Who he accompanies is of no concern to me.
You say you adopted a teasing demeanor.
In recent days, the regent has indeed become quite the notorious figure in the capital for his charm. One day he is with Miss Zhang at the flower market, and the next with Miss Li to watch fireworks. He was a frequent visitor here. Mu Zhengyao's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, she was far from focused. Soon after, Zhang Shirling arrived, prompting her to hide in the shadows. Just as Zhang Shirling was about to speak, he suddenly noticed an ambush lurking in the shadows. Drawing a soft sword from his waist, he prepared to defend himself. Mu Zhengyao exclaimed, "He is not Zhang Shirling. Young master, you, be careful." With that, she rushed out, her face veiled. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Zhang Shirling's actions heightened the stakes. Ji Siyu reacted swiftly, evading the sudden attack. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the assassin disguised as Zhang Shirling. "Are you all right?" Ji Siyu inquired, concern etched in his features as he engaged the assassin.
I am fine.
"But you must be cautious," Mu Zhengyao replied, drawing her own sword, ready to assist. Realizing his cover was blown, the assassin's attacks grew fiercer as he attempted to break through Ji Siyu's defenses and flee the room. Yet, Ji Siyu was no ordinary opponent. His agility and skill kept the assassin from escaping. Mu Zhengyao joined the fray, but in a moment of distraction, she felt a sharp pain as a blade grazed her shoulder. Blood seeped from the wound, staining her garments crimson. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the pain and continued to fight. Seeing her injury, Ji Siyu felt a surge of anxiety. With no escape in sight, the assassin suddenly produced a pouch of powder from within his clothes, scattering it into the air, obscuring their vision with smoke. Ji Siyu and Mu Zhengyao held their breath. But the assassin seized the opportunity to escape the room. "Don't let him get away," Mu Zhengyao shouted, attempting to pursue, but Ji Siyu firmly restrained her. "You are injured. Do not move." Chapter 54. Jealousy. It was only then that Mu Zhengyao realized the severity of her wound, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Yet, she mustered her strength to insist, "I'm fine. We need to catch him." Ji Siyu quickly assessed her wound, retrieving a vial of medicinal powder and gently applying it to her injury, then tearing a piece from his own clothing to bandage her. "It's too dangerous to pursue him now. We must return. I will send someone to hunt him down." At that moment, they spotted Xiao Yan emerging from a nearby Yihonglu. They exchanged glances. To shield Mu Zhengyao from suspicion, Ji Siyu wrapped an arm around her, concealing her injury from Xiao Yan's view.
Recognizing Mu Zhengyao, Xiao Yan approached.
"General Mu?" Feigning despair, Ji Siyu appeared as if Mu Zhengyao intended to abandon him. "Please do not mock the third prince," he said. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. No, not at all." He then turned to Mu Zhengyao and said, "General Mu, you are not yet wed to the prince. If you truly wish to reconsider, it is not impossible. Moreover, this gentleman before you is quite remarkable, strikingly handsome, and certainly no less than the prince." Mu Zhengyao forced a smile, her mind racing to navigate this unexpected situation. Ultimately, Ji Siyu led her back into Zui Chun Feng. They waited by the window until the third prince departed, feeling a sense of relief. Once Xiao Yan left, Ji Siyu released Mu Zhengyao and asked with concern, "Are you truly unhurt?" Mu Zhengyao shook her head, enduring the pain but insisting, "I am fine, merely a surface wound. The priority now is to locate that assassin." Ji Siyu nodded and began organizing a search for the assailant. Mu Feng, immediately take people to investigate the assassin's whereabouts. Proceed with caution. Do not alert the enemy.
Mu Zhengyao instructed Mu Feng.
Shortly after returning home, Mu Zhengyao rested but was half awake when she heard familiar footsteps. Recognizing it was Qin Yujun, she pretended to be asleep, wishing to avoid interaction. Qin Yujun, aware something was amiss, chose not to confront her. He sat in the outer room, deliberately speaking out. "The third prince truly lacks integrity. He dares to spread rumors about your dubious relationship with men and even engages in public displays of affection. Furthermore, he claims you visit the Yihong Pavilion to entertain suitors." At this point, Mu Zhengyao abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Is it permissible for officials to commit arson while forbidding others from lighting lamps? Did not the regent himself also accompany a beauty on a lakeside outing?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun momentarily froze, then a sly smile crept across his lips. It appeared that General Mu was quite well informed. Mu Zhengyao scoffed, "It's mutual. Everyone in the capital knows of the regent's romantic escapades." Qin Yujun, unfazed, edged closer, teasing, "Are you jealous?" His playful jibe left Mu Zhengyao momentarily speechless. She intended to retort but found it futile, so she turned away, ignoring him. He reached out to pull her back, inadvertently brushing against her wound. The sudden pain made Mu Zhengyao gasp. And only then did Qin Yujun realize the gravity of the situation. "You are injured?" His voice was laced with tension and concern.
Mu Zhengyao nodded silently.
Without further inquiry, Qin Yujun immediately instructed a servant to summon a doctor and personally tended to her wound. His movements were gentle as he carefully unwrapped the bandage, cleaned the injury, applied ointment, and rewrapped it. "This wound requires ample rest. Refrain from moving it for the next few days," he advised. Though Mu Zhengyao felt grateful, she retorted stubbornly, "I am well aware of my own body. There's no need for your concern." Qin Yujun refrained from arguing, simply sitting quietly beside her, his gaze filled with complexity. "How did this injury occur?" "It is not a mere knife wound." Under his pressing inquiry, Mu Zhengyao reluctantly blurted out the truth.
"You."
Qin Yujun was momentarily at a loss for words, his anger evident. "You need not look at me that way. I am fine." She attempted to change the subject, asking, "How was the lakeside outing today?" Before she could finish, Qin Yujun stormed out in a fit of rage. Seeing this, Mu Zhengyao quickly threw off the covers to follow him. At that moment, she noticed someone lurking on the wall nearby. Qin Yujun, too, had spotted them and decided to play along, his face turning cold. "If you wish to meet your secret lover, then go ahead. I am utterly disappointed in you." Mu Zhengyao swiftly reacted, playing along with Qin Yujun's act, continuing their quarrel. "Why do you act so fierce? You aren't even a fraction as worthy as young Master Yu." Their argument escalated, drawing the attention of Zhang Feier and Gu Yunfan, and soon even the servants arrived. "Miss, perhaps it would be wise to cease this quarrel. The regent surely has his reasons." Qin Yujun feigned a demeanor of being forsaken, departing silently. The following day, rumors spread throughout the streets about the discord between Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao, reaching the ears of the emperor. "Is this true?" the emperor inquired. "Indeed, your majesty. General Mu feels that the regent is too frivolous, while the regent believes General Mu lacks decorum. It seems they are at odds." The emperor understood. In the court, he remarked, "With the Empress Dowager's memorial approaching, ministers, if you have joyous occasions at home, feel free to postpone them." Both the ministers and Mu Zhengyao recognized that the emperor was intentionally delaying her marriage to Qin Yujun. Mu Zhengyao, feigning ignorance, agreed with him. After the court session, as she exited the Qiankuan Hall, someone called out to her, "General Mu, take care." She turned to see Minister Xia and nodded slightly. "Minister, General Mu, the Imperial Guard is currently short-staffed, and I have been commanded by the Emperor to seek a few individuals from your camp. I hope you can assist." "Short-staffed? What of General Zhao?" "He has been unwell and is on leave." "General Mu, the Emperor has always favored you. Should you achieve merit, he may have reason to promote you further." Minister Xia's words stirred Mu Zhengyao's heart. She recognized this as an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Minister, Mu Zhengyao, have always prioritized the nation. Since the emperor has issued a command, I cannot neglect it. However, my camp is also short on personnel. Might you disclose how many are needed?" Seeing her reluctance to outright refuse, Minister Xia was secretly pleased and replied, "General Mu, I require 10 elite soldiers, preferably those with combat experience." Mu Zhengyao nodded. "I will visit the camp tomorrow." "That would be troublesome for you, General." Minister Xia left contentedly, while Mu Zhengyao stood outside the Qiankuan Hall, deep in thought. The next day, Mu Zhengyao arrived early at the military camp and sought out General Shao Ran for information. "I have friends in the Imperial Guard and have indeed heard whispers." General Shao furrowed his brows upon hearing her words. "General Mu, the mobilization of the Imperial Guard is no trivial matter. You must think carefully. Although Minister Xia claims to act on the Emperor's orders, we must remain cautious regarding potential deceit. I had intended to speak with you about this, but you were absent from the residence on my previous visits." Previously, General Shao had harbored intentions of marrying her, leading to some awkwardness between them.
Now,
discussing the matter seemed to alleviate that tension. "Since it is the Emperor's command, let us prepare a list. We can submit it once the decree arrives." General Shao nodded in understanding. "If that is the case, I shall take you to select suitable candidates." Together, they went to the training grounds, where Mu Zhengyao observed the soldiers' drills with keen eyes. She already had some candidates in mind but wanted to verify her choices firsthand. "What about that spear wielder and the archer? How do they perform?" she inquired, pointing to two soldiers in the field. General Xiao followed her gaze, approvingly stating, "The spear wielder is Zhang Meng, who fought alongside me at the borders, valiant and skilled. The archer is Li Jian, an unmatched marksman in our ranks." Mu Zhengyao nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, we shall choose them, and I require 8 more to be selected with care." General Xiao agreed. After departing, Mu Zhengyao and Bai Yun went to purchase items for Xin Shihua and her child Mu Qingqing. They entered a newly opened fabric shop. "Good sir, do you have any new fabrics in stock?"
Beyond inquired.
The shopkeeper promptly approached them, beaming as he introduced, "Ladies, we have just received some exquisite silk. Vibrant in color and soft in texture, perfect for spring garments." Mu Zhengyao's gaze swept over the fabrics, though she was not particularly interested. Thoughts of Xin Shihua and Mu Qingqing compelled her to select a few. "Bai Yun, please help me choose some suitable fabrics for my sister-in-law," she instructed.
Beyond nodded.
Beginning to sift through the materials, Mu Zhengyao stepped aside, her eyes drifting to the street outside, her thoughts wandering. She recalled Qin Yujun and their quarrel from the previous day, feeling a sense of unrest. "Miss, how about these selections?" Bai Yun's voice broke her reverie.
Mu Zhengyao refocused.
Glancing at the fabrics Bai Yun had chosen, and nodded, "These will do. Please proceed to check out." Just as Bai Yun was about to do so, Xia Yufei intercepted her.
"Wait.
"Hand over the fabrics you have. I have taken a liking to them." Bai Yun frowned, taken aback by Xia Yufei's rudeness. For she was, after all, the legitimate daughter of a prime minister. "Miss Xia, we chose these fabrics first," Bai Yun replied firmly. Yet, Xia Yufei paid no heed and advanced towards Bai Yun, reaching out to snatch the fabrics. Seeing the situation unfold, Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brows and stepped forward. "Miss Xia, we have already selected this fabric, so please do not make things difficult for my maid." Mu Zhengyao cast a cold glance at her. Xia Yufei was taken aback, clearly not expecting Mu Zhengyao to intervene. She had assumed Mu Zhengyao would be too distressed over the matter with Qin Yujun to linger in the fabric shop. "General Mu, the fabrics here are always first come, first served. I have not made things difficult for anyone," Xia Yufei retorted, her tone laced with provocation. "Miss Xia, we have already chosen the fabric. If you desire it, you may select from the other varieties available. I am certain there is something suitable for you," Mu Zhengyao replied. Xia Yufei's expression darkened. It seems the Mu family cannot afford such fashionable designs anymore. "Tell me, General Mu, why abandon a fine husband only to seek divorce?" At these words, a flicker of anger flashed in Mu Zhengyao's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and replied indifferently, "Miss Xia, the matter of divorce is of no concern to you. I have my own reasons. As for the fabric, we have made our selection, and if you persist, I will have to ask the shopkeeper to intervene." Xia Yufei scoffed. "Very well. Let's see who in the capital dares to disregard the daughter of the prime minister." Mu Zhengyao turned to the attendant behind her, kindly asked the shopkeeper to come forward and mediate. Moments later, a woman descended from the upper floor, clad in elegant light blue attire, exuding an air of grace. Approaching Mu Zhengyao and Xia Yufei, she offered a polite smile and inquired, "Ladies, may I ask what the matter is that requires my mediation?" Seeing this, Xia Yufei immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, pointing at Mu Zhengyao. "Shopkeeper, do you know who I am? I am Xia Yufei, the daughter of the prime minister. Today I have my eyes set on this fabric. Yet this woman is obstructing me." Mu Zhengyao responded with poise, "Shopkeeper, we have already selected the fabric. Yet Miss Xia insists on taking it from us and has spoken rudely. We are not being unreasonable. We merely wish for you to uphold fairness." The shopkeeper, observing the exchange, glanced between the two before nodding slightly. "Ladies, this shop values its customers, but the principle of first come, first served cannot be overlooked. Since Miss Mu has already chosen her fabric, Miss Xia might consider looking at other materials. I believe there is something that will meet your needs." Xia Yufei's expression changed, evidently taken aback by the shopkeeper siding with Mu Zhengyao. "Do you think a powerless female general like Mu Zhengyao is worth your consideration?" The shopkeeper, previously polite, now changed her demeanor, taking Mu Zhengyao's hand. "General Mu, I have several exquisite shoe brocades. You may take them all. And I will also ensure that all future fabrics for your household are reserved for you." Mu Zhengyao was momentarily stunned. "No, shopkeeper, I cannot accept without recompense. I will pay whatever is required. Besides, I recall that shoe brocade is Miss Xia's favorite. I shall not take what belongs to another." "You." Xia Yufei's face flushed with anger. At that moment, Qin Yujun's mother, Mrs. Xia entered. Upon seeing her, Xia Yufei rushed to her side, crying, "Aunt, look at this Mu Zhengyao. She is bullying me in the fabric shop." As she spoke, she pointed at Mu Zhengyao with tear-filled eyes. "Mrs. Xia furrowed her brows and turned her gaze to Mu Zhengyao, her tone tinged with reproach. "General Mu, as a general, you ought to set an example. How can you stoop to quarreling with the younger generation?" Although Mu Zhengyao had never met Mrs. Xia, she recognized her as Qin Yujun's mother from Xia Yufei's address. She nodded slightly, not performing a formal greeting. "I have met Mrs. Xia. Is this the etiquette of your Mu family? It seems you have not received the proper education befitting a young lady," Xia Yufei mocked coldly. Chapter 56. Birthday celebration. Mu Zhengyao refrained from explaining further, her attention momentarily drawn outside. She noticed Ji Siyu glancing in intermittently, indicating he had urgent business with her. "Mrs. Xia, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Mu Zhengyao stated coolly before turning to exit. Seeing this, Xia Yufei's expression darkened, and she was about to erupt when Mrs. Xia held her back. "Aunt, a person like her is simply unworthy of my cousin. Can't you intervene to prevent him from marrying her?" Mrs. Xia remained silent as she turned to leave. Reluctantly, Xia Yufei had no choice but to follow her back, but in a hurried glance, she saw Mu Zhengyao climbing into Ji Siyu's carriage. Her eyes narrowed, a scheme forming in her mind. Upon returning home, Mrs. Xia found Qin Yujun playing chess and approached him. "Junior, why are you not going out today? If you have no matters to attend to, mother, I can manage my own affairs," Qin Yujun replied, lacking enthusiasm. Mrs. Xia frowned slightly, but sat down. "Today, I saw General Mu in close proximity to a most handsome man. Junior, a forced relationship bears no sweetness if she truly has no intention." Qin Yujun tightened his grip on the chess piece, suddenly looking up. "Mother, you have never meddled in such matters. How did you come to know of this today?" Before Mrs. Xia could respond, her maid, Aunt Wang, interjected, "My lord, you are unaware. Today, General Mu was at the fabric shop arguing over materials with Yufei. Had it not been for Madame encountering them, there might have been a physical altercation." After Aunt Wang finished speaking, Mrs. Xia shot her a glare. "Mind your tongue." Aunt Wang quickly fell silent. Mrs. Xia turned back to Qin Yujun. "What do you think of Yufei?" Qin Yujun pondered for a moment before slowly replying. "Yufei has known me since childhood. She possesses a pure heart, although at times she can be quite headstrong. Regardless, she is my cousin, and I naturally wish for her happiness." Mrs. Xia smiled softly. "Junior, you are a sensible child. However, marriage is a matter of lifelong happiness. If General Mu truly has no feelings for you, why force yourself?" Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Qin Yujun's eyes. "Mother, if Yufei has misunderstood anything, I can clarify, as long as it does not burden you." Mrs. Xia sighed, understanding that Qin Yujun was resolute in his desire to marry Mu Zhengyao. "Setting aside other matters, I have yet to formally meet this future daughter-in-law of mine." Qin Yujun's face brightened at his mother's concession. "Mother, I will personally bring her to meet you." Mrs. Xia nodded. Meanwhile, Ji Siyu waited until the carriage had traveled some distance before speaking. "I fear someone may be monitoring us." Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. "Who?" Ji Siyu shook his head. "Business at Yihong Tower is not thriving today, and I have no choice but to take a break. I just do not know what to do next." "Is it not just a minor Jiang official? A distinguished young master, you cannot handle him?" Ji Siyu expressed a hint of helplessness, though he had not admitted to being a descendant of the Fusang royal family. He felt there was no need to break that barrier. Mu Zhengyao likely had already guessed. "Rest assured, my identity will not harm you. Perhaps, in a critical moment, it may even save your life," Mu Zhengyao teased. "Young Master Ji, you speak with great confidence. Yet I am curious about what abilities you possess that can ensure my safety." Mu Zhengyao smiled gently, a hint of mischief in her eyes.
Ji Siyu sighed softly,
his gaze drifting out the window, as though recalling something. After a moment's thought, Mu Zhengyao proposed, "This afternoon, I shall treat you to a fine meal. Is that your grand plan?" Ji Siyu was momentarily taken aback. "Will you go or not?" "Let us go." By midday, the two arrived at the residence of Qian Herong, the Minister of Rights. Today marks the birthday of Lady Qian, and as Mu Zhengyao and Ji Siyu alighted from the carriage, they were immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere. Lanterns hung high, colorful ribbons fluttered in the breeze, and guests streamed into the residence, creating a scene of joyous celebration. Ji Siyu was taken aback. not expecting Mu Zhengyao to bring him here. Just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind.
Zhengyao.
Mu Zhengyao turned to see Qin Yujun approaching, carrying gifts. She was somewhat surprised, not anticipating his presence. It is only fitting that I come to celebrate the birthday of Lady Qian. Although she had heard that Lady Qian and Qin Yujun's grandmother were close friends, she had never seen Qin Yujun come in person. Did he perhaps follow upon learning Ji Siyu's itinerary? She stepped closer, intending to speak with him privately. However, Qin Yujun smiled down at her. Our engagement is well known. It is only natural for us to come together to convey our congratulations.
With that,
He took Mu Zhengyao's hand and led her inside. Ji Siyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, and as he attempted to follow Mu Zhengyao, he was halted by a cold remark. Young Master Yu, that will not be necessary. Seeing this, Mu Zhengyao wished to break free, but Qin Yujun whispered in her ear. It would not be wise for young Master Yu to meet Qian Herong today. If you wish for him to remain unscathed, it would be best to follow my lead. Taken aback by his words, Mu Zhengyao ceased her struggle and obediently accompanied Qin Yujun into the bustling residence. At the birthday banquet, guests offered their well wishes to Lady Qian, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled revelry. Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun also paid their respects to Lady Qian, presenting her with carefully selected gifts. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, Lady Qian's eyes glimmered with tenderness. Mu Yao, come sit by me. As Mu Zhengyao took her seat, Lady Qian grasped her hand. It must be difficult for you, a young girl, to hold up amidst the troubles of the Mu family. Yet, I see that the regent treats you with great care, which is commendable. However, Lady Qian glanced at Qin Yujun. I do wonder if the regent will live to 100. Hearing his mother's words, Qian Herong quickly interjected, Mother, the regent is in good health and will surely live a long life. That is reassuring, she replied, turning her gaze back to Mu Zhengyao with a loving expression.
Mu Yao.
You are a good child. The Qin family is fortunate to have you as their daughter-in-law. Mu Zhengyao felt warmth in her heart and softly replied. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Qian. As the two conversed, Qian Herong seized the opportunity to pull Qin Yujun aside. Before he could speak, Qin Yujun's demeanor turned grave. Lord Jiang has crossed the line. Your Highness, Qian Herong cautioned. Lord Jiang's connections involve the royal family, and it would be unwise to act hastily, especially with the Jia family currently flourishing and the Empress Dowager enjoying favor in the palace. A single misstep could alert them. Chapter 57. A lifetime devoted to you alone, Qin Yujun replied solemnly. In that case, we shall refrain from rash actions, but we cannot allow him to continue his arrogance. He must be taught a lesson. Qian Herong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. As for the Duke of Wen's affairs, I will investigate. But we must take action against Lord Jiang. Otherwise, those behind him will become even more audacious. Indeed, during the feast, Mu Zhengyao excused herself to seek out Qin Yujun. In truth, she intended to probe Qian Herong regarding Lord Jiang, but she fortuitously overheard their conversation. Qin Yujun, aware of Mu Zhengyao's presence, chose not to confront her directly. Your Highness, the banquet has commenced. Please make your way inside. Inform Lady Qian that I have matters to discuss with Zhengyao, and shall take my leave. Qin Yujun instructed before exiting the birthday celebration with Mu Zhengyao. They traversed the lively courtyard and arrived at a secluded garden. Moonlight spilled over the stone table, casting shadows of the two figures. What did you overhear? Qin Yujun turned, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Mu Zhengyao. She smiled slightly, mischief dancing in her eyes. I heard everything. Qin Yujun sighed softly. Recognizing her cleverness, she was not easily deceived. Let us board the carriage. As they entered, they found Ji Siyu already inside. General Mu, it seems this regent has long been scheming. You may have been deceived. Mu Zhengyao sought to mediate, but before she could speak, Qin Yujun interjected. And what of it? I am no paragon of virtue, but neither is young Master Yu. What do you mean by that, Qin Yujun?
Ji Siyu's brow furrowed.
Clearly displeased with Qin Yujun's words. My meaning is simple. We both act in our own interests. Why pretend to be virtuous? Qin Yujun retorted coldly. Enough. Mu Zhengyao interjected forcefully, casting an exasperated look at Qin Yujun. Today, you obstructed my actions. What is your reasoning? Moreover, you should provide young Master Yu with an explanation. A flicker of emotion crossed Qin Yujun's heart. Mu Zhengyao had not directly revealed that Qian Herong was aligned with him, indicating she still retained her own loyalties. My people have long been monitoring Lord Jiang. The reason for inaction thus far is merely a matter of timing. Timing?
Yeseu scoffed.
General Mu has already been harmed. Is the timing still not right? Qin Yujun's expression hardened. This matter concerns me alone. Your involvement is unnecessary. Are you joking with General Mu's life?
Yeseu questioned.
His anger palpable. Yet, Qin Yujun maintained his composure, replying slowly, GCU, we both understand the complex forces behind Lord Jiang. Any misstep could lead to greater turmoil. I do not disregard her safety. I simply do not wish for the situation to spiral out of control. Both of you must calm down. Arguing will resolve nothing.
Zhengyao interjected.
Your Highness, since you have set your sights on Lord Jiang, what are your next steps? Qin Yujun paused for a moment before responding. I will handle it, but it is due to you, not some deceptive person hiding behind a FAOD. Ji Siu clenched his fists, his anger intensifying. With a cold huff, he stood to leave. Once he departed, Mu Zhengyao felt a sense of relief wash over her. The carriage soon came to a halt, and she initially thought they had returned to the Duke's residence, only to realize they were at the Regent's manor. I will not go. If you have something to say, do so here in the carriage. I must return home. Rest assured, regarding Xia Yufei, she will not dare to bully you again while I am present. All those past rumors are false, and I will not marry again. My life will be devoted solely to you. Qin Yujun's promise sent a tremor through Mu Zhengyao's heart. Though it was not a declaration of love, it was an indication of his feelings. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. When do you intend to marry me? Mu Zhengyao turned to gaze out of the carriage. I never said I would marry you. I only mentioned that we could wed. Currently, the Mu family has no home. I cannot leave. Moreover, I could join your family, and then you need not depart. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. What nonsense are you speaking? I do not mean that. I merely wish to buy some time. Qin Yujun's eyes burned brightly. I could take you in to speak with my mother right now. With that, he exited the carriage. Fearing he might speak to Lady Xia about something, Mu Zhengyao hurriedly followed him. Upon encountering Lady Xia, Qin Yujun stated, Mother, I will take charge of my marriage with Zhengyao. Mu Zhengyao quickly interrupted, saying, Lady Xia, I apologize for the sudden visit and for not being prepared. It is my oversight. Xia smiled gently, her eyes radiating warmth. Miss Mu, you need not be overly courteous. I am already aware of your feelings for Yujun. Since you both share a mutual affection, I shall not oppose it. With dinner approaching, why not stay and join us? Thank you, madam, Mu Zhengyao replied. As Xia departed, Mu Zhengyao grasped Qin Yujun's sleeve, cautioning, you must not speak recklessly. If you dare utter those words before your mother, I assure you, I shall never marry you. In this life, or the next. Qin Yujun smiled faintly, you must grant me some time then. Reluctantly, Mu Zhengyao conceded, perhaps after the Empress Dowager's birthday. A glint of mischief flickered in Qin Yujun's eyes as he nodded. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. During the meal, Xia was particularly warm towards Mu Zhengyao. Although somewhat awkward, Mu Zhengyao felt compelled to reciprocate Xia's enthusiasm. Rest assured, Zhengyao, though Yujun may appear aloof at times, his feelings for you are genuine. Xia remarked with a smile. I shall personally oversee your wedding arrangements, ensuring your satisfaction. Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, her heart tinged with apprehension. She was aware of Qin Yujun's intentions, yet she remained hesitant about the relationship. Madam Xia, you are too kind, she replied politely. Let us take our time with the marriage. There is no rush. Xia nodded, an understanding glimmer in her eyes. Very well. I shall refrain from interfering in the affairs of the young. However, Zhengyao, do take good care of Yujun. He has always been reticent and reluctant to express his thoughts. I will do my utmost, madam, she assured gently. After dinner, Qin Yujun escorted Mu Zhengyao back to her residence. Upon returning, she realized she had been outmaneuvered by Qin Yujun. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Just as Mu Xiaoxi hurried in search of her. Miss, the second madam has arrived, but is being detained by the guards outside the city. Chapter 58. Little Bean Mu Zhengyao promptly donned her insignia and galloped towards the city gate to welcome Shen Shirua. Upon arrival, the guards immediately saluted, General Mu. What brings you here? This is my second sister-in-law, Shen Shirua. How dare you treat her with such disrespect?
Mu Zhengyao admonished sternly.
The guards exchanged glances, one hastily explaining, General Mu, we are merely following protocol. The second madam lacks a travel permit, and we cannot allow her passage.
Mu Zhengyao furovet herbrol.
Aware that the guards would not arbitrarily obstruct the Mu family. You must know her identity. Why then do you hinder her? General, you may not be aware, but the emperor has received word that individuals from the south are attempting to enter the capital. The south? Zhengyao found this perplexing, as the day of homage was still distant, and surely the southerners would not act so rashly. The guard nodded, explaining, indeed, General Mu. But the emperor fears that unscrupulous individuals may infiltrate the capital. Therefore, he has ordered heightened scrutiny at the city gates. While the second madam is of noble status, without a permit, we cannot let her pass. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhengyao replied, I comprehend your duties. I shall personally escort her into the city, so you may grant her passage. The guards complied, clearing the way. Zhengyao turned to Shinshiro, saying, Sister-in-law, let us proceed. Shinshiro nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Zhengyao. I truly appreciate your assistance. The two rode into the city together. Along the way, Shinshiro explained her lack of a travel permit, revealing that she had urgently needed to address pressing family matters and had not anticipated such obstacles.
Zhengyao, empathizen.
Cautioned her to be more vigilant in the future to avoid similar issues. Upon returning home, Zhengyao arranged for Shinshiro and Mu Qingqing to rest in the guest quarters and instructed the servants to prepare dinner. She then retreated to her study and summoned Mu Xiaoxi. Miss, how may I serve you? Go immediately to the regent's residence and convey a message asking Qin Yujun to investigate the situation regarding the south. Understood.
Mu Xiaoxi departed.
While Zhengyao pondered in her study, she knew the situation regarding the south was serious. If truly there were ill-intentioned individuals infiltrating the capital, the consequences could be dire. Mu Xiaoxi arrived at the regent's residence, just as Qin Yujun returned. Upon seeing Mu Xiaoxi, he halted and inquired, Mu Xiaoxi, what brings you here? Is there an urgent matter at home? Mu Xiaoxi respectfully bowed, replying, Your Highness, my lady sent me with a message. She hopes you can assist in inquiring about the situation concerning the south. Qin Yujun's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated for a moment before replying. I have indeed heard of unusual activities from the south recently. Return to your lady and inform her that I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate. And I will notify her as soon as I have news. Mu Xiaoxi nodded in gratitude and hurried back to Zhengyao, relaying Qin Yujun's response. Zhengyao felt a measure of relief, yet she remained vigilant. She understood that Qin Yujun was thorough in his undertakings, and with his assistance, she might swiftly ascertain the movements of the south. Meanwhile, after resting briefly in the guest room, Shinshiro rose to visit Zhengyao's study, wishing to personally express her gratitude. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality, Zhengyao said, rising to greet her with a smile. We are family. It is only right that we assist one another. Shinshiro grasped Zhengyao's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Zhengyao, had you not arrived in time, I truly would not have known what to do. Zhengyao gently patted Shinshiro's hand, offering reassurance. Sister-in-law, rest easy. I will do my utmost. For now, you should relax and do not hesitate to instruct the servants if you need anything. Shinshiro nodded, her appreciation for Zhengyao deepening. The following morning, after washing up, Zhengyao hurriedly brought prepared gifts to Shinshiro and Mu Qingqing's room. She knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, are you awake?
Zhengyao, come in.
As Zhengyao opened the door, she was greeted by a small figure who dashed into her embrace. Auntie, you're here. I don't want those servants to help me get dressed. I want you to help me, exclaimed the little bean Mu Qingqing, though they had never met before. Seeing him resemble her second brother brought her joy. Zhengyao laughed, scooping up Mu Qingqing and entering the room, where she found Shinshiro already dressed, seated at the table enjoying tea. Sister-in-law, did you sleep well last night? Zhengyao inquired with concern. Shinshiro set down her teacup, smiling, thanks to your arrangements. I slept soundly. By the way, what are these? Zhengyao placed the gift box on the table, explaining, these are specially prepared for you and Qingqing. I hope you like them. As Shinshiro opened the box, she discovered exquisite silk garments and toys favored by children. She looked at Zhengyao with gratitude. Zhengyao, you are truly thoughtful. Zhengyao waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Sister-in-law, there is no need for politeness between us. In her arms, Mu Qingqing wrapped his little arms around Zhengyao's neck, adorably requesting, Auntie, will you come and play with me every day? The little bean blinked his big eyes in anticipation. Zhengyao couldn't help but laugh, ruffling Mu Qingqing's hair. Of course, as long as you behave. Auntie will come to see you often. Shinshiro gazed at the scene before her, a warm current flowing through her heart. She understood that Zhengyao, despite her busy schedule, was willing to take time to care for them. Such a friendship was indeed rare. Sister-in-law, Qinxing, please enjoy your breakfast at your leisure. I have some matters to attend to, but I will return shortly, Mu Zhengyao said as she stood up, preparing to leave. Zhenxiao nodded gently and replied, very well. Zhengyao, go ahead and attend to your business. We will manage on our own. As Mu Zhengyao exited the room, her mind was occupied with thoughts about the situation in Nanfang. She was aware that although Qin Yujun had agreed to assist in the investigation, she could not afford to wait idly for updates and must prepare thoroughly. Returning to her study, she began to sift through various intelligence documents, hoping to uncover some clues. Concurrently, she instructed the servants of the Mu household to heighten security within the estate to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Time passed quietly, and Mu Zhengyao spent a busy morning in her study. It was not until the afternoon that she allowed herself a moment to relax, deciding to take a stroll in the garden to refresh her spirits. In the garden, where flowers were in full bloom and birds sang sweetly, Mu Zhengyao wandered, gradually feeling her mood lift. At that moment, Shen Shirhua also appeared, admiring the flowers. Chapter 59. Malefactors. As they drew closer, Mu Zhengyao inquired, sister-in-law, are you settling in comfortably? Quite well. In fact, the moment trouble struck the Mu family, my sister-in-law wrote to me. I had intended to return, but she advised that staying in Yujing City would be safer for me. Moreover, after the incident with the Mu family, I sense that someone has been watching us nearby. I suspect that my arrival in the capital will soon be known to others, Shen Shirhua explained. Rest assured, sister-in-law. I will send people to ensure your safety and will not allow anyone to harm you, Mu Zhengyao reassured her. Shen Shirhua grasped Mu Zhengyao's hand gratefully, her eyes reflecting trust. Zhengyao, with you here, I feel much safer. The two continued to stroll through the garden, where Mu Zhengyao introduced various flowers and their characteristics, while Shen Shirhua listened with great interest, occasionally expressing her admiration. Their laughter echoed throughout the garden, as if all their worries were dispelled by the enchanting atmosphere. Yet, a thread of anxiety lingered in Mu Zhengyao's heart. She understood that the situation in Nanfang was no trivial matter. If malefactors had indeed infiltrated the capital, the entire Mu household and the city itself could be in peril. She had to find a resolution swiftly to ensure safety. As night fell, the Mu residence was ablaze with light. Mu Zhengyao sat in her study, deep in thought, when a knock on the door interrupted her reverie. Zhengyao, it's me. She opened the door to find Shen Shirhua. Come in quickly. Once seated, Shen Shirhua spoke. Zhengyao, is it possible that the emperor harbors suspicions? Mu Zhengyao was taken aback by her sister-in-law's insight. She had not anticipated Shen Shirhua's intuition. Your brother is quite astute, and given his experience in the field, sending you back to your maternal home alone was likely a precautionary measure. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's thoughts drifted to her father and brother. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I should have accompanied my father and the others to battle instead of remaining here. Zhengyao, you need not blame yourself. Shen Shirhua gently consoled her. Your presence here is to safeguard the Mu household and our family. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, yet her heart remained heavy. She knew Shen Shirhua spoke truthfully, but the guilt and worry within her were hard to quell. Sister-in-law, I will do my utmost to protect the Mu household from harm, Mu Zhengyao declared resolutely. Shen Shirhua smiled faintly, her eyes filled with trust. I believe in you, Zhengyao. You are always clever and capable. With you in the Mu household, we shall surely remain safe. Moreover, both I and your sister-in-law will stand by you. Mu Zhengyao was surprised by Shen Shirhua's perceptiveness. Currently, I am investigating events from 3 years ago. Should I require assistance, I will certainly ask for your help. But for now, safety is of paramount importance. Shen Shirhua nodded, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Zhengyao, rest assured, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. Gratitude swelled within Mu Zhengyao as she looked at Shen Shirhua. She felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that with Shen Shirhua's support, her burdens would be lighter. Sister-in-law, your words give me great confidence, Mu Zhengyao smiled. However, the most vital task now is to ensure your safety. I will arrange for some trustworthy servants to protect you and Qinxing at all times. Shen Shirhua smiled slightly, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. Thank you, Zhengyao. With you around, I indeed feel much more at ease. Sister-in-law, please take care of yourself. I have some matters to attend to, Mu Zhengyao said, rising to leave. Shen Shirhua nodded gently, replying, very well, Zhengyao, go about your business. We will take care of ourselves. The following day, Qin Yujun personally visited the duke's residence to seek out Mu Zhengyao. At that time, Mu Zhengyao was pushing Mu Qingqing on a swing in the garden, quietly watching without interrupting. "Aunt, my mother always says you are a heroic figure in battle, and I have been eager to meet you. Now I finally have," Mu Qingqing said excitedly, his eyes shimmering with admiration for Mu Zhengyao. Mu Zhengyao smiled at his words, gently patting Mu Qingqing's head and responding tenderly, "Your mother speaks truly. Your aunt has indeed seen battle, but that is all in the past. Aunt, will you teach me martial arts in the future?" Mu Qingqing asked eagerly, his big eyes full of hope. Mu Zhengyao looked at his innocent expression and felt her heart soften, yet she shook her head. "Qingqing, you are still young. The most important thing now is to study well. When you grow up, I will gladly teach you martial arts." Though Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of disappointment, he nodded obediently, knowing that his aunt's words were always wise. Just then, Qin Yujun approached, smiling as he addressed Mu Zhengyao. "I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Upon seeing him, Mu Zhengyao momentarily froze. She then nodded, signaling Mu Qingqing to return indoors before walking deeper into the garden with Qin Yujun. "You seem to quite like children," he remarked. "Indeed," she responded. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized her misstep and shot him a glare. "What are you plotting now?" Qin Yujun chuckled lightly at her reaction, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to conspire against you this time. I genuinely have matters to discuss." "Then speak plainly. What is it?" Qin Yujun surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot before lowering his voice. "Recently, I have received news that the envoy from Nanfang has secretly arrived in the capital and will meet with the emperor in 3 days. However, this has not been publicly announced, and very few are aware." "The envoy from Nanfang?" Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What could they want in the capital? Qin Yujun's expression grew serious as he continued. "From what I understand, their ostensible purpose is to discuss trade matters between our nations. But they seem particularly interested in our military arrangements and defensive fortifications." Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. She sensed a larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. "In 2 days, it will be the anniversary of the Empress Dowager's passing, and the emperor will take all the ministers and royal family to the mausoleum. At that time, the entire palace will be without a leader. That would indeed provide the enemy with an opportunity," Qin Yujun scoffed, knowing well that such tactics were employed to lull adversaries into complacency. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at Qin Yujun. "What do you plan to do?" "At present, it remains essential to uncover any flaws in Zhao Fan's demeanor." "I understand. Now, let us proceed to the morning court together." "Very well." After the morning assembly, the emperor suddenly turned his gaze toward Mu Zhengyao, his eyes clouded with inscrutability. Chapter 60. Reluctant Royalty. "General Mu, you and a few others shall remain," the emperor commanded. "Yes." Once the other ministers had departed, the emperor spoke again. "General Mu, I must trouble you to temporarily assume the duties of the commander of the Imperial Guard, as they have recently been tasked with fortifying the defenses." "Your Majesty, I have been engaged in warfare outside, and am not well versed in the affairs of the commander of the Imperial Guard," Mu Zhengyao attempted to decline. The emperor smiled slightly, a glimmer of profound meaning in his eyes. "General Mu, I am aware of your years of service in battle. Yet the matters of the Imperial Guard are not overly complex. I trust in your capabilities. You need only act according to my directives. Furthermore, the anniversary of the Empress Dowager's passing is approaching, and the commander must lead the troops to safeguard the royal tombs." Though Mu Zhengyao hesitated inwardly, she respectfully acquiesced. "This subject shall comply with your command." The emperor nodded in satisfaction and continued. "The individuals you selected previously possess commendable qualifications and may join the Imperial Guard directly." "I understand." Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly. Upon leaving the palace, she intended to seek out Qin Yujun, only to be approached by Leng Yan from a distance. "General Mu, please follow me. The prince has requested your presence." "Very well." Once they alighted from the carriage, Mu Zhengyao was taken aback to discover that Qin Yujun had summoned her to the Yihong building. Upon entering the private room, she saw Qin Yujun and Ji Siu seated at a table. "You two are indeed here," Qin Yujun remarked without reservation. "Regarding the arrangement of the Imperial Guard, should you take it upon yourself, it will certainly lead to your own mistakes." Ji Siu gestured for Mu Zhengyao to sit. Mu Zhengyao took her seat. "I have a way to invite Zhao Fan, but I shall not partake in your specific plans," she stated. Qin Yujun smiled subtly, a hint of cunning in his gaze. "General Mu, Are you aware that Zhao Fan has an insatiable thirst for power? It seems he has been secretly plotting something of late. We might as well exploit this, allowing him to expose himself.
Zhengyao furolet herbrol.
Contemplating for a moment before articulating, are you suggesting we set a trap for Zhao Fan, compelling him to walk into it himself? Precisely, Qin Yujun nodded. Although Zhao Fan is shrewd, he possesses his own vulnerabilities. We can leverage his desire for power, leading him unwittingly into our snare. Just as Mu Zhengyao was about to voice her doubts about GCU, Qin Yujun poured her a cup of tea. Taste this new tea, it is quite fragrant. In the midst of their conversation, GCU had already departed to make arrangements. Mu Zhengyao, intrigued, turned to Qin Yujun. Has the matter concerning Minister Jiang been resolved? I heard the Minister of Rights mention this morning that the Deputy Minister would be replaced, and the list has already been submitted. Qin Yujun had originally intended to attend the morning assembly, but was called back by Leng Yan after escorting Mu Zhengyao, which explained his absence. Rest assured. Tonight, I shall procure evidence of Minister Zhang's corruption. However, I must trouble you to partake in a little performance with me.
Mu Zhengyao teased.
The regent truly enjoys the theater. What is this compared to your talents? I still have much to learn. Qin Yujun replied lightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Nevertheless, this performance must be convincing. Otherwise, Minister Jiang, that old fox, will not easily fall for our ploy.
Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly.
Recognizing that Qin Yujun's plans were always meticulously crafted, she nodded in understanding without further inquiry. Tonight, at the Gathering Fragrance building, Qin Yujun stated, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. I have already made arrangements. You need only follow the plan. Understood. As night fell, Mu Zhengyao donned the attire of a courtesan from the Yihong building, veiling her face, and stepped out from behind the screen. Upon seeing her appearance, Qin Yujun felt a stir in his heart. He feigned composure and instructed, stay close to me and do not wander. Understood. Mu Zhengyao followed Qin Yujun into the Gathering Fragrance building, where the interior was ablaze with light, the sounds of silk and bamboo filling the air, mingling with an intoxicating fragrance. She endeavored to maintain her composure, though her heart raced with anxiety. Qin Yujun guided her through the throngs of people and seated them in the main hall, where GCU awaited them. After a brief while, Minister Jiang arrived with his entourage. Noticing Qin Yujun engaged in conversation with GCU, he failed to recognize that the woman beside him was Mu Zhengyao. He approached with a fawning demeanor. Regent, I had not anticipated that young Master Yu was aligned with you. I sincerely apologize for any past grievances. It was never my intention to offend your people. Qin Yujun replied coldly, reveal the identity of the one pulling the strings, or this matter will surely reach the Emperor's ears by tomorrow. Minister Zhang's face turned pale with fright, and just as he was about to speak, the third prince, Xiao Yan, appeared. Uncle, you are also here? Just right. I wish to have a private conversation with you. Out of respect for their bloodline, Qin Yujun did not wish to put him in a difficult position. As Mu Zhengyao prepared to rise, Qin Yujun's hand abruptly pressed down on her, signaling her to remain seated. He then addressed Mu Zhengyao, she is not an outsider. The rest may leave. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, left with no choice but to exit. Uncle, I have some Southern Tang calligraphy and paintings in my residence. I shall have someone deliver them to your estate another day. Xiao Yan offered. Qin Yujun recognized that Xiao Yan was attempting to bribe him, but he was not swayed by such tactics. Calligraphy and paintings? I have no interest in such trifles. Xiao Yan, misunderstanding Qin Yujun's intentions, continued, if you desire anything, merely speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. His tone was laced with a hint of flattery. Qin Yujun merely smiled faintly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. What I desire is for Wu Gang to descend with Chang'e and perform a play for me. Mu Zhengyao, standing nearby, could not suppress a laugh, quickly covering her mouth to avoid revealing her identity. You mock me? Xiao Yan exclaimed in exasperation, rising as if to take action. The incense used during the Empress Dowager's memorial contains gunpowder, Qin Yujun stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. Fortunately, the incense had already become damp and was unusable. Relieved, Xiao Yan intended to express his gratitude and take his leave, but Qin Yujun suddenly interjected. If you wish to unearth the puppet master behind this, it may already be too late. The inn staff disappeared 2 days ago. GCU cannot possibly be involved with you. What is your true objective? Qin Yujun's gaze turned icy as he replied, naturally, my intentions do not align with yours. The third prince's expression darkened, and he subsequently departed. Once they were alone, Zhengyao inquired, "What did you mean by that? Do you believe Xiao Yan would willingly settle for being a mere prince? If any mishap were to occur during the Empress Dowager's memorial, he could easily shift the blame to the Ministry of Rights. Moreover, Minister Jiang is already entangled in this murky affair, and he would undoubtedly take his own life to protect Xiao Yan." Chapter 61. The mastermind behind the curtain I see now. You mean Xiao Yan intends to create chaos during the Empress Dowager's memorial, then pin the blame on the Ministry of Rights to weaken their power, Zhengyao realized. Her understanding dawning. Qin Yujun nodded, a deep light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the anniversary of the Empress Dowager's passing is a day of national mourning. Should an incident occur at this juncture, the entire court would descend into turmoil. Xiao Yan is precisely counting on this, aiming to strike at the Ministry of Rights to further his own ambitions. Zhengyao furrowed her brow, astonished by Xiao Yan's ambition. She had not anticipated such depth of cunning in him, even exploiting the Empress Dowager's day of mourning. He was never content to merely be a prince, always yearning for greater achievements. Qin Yujun let out a cold laugh, aware of the connections he had with the family of Minister Jiang, forcing him to act on their behalf. Such despicable means were unfathomable to Zhengyao, who had always harbored a passionate disdain for evil. Viewing the world in stark black and white, Qin Yujun, observing the fury igniting in her eyes, could not restrain himself further. Corruption among court officials was a common occurrence, especially on the Empress Dowager's day of mourning. In front of the assembled civil and military officials, the emperor would not delve into the filth beneath the surface. Thus, should anyone perish, they would merely be a sacrificial pawn. A chill ran down Zhengyao's spine. What do you mean? Is the third prince plotting against the crown prince? Qin Yujun nodded, choosing not to elaborate. After escorting Zhengyao back to her residence, he returned to the tea house, slipping into an adjacent private room to listen intently. In another room, the disguised Lung Ran awaited quietly. Shortly after, a woman entered, the very Ji Yuer. Once she settled, Lung Ran remarked that the crown prince would survive this ordeal, yet the one selling gunpowder would not escape unscathed. Ji Yuer maintained an air of indifference, stating, "I do not concern myself with such matters. Please return to your master and inform him that Zhengyao will be unharmed on the Empress Dowager's day of mourning." Understood. I shall relay your message, Lung Ran replied, accepting silver from Ji Yuer before departing. Ji Yuer donned her hood and vanished into the darkness. Once both had left, Zhengyao emerged from her hiding place, shocked to discover Qin Yujun's connections with the black market. Regretfully, she had not seen the face of that individual. With the night thick around her, she decided to venture into the black market to uncover the truth. Stealthily, she navigated through the bustling market, the darkness serving as her best cover. Upon reaching a narrow alley, she found a dilapidated wooden door with a rusty iron ring. Taking a deep breath, she lightly knocked 3 times. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person. Entering the black market, Zhengyao was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. It was an entirely different realm, ablaze with lights and filled with voices. Stalls brimmed with an array of bizarre items, from antique trinkets to forbidden weapons. She carefully wove through the crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous, knowing well that the denizens of the black market were desperate individuals, and a moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. Following the path etched in her memory, she sought out an informant known as Ghost, renowned in the black market for providing accurate intelligence at a steep price while remaining unseen. On a small piece of paper, Zhengyao penned her inquiries and placed it, along with some silver, into a small wooden box. Soon, she heard a faint rustling from the other side of the box. Retrieving a new note in return, it read, "On the Empress Dowager's day of mourning, the mastermind behind the gunpowder incident is not the third prince. There is another. Zhengyao, you must be cautious. Someone in the black market has set their sights on you." A sense of foreboding gripped Zhengyao as she recognized that she had likely stepped into a larger conspiracy. Quickly hiding the note, she turned to leave the black market. Just as she was about to exit the alley, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. The person wore a mask, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. "General Mu, in such a hurry to leave?" The masked figure's voice was deep and raspy. "Your curiosity may lead to your demise." Zhengyao clenched her fists, knowing that retreat was not an option. "Who are you? Why are you telling me this?" The masked figure offered no reply. merely smirking coldly before vanishing into the night. Standing there, Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. After a moment's deliberation, she hurried back to her residence. The following morning, she was summoned to the palace by the emperor. Tomorrow, I shall visit the royal tombs with the ministers. General Mu, how prepared is the imperial guard? Mu Zhengyao responded calmly, Your Majesty, all arrangements have been made, and the imperial guard stands ready to ensure your safety and that of the ministers. The emperor nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, I have heard recent unrest in the court. As the acting commander of the imperial guard, have you noticed anything? Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened, aware that the emperor referred not only to the power struggles within the court but also to the gunpowder incident on the Empress Dowager's day of mourning. She replied cautiously, Your Majesty, I have indeed sensed some unusual movements, but as of now, there is no conclusive evidence. I will heighten vigilance to ensure a secure journey to the royal tombs. The emperor's gaze was piercing, as if weighing her words. After a moment, he slowly stated, I trust in your capabilities, General Mu. The journey to the royal tombs is of great significance, and I hope you will ensure its success. Mu Zhengyao cupped her hands in salute, vowing, I will not fail your Majesty's expectations. If you are concerned about the capital, you may choose not to attend the Empress Dowager's day of mourning. No, your Majesty. The Empress Dowager was always kind to me, and my family has also benefited from her grace. To abstain would be to show disrespect. The emperor nodded slightly, understanding Mu Zhengyao's sentiments and stance. Very well, General Mu. I look forward to your performance. With that, he gestured for her to withdraw. After she departed, the emperor turned to the figure hidden behind the screen, come out. The person who emerged was none other than Zhao Fan. I warn you, do not cause any trouble tomorrow. Yes, your Majesty. Upon returning to the Imperial Guard's camp, Mu Zhengyao immediately summoned all the commanders, conveying the emperor's orders and conducting a final review and deployment of security measures for the journey to the royal tombs. As the day approached, Mu Zhengyao's heart remained restless. The information obtained in the black market made her acutely aware of the greater conspiracy lurking behind the events of the Empress Dowager's day of mourning, and she had become a target in the eyes of certain individuals. She needed to remain vigilant while also protecting herself and those around her. After returning home, Mu Zhengyao secluded herself in the Imperial Guard's camp, meticulously reviewing the defense plans in her study and contemplating various possible scenarios. She understood that only by making thorough preparations could she confront the unknown dangers ahead. Chapter 62. A clash of incompatible words. Several hours later, Mu Zhengyao finally set aside her work, preparing to rest. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, a faint noise from outside her window caught her attention. Alert! She rose quietly and approached the window, peering through a gap to observe. A figure moved swiftly, seemingly searching for something. Realizing this could be one of those from the black market who had set their sights on her, Mu Zhengyao hastily dressed, grabbed her weapon, and braced herself for any potential confrontation. Cautiously, she exited her room, stealthily advancing down the corridor towards the figure. Just as she was about to close in, the person seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to face her. General Mu, you are indeed vigilant, the figure said in a low voice, distinctively not that of the masked man.
Who are you?
Why are you intruding at this hour?
Mu Zhengyao demanded.
The person paused momentarily before slowly removing their hood, revealing a familiar face to Mu Zhengyao. I am sent by the regent. He has urgent news to convey to you. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Yujun would send someone at this moment. She gestured for the person to continue. On the day of the Empress Dowager's, the third prince did indeed take action, but his target was not the crown prince. Rather, it was someone else entirely. The regent hopes you will exercise caution and not be deceived by the apparent chaos. Understood. Once the visitor departed, doubts began to stir within Mu Zhengyao. If Qin Yujun wished to convey a message, he could have done so personally at the duke's residence. Why send an unfamiliar face? After much contemplation, she remained baffled. After tidying her belongings, she returned to the duke's residence. Upon arrival, she found Qin Yujun amusing himself with Mu Yunfan and Mu Qinqing. Your Highness, after you marry my aunt, will I no longer be able to visit you often? Gu Yunfan inquired. Qin Yujun smiled gently, squatting down to meet Mu Yunfan's gaze, and replied, Of course not. You will always be our little guest, welcome to visit us anytime. Hearing this, Mu Yunfan beamed, and Mu Qinqing joined in the laughter, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Standing aside, Mu Zhengyao felt a mix of emotions as she observed the scene. Qin Yujun soon noticed her and approached. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Xiaoxi rushed in. Miss Xigong is here to see you. Xigong Shui? The two made their way to the front hall and found Zhang Fei also present. Zhengyao, I thought you had already left the capital. I heard many officials have gone to the imperial tombs. This is the antidote that Sun Wen and I developed. It can alleviate part of Zhao Fan's poisoning. However, without a personal pulse diagnosis, we cannot ascertain the current state of his affliction, Xigong Shui said, handing over an exquisite porcelain vial, her gaze laced with concern.
Thank you.
With some assurance, I can persuade Zhao Fan. Mu Zhengyao expressed her gratitude as she accepted the vial. No need for thanks, Xigong Shui replied.
Mu Zhengyao nodded.
Aware of the medical expertise of both Xigong Shui and Sun Wen, their antidote must possess unique qualities. Zhengyao, when do you plan to set off? Zhang Fei asked with concern. Tomorrow morning, Mu Zhengyao responded, knowing that time was of the essence and Zhao Fan's condition was dire. Then I shall stay here tonight to help you prepare, Zhang Fei volunteered. Good. With your assistance, I feel much more at ease, Mu Zhengyao replied gratefully. At that moment, Qin Yujun interjected, you should not involve yourself directly in this matter. Mu Zhengyao disagreed, why can't I take action myself? Before Qin Yujun could respond, Zhang Fei spoke up, I previously had my own schemes against him. It wouldn't be inappropriate for you to step forward. Qin Yujun frowned slightly. There may be a larger conspiracy lurking behind this. If you act directly, you risk placing yourself in danger and may also alert the true mastermind to our intentions. Mu Zhengyao fell silent for a moment, then, according to your highness's view, how should I proceed? Qin Yujun surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no eavesdroppers before he quietly said, I will arrange for reliable individuals to assist you discreetly. You need only to direct from the shadows and ensure the secrecy and safety of the operation. As for Zhao Fan, I will personally visit him under the pretense of checking on his health. Mu Zhengyao shook her head. No need to trouble yourself with this. You? Why are you so stubborn? Qin Yujun exclaimed in frustration. Mu Zhengyao felt an inexplicable anger rise within her at his demeanor. What are you shouting about? I don't wish to trouble you. Is that unacceptable? Qin Yujun, unwilling to continue the argument, turned and left in a huff. Perplexed, Mu Zhengyao sat down and took several large sips of strong tea. Xigong Shui said, Zhengyao, don't be upset. How can I not be upset? He simply does not understand me. At that moment, Shen Shiru came to summon Zhang Fei to take the two children to study. Once Zhang Fei departed, Shen Shiru assessed the situation and sat down beside Mu Zhengyao, saying, Zhengyao, the prince is actually worried about your safety. It is not that he doubts your abilities.
He fears for your well-being.
Mu Zhengyao knew she was being watched by many, and she certainly understood that, yet she remained steadfast in her convictions. I do not need anyone's protection. Xigong Shui, help me disguise myself. I must see Zhao Fan immediately. Xigong Shui hesitated but ultimately could not refuse her. In the end, she agreed to Mu Zhengyao request, knowing that once Mu Zhengyao made her decision, it was nearly impossible to change her mind. Thus, she began to skillfully and swiftly disguise Mu Zhengyao. Zhengyao, are you certain you want to do this? It is too dangerous, Xigong Shui asked softly as she worked. I must do this, Xigong Shui. I know Zhao Fan's condition better than anyone. I cannot trust anyone else, Mu Zhengyao asserted firmly. Once the disguise was complete, Mu Zhengyao looked at her reflection in the mirror, barely recognizing the male figure before her. She donned a simple outfit, preparing to stealthily leave the duke's residence. Zhengyao, please be cautious, Xigong Shui urged. Do not worry, I will be careful, Mu Zhengyao assured her, then turned and vanished into the night. She deftly arrived at Zhao Fan's residence, evading the guards and silently entering his room. Zhao Fan was lying in bed when he heard a noise, and immediately sat up. Who is it? General Zhao, I am a man from the black market. Old Huang is too conservative. I am here to provide you with a potent remedy that will cure your ailment, Mu Zhengyao replied. Zhao Fan scrutinized the unfamiliar man before him. His body weakened, yet his alertness unwavering. Who are you? Why didn't old Huang come personally? Zhao Fan questioned, his voice tinged with skepticism. Mu Zhengyao was aware that her disguise could not deceive Zhao Fan's keen eyes, but she had prepared her explanation. Old Huang has matters to attend to and cannot come. He instructed me to inform the general that this medicine is the result of his years of research, specifically formulated for your condition. Mu Zhengyao endeavored to make her voice sound deeper to align with her assumed identity. Zhao Fan examined her, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Why should I trust you? Zhao Fan asked, though his hand was already tightening around the air. Mu Zhengyao recognized the gravity of the moment. She needed to persuade Zhao Fan to take the medicine. General, if I had ill intentions, why would I come personally? Surely you understand old Huang's loyalty to you? After a moment of silence, Zhao Fan nodded, deciding to trust the mysterious man before him. Very well, I will trust you this once, Zhao Fan said, reaching out to take the medicine, but instead, he intended to seize Mu Zhengyao. In a sudden twist, Zhao Fan turned his hand, not grasping the medicine but swiftly capturing Mu Zhengyao's wrist with a grip so strong that she could barely break free. Who exactly are you? Mu Zhengyao instinctively struck out, revealing her martial arts skills during their scuffle. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Fan's face. He had already suspected that his opponent was not an ordinary person. Your skills are far beyond those of a typical black market individual. Speak, who are you? Mu Zhengyao quickly concealed her identity. I learned this skill through covert means. Zhao Fan squinted. Though the Duke's residence is currently filled with civil officials, its past reputation is comparable to that of the Mu family army. The young general from the Duke's side should be about your age. It's a pity he died 5 years ago in the Battle of Nanbang. Otherwise, he would be quite similar to Mu Zhengyao today. Mu Zhengyao sighed, such is the tragedy of untimely demise. Soon, Zhao Fan relaxed his vigilance. Regardless, thank you for providing me with the antidote. Mu Zhengyao smiled slightly, knowing that Zhao Fan no longer doubted her identity. At least for this moment. She had successfully assumed the role of a messenger delivering the medicine. General, you are too kind. Elder Huang instructed me that this medicine must be taken at a specific hour to maximize its efficacy. Mu Zhengyao produced a small vial from her bosom and handed it to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan accepted the vial, examining it meticulously. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he slowly opened the cap and poured out a pill. The pill exuded a faint herbal aroma. Without hesitation, he placed it in his mouth and swallowed it. I naturally trust Elder Huang's medical skills, Zhao Fan remarked, gesturing for Mu Zhengyao to take a seat, as if he had more to say. After Mu Zhengyao sat down, Zhao Fan continued, however, since you are able to represent Elder Huang, you must not be an ordinary individual. From what I observed earlier, your martial prowess is exceptional. Who exactly are you? General, to speak candidly, I am not sent by Elder Huang, but rest assured, I have no intention of causing you harm. After all, I too have my own motives. This medicine cannot be given to you without compensation. She confessed, carefully observing Zhao Fan's reaction. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Fan's face. But he quickly regained his composure. Name your price. 100 taels. Mu Zhengyao replied, 100 taels may seem trivial to you, General, but to me, it is a considerable sum. I need this money to accomplish an important mission. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. What mission? Mu Zhengyao hesitated for a moment, weighing whether to reveal more. General, I cannot disclose too much. I need this money to ensure certain matters proceed smoothly. How can I trust you? Mu Zhengyao retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and presented it to Zhao Fan. This is my token. You may send someone to verify that I speak the truth, without a hint of falsehood. Zhao Fan took the pendant, examining it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly not an ordinary item. Very well, I will agree. But you must guarantee that this pill will not adversely affect me. Mu Zhengyao nodded. General, please rest assured, this pill will only benefit you, with no harmful effects. Zhao Fan tucked the pendant away, and then produced a silver note from his sleeve, handing it to Mu Zhengyao. Here is a 50-tael note. You may take this for now, and once I confirm the medicine as efficacy, I will provide you with the remaining 50. Mu Zhengyao accepted the note, smiling slightly. Thank you, General. I assure you, you will not regret your decision today. Zhao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. However, I must say that even if I am currently under duress, I will not act against the military officials at court with external enemies lurking. Mu Zhengyao said nothing further, offering a slight bow before taking her leave. Once outside, she found herself even more uncertain about Zhao Fan. After shedding her disguise, she headed straight to the garrison to make arrangements. Mu Zhengyao summoned Xiao Ran and General Yi Qianshan. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, they immediately saluted. What are your orders, General? Xiao Ran inquired.
Mu Zhengyao nodded,
signaling them to refrain from excessive formalities. We must strengthen the palace's vigilance. With the Empress Dowagers approaching, numerous officials will gather in the palace. If external enemies seize an opportunity, the consequences could be dire. Her tone was serious. Yi Qianshan and Xiao Ran exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. Rest assured, General, We will enhance patrols and ensure the palace's safety, Yi Qianshan replied solemnly. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. I will make arrangements immediately and ensure no corner is overlooked. Mu Zhengyao nodded in satisfaction. Additionally, she continued, during the Empress Dowager's ceremony, I need you to closely monitor any suspicious individuals, especially those foreign envoys who seldom make appearances. General, do you suspect someone may attempt to cause chaos? Xiao Ran asked. It is better to be cautious. Mu Zhengyao's response was succinct yet firm. We must not afford our enemies any opportunity. Understood. Both Yi Qianshan and Xiao Ran replied in unison. Excellent. Prepare accordingly. I will personally inspect every area shortly, Mu Zhengyao concluded, signaling for them to withdraw. Once they departed, Mu Zhengyao stood alone in front of the garrison tent, gazing at the distant palace walls, a sense of anxiety rising within her. She knew that despite her best efforts to arrange everything, the palace's situation was complex, and even a slight misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. As night fell, Mu Zhengyao changed into plain clothes and quietly left the garrison, needing to personally investigate certain matters to ensure the safety of the ceremony the following day. She navigated the streets of the capital with ease, ultimately arriving at an inconspicuous alley. At the end of the alley stood a seemingly ordinary tea house. Mu Zhengyao pushed the door open. The dimly lit tea house had only a few patrons. She walked directly to a corner table where a man dressed in black awaited her. The very person she intended to meet. Chapter 64. Disturbance in the capital. The man in black nodded slightly upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, his eyes revealing a hint of wariness. You have arrived. Mu Zhengyao sat down. All preparations were in place, awaiting the ceremony the next day. Are you certain nothing has been overlooked? The man in black lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. I have instructed Xiao Ran and Yi Qianshan to bolster the palace's defenses while closely monitoring the movements of foreign envoys, Mu Zhengyao replied, fully aware of the importance of this mission. Good, but you must also exercise caution. There are many eyes and ears within the palace. A minor slip could jeopardize the plan. I understand. Mu Zhengyao spoke with determination. I will personally oversee everything to ensure it proceeds as planned. The man in black fell silent for a moment before retrieving a map from his bosom and handing it to Mu Zhengyao. This is a detailed layout of the palace. Study it carefully to ensure every aspect is flawless. Mu Zhengyao accepted the map, examining it meticulously. It marked all significant locations within the palace, along with patrol routes and guard distributions. With this map, our operation will be much smoother, Mu Zhengyao acknowledged, recognizing its immense value. Remember, our goal is to ensure the smooth execution of the Empress Dowager ceremony. We must not allow any external adversaries an opportunity to exploit. The man in black emphasized. I will. Mu Zhengyao tucked the map away, acutely aware of her responsibilities. The man in black rose, preparing to leave. Tomorrow, I will observe from the shadows. Should the need arise, I will lend my assistance. Mu Zhengyao nodded, watching the man in black disappear into the night. The following day, due to her defensive arrangements, Mu Zhengyao was unable to catch the emperor's departing convoy. Once she organized everything, she set off with Mu Xiaoxi. However, shortly after their departure, a member of the garrison caught up to them. General, trouble has arisen in the capital. Mu Zhengyao recalled Qin Yujun's earlier warning to be cautious, particularly regarding the palace's defenses. She looked at the person before her, hesitating momentarily, then turned to Mu Xiaoxi. Go to the western suburbs military camp and summon the Mu family troops.
Yes.
Once Mu Xiaoxi left, Mu Zhengyao narrowed her eyes at the newcomer, cautiously inquiring, what has happened? Reporting to the general, a suspicious foreign envoy was discovered in the palace. It appears he is clandestinely in contact with certain insiders. The situation is urgent. Mu Zhengyao felt a tightening in her heart, aware that this might be a conspiracy launched by external enemies taking advantage of the Empress Dowager's anniversary. What about Xiao Ran and Yi Qianshan? The man before her suddenly appeared flustered, as if he sensed Mu Zhengyao's probing. Who are you?
Mu Zhengyao maintained a steadfast gaze,
immediately detecting the flaws in his guise. Since you are already aware, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, the man suddenly attacked. His dart struck the horse's leg, causing it to neigh loudly as it reared. Mu Zhengyao reacted swiftly, dodging the dart's assault with a graceful movement. She landed firmly, her eyes coldly fixed on the enemy, disguised as a member of the Imperial Guard.
Who are you? Who sent you?
She demanded sharply, swiftly drawing her sword. The man, realizing his identity had been exposed, dropped his pretense and sneered. General Mu, Your reputation is indeed well-deserved, but today, I fear you cannot thwart our plans. No sooner had he spoken than he flickered, launching several more darts directly at Zhengyao. She wielded her sword to parry, the glint of swordlight intertwining with the darts in the air. During the skirmish, Zhengyao discerned that her opponent was exceptionally skilled, evidently trained in the art of combat. She dared not underestimate him, focusing intently on each of his attacks. After a deft evasion, Zhengyao seized the opportunity and struck the man's shoulder with her sword. He winced in pain, momentarily halting his movements, and Zhengyao took advantage of this to press the tip of her sword against his throat, demanding, "Speak. What is your scheme?" The man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, produced a hidden needle and thrust it towards Zhengyao's shoulder. With no one nearby, despite her quick reflexes, she could not entirely evade the needle. It pierced her shoulder, sending a wave of excruciating pain through her body, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Seeing Zhengyao wounded, the man swiftly made his escape. Zhengyao, however, chose not to pursue. Knowing he too was injured, she could investigate later. Now, without a horse, she resorted to a narrow path, finally arriving just before the Empress Dowager's anniversary. However, Qin Yujun and the others were already ahead, leaving her to follow behind for the memorial rites. The ceremony took place in a solemn atmosphere, and Zhengyao stood among the crowd, her gaze vigilantly scanning her surroundings. She understood that despite her meticulous preparations, the palace was rife with undercurrents, and any oversight could lead to irrevocable consequences. As the ceremony progressed, Zhengyao noticed an unusual expression on Qin Yujun's face. Just as she intended to approach the front, she saw someone suddenly step before the emperor, seemingly whispering something. The emperor turned to Chu Heng, Crown Prince. "You shall take charge of the ensuing proceedings." After speaking, he followed the individual away.
Zhengyao, puzzled,
was about to seek the commander of the Imperial Guard when Leng Yan abruptly intercepted her. "General, the prince seeks your presence." At this moment, Zhengyao realized that Qin Yujun seemed to have vanished. She had no choice but to follow Leng Yan, only to find the emperor conversing with a representative from the southern kingdom. Zhengyao quickly concealed herself. "I have one condition. The southern kingdom must cease its tributes." "You dare to bargain with me?" The southern envoy's tone was equally unsatisfactory. After a pause, he added, "Your Majesty, your birthday approaches, and I shall present you with a grand gift." Leng Yan, sensing their conversation nearing conclusion, speculated that the prince should be arriving shortly. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Yujun. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave now," Leng Yan murmured. Qin Yujun nodded in acknowledgement. Zhengyao glanced at Qin Yujun, realizing that the emperor had indeed agreed to the cessation of tributes from the southern kingdom. Did they possess some incriminating evidence against him? His throne lacked legitimacy. And now the southern envoy had discovered this, using it as leverage. Zhengyao felt that the truth was far more complex, yet she refrained from confronting Qin Yujun. "On my way, I encountered an assassin who mentioned turmoil in the capital. He attacked when he sensed my probing, but fortunately, I managed to inflict a wound on him." Qin Yujun's expression tightened, with concern. "Were you injured?" "Only a minor wound from the hidden needle. It's nothing serious," Zhengyao replied. Yet, Qin Yujun remained furrowed in thought. Fully aware of the palace's treacherous schemes, any small injury could become a fatal vulnerability. Chapter 65, A Minor Wound. "It's nothing. I shall find someone to tend to your injury. We must not be careless." With that, Qin Yujun led Zhengyao away. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Leng Feng. "Your Highness, everything is as you anticipated." Zhengyao turned to Qin Yujun, noting his reluctance to elaborate, and continued to follow him to honor the Empress Dowager. The memorial ceremony for the Empress Dowager finally concluded, and Zhengyao accompanied Qin Yujun to a secluded courtyard. Unable to withstand Qin Yujun's cryptic demeanor any longer, she inquired, "What did Leng Feng mean earlier? Curious, are you? Then you must demonstrate some sincerity." Qin Yujun smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes.
Zhengyao frowned,
knowing Qin Yujun's penchant for teasing, but this matter was of great importance, and she could not afford to leave it ambiguous. "Sincerity? What do you want from me?" Zhengyao's tone carried a note of impatience.
Qin Yujun gently vorherzusieht.
"Do not rush. First, have some tea, and let us speak slowly." Zhengyao accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. The fragrant tea wafted through the air, yet it did little to assuage her anxiety. She set down the cup, her gaze resolutely fixed on Qin Yujun. Qin Yujun, there is no need for such obfuscation between us. The ceremony for the Empress Dowager has concluded. Yet the undercurrents in the palace remain turbulent. Lung Feng's words, along with your meeting with the southern envoy, all relate to the emperor's birthday, do they not? Qin Yujun nodded slightly, his expression turning grave. Indeed, the southern envoy holds secrets about the emperor. They use this as leverage to demand the cessation of tributes. And the emperor, in an effort to stabilize the situation, has no choice but to acquiesce. Mu Zhengyao's heart sank. She understood the emperor's long-standing emphasis on tributes. And this sudden shift concealed a far greater conspiracy. And the emperor's birthday? The southern envoy mentioned a grand gift. What does that entail? Qin Yujun sighed, speaking slowly. The so-called gift from the southern envoy is, in fact, a meticulously plotted assassination scheme. They plan to strike during the birthday banquet, aiming to utterly dismantle the emperor's authority. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. She realized the impending storm of bloodshed. What shall we do? We cannot remain passive. Qin Yujun nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. We shall cross the bridge when we come to it. Very well. The emperor and other ministers will be staying within the palace grounds. I shall first accompany you to the western military camp. Agreed. That night, Mu Zhengyao followed Qin Yujun to the western military camp. The camp was brightly lit, with soldiers bustling about. When Mu Xiaoxi emerged, he was surprised to see Qin Yujun present. He approached Mu Zhengyao, saying, Miss, there has indeed been turmoil in the capital. It was due to the capture of a hidden agent from the southern kingdom, not the Imperial Guard soldiers' claims. Are you unharmed? I am fine. Merely a minor injury to my shoulder, Mu Zhengyao replied, taking note of Qin Yujun whispering with an officer. Miss, you are injured? Mu Xiaoxi asked with concern. Just a small wound. It's nothing to worry about, Mu Zhengyao replied nonchalantly, not wanting to overly alarm Mu Xiaoxi. Qin Yujun concluded his conversation with the officer and turned to Mu Zhengyao, saying, I have made arrangements. You shall rest here tonight. And we will return to the palace at dawn. Mu Zhengyao nodded, understanding that Qin Yujun's decision was rooted in concern for her safety. She looked around and inquired, Where is Yi Qianshan? I will ask others where he is. Mu Xiaoxi pointed her in the right direction, and just as she stepped out, Qin Yujun caught up with her. Let me first check your wound. You cannot even care for yourself, so set aside other matters for now. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious, she replied. Qin Yujun's expression darkened immediately. A minor injury? You always downplay these things. But do you comprehend the potential dangers lurking behind this so-called minor wound? His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet more so, it was tinged with worry. After a brief silence, Mu Zhengyao recognized his genuine concern for her well-being and nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Qin Yujun led Mu Zhengyao to a tidy tent where a medical kit awaited. He carefully unfastened her sleeve, revealing the wound on her shoulder. Though the injury was not substantial, Qin Yujun's brow furrowed deeply. This dart may be poisoned. Lung Yan, summon Sun Wen, he instructed, his voice laced with tension. Yes. Your Highness, came the prompt reply. Yi Qianshan, observing the scene from outside, silently hardened his expression. At that moment, Xiao Ran returned, noticing the situation inside and refraining from entering. He glanced at Yi Qianshan, mistakenly believing he was concerned about Qin Yujun harming Mu Zhengyao, and remarked, The regent has been supporting General Mu during this time. Yi Qianshan paid him no heed, simply stating, I have matters to attend to. Convey my regards to General Mu. He then departed alone, leaving Xiao Ran somewhat stunned. Inside the tent, the others sensed the commotion outside. Mu Zhengyao urged Xiao Ran to enter, asking, Where is General Yi? He mentioned he had urgent business and left. By the way, today we captured some men from the south. Zhao Fan provided the information. Is that so? I will personally inquire with Zhao Fan's concubine. As she prepared to leave, Qin Yujun halted her. Wait, let Sun Wen examine your wound first. Sun Wen arrived promptly and meticulously assessed Mu Zhengyao's injury. Noticing this, Qin Yujun felt a surge of anxiety and asked, Sun Wen, how is it? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wen replied, Your Highness, Miss Mu's wound is not poisoned. I will remove the dart and apply medicine.
Good.
Sun Wen deftly tended to the injury while Mu Zhengyao gritted her teeth, striving to suppress any sounds of discomfort. Qin Yujun watched with deep concern and empathy in his eyes. Once Sun Wen finished, Qin Yujun exhaled in relief, thanking him. Thank you, Sun Wen. Sun Wen smiled slightly before taking his leave. Turning to Mu Zhengyao, Qin Yujun spoke softly, You must exercise greater caution in the future. Do not take such reckless risks again. Mu Zhengyao nodded. I will go seek out Xiao Fan's concubine now. It is late. I will accompany you. As night deepened, they mounted their horses and set out. Upon arriving at the Liu residence, they prepared to knock, only to find the gate ajar. Instinctively, they grew vigilant. Mu Zhengyao cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a chaotic scene within and traces of blood on the ground. Anxiety gripped her heart for Liu's safety. Exchanging a glance with Qin Yujun, they both detected a thread of tension in each other's eyes. They cautiously entered the courtyard, attentively observing their surroundings.
Liu?
Mu Zhengyao called softly, but only the whispering night wind answered. Chapter 66. The antidote. Qin Yujun gestured for Mu Zhengyao to remain silent as he drew his sword and advanced toward the house. Mu Zhengyao followed closely, her heart filled with unease. They crossed the courtyard and reached the door, which Qin Yujun gently pushed open. The room lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the windows, barely revealing some outlines. Liu, are you there? Mu Zhengyao called again, but still received no reply. Qin Yujun stepped inside and lit the oil lamp on the table. The dim light unveiled a scene of devastation. Furniture lay shattered, clearly indicating a fierce struggle had transpired. Mu Zhengyao's gaze fell upon a pool of blood on the floor, and her heart sank. Qin Yujun also noticed the blood and crouched down to examine it closely. This blood is still fresh. It seems Liu may have met with misfortune, he remarked, his voice heavy with concern. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, indicating the presence of multiple individuals. Instantly alert, Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun drew their weapons and rushed out. A group of cloaked figures emerged in the courtyard. Concerned for Qin Yujun's safety, Mu Zhengyao positioned herself in front of him.
Who are you?
Why are you intruding here at this hour? She demanded fiercely, her gaze piercing through the shadows. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to lose your lives. Came a cold command from within the group, and they brandished their weapons, lunging toward Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun. Stay behind me. Protect yourself. I will handle these assailants, Qin Yujun declared, his grip on the sword firm and his demeanor resolute. No, you are in no condition to fight. As the danger loomed, the assailants charged like a pack of ravenous beasts. Amidst the scuffle, Mu Zhengyao felt a sharp pain in her shoulder once more, yet she bit her lip, stifling any cries of distress. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Yujun's anxiety escalated. We are outnumbered. We must retreat. Grabbing Mu Zhengyao's hand, he pulled her back swiftly as they mounted their horses and fled. Dodging the attackers, they sought an escape route. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Yujun spotted a narrow path leading out of the courtyard, and they hastily dashed down it. The assailants pursued closely, but with their knowledge of the terrain, Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao skillfully evaded their pursuers. Eventually, they reached a relatively safe area and halted their horses. Blood seeped from Mu Zhengyao's shoulder wound once more, her complexion pale, yet she fought to remain upright. Are you all right? Qin Yujun inquired with concern. I am fine. Just a bit of pain from the wound, she replied. Qin Yujun scrutinized her, his eyes filled with compassion and regret. It is entirely my fault. I should not have allowed you to come out. Mu Zhengyao managed a faint smile. Do not say that. However, these assailants seemed to employ the same methods as those I encountered earlier, well versed in the art of hidden weapons. Qin Yujun sensed something was amiss and noticed additional injuries on Mu Zhengyao's hand. Frustration creased his brow. Look at yourself. You cannot even take care of your own well-being. Yet you insist on being strong. Gently clasping her hand, he examined her wounds, noting several small scratches likely acquired during the earlier confrontation. How did you sustain these injuries? He questioned, his voice tinged with reproach. Mu Zhengyao withdrew her hand lightly, responding nonchalantly, It is nothing, merely a few minor scratches, nothing to worry about. Yet Qin Yujun disagreed, frowning as he produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket and tenderly began to clean her wounds. In the future, do not take such risks again. Mu Zhengyao gazed at him, hastily retracting her hand, and softly replied, I understand. I shall be cautious. By the way, here rests this for you. Mu Zhengyao handed the fireworks she carried to Qin Yujun, asking him to help her set them off. Qin Yujun, still perplexed, watched as Mu Zhengyao leaped off her horse and gave it a light slap on its belly. He immediately comprehended her intention to protect herself. As Mu Zhengyao lost sight of her horse, she felt her strength waning and collapsed beside a tree. Moments later, the group of men in black caught up, and Mu Zhengyao grasped her sword, preparing to confront them. The black-clad assailants, noticing her isolation, exchanged glances of smug satisfaction as they swiftly surrounded her. Humph. Such bravery for a woman to face us alone, sneered the leader of the black-clad men. Zhengyao tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze resolute. I will not let you prevail easily. The battle was imminent. Zhengyao brandished her sword, engaging fiercely with the attackers. Her swordplay was sharp. Yet her prior injuries began to take their toll, and fatigue set in. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Qin Yujun rode in at full speed. Upon seeing Zhengyao in peril, he plunged into the fray without hesitation, fighting alongside her.
Zhengyao, are you alright?
Qin Yujun inquired with concern. I'm fine. Zhengyao gritted her teeth to respond, but just as she finished speaking, she fainted. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Yujun's phoenix-like eyes as he directed his gaze towards the black-clad men before him, unleashing a torrent of vengeance. His sword flashed like lightning across the night sky, and the black-clad men fell one after another. With a heart ablaze with fury, he swore to protect Zhengyao at all costs. After a brief struggle, the men in black finally recognized the dire situation and began to retreat. Qin Yujun successfully captured the last two survivors. Soon after, Leng Yan and Sun Wen arrived just in time. Seeing Qin Yujun covered in blood, they rushed over in alarm. Your Highness, what happened? They then noticed the bodies nearby and understood the gravity of the situation. Leng Yan, take these two captives back and confine them separately to extract the mastermind behind this, commanded Qin Yujun. Understood. Sun Wen's expression turned grave as he saw Zhengyao unconscious on the ground. This is bad. She has been poisoned. He immediately prepared to examine Qin Yujun's wounds, but was brushed off in favor of attending to her first. Sun Wen swiftly assessed Zhengyao's injuries and discovered that the wound on her shoulder oozed dark blood, clearly indicating a potent poison. He promptly retrieved a vial from his pocket, pouring out a pill and administering it to Zhengyao. This poison is exceedingly dangerous. We must find the antidote without delay, Sun Wen stated gravely. At his words, a flicker of determination passed through Qin Yujun's eyes. He turned to Leng Yan, saying, You take a team to track down the whereabouts of those men in black. I will search for the antidote. Leng Yan nodded and swiftly departed with his men. Qin Yujun prepared to lift the unconscious Zhengyao, but his own strength had reached its limit, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness before he could carry her. Your Highness. Chapter 67. The intent of Yi Qianshan. When Zhengyao awoke, she found herself in the military camp. Mu Xiaoxi and Xiao Ran were by her side, and upon seeing her regain consciousness, they hurried over. General, how are you? Miss, should I summon Dr. Sun again to take a look? Zhengyao struggled to sit up, inquiring, Where is the regent? Mu Xiaoxi replied, He has already been taken back by Leng Yan. He glanced at Xiao Ran, signaling him to refrain from mentioning Qin Yujun's injuries. How did I return last night? And what of the men in black? Just then, Yi Qianshan entered, his expression grim. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Zhengyao dismissed the others. General Yi, what troubles you? General, the regent has been by your side all along. He knows what transpired. Realizing this, Zhengyao understood that Yi Qianshan harbored doubts about Qin Yujun. Yi Feng had also been aided by the regent, and Uncle Li was involved in the matter of the divorce. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianshan's expression darkened further. He had been delayed in attending to the aftermath of the battle, returning later than Zhengyao. Although he was aware of her divorce, he had not anticipated Qin Yujun's involvement in the matter. Yi Qianshan furrowed his brow, saying, You should not place your trust in him so readily. Zhengyao gently shook her head, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. General Yi, you misunderstand. The regent is not as you perceive him. Yi Qianshan, hearing this, knitted his brows tightly and after a moment of silence, spoke slowly, General, my concern is not with the regent's character, but rather the fear that you may be exploited by him. After all, as a high-ranking official, his every action affects the stability of the court.
Zhengyao smiled softly,
her eyes reflecting gratitude. General Yi, I appreciate your concern, but his assistance to me and the Mu family is genuine. As for court affairs, I trust he knows how to navigate them. Since you place such trust in him, I have no further objections. However, General, your poison must be treated promptly. I have already notified Dr. Sun. He should be here shortly. Thank you for your concern, General. I will proceed with caution. We grew up together. You, like my brothers, possess the talents of a leader. When the court is in need, I will certainly make plans for your future. Yi Qianshan gazed deeply into her eyes and asked, Do you know why I have remained with the Mu family army all these years? Mu Zhengyao shook her head. Zhengyao in that moment. He finally indulged his own desire and called her name. I promised your brother that I would conceal my identity and stay by your side to protect you. So I care not for power or fame. Yi Qianshan's father was the lord of Ian City, which held a unique status in the Sheng dynasty. Not under the control of court officials, akin to a feudal prince. Yi Qianshan's ears turned red. I only wish to ensure your safety for a lifetime. Having experienced discussions of marriage, Mu Zhengyao could perceive Yi Qianshan's feelings for her. Yet, she was somewhat taken aback, as she had always regarded him as an older brother and was unsure how to express her thoughts. Noticing Mu Zhengyao's hesitation, Yi Qianshan quickly interjected. But none of that matters. I have uncovered the origins of the black-clad man from Zhao Fan's courtyard. Really? Tell me more. The individual funding the operation is a court official, but the one who took charge has already been silenced. Nevertheless, I will continue to investigate. You must be cautious. The person behind this wields considerable power and may not be easily dealt with, Mu Zhengyao warned. Yi Qianshan nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Rest assured, I will act with prudence. However, the most pressing matter remains your injuries. Dr. Sun should be arriving soon.
Mu Zhengyao smiled lightly.
You are always so considerate. However, I believe this poison may present an opportunity. An opportunity? Yi Qianshan asked, puzzled. Indeed. I have been pondering why those men in black suddenly appeared and targeted me. If I am not mistaken, the individuals behind this seek to use me to constrain the regent.
Mu Zhengyao analyzed.
Yi Qianshan furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that they wish to manipulate you against the regent?
Precisely.
If I can feign compliance with them, it may draw out the mastermind. Mu Zhengyao's eyes sparkled with cunning. That is far too dangerous, Zhengyao. Yi Qianshan urgently opposed, stating that one should not risk their life. However, Mu Zhengyao shook her head, reminding him that she too was a member of the Mu family army, and it was her duty to protect the Mu family and maintain the stability of the court. If her actions could help uncover those who were causing chaos in the shadows, it would be worthwhile. Yi Qianshan fell silent for a moment, then resolved. Since your mind is set, I, Yi Qianshan, shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. Mu Zhengyao cast a grateful glance at him, saying, With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Sun Wen hurriedly entered, exclaiming, I heard you were injured. So I rushed here immediately. Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, saying, Thank you for your trouble. Sun Wen approached her, carefully examining her wounds, his brow furrowed. General, the poison is severe and requires immediate treatment. He fetched some herbs and powders from his medical kit and began to apply them. How serious is my condition?
Mu Zhengyao inquired.
General, the poison is extremely potent. Were it not for your deep internal strength, you might have succumbed by now. However, with timely medication and acupuncture treatment, you should gradually recover, Sun Wen responded. Mu Zhengyao nodded, fully aware that her injury was grave, but she understood that she could not falter at this crucial time. She needed to recover swiftly to continue her pursuit of the masterminds behind the chaos. I need to recuperate quickly. Do you have any methods? She asked. Sun Wen pondered for a moment before replying, General, I have a special elixir that can hasten your recovery, but it comes with certain side effects. Side effects? She echoed. Yes, this elixir will temporarily drain your internal strength and leave you feeling extremely weak during the recovery period, Sun Wen explained. Mu Zhengyao contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved, Very well, I am willing to try it. If it allows for a quicker recovery, the cost is inconsequential. Sun Wen nodded and retrieved a black pill from his kit, handing it to her. After taking this pill, you will need to rest for 3 days without engaging in any strenuous activities. Without hesitation, Mu Zhengyao accepted the pill and swallowed it. Yi Qianshan observed from the side, filled with concern. General Yi, I leave the following matters to your care. I shall return to the Duke's residence now, Mu Zhengyao stated.
Yi Qianshan nodded, assuring her.
Rest easy. Chapter 68. Schemes upon returning to the Duke's residence, Mu Zhengyao received a royal summons to enter the palace. Shin Shiru wore a worried expression. Zhengyao, the emperor seems to be in a foul mood. Please be cautious. It may relate to the deployment of the imperial guards. Thank you for the reminder, second sister-in-law.
Mu Zhengyao replied.
The deployment of the imperial guards was of great significance, and the emperor's displeasure was likely connected to it. She adjusted her attire and stepped toward the palace. At the palace gates, the guards stood at attention, their gazes piercing. As Zhengyao entered, she walked slowly along the stone path, pondering the true intent behind the emperor's summons. After passing through numerous palace walls, she finally arrived outside the imperial study. She gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, entered. The emperor sat solemnly on the dragon throne. Upon her entrance, he nodded slightly but did not gesture for her to sit. General Mu, I summoned you today regarding the deployment of the imperial guards. Your Majesty, please proceed, she replied. I have recently received confidential reports indicating that the imperial guards were nearly mobilized. What is the reason for this? Zhengyao's expression remained calm as she replied. That was merely a tactic to mislead those who manipulate events from the shadows. In reality, no information has been leaked, and the deployment of the imperial guards has not changed. The emperor's eyes burned with suppressed anger. Are you suggesting that the deployment of the imperial guards can be used as a ruse? Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, then immediately knelt. Your Majesty, my actions were born of necessity. The deployment of the imperial guards pertains to national security. I would never act recklessly. However, without such a scheme, it would be difficult to draw out the snakes from their lairs and expose those who create turmoil. She understood that the emperor was not truly angry over this matter, but felt that she had overstepped her bounds. Silence enveloped the room for a moment, and the emperor fixed his sharp gaze on her. General Mu, I know you are loyal, but I would prefer you to act with caution. The imperial guards are a crucial asset to the nation and should not be wielded lightly. Your Majesty is correct. I will certainly exercise greater care in the future.
Zhengyao answered respectfully.
The emperor nodded, his tone softening. I understand you have your difficulties, but this matter cannot go unpunished. Recently, envoys from the southern kingdom are to arrive in the central plains, and you shall prepare for their reception alongside the Ministry of Rights. Just then, the crown prince arrived and overheard the conversation. He bowed. I have seen father.
Rise.
What brings you here, crown prince? The emperor inquired. I heard that father wishes General Mu to prepare for the reception of the envoys, and I would like to assist in alleviating your burdens. Let me join General Mu in receiving the southern envoys. The crown prince's request surprised the emperor for a moment, then he contemplated for a while, weighing his options. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Since the crown prince is willing, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, this matter is of great importance, and you must work in unison to ensure a flawless reception. Both the crown prince and Zhengyao bowed in unison, affirming their compliance. The emperor waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. As they exited the imperial study, the crown prince said, Allow me to escort you, General Mu. Thank you, crown prince, she replied. Once outside the palace gates, the crown prince suddenly remarked, Regarding the anniversary of the late empress, His Majesty holds you in high regard. His anger today was indeed due to the deployment of the imperial guards, which has cost lives. I hope, General Mu, that you do not take it to heart. Lives lost?
Zhengyao clenched her fist signaled.
The emperor had actually taken action against the Mu family army. She suppressed her pain, waiting for the crown prince to continue. I have heard that this matter was raised by third brother and father, he stated. Xiaoyan? Zhengyao understood that the crown prince did not genuinely wish to assist her, but still replied, Thank you for the information. I shall take my leave now. After parting ways, she hastened to the Imperial Guards camp to find the commander, Meng Yong. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she saw that the 3 soldiers were still alive, though they were being escorted to the prison.
Halt!
Zhengyao commanded, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. She approached the 3 soldiers with a serious expression. What crime have they committed to be taken to prison? She demanded. Meng Yong, puzzled, replied, Did you not just come from the palace? You should know the answer. Ignoring her, he signaled to his men to continue. Meng Yong, I did just come from the palace, but the emperor did not mention this matter. Pray tell, what crime have they committed?
Zhengyao insisted.
Meng Yong sighed and explained, they're suspected of leaking the secrets of the Imperial Guards deployment, resulting in the death of a crucial informant at the hands of the enemy. Though the emperor did not explicitly state it, word has spread within the military that they cannot escape death. Meng Yong, I vouch for their innocence in the name of the Mu family army. I possess evidence that proves they have not leaked any secrets, Zhengyao asserted with determination. Meng Yong scoffed, General Mu, your family army is hardly numerous now, yet you speak so boldly. Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly regained her composure, stating firmly, Meng Yong. Though the Mu family army is few in number, our loyalty is unwavering. Meng Yong said nothing further, but the mocking smile on his face remained unchanged. Mu Zhengyao suppressed her emotions, preparing to leave when she suddenly heard Meng Yong speak. General Mu. I advise you not to let the Mu family army enter the imperial city. Mu Zhengyao's gaze turned icy, and she departed. Upon her return to the duke's residence, she found Mu Feng embroiled in a heated argument with Xiao Ran. When I was handed over to that Meng Yong, he had already framed our people with baseless accusations. I have been thoroughly schemed against, Mu Feng said indignantly. Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brows. She understood Mu Feng's temperament, but at this critical juncture, she needed to remain composed. She gestured for Mu Feng and Xiao Ran to follow her into the study and closed the door to ensure their conversation would not be overheard.
Mu Feng.
Calm yourself and tell me exactly what transpired, Mu Zhengyao said in a low voice. Mu Feng took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and began recounting the events. It turned out that during the handover of the Imperial Guard's deployment, Meng Yong had suddenly accused Mu Feng's men of leaking confidential information, resulting in the death of a crucial informant. Meng Yong claimed to possess evidence, yet Mu Feng insisted that he and his subordinates were innocent. Meng Yong is deliberately setting us up. He must have some ulterior motive, Mu Feng gritted his teeth. Do not act rashly. I will handle this matter. Mu Zhengyao contemplated before deciding to seek out Minister Xia, as he had initially suggested the deployment of the Imperial Guards to her. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, the doorman, upon seeing her, immediately approached with respect. General Mu, what brings you here? I have urgent business and need to see Minister Xia, she replied. The doorman quickly nodded and requested her to wait while he relayed the message. A moment later, Minister Xia personally welcomed her with a smile. General Mu, it is a pleasure to have you visit my humble abode. What brings you here today? Without exchanging pleasantries, Mu Zhengyao stated, Minister Xia, I have come regarding the deployment of the Imperial Guards. General Meng Yong has unjustly accused the Mu family army of leaking secrets, leading to the death of an important informant. Hearing this, Minister Xia's expression shifted. He had just learned of this news from Meng Yong during the morning court session. Fearing Mu Zhengyao would seek him out for trouble. Please come in, General Mu. Let us discuss this matter further in the study, he urged. Once inside the study, Minister Xia appeared troubled. General, I was acting on imperial orders when I sought your assistance. The deployment of the Imperial Guards has always been directed solely by the Emperor and General Meng Yong. If reinforcements are needed, they should be requested from the Ministry of War. Why would the Ministry of Revenue be involved in selecting personnel? Initially, she had only provided a list due to concerns about potential issues, never anticipating that the Empress Dowager's urgent schedule would lead to those individuals being sent to the Imperial Guards, albeit a small number, all of whom belonged to the Mu family army. Minister Xia, as a high-ranking official, do not sense the underlying complications in this matter? Why does General Meng Yong not directly request support from the Ministry of War, but instead go through the Ministry of Revenue to mobilize my Mu family army?
Mu Zhengyao questioned sternly.
Minister Xia sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. General, there are indeed some oddities in the situation, but General Meng Yong claims it is the Emperor's will, and I cannot interfere too much. The Emperor? Mu Zhengyao's brows knitted tighter, her suspicions deepening. Why would the Emperor bypass the Ministry of War to directly mobilize her Mu family army through the Ministry of Revenue? Minister Xia shook his head. I cannot say for certain, General Mu. Perhaps you should inquire directly with the Emperor regarding this matter. At that moment, Xia Yufei burst into the study, having overheard the commotion. General Mu, how dare you treat my father this way? Are you using your military accomplishments to bully a current minister? Mu Zhengyao, already on edge, grew colder upon seeing Xia Yufei. I am certainly more dignified than some who flaunt their status as ladies to snatch others' favors, she retorted, alluding to the previous incident at the fabric shop. Xia Yufei's eyes reddened as she stepped forward, ready to retaliate. However, Mu Zhengyao swiftly dodged, causing Xia Yufei to stumble and fall. Just then, Qin Yujun arrived, and upon seeing Xia Yufei on the ground, she hurriedly got up and ran to his side.
Cousin,
look at her. She dared to push me. Xia Yufei pointed at Mu Zhengyao, her voice tinged with grievance. Qin Yujun frowned, and before he could explain, he noticed Mu Zhengyao huff and leave. Once she departed, he turned to Xia Yufei, warning, if you dare to trouble Mu Zhengyao again, I will not hesitate to take action against you, regardless of our kinship. Minister Xia, alarmed, hurried over. Rest assured, Regent. I have received word from your mother, and will ensure that Yu Fei is properly disciplined and will not cause you further trouble. He was about to mention the earlier matter concerning Mu Zhengyao when Qin Yujun interrupted, I already know. With that, he rushed out to pursue Mu Zhengyao. Not long after stepping outside, he learned from Mu Xiaoxi that she had gone to the Mu family army camp. By the time Qin Yujun reached the camp, night had fallen, and the camp was brightly lit. Many within the Mu family army were dissatisfied regarding the incident involving the personnel sent to the Imperial Guards. General Mu, we trusted you to send our brothers, yet now that something has happened, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Indeed. Brothers, I, Mu Zhengyao, swear by the honor of the Mu family army that I will seek justice for you. Her voice resonated in the night breeze. At that moment, someone in the camp spotted Qin Yujun's arrival, inciting anger among many. What is the regent doing here? Is he here to investigate our Mu family army's affairs? Qin Yujun did not offer an explanation, instead turning to Mu Zhengyao. I wish to speak with you privately. Before Mu Zhengyao could respond, Yi Qianshan suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Regent, you have deceived Zhengyao for long enough. There is no need to continue this charade. Please leave. A chill flickered in Qin Yujun's eyes. If I were to leave at your behest, would that not be a loss of face? Mu Zhengyao sensed something amiss with Qin Yujun, feeling he appeared even weaker than before. Does the regent not know how my second brother, Mu Jiangchen, met his end?
Yi Lianshan questioned coldly.
Mu Zhengyao was taken aback, preparing to inquire further when Sun Wen hurried in. Regent, come with me. Qin Yujun said nothing and followed Sun Wen out. It was clear that Sun Wen was deeply concerned about Qin Yujun. Could his condition have worsened? As she pondered this, Yi Qianshan looked at Mu Zhengyao. Zhengyao,
come with me.
Inside the tent, Yi Qianshan began. Your second brother was originally supposed to accompany the Mu family army to confront the Western barbarians. However, due to the regent's meeting with him prior to his departure, your brother was delayed by 2 days, and shortly after setting out, he fell into an ambush by the Western barbarians, failing to rescue your father and brothers, ultimately perishing on another cliff, with no remains left. Upon hearing Yi Qianshan's words, Mu Zhengyao felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if a dagger had pierced her soul. She gazed at Yi Qianshan in disbelief, her voice trembling. Is what you say true? Yi Qianshan nodded, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. I too wish not to believe it, but this is the truth. Regent Qin Yujun had contact with your second brother before his departure, and it was this delay that led to the tragic outcome. Mu Zhengyao's mind was in disarray. She could not accept this brutal reality. I must confront him for clarity. Mu Zhengyao gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yi Qianshan reached out to restrain her. Zhengyao, this is not the time for impulsiveness. The regent's power is immense. Rushing in recklessly will only place you in peril. We must devise a long-term strategy. At that time, I had only met him before your second brother departed, as I stayed in the capital to protect you. In truth, I do not know what he discussed with the regent, nor the reasons that led him to take a detour. Mu Zhengyao, in a state of deep distress, returned to the duke's residence in a daze. Shen Shirua, noticing her unusual demeanor, hurriedly inquired, Zhengyao, what troubles you? Mu Zhengyao refrained from revealing the cause. But when she saw Mu Qinxing suddenly approach and cling to her leg, exclaiming, Auntie, I miss you so much, an overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over her. Chapter 70. He is not your uncle. Mu Zhengyao's heart felt as though it were shattering. Whether due to the recent turmoil or the toxins within her body flaring up, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Mu Qinxing, terrified, burst into tears, prompting Shen Shirua to swiftly take the child aside while anxiously calling out Mu Zhengyao's name. The servants of the duke's residence rushed in to assist, laying her upon the bed to rest. Quickly summon a doctor, Shen Shirua commanded, instructing the servants to prepare hot water and clean cloths to tend to Mu Zhengyao. The doctor arrived promptly to examine Mu Zhengyao's pulse. His expression grave, he informed Shen Shirua, Miss Mu's body has not expelled the toxins, and coupled with her recent exhaustion, her spirit has been compromised. She requires thorough recuperation. Shen Shirua nodded, understanding that Mu Zhengyao's condition was far from simple and necessitated patient and meticulous care. She had the doctor prescribe medication, then personally oversaw the servants as they prepared the medicine and cared for Mu Zhengyao. Under Shen Shirua's tender care,
Mu Zhengyao gradually regained consciousness.
Upon opening her eyes and meeting Shen Shirua's concerned gaze, a warm current surged within her heart. Sister-in-law, Mu Zhengyao's voice emerged faint and hoarse. Do not speak. Focus on resting, Shinshirwa gently reassured her. We will discuss everything once you are feeling better.
Mu Zhengyao nodded.
Aware that now is not the time for rash actions. Meanwhile, Qin Yujun was also recuperating at his residence. Long Yen entered, reporting, Your Highness, General Mu did not attend court today. I have heard he has taken sick leave. Qin Yujun immediately turned his gaze toward Sunwen, the one administering his medicine. Sunwen sighed. Her injuries are not severe. She merely has some residual toxins. Given her constitution, she should recover without issue. Qin Yujun's expression darkened, and he hastened to the Duke's residence. Your Highness. Zhang Feng attempted to stop him, but was restrained by Sunwen. Let him go. If he wishes to go, then let him. By the time Qin Yujun arrived at the Duke's residence, night had fallen, and a hint of chill lingered in the evening breeze. To his surprise, Mu Xiaoxi and Yi Qianshan were blocking the entrance. Yi Qianshan, in particular, appeared unwell. Regent, the Duke's residence does not welcome you. Please leave. I must see her. Yi Qianshan remained steadfast, drawing his sword. If the regent insists on forcing his way in, I shall have no choice but to offend. Qin Yujun glanced inside, concerned about disturbing Mu Zhengyao, and ultimately decided to depart. Upon returning to the royal residence, he immediately instructed Sunwen, have Sikong Shui check on Mu Zhengyao. If anything happens to her, I shall hold you accountable.
Yes.
Just then, Lung Feng entered, stating, Your Highness, the two assassins have confessed that they were instigated by Jiang Shileng. How could he have known they were to ambush Zhao Fan's concubine? I have sent someone to find Zhao Fan's concubine, but he is currently missing. Understood. You may leave. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yujun rose to visit the military camp to find Meng Yong. Inside the tent, Meng Yong entered, puzzled. What brings the regent here? Where are those three? I intend to take them. Meng Yong was taken aback, quickly realizing he was referring to the 3 Mu family soldiers. Your Highness, this may not be proper, after all. The Emperor has ordered their execution, and I cannot intervene. Those brought by General Mu still have 3 alive. Do you know who they were sacrificed for? Meng Yong's expression turned frantic. Your Highness, if you wish to retain your position as commander of the Imperial Guard, you must release those 3. If I release them, it must be reported to the Emperor first. Do not worry, I will handle it. Qin Yujun's expression turned icy, evoking fear. Today, I must take them. As the commander, do you not understand what is more important, state affairs or imperial orders? The Southern Kingdom has been sending tributes for years. Do you recall who General Zhao Lingen brought along for the battle against the Southern Kingdom? None returned. Meng Yong, unable to maintain his composure, confessed, at that time, I did not expect General Zhao would not return. He understood that Mu Zhengyao had been schemed against by the Emperor, but Qin Yujun's pressure was too intense. Bring those 3 from the prison. The regent will take them for personal questioning. Qin Yujun departed with the 3 Mu family soldiers, while Lung Feng questioned, Your Highness, why do you need to handle this personally? If I do not take them myself today, they likely will not survive the night. The 3 men in the carriage exchanged apprehensive glances. One asked, Your Highness, how is General Mu? Will this matter implicate her? Qin Yujun did not respond but turned to Lung Feng. Take them to a separate courtyard to recuperate.
Yes.
That night, Mu Zhengyao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She wished to rise for water, but noticed someone sitting not far away. Their eyes met, and she paused momentarily. What brings you here? Before Qin Yujun could respond,
Mu Zhengyao avertet her gaze.
She still harbored uncertainty about whether her second brother's death was connected to him, and she did not wish to linger in his presence. I came to see you.
Leave.
Mu Zhengyao coughed a few times, prompting Qin Yujun to rush to her side. What is it? Are you unwell? She pushed his hand away. Leave through the back door. Do not let anyone see you. Qin Yujun's face turned pale, appearing frail and weak. Suddenly, as if struck by something, he began to cough violently. His cough echoed painfully in the stillness of the night, tightening Mu Zhengyao's heart. Yet, she stifled her concern, coldly insisting, You should go. I do not wish to see you. However, Qin Yujun did not depart. He slowly approached the bedside, sitting beside Mu Zhengyao with worry etched across his features. I have managed to secure those 3. They are currently recuperating in a separate courtyard. However, they cannot remain in the capital any longer and must assume new identities. I can assist with that, but I wanted to consult you first. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback, astonished that he had managed to extricate them from the Emperor's grasp. Thank you, Your Highness, she replied, her tone still detached. Qin Yujun narrowed his eyes. Zhao Fan and his concubine are also missing. However, before I arrived, I identified the person who bribed the assassins. Who is it? Jiang Shiling. It was him. Mu Zhengyao's heart stirred. The mastermind behind this is not the third prince, but someone from the Jia family. I am aware of your connection to Jia Zhongqing. I do not intend to sow discord, but you must exercise caution. After speaking, Qin Yujun prepared to leave, but just as he stood, he fainted.
Mu Zhengyao reacted swiftly,
Immediately supporting him to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. She hurriedly called Mu Xiaoxi, and together they lifted Qin Yujun onto the bed. Go and summon Xigong Shui, she instructed. Understood. Not long after, Xigong Shui arrived, concern etched on her face. Zhengyao, what has happened? He has fainted. Please help me assess the situation. Of course. Xigong Shui immediately began to take Qin Yujun's pulse. Moments later, her brow furrowed deeply, her expression grave. Sunwon has been treating him all along, and I only thought His Highness was unwell. I did not realize his condition was this dire. Had it not been for his extraordinary internal strength, he might well have perished by now. What exactly is wrong with him? Mu Zhengyao asked anxiously. Xigong Shui sighed. His internal injuries have never healed, and with his recent excessive exertion, his body has reached its limit. He requires ample rest and must refrain from any taxing endeavors. Mu Zhengyao's heart sank. She understood that Qin Yujun had undoubtedly exhausted himself in his efforts to rescue the 3 members of the Mu family army. Although she harbored reservations about him, she could not help but worry for his well-being. How long will it take for him to recover? She pressed. At present, no method I employ will be of significant use. Recovery primarily depends on him. Mu Zhengyao felt a heaviness in her heart. You must find a way to inquire with Sunwon about the true nature of Qin Yujun's condition. Very well, Xigong Shui nodded, turning to leave. Mu Zhengyao sat by the bedside, gazing at Qin Yujun's pallid visage, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She kept vigil by his side throughout the night. As dawn approached, she finally departed to instruct the kitchen to prepare some food for him. Upon her return, she found Qin Yujun waking just as she entered. Seeing her busily attending to him, he mistakenly believed her heart had softened. You still care for me? Qin Yujun's voice was weak. Yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, then turned to him, her gaze laden with complexity. I merely do not wish for you to come to harm while under my roof, especially since you saved the Mu family army. Qin Yujun smiled faintly, attempting to mask his frailty. You remain as stubborn as ever, but I understand your sentiments. He struggled to sit up, but his weakened state thwarted his efforts. Who is being stubborn?
Mu Zhengyao retorted.
You should focus on recuperating. If you were to die here, I'd have to summon a priest for rituals.
Yet.
They say calamities last a millennium. You should be safe.
You.
Qin Yujun felt exasperated by her words. At that moment, Mu Qinqing rushed in, addressing the 2, Aunt, Uncle. What are you doing?
Mu Zhengyao's cheeks flushed.
Qinqing, mind your words. He is not your uncle. Mu Qinqing blinked innocently. Then who is he? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily at a loss for words, while Qin Yujun chuckled softly, ruffling Mu Qinqing's hair. Your aunt is simply shy. In a few days, when your aunt and I are wed, you may call me uncle then.
Who would marry you? Mu Zhengyao scoffed.
Mu Qinqing's face lit up with excitement as he clapped his hands. That's wonderful. Aunt, someone finally wants you. Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She shot a glare at Qin Yujun, signaling him to cease his teasing. Qin Yujun merely smiled, seemingly pleased with Mu Qinqing's reaction. He turned his gaze back to Mu Zhengyao, his eyes filled with tenderness. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Mu Zhengyao's heart fluttered, yet she maintained her composure. Focus on your recovery first. Do not let it come to the point where you cannot even rise from the bed. Qin Yujun only smiled at her, remaining silent. Mu Qinqing, captivated by the exchange, suddenly remembered something. Aunt, uncle, I heard that a child must lie on the bed during the wedding. Let me do it. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback and then shook her head helplessly. Qinqing, you are letting your imagination run wild. Yet Qin Yujun laughed and said to Mu Qinqing, of course you may. Mu Qinqing leaped with joy, while Mu Zhengyao shot a disapproving look at Qin Yujun, clearly unconvinced by his promise. Do not listen to his nonsense. We are not at that stage yet.
Mu Zhengyao explained to Mu Qinqing.
However, Qin Yujun appeared unfazed by her indifference. Once I regain my strength, we shall find a moment to discuss this properly. Mu Zhengyao did not respond, silently placing the food beside him. This meal cannot suffice to silence you. Mu Qingqing smiled. Uncle, you should eat quickly, otherwise, it will get cold. Your words are indeed sweet, Qin Yujun teased, pinching Mu Qingqing's cheek. Go play now. All right, I shall not disturb you further. After Qin Yujun finished his breakfast, Mu Zhengyao stated, I shall remember this favor and repay you, but I assure you, this matter is far from over. I shall retrieve it in due time. Qin Yujun said nothing more, tidying himself before heading to court. Mu Zhengyao did not anticipate his swift return to the duke's residence. Feeling somewhat irritated, she asked, What brings you here again? I have located the hideout of Zhao Fan and his mistress, he replied.
Mu Zhengyao frowned.
Bring my sister-in-law along. Just in case. Understood. Thus, the three of them sought out Zhang Fei to accompany them. Zhao Fan's hideout was situated in an abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, desolate and overgrown with weeds. The trio approached cautiously, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. It appears to have been deserted for quite some time. Why would Zhao Fan choose such a place?
Zhang Fei whispered.
Perhaps precisely because it is secluded. It provides a better cover for him, Qin Yujun replied, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. The three quietly entered the courtyard, proceeding along the dilapidated corridor. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from ahead. Mu Zhengyao immediately signaled for silence, straining to listen before whispering to Qin Yujun and Zhang Fei, There are people ahead. They held their breath, cautiously advancing toward the source of the noise. There, in a decrepit room, they spotted a figure busying herself, Zhao Fan's mistress, Lu Shi. Mu Zhengyao was about to step forward when Qin Yujun halted her. Let us not rush, we should see what she is doing first. They concealed themselves in the shadows, observing as Lu Shi busily sorted through some medicinal herbs, and it appeared she was already with child. At that moment, a pained scream echoed from within the room. Mu Zhengyao's heart jolted. She knew Zhao Fan's injuries were severe, yet she did not expect them to flare up so suddenly. She glanced at Qin Yujun, who wore a furrowed brow, evidently concerned for Zhao Fan's condition. We must check on him, he said softly, signaling for Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei to follow. They cautiously entered the room, and Lu Shi, hearing the commotion, turned in alarm. Upon seeing Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao, her expression shifted dramatically, her hands scattering the herbs across the floor. Lu Shi, where's Zhao Fan? Qin Yujun demanded in a low, steady voice. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment before finally pointing towards a nearby door. Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao rushed over, while Zhang Fei remained behind to keep watch over Lu Shi. Behind the door, Zhao Fan lay curled on the ground in agony, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Qin Yujun swiftly approached to assess his injuries, while Mu Zhengyao anxiously stood by. Zhao Fan, I can save you, but you must agree to one condition, Qin Yujun stated. Zhao Fan laboriously lifted his head, a flicker of struggle in his eyes before he weakly nodded in agreement.
Speak.
What are the conditions? His voice was weak, yet tinged with a sense of helplessness. Qin Yujun's gaze was resolute as he solemnly replied, upon returning to the Imperial Guards. You must continue to act as my informant and divulge everything you know. Mu Zhengyao interjected, I understand that you do not genuinely wish to harm me. I can overlook past grievances. Lu Shi appeared anxious, and Zhang Fei, noticing her concern, chimed in, Often, I am now with child. You ought to consider our future. What does your pregnancy have to do with me? The child is not mine. Although we grew up together and were wed by the Emperor's decree, I have never touched you. Were it not for your family's powerful connections, I would have divorced you long ago. Zhao Fan's words drained the color from Lu Shi's face, and her voice trembled as she responded, How could you treat me this way? Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao exchanged glances, knowing that now was not the time to revisit the past, but to address the immediate crisis. Since you still wish to serve the Emperor, you must cooperate with Lu Shi and ensure no one discovers anything, Qin Yujun instructed. Zhang Fei added, I will bring her back to the estate and care for her myself. After a moment of silence, Zhao Fan finally nodded in reluctant agreement. I need to speak with the regent privately. Qin Yujun was momentarily taken aback, then motioned for Mu Zhengyao, Zhang Fei, and Lu Shi to temporarily leave the room. Once they had exited, Zhao Fan struggled to sit up, his complexion still as pale as parchment. Regent, I have something crucial to tell you. His voice was faint, but carried an urgency. Qin Yujun furrowed his brow, a sense of wariness creeping in as he approached Zhao Fan and whispered, What is it? Although old Huang is passionate about poison making, he is actually using me to investigate your matters. While General Mu may be unaware of your past, I have some knowledge. Do you truly intend to keep this from him? Qin Yujun's expression darkened. I shall handle my own affairs. Just ensure you fulfill your promise to her. As for the poison in you, I will send someone every 3 days to treat you at night. Thank you, my lord. Qin Yujun turned to leave the room, seeing Mu Zhengyao and Zhang Fei anxiously waiting outside. Lu Shi sat nearby, her pallor indicating the toll Zhao Fan's words had taken on her. How is he?
Mu Zhengyao inquired urgently.
His condition is stable, but he requires rest, Qin Yujun replied, then directed his attention to Zhang Fei. Are you truly willing to take Lu Shi back to the estate to care for her? Zhang Fei nodded, affirming. I cannot turn a blind eye now that I am with child. Qin Yujun nodded slightly in approval. Very well, let us return and allow Zhao Fan to recuperate. The group departed from the abandoned courtyard and returned to the Duke's residence. The following day, Zhao Fan reappeared in court. He was unaware of the means Qin Yujun had employed, yet he sensed a latent hostility directed at him. This was likely part of Qin Yujun's strategy, so he complied. After the court session, Mu Zhengyao promptly headed to the Ministry of Rites to prepare for the southern envoy's arrival. The Crown Prince approached her. How are the preparations? General Mu? The envoy will arrive in the capital by noon tomorrow. Everything is ready, Your Highness. The Crown Prince nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, General Mu. This task is entrusted to you. My father has immense faith in your abilities. I hope you do not disappoint him. Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall exert my utmost effort. By the way, do you have any plans regarding the Imperial Guards? After all, those 3 from the Mu family were unjustly dealt with. This matter has been settled. I should say no more. Seeing her demeanor, the Crown Prince felt it was unjust. General Mu, they are still soldiers of your family. Mu Zhengyao interrupted. Regardless, I must thank Your Highness for informing me of this matter. I owe you this favor and shall repay it in the future. It is but a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it. You may resume your duties. I shall take my leave. That night, Zhao Fan sought out Qin Yujun. Qin Yujun immediately arranged for Sun Wen to examine him. After taking his pulse, Sun Wen stated, the poison can be cured, but you may never bear children again. The toxins have accumulated in your body for too long. If left untreated, you won't survive much longer. Upon hearing Sun Wen's words, Zhao Fan's face turned ashen. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded with difficulty. I understand. As long as I can live, nothing else matters. However, I must ask that you do not disclose this to Lu Shi. Qin Yujun pondered for a moment before responding. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret for you. But you must promise me that from this day forward, you will serve Mu Zhengyao wholeheartedly without any ulterior motives. My lord, I swear, I will devote myself to serving General Mu and you with all my strength. Pleased, Qin Yujun nodded and indicated for Sun Wen to commence the treatment. Exiting the room, he encountered Mu Zhengyao and Sikong Shui standing outside with Lu Shi. Sikong Shui remarked, Madame Lu is expecting a son, so there is no need to worry about the Zhao family lineage. Mu Zhengyao, overhearing, thought of her 2 brothers, feeling a pang of jealousy. Qin Yujun, perceiving her inner turmoil, approached her side. Come, I will accompany you back to the Duke's residence. As they walked side by side through the corridor, the night deepened, enveloping them in tranquility. Do you truly believe Zhao Fan will serve me wholeheartedly? Mu Zhengyao inquired softly, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Qin Yujun smiled gently, his gaze unwavering. Though Zhao Fan has betrayed us before, he now has no path of retreat. His life is in our hands, and he carries his own burdens.
Mu Zhengyao nodded.
Aware of Qin Yujun's astute judgment, yet a flicker of unease lingered in her heart. Memories of her 2 brothers, once the pride of the Mu family, who had perished on the battlefield, weighed heavily on her. Now, the family's responsibilities rested upon her shoulders, and she must shoulder them. Be cautious with the southern envoy's arrival, Qin Yujun cautioned as they reached the Duke's residence. Very well, you may return. I need to change my attire and visit the military camp once more. Chapter 73. Welcoming the envoy after watching Qin Yujun depart. Mu Zhengyao turned and entered the Duke's residence. She donned her military attire, ready to head to the camp. Under the moonlight, Mu Zhengyao rode alone towards the military camp, her armor glinting coldly in the silver light. At that moment, a figure staggered towards her from the alley, reeking of alcohol. His hair obscured his eyes, and though his attire was fine, he did not appear to be of Central Plains descent. A beautiful maiden?
Mu Zhengyao, wary.
tightened her grip on her sword at her waist, her gaze sharp as she regarded the approaching man. Unperturbed by her vigilance, the man mumbled to himself as he continued to stumble forward.
Stop.
Zhengyao commanded, her voice echoing in the empty alley. Startled by her authoritative tone, the man paused and lifted his head, revealing a handsome yet disheveled face in the moonlight.
Who are you? Zhengyao demanded.
Noting that his clothing and demeanor seemed more refined than those of common folk.
I
am. The man hesitated, words faltering on his lips. A flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. Seeing his incoherence, Zhengyao decided not to press further and attempted to bypass him to continue her journey to the camp. However, the man suddenly reached out, seemingly intent on grasping the reins of her horse.
Bold.
Zhengyao swiftly drew her sword. Its tip aimed directly at the man's throat. Confronted by the blade, he halted his movements, yet a glimmer of desperation flickered in his eyes.
I
am lost. Please, he uttered, his voice barely a whisper, seemingly genuine in his plea for assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Zhengyao ultimately sheathed her sword. Recognizing that it was not uncommon to become disoriented in the capital at such an hour. Where do you come from? She inquired. The man appeared distrained to recall. I hail from the south on my way to... Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the alley. Quick, hide. Zhengyao commanded softly, her gaze shifting warily towards the source of the noise. The man, seemingly intimidated by her commanding presence, promptly concealed himself in the shadows. Moments later, several figures clad in black emerged at the mouth of the alley, scanning their surroundings as if in search of something. Realizing their intentions were likely malevolent, Zhengyao quickly dismounted, tethering her steed to a nearby tree before stealthily approaching the dark-clad individuals. She held her breath, straining to overhear their conversation. They must be nearby. Search thoroughly, one commanded. Yes, my lord, responded the others. Pressing herself against the wall, she did her utmost to remain undetected. She noted the disciplined movements of the black-clad figures.
They were clearly not ordinary thieves.
The weapons they wielded glinted ominously in the moonlight, exuding an unsettling aura. We must hurry. We cannot let that fellow escape. One of them murmured. A knot tightened in Zhengyao's stomach as she grasped that they were likely pursuing the man who had just claimed to be lost. She knew she had to act with caution to avoid revealing her presence. Quietly retreating to her horse, she gently stroked its neck, signaling it to remain still. From the saddlebag, she retrieved a compact bow and a few arrows, her proficiency in archery honed during her time in the military. Zhengyao approached the alley once more, drawing the bowstring taut and aiming at one of the figures in black. The arrow flew silently through the night, striking its target with deadly precision. The man fell without a sound, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhengyao swiftly released a second arrow, bringing down another assailant. The remaining black-clad figures began to frantically search for the source of the attack, their weapons raised in alarm, but Zhengyao had melded into the shadows. She understood that lingering here was unwise. She needed to depart swiftly. Returning to her horse, she untied the reins and gracefully mounted. A gentle kick to the horse's belly communicated her intent, and it silently galloped out of the alley. Under the cover of darkness, Zhengyao successfully evaded her pursuers. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she confirmed that no one was in pursuit and the drunkard had vanished. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her. What secrets did the man who claimed to be lost harbor that warranted such a perilous chase? With her mind awash in questions, she continued her journey towards the military camp. Tomorrow, the envoy from the southern kingdom would arrive, and she had to ensure that all arrangements were meticulously in place. Upon returning to the camp, Zhengyao promptly summoned her deputy and strategist to discuss the welcoming ceremony in detail. Tomorrow's reception must be flawless, she declared. Rest assured. We will exert every effort, pledged Yi Qianshan, stepping forward. Excellent, General Yi. You will oversee the security checks to ensure no potential hazards remain.
Zhang Li.
You shall arrange the envoy's itinerary and accommodations to ensure they feel entirely at home. Zhengyao assigned tasks with precision. As night deepened, Zhengyao found herself unable to sleep. Seated at her desk, pen in hand, she meticulously reviewed the plans for the next day. Suddenly, her thoughts returned to the man she had encountered in the alley. His appearance and the ensuing pursuit left her with a sense of unease. She resolved to investigate the matter personally after the reception. With Dawn's arrival, Mu Zhengyao led a cadre of elite soldiers to the city gates to await the envoy's arrival. Beneath the gates, a grand procession from the southern kingdom approached, led by a robust young man. General Mu, this is the southern envoy, Ba Feng, the crown prince introduced. Mu Zhengyao felt a twinge of confusion. This man was not the individual she had seen on the day of the Dowager Empress's memorial. She had assumed the southern kingdom would dispatch only one envoy. Ba Feng turned to Mu Zhengyao, stating, "You must be General Mu Zhengyao. It is an honor to meet you. Our prince has long wished to see you since entering the capital."
Mu Zhengyao furovet her bror.
Prince?
Indeed.
Our Prince Wazaki has arrived ahead of schedule, Ba Feng replied. Since Prince Wazaki is already in the capital as the chief host, I should pay my respects and meet with him. Might I inquire about the prince's current residence? Mu Zhengyao asked politely. Ba Feng appeared puzzled. Hasn't General Mu already met the prince? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Ba Feng's meaning. Just then, a rider approached from within the city gates. Adorned in splendid attire, his demeanor regal, he was none other than the man she had encountered in the alley, who had claimed to be lost. A faint smile graced his lips, as if everything had unfolded according to his design. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced, yet she quickly regained her composure, aware that this was not the moment to express her astonishment. The prince's gaze was penetrating. General Mu, I have come not only to extend the Southern Kingdom's birthday wishes to your emperor, but also to discuss other significant matters with you. Please follow me. Chapter 74. The Prince of the Southern Kingdom Mu Zhengyao nodded, signaling for her soldiers to remain in place while she accompanied Prince Wazaki into the city. She pondered privately the connection between the prince's unexpected arrival and the earlier pursuit in the alley. As they walked side by side, Prince Wazaki suddenly spoke. General Mu, I have heard that you are betrothed to the regent? I must confess, I was captivated by you at first sight last night. As he spoke, he made an inappropriate gesture, his demeanor frivolous. Mu Zhengyao's brow furrowed, and she quickly stepped back to evade Prince Wazaki's unwelcome advances, her tone resolute as she interrupted him. Your Highness, I respect your position, but please maintain proper decorum. We should be discussing matters of great importance between our nations. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Prince Wazaki's face, though he soon regained his composure, chuckling lightly as if her reaction had not surprised him. Indeed, General Mu is a person of principles. I admire that, he remarked, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Regarding matters of significance between our nations, I do have important issues to discuss with you. Please, let us find a quiet place for a detailed conversation. She followed Prince Wazaki to a secluded courtyard, far from the clamor of the crowd, where only a gentle breeze stirred the leaves. Prince Wazaki gestured for Mu Zhengyao to sit, before taking a seat on the stone bench opposite her. After a moment of contemplation, he began, General Mu, aside from extending birthday wishes, I have a matter of even greater importance to discuss. The Southern Kingdom and your nation have maintained a cordial relationship for a long time, but I have recently detected some unusual movements. Mu Zhengyao listened intently, understanding the gravity of Prince Wazaki's words. I suspect that someone is secretly plotting to undermine the peace between our nations. Prince Wazaki continued, stating that his clandestine journey to the capital was motivated by a desire to investigate certain matters. He expressed a suspicion that the cloaked figure pursuing him in the alley was linked to a formidable force. Mu Zhengyao felt a jolt in her heart, realizing that the prince's words were intertwined with her own encounter with the dark-clad individual. She quickly gathered her thoughts and inquired, Your Highness, do you possess any concrete evidence? Prince Wazaki shook his head, indicating that he did not yet have any, which was why he required the general's assistance. He hoped that the general could utilize her military resources to aid him in this inquiry. Mu Zhengyao pondered for a moment, contemplating the matter. She surmised that Wazaki had successfully navigated the military defenses to gain access to the city gates. What else is there to consider? Is my sincerity lacking? Wazaki remarked, extending his hand as if to caress Mu Zhengyao's cheek. Was it possible that Prince Wazaki had not encountered a woman in Nanbang? Mu Zhengyao turned aside, her tone frosty. At that moment, the crown prince unexpectedly appeared, interrupting Wazaki's advance. The prince withdrew his hand, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The crown prince's piercing gaze swept over Wazaki as he stated, Prince Wazaki, General Mu is a distinguished warrior of our nation, unlike the ordinary maidens. Your Highness, I mean no disrespect. I merely wish to convey my admiration for General Mu, Wazaki replied, maintaining his tone. The crown prince, unwavering, responded, Prince Wazaki, I appreciate your respect. But General Mu is a pillar of our nation. Her status and identity warrant due regard, and I trust you will understand this. Mu Zhengyao felt relieved by the Crown Prince's intervention and cast a grateful glance in his direction. The Crown Prince acknowledged her with a slight nod, signaling her to remain untroubled. Aware that it was inappropriate to continue his previous conduct, Wazaki modified his tone to a more formal one. Your Highness, General Mu, let us proceed to the imperial audience. The Crown Prince nodded in agreement, and the three made their way to the palace. On their journey to the palace, Mu Zhengyao meticulously observed Wazaki's every action. She noted that, despite his outward politeness, a glimmer of cunning lay within his eyes. It became clear to her that the prince from Nanbang was far more complex than he appeared. Upon reaching the palace, they were ushered into the grand hall, where the emperor sat regally upon his dragon throne, casting a formidable gaze over all present. Mu Zhengyao and Prince Wazaki bowed with reverence, while the crown prince stood to the side, exuding his usual composure. The emperor spoke. Prince Wazaki, I have heard of your visit, which, besides conveying birthday wishes, also entails other matters you wish to discuss. What are these urgent affairs? Wazaki smiled slightly and replied, Your Majesty, my visit from Nanbang is not solely to extend my heartfelt wishes. There is a significant matter concerning the future of our two nations. Recently, we have detected some unusual activities, suggesting that someone is covertly plotting to undermine the peace between us. The emperor's brow furrowed at this revelation, and he inquired in a grave tone, Prince Wazaki, do you possess any concrete evidence? Wazaki shook his head again, explaining that this was why he sought General Mu's assistance, hoping she could leverage her military resources to investigate the matter. The emperor pondered for a moment before turning to Mu Zhengyao. General Mu, this issue is of great importance. I hope you will assist Prince Wazaki in uncovering the truth. Mu Zhengyao answered respectfully, Your Majesty, I shall comply with your command. Wazaki's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction at her response. After fulfilling their duties, Mu Zhengyao prepared to take her leave when Wazaki interjected, General Mu, as a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, might I trouble you to show me around the capital? Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback by his request. The emperor then said, In that case, General Mu, I would like you to set aside your other affairs for now and guide Prince Wazaki in familiarizing himself with the capital. Though reluctant, Mu Zhengyao respectfully replied, As you command, Your Majesty. Wazaki's eyes gleamed with a touch of pride, seemingly pleased with her compliance. The crown prince observed the interaction with a hint of concern. General Mu, the streets of the capital are truly vibrant, Wazaki remarked as they walked.
Mu Zhengyao replied coolly.
Indeed, as the capital of our nation, it is naturally prosperous. Wazaki abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on a magnificent structure in the distance. What is that place? He inquired. Following his gaze, Mu Zhengyao identified it as the capital's library, renowned for its extensive collection and frequented by scholars.
Oh,
I would very much like to visit it, Wazaki expressed, seemingly intrigued by literature. A thought crossed Mu Zhengyao's mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity to observe Wazaki's intentions further. Thus, she suggested, since your highness is interested, let us indeed pay a visit to the library. Wazaki readily agreed, and the two proceeded together. In the library, Wazaki meticulously examined the bookshelves, occasionally picking up volumes to peruse. His demeanor was markedly composed, contrasting sharply with his earlier frivolous attitude. Mu Zhengyao observed that he showed particular interest in certain texts, especially those concerning military and political matters. It appears Prince Wazaki has a keen interest in our military and political landscape, Mu Zhengyao thought to herself. She decided to probe further, asking, Your Highness, you seem quite taken with these books. Wazaki smiled subtly, responding, General, the peace and stability between our nations rely heavily on mutual understanding. I must therefore educate myself. Mu Zhengyao nodded, acknowledging his reasoning while remaining vigilant. After spending some time in the library, Wazaki declared he had seen enough, and they departed. On the way back, Wazaki suddenly asked, General Mu, I have heard that your country's tea culture is quite unique. Might I be fortunate enough to sample it? Mu Zhengyao felt a stir of interest. She sensed that Wazaki's request was not merely about tea, but perhaps harbored ulterior motives. Your Highness, since you are interested, I shall take you to a renowned tea house, she replied. Wazaki nodded in satisfaction, and they made their way to the tea house. At the tea house, Mu Zhengyao deliberately chose a seat by the window, allowing her to observe Wazaki's every move more closely. Once the tea was served, Wazaki savored it, praising its exquisite quality. General, your nation's tea truly lives up to its reputation, he lauded. Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly, pleased that he enjoyed it. However, as she noticed Wazaki's lingering gaze upon her, she sought a reason to leave. Just then, Qin Yujun ascended the stairs and approached Mu Zhengyao. He sat down beside her and took her hand, asking, "Why are you so cold? Did you not wear enough out?" He then offered to have a cloak made for her. Wazaki's expression darkened at this display, and he interjected, "Regent, while you and General Mu are indeed betrothed, you are not yet married. Such conduct in public could tarnish General Mu's reputation." Qin Yujun did not deign to look at Wazaki, emanating an aura of coldness. "What transpires between Zhengyao and me is our own affair. It concerns no one else. I urge you, Prince Wazaki, to recognize your own position." Wazaki, undeterred, retorted, "As a prince of Nambang, I bear the responsibility to protect the dignity of my allies. General Mu represents both our nations, and her reputation is equally tied to our honor." Prince Wazaki's gaze was resolute as he responded without hesitation. The atmosphere between the two was tense, and those around them dared not breathe. Qin Yujun, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. "Prince Wazaki, I shall remember your words. However, General Mu's reputation is something I will uphold." After saying this, he turned to Mu Zhengyao, concern evident in his gaze.
Zhengyao.
"If you feel cold, perhaps you should return home to rest." Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly. "I am fine." At that moment, Qin Yujun suddenly lifted the teacup before him, inquiring whether Prince Wazaki had heard of the name Jiaoling'an. The mention of this name caused Wazaki's expression to change instantly. He clenched his fists and remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yujun decided to relent. "I shall not disturb General Mu and the regent any longer. I will take my leave." Once he departed, Mu Zhengyao immediately withdrew her hand from Qin Yujun's grasp. Qin Yujun, however, was not angered and regarded Mu Zhengyao with calm interest.
"What?
Now that you have used me, you wish to push me away? You are no different. You are using me against Wazaki," Mu Zhengyao retorted sharply. She stood to leave but was pulled back by Qin Yujun. "What is it that has you upset these past few days?" Mu Zhengyao broke free from his hold, her gaze icy. "I am angry that you are using me to achieve your own ends." Qin Yujun was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his usual composure. "We are but pawns in a greater game. In high positions, one cannot act solely on personal desires. But rest assured, I harbor no ill will toward you." Mu Zhengyao was unconvinced. She knew well of Qin Yujun's political machinations and the undercurrents between him and Prince Wazaki. She had no desire to become a casualty in their conflict. "Regent, I only hope you remember that I am General Mu's daughter, not anyone's pawn." Qin Yujun smiled slightly, seemingly having anticipated her reaction. Sometimes cooperation is more beneficial than opposition. The atmosphere between them grew subtly charged, but soon, Mu Zhengyao broke the silence. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The events of the day at the tea house swiftly reached the emperor's ears. How could Mu Zhengyao be so lacking in decorum? The crown prince remarked. "Father, General Mu was merely acting out of self-preservation." The emperor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the crown prince's explanation. Self-preservation? As a general, one should prioritize the nation's interests. How could personal feelings overshadow public duty? The crown prince, sensing the emperor's dissatisfaction with Mu Zhengyao's actions, proceeded cautiously. "Father, General Mu has always been loyal. Perhaps this was merely a momentary lapse. Moreover, there is indeed a prior engagement between her and the royal uncle. To outsiders, the uncle's actions appeared justifiable." The emperor remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Crown Prince, your words hold some merit, but as a member of the royal family, one must place great importance on propriety and not allow personal feelings to undermine national integrity. I shall personally inquire into this matter. Summon Mu Zhengyao." The crown prince complied, though he privately worried for Mu Zhengyao. He understood that once the emperor took a personal interest, matters would not be simple. Upon receiving the crown prince's summons, Mu Zhengyao felt a tightening in her chest. She knew the emperor was displeased with her actions, yet she did not regret what she had done. She adjusted her attire and made her way to the palace. Upon her arrival, guided by the guards, she entered the emperor's study. She respectfully bowed, awaiting the emperor's inquiries. The emperor regarded Mu Zhengyao with a stern tone. "General Mu, I have heard that you confronted Prince Wazaki at the tea house today. Is this true?"
Mu Zhengyao replied calmly.
"Your Majesty, indeed it is true, but I believe the regent's actions were not improper, and I did not behave disrespectfully in public." The emperor's expression softened slightly, yet remained serious. General Mu, as a general, you must understand your identity and responsibilities. I hope you will pay more attention to your conduct in the future and not give others cause to gossip. Mu Zhengyao lowered her head in acknowledgement. I shall heed your majesty's teachings. Noting her sincere attitude, the emperor's tone softened a bit. I know you are loyal, but beyond loyalty, caution is essential.
You may leave now.
Oh, and you must attend tonight's welcome banquet. Yes, Mu Zhengyao responded, bowing once more before slowly exiting the study. Chapter 76. Visiting the Dowager Empress. As soon as Mu Zhengyao stepped out, the emperor called her back. General Mu, upon your return, please bring the royal uncle with you. There is no need for me to send someone to fetch him. As you command, your majesty, she replied, bowing again before leaving the study. After she departed, a eunuch beside the emperor spoke up. Your majesty, if you truly summon the regent, it may jeopardize the plan. The emperor snorted coldly. Has it not been rumored that she and Qin Yujun are at odds these days? If so, then Qin Yujun will certainly not attend. Your majesty is wise. Upon returning home, Mu Zhengyao immediately sent for Qin Yujun. Before long, he arrived at the Mu residence. The two sat across from each other in the study, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Has the emperor summoned you? Qin Yujun asked first.
Mu Zhengyao nodded.
Yes. The emperor is displeased with today's events at the tea house, but did not pursue the matter further. By the way, he asked me to invite you to the welcome banquet. Qin Yujun's phoenix eyes clouded momentarily, then he scoffed. He must think I would not attend. So will you go or not? Of course I will go. And we shall go together. A knowing smile played at the corners of Qin Yujun's lips, as if he had anticipated the emperor's arrangements. He stood, adjusted his sleeves, and said to Mu Zhengyao, since the emperor places such importance on this banquet, we must not disappoint him. Tonight, we shall attend together. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, understanding Qin Yujun's intentions. After discussing the details, they each prepared for the evening's festivities. As night fell, the palace was ablaze with lights, and guests filled the halls. Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun entered the banquet hall together, immediately capturing everyone's attention. They walked side by side, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, resembling a pair of flawless gems. Approaching the emperor, they respectfully bowed. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Yujun had indeed come, despite the rumors of discord between them. You may rise. Thank you, your majesty, they replied. Initially intending to sit together, the emperor suddenly called out to Qin Yujun, Royal uncle, you shall sit beside me. Qin Yujun obediently took the seat designated by the emperor, while Mu Zhengyao was placed directly opposite him. She understood that the emperor's actions were laden with significance. Unfazed, she discreetly observed her surroundings, noting the whispers and curious glances exchanged among the guests. The banquet commenced, with the emperor raising his cup to toast. Today, I host this banquet to welcome the visiting prince from the south and to celebrate the friendly alliance between our nations. Let us raise our glasses to toast the friendship between our two realms. As the emperor's words echoed through the hall, a chorus of cheers erupted, and guests raised their cups in celebration. Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun also toasted each other. Accompanied by his attendants, Huaiyi gracefully approached the emperor's throne, adorned in splendid attire, his handsome features radiating an air of royalty. Your Majesty, thank you for your generous hospitality. The South wishes to forge a lasting friendship with your esteemed nation for mutual prosperity. Huaiyi bowed elegantly. The emperor smiled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. You are too kind, prince. Inside the banquet hall, the music flowed melodiously and the dancers twirled gracefully, while guests reveled in their libations. Just then, Huaiyi suddenly stepped in front of Mu Zhengyao. She became instantly alert, yet to her surprise, Prince Huaiyi's demeanor was surprisingly courteous. General Mu, I deeply regret the incident at the tea house the other day, he said with a gentle smile. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us, and I hope we can resolve it tonight. She adjusted her emotions and responded politely. Your Highness, you flatter me. Huaiyi raised his glass, signaling to Mu Zhengyao. Then, General Mu, let us toast to the enduring friendship between our two nations. Seeing this, Qin Yujun attempted to approach, but was halted by the emperor's call. Uncle, recently, Empress Chun has not been well and has often mentioned you. Why not visit her on my behalf? Qin Yujun's expression was cold. He had indeed heard his mother speak of Empress Chun and, after some contemplation, agreed. Yes, your majesty. Before leaving, he glanced at Mu Zhengyao, who slightly nodded, indicating her understanding of his concern. Noticing that Mu Zhengyao had not declined, Prince Wazaki clinked his glass with hers. And they drank heartily. Subsequently, Wazaki invited Mu Zhengyao to dance, and after a brief hesitation, she accepted. They twirled gracefully at the center of the banquet hall, drawing admiring gazes from the guests. Meanwhile, at the emperor's behest, Qin Yujun left the banquet hall to visit Empress Chun. He understood that the emperor's intention was to send him away, yet he genuinely worried about Empress Chun's health. Upon arriving at the empress's chambers, he found her lying pale on the couch, evidently unwell. "Empress, how do you feel?" Qin Yujun inquired with concern. Empress Chun's eyes lit up with a hint of comfort upon seeing him. "Yujun, you are here. My health is failing, and I worry you," she replied. Qin Yujun sat beside her, softly reassuring, "Empress, please focus on your recovery. I will visit you often." "About your marriage with General Mu." Empress Chun started, but was interrupted by Qin Yujun. "Empress, this matter requires careful consideration. You need not trouble yourself." His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Empress Chun sighed softly, aware of Qin Yujun's own plans and refraining from probing further. "Very well. You are a determined child. I shall say no more. However, if you truly care for her, do not let her slip away." Qin Yujun nodded slightly. At that moment in the banquet hall, as Mu Zhengyao and Prince Wazaki concluded their dance, applause erupted, filling the atmosphere with enthusiasm. Wazaki smiled in gratitude toward Mu Zhengyao, who politely returned the gesture. Following this, Wazaki excused himself and returned to his seat. Mu Zhengyao scanned the room, realizing that Qin Yujun had yet to return. A twinge of worry crept into her heart, though she concealed it. The emperor seemed to sense her unease and reassured her, "General Mu, there is no need for concern. Uncle has merely gone to visit Empress Chun." Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly. Just then, the emperor raised his glass. "General Mu, I toast to you, grateful for all that you have done." Mu Zhengyao promptly raised her glass in return. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Serving the nation is an honor for a daughter." They both drank heartily, and the emperor set down his cup. "General Mu, I am aware of some misunderstandings between you and my uncle. However, I hope that tonight's banquet can help you both to set aside past grievances." Mu Zhengyao smiled gently, assuring, "Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost." The banquet continued, with melodious music playing and dancers twirling, while guests raised their glasses in merriment. Chapter 77. The Emperor's Scheme. Mu Zhengyao searched the crowd for Qin Yujun, yet his figure remained elusive. Her anxiety grew, though she maintained her composure. After several cups of wine, she began to feel the effects. "Your Majesty, I fear I have had too much to drink. May I take my leave?" The Emperor immediately summoned a maid. "Take General Mu back safely." "Yes, Your Majesty." The maid responded, assisting Mu Zhengyao. Just as they were about to leave the palace, the maid unexpectedly led her to a different chamber. "General, I noticed you seem unwell. Please rest here for a moment," she said softly, her eyes filled with concern. As Mu Zhengyao attempted to reply, the maid silently departed. At the moment the door closed, a wave of dizziness overtook her, causing her to collapse onto the soft bed. A sudden realization struck her. Was there something wrong with the wine? Lying on the plush mattress, her consciousness began to blur, as if she were enveloped in a fog. She fought to rise, but her limbs felt weak, as if bound by invisible chains. A strong sense of foreboding surged within her. Just then, heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside. Mu Zhengyao held her breath in tension, her heartbeat quickening. She strained to discern her surroundings, but everything became increasingly indistinct. An intangible dread swept over her, as if something ominous were about to unfold. The door creaked open, revealing a silhouette that quietly entered the room. Mu Zhengyao's gaze fixated on the figure, her heart racing with anxiety as it approached, ultimately revealing itself to be Wazaki. He leaned over her bed, a smirk of triumph in his eyes. "General Mu, I came to see how you are faring. What seems to be the matter?" he said, stepping closer and guiding her toward the inner chamber. Mu Zhengyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and despite her struggle to break free from his grasp, her body betrayed her. Wazaki wore an unsettling smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "Be careful, General Mu," he murmured with a hint of mockery. "But tonight I can keep you company." A chill gripped Mu Zhengyao's heart as she realized she had fallen into Wazaki's carefully crafted trap. This was likely the Emperor's scheme to hand her over to the Southern Kingdom. She attempted to cry out, but her voice barely escaped her lips. Wazaki guided her into the inner chamber, gently laying her on the bed. Mu Zhengyao fought to remain conscious, but her surroundings began to fade. "What do you intend to do?" she asked with great difficulty. Wazaki smiled faintly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "General Mu, you are too clever for your own good, clever enough that I must resort to some extreme measures. Tonight is a beautiful night. We must not let it go to waste." A jolt of alarm surged through Mu Zhengyao as she grasped the depth of Wazaki's ambition, which far exceeded superficial desires. She struggled to break free, but her strength waned further. Wazaki's laughter echoed in the room like an invisible frost, instilling a deep chill within her. Gazing at him, uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she tentatively asked, "Wazaki, do you not fear the Emperor's wrath for your actions?" Wazaki merely scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain and derision. "General Mu, you are far too naive. Do you believe the Emperor is unaware of all this? It is his design to present you as a gift to the Southern Kingdom in exchange for a fleeting peace." Mu Zhengyao's heart sank, struck by a profound sense of betrayal and despair. She yearned to rise, to escape this helplessness, yet her body remained shackled, as if bound by invisible chains. Wazaki seemed to see through her thoughts as he pressed his hand firmly on Mu Zhengyao's shoulder, rendering her immobile. "Mu Zhengyao, spare yourself the effort. You cannot escape from my grasp tonight." She attempted to push him away, but her strength was no match for his, and she found herself pinned tightly against the bed. "Wazaki, your actions will only heighten the tension between our nations," Mu Zhengyao tried to reason with him. Wazaki merely chuckled dismissively, "General Mu, you are rather naive. The Emperor's ambitions far exceed your imagination. As for you, you are merely a pawn in his game." Dizziness overwhelmed her, and she leaned against the bed, her energy waning. "General Mu, I am genuinely enamored with you. Rest assured, if you accompany me back to the Southern Kingdom, you will be my sole queen. And when I ascend as its ruler, the entire kingdom will be at your command." His words were laced with temptation, yet Mu Zhengyao felt a profound revulsion. She understood that Wazaki's sweet promises were mere falsehoods, and his true intention was to exploit her to solidify his power. "Wazaki, you shall not use me to achieve your aims," she gritted through her teeth, her voice faint but her resolve unwavering.
Wozak, unfazed, gently caresset mu zwęgłe cheek.
A glint of coldness in his eyes. "General Mu, you are still too naive. Do you believe you have any choice left? The Emperor has already gifted you to me. You must accept this reality." Mu Zhengyao struggled to break free from Wazaki's hold, but the weakness in her body rendered her immobile. "Wazaki, do you think the Mu family army is to be trifled with? Your actions will only exacerbate the enmity between our nations." Wazaki merely scoffed. "Enmity? General Mu, you underestimate the nature of power. What does hatred matter in its face? As long as I possess you, the Southern Kingdom's future will be unmatched." At that moment, as Wazaki tightened his grip on her wrist, Mu Zhengyao summoned all her strength to throw him off and seized a nearby teacup, shattering it. Holding the jagged shard to her neck, she declared, "If you take one more step forward, I shall take my own life." Wazaki halted, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Clearly not anticipating such resolve from her, he slowly withdrew his hand, a shadow of a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "General Mu, you are indeed a woman of grit, but do you believe this will deter me? You underestimate me." Mu Zhengyao clutched the shard tightly, her gaze unwavering as she fixed it upon Wazaki. "Wazaki, if you dare advance another step, I shall not hesitate." Though her voice trembled, it was imbued with determination. Moments later, Wazaki suddenly burst into laughter, a hint of madness lacing his mirth. Chapter 78. An interesting woman. "General Mu, you are truly an intriguing woman." He slowly rose, moving to the far side of the room, turning his back to her. "I assure you, you cannot escape my grasp. Whatever you do will not alter this fact." The two remained in a stalemate, neither daring to move further. At that moment, Qin Yujun exited the palace of the noble consort Chun, returning to the banquet. Noticing Mu Zhengyao's absence, he began to search frantically. Even Biyun was looking for her. "Regent, it's bad. The lady is missing." Just then, he realized Wazaki was also nowhere to be seen, and a spark of fury ignited in his eyes. A foreboding sensation surged within him as he swiftly turned, making his way towards Wazaki's residence. He was well aware of Wazaki's character. Should Mu Zhengyao fall into his clutches, the consequences would be unimaginable. As night deepened, Qin Yujun's shadow flitted swiftly between the palace walls, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Finally, He arrived at Wazaki's residence, where the guards, upon seeing the regent's hurried approach, hurriedly paid their respects. Without a word, Qin Yujun pushed the door open and entered. The room was eerily quiet, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight casting strange shadows. He scanned every corner, yet Mu Zhengyao was nowhere in sight. Wazaki, Qin Yujun bellowed, his voice brimming with rage and anxiety. At that moment, the door to the inner chamber creaked open, and Wazaki emerged with a smug smile. Their gazes clashed, and a glimmer of provocation flashed in Wazaki's eyes. "Regent, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Wazaki feigned calmness. Qin Yujun clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Wazaki. "Where is Mu Zhengyao?" Wazaki chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent to Qin Yujun's fury. "How would I know where she is?" "Wazaki, do not play games with me. If anything happens to Mu Zhengyao, I will not spare you," Qin Yujun warned. Wazaki's smile faded as his eyes turned icy. "Regent, are you threatening me?" Qin Yujun stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. "And if so, what of it? If you dare harm her, I will ensure you pay dearly." After a moment of silence, Wazaki sneered. "Regent, you are quite the sentimental man. However, I fear General Mu may no longer be here." Just then, Mu Zhengyao's voice echoed from within. "Qin Yujun, I am here." Her voice was faint yet clear to Qin Yujun's ears. His heart tightened as he rushed towards the inner chamber, where he found Mu Zhengyao leaning against the bed, her complexion pale, a blood mark on her wrist. Wazaki stood nearby, a cold smirk on his face. Qin Yujun hastened to Mu Zhengyao's side, anxiously examining her injury, his eyes filled with concern and anger.
"Zhengyao,
"Are you all right?" Mu Zhengyao managed a faint smile, shaking her head. "I'm fine, just a scratch on my wrist." Qin Yujun turned to glare at Wazaki, fury burning in his eyes. "Wazaki, how dare you harm her?" Wazaki, however, remained unfazed, chuckling disdainfully. "Regent, this was simply her own doing. Had she not resisted, she would not have been hurt." Seething with rage, Qin Yujun rose, stepping closer to Wazaki. Before Wazaki could finish a sentence, Qin Yujun landed a punch squarely on his face, catching him off guard and sending him stumbling back against the wall. Wazaki clutched his cheek, anger flashing in his eyes. "General Mu's injury is of no concern to me. She was merely careless." Wazaki attempted to defend himself. Qin Yujun, ablaze with fury, tightened his fists as he drew nearer to Wazaki, his eyes aflame with wrath. "Do you think I would believe you? Wazaki, should you dare harm her further, you shall pay 100-fold. Wazaki smirked coldly, unyielding as he met Qin Yujun's gaze. "Regent, I am not easily intimidated. Do you think I am just anyone?" At that moment, Leng Yan entered from outside, grasping Qin Yujun's arm. "My lord, do not act impulsively." Qin Yujun suppressed his rage, coldly commanding, "Arrest him." "Yes." As Qin Yujun turned, he saw Mu Zhengyao fainting. He rushed forward to catch her, his heart racing with anxiety. He carefully cradled her in his arms and left the palace. In the carriage, Mu Zhengyao felt feverish, having surpassed the point where she could take medicine to regain her senses. She clung to Qin Yujun's neck, causing him to tense instinctively. "Zhengyao, open your eyes and look. It is Qin Yujun." He desperately sought to awaken her, unwilling to take advantage of her vulnerable state. After all, he was uncertain of her feelings towards him at that moment. Mu Zhengyao opened her eyes, filled with affection. "I know you are Qin Yujun. Will you save me?" A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Qin Yujun as he embraced Mu Zhengyao tightly, feeling the warmth of her body and her faint breath. He softly reassured her. "Do not fear, Zhengyao. I shall rescue you." The carriage raced through the night, with both of them perspiring profusely inside. Deep within the courtyard of the Duke's residence, Zhang Feier and Shen Shirhua anxiously awaited Mu Zhengyao's return. As time ticked away, her figure remained elusive. "Sister-in-law, do you think Zhengyao might be in trouble?" Zhang Feier's voice trembled slightly. Shen Shirhua, striving to remain composed, replied, "How could that be? She was accompanied by the regent. His martial prowess will surely ensure her safety." Despite Shen Shirhua's comforting words, Zhang Feier's unease did not abate. She immediately instructed the servants to hasten their inquiries regarding Mu Zhengyao's whereabouts, hoping for news soon. The servants set off, while Zhang Feier and Shen Shirhua remained in the Duke's residence, anxiously awaiting updates. They frequently cast glances toward the courtyard gate, yearning for a glimpse of Mu Zhengyao. However, she remained absent. A young servant swiftly returned with news. "Madam, Those in the palace say that the young lady never left the palace. Upon hearing this, both women felt a chill of apprehension. Zhengyao pondered for a moment, striving to calm herself, then said calmly, "You go inquire at the regent's residence." The servant respectfully acknowledged, yes. Shortly after, he returned with further news. "Madam, those at the regent's residence say that the regent took Miss Mu away from the palace, but they are unsure of their destination." Zhang Feier and Shen Shihua exchanged anxious glances, their hearts growing more unsettled. The next morning, a cold wind swept into the duke's residence, and they rushed to greet it. "Cold Yan, you have finally arrived.
How is Zhengyao?"
Zhang Feier asked urgently. Cold Yan smiled slightly, reassuring her. "Do not worry. General Mu has safely returned to the regent's residence, and the prince is personally attending to her." Shen Shihua sighed in relief, yet still worriedly inquired, "What is her condition? Why hasn't she returned to the duke's residence?" "Rest assured, General Mu is not in danger," Cold Yan replied. With that, he prepared to leave. Shen Shihua sensed an undercurrent in Cold Yan's words and hurriedly followed him. "Has something happened to Zhengyao in the palace?" Cold Yan paused, turning to her with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but ultimately chose to be honest. "Yes, General Mu did encounter some trouble in the palace. She was injured by Wu Qiao. Fortunately, the prince arrived in time to rescue her." Shen Shihua's expression changed, and she pressed, "What is her current condition? Why is she not back at the duke's residence?" Cold Yan sighed, responding slowly, "Though General Mu's injuries are not life-threatening, she requires time to recuperate. The prince fears that returning to the duke's residence may expose her to further disturbances, so he decided to keep her at the regent's residence for better care." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier could not help but ask, "What about the regent's feelings toward Zhengyao?" Cold Yan cautioned, "With the prince present, there is no need for concern. He will handle everything. I urge you both not to act impulsively." Zhang Feier understood this as a reminder not to provoke Wu Qiao. Shen Shihua nodded, comprehending Cold Yan's implication. After Cold Yan departed, Zhang Feier remained anxious, pondering whether Zhengyao had spent the night at the regent's residence. Although she had a betrothal with the prince, if word got out. Shen Shihua understood Zhang Feier's concerns. "Sister-in-law, we must carefully navigate this matter to prevent rumors from tarnishing Zhengyao's reputation. After all, her engagement to the regent has not yet been formally announced. If unfavorable news spreads now, it could bring unnecessary trouble." Zhang Feier nodded, though her heart raced. She recognized the wisdom in Shen Shihua's words. "What shall we do about Prince Wu Qiao? We cannot simply stand by." Shen Shihua contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us refrain from rash actions and observe how things unfold. I trust that the regent will manage this appropriately. After all, it seems he has no intention of harming Zhengyao." "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Within the regent's residence, Mu Zhengyao slowly awakened. As she propped herself up, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She curled up, coughing softly, prompting someone outside to rush in. "You are awake?" For a moment, Mu Zhengyao was at a loss on how to face Qin Yujun. She averted her gaze, intentionally ignoring him. Although she understood he had acted to save her, it felt utterly vexing. Observing her reaction, Qin Yujun felt a twinge of helplessness. He recognized that, despite his intentions to save her, their intimate encounter, while she was unconscious, understandably left her feeling embarrassed and shy. "Zhengyao, take your time to rest. If you need anything, please let me know," Qin Yujun said gently, striving to keep his tone warm and devoid of pressure. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, aware of his good intentions, yet still grappling with her feelings. She softly inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "It has been a day and a night," Qin Yujun replied, concern evident in his eyes. Mu Zhengyao was taken aback, realizing she had been unconscious for such an extended period. She endeavored to recall the events of the previous night, but all she could remember was Qin Yujun's anxious face and his warm embrace. Suddenly, she thought of Wu Qiao, the one who had harmed her, stirring a sense of worry within her. Qin Yujun's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. "Do not worry, I have already taken care of it.
Wu Qiao will not disturb you again."
Hearing this, Mu Zhengyao felt a measure of reassurance. She knew Qin Yujun's capabilities. With him around, she should be safe. "When can I return to the duke's residence?" she asked tentatively, not wishing to burden Qin Yujun further. Qin Yujun remained silent for a moment before responding. "Once you have fully recovered, I will personally escort you back." Mu Zhengyao nodded, understanding his concern and deciding not to press the matter further. Noticing Qin Yujun seated on the bed, she suddenly recalled the new injury on him and asked, "Is that injury from when you were attacked by an assassin?" Qin Yujun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to notice such details. He gently nodded and replied, "Yes, the wound from the assassin has not yet fully healed. But do not worry. These minor injuries are of no consequence to me." A wave of guilt washed over Zhengyao. Realizing that Qin Yujun had risked his life to protect her, she softly said, "Qin Yujun, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might." Qin Yujun interrupted her, his tone firm, "You need not say such things. It is my duty to protect you. All you need to do is focus on your recovery. I shall handle everything else. Wuqiao will not let this matter rest easily. Did he not say anything when you brought me out?" Zhengyao was unaware that Qin Yujun had imprisoned Wuqiao. Just as Qin Yujun was about to explain, Cold Wind arrived to report, "My lord, Prince Wuqiao has been imprisoned in the dungeon, awaiting your orders." Cold Wind said respectfully. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Yujun's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Very well, let him reflect on his actions. However, do not let him die just yet. I still have use for him." Lung Feng nodded in agreement and promptly withdrew. Turning around, Qin Yujun found Zhengyao momentarily stunned. "You have imprisoned him?" she inquired, a hint of concern lacing her voice. "If this matter reaches the emperor's ears." Qin Yujun smiled faintly, yet a trace of ruthlessness lingered in his gaze. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost efficiency." Upon hearing this, Zhengyao felt a flicker of respect for Qin Yujun's methods. She understood that he was not one to anger easily, but once provoked, his wrath would be swift and merciless. "Am I going to cause you trouble by being here?" Zhengyao asked, her worry palpable. Qin Yujun shook his head, his tone softening. "You need not fret. This is my domain, and no one dares to harm you here. Focus solely on your recovery. I will take care of everything else." Zhengyao nodded, comforted by his assurance. She knew that as long as Qin Yujun was present, she could temporarily set aside her worries. Chapter 80. Familiar faces. Zhengyao's heart remained heavy with doubt. Last night, Wu Qi merely acted on impulse. "We have no evidence linking him to my predicament." Observing her restraint, Qin Yujun felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "Do you believe I can seek justice for you?" Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Zhengyao's ears, akin to countless bees fluttering nearby. A wave of dizziness washed over her, but moments later, she gradually regained her composure. Nodding slowly, with determination in her gaze. "I believe in you." Qin Yujun regarded Zhengyao, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. He gently grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, which ignited a sense of comfort within him. "That is good. I will ensure Wu Qi pays for his actions. But I will shield you from involvement. Concentrate on your healing. I will manage everything else. After all, Wu Qi is a prince with formidable backing. Are you truly capable of handling this?" Qin Yujun smiled subtly, confidence radiating from his eyes. "Fear not, I have my measures. No matter how powerful Wu Qi's influence, it pales in comparison to imperial authority. I will make him understand that harming you is tantamount to challenging my boundaries." She wanted to press further, but held her tongue. Aware that Qin Yujun was, after all, a brother to the emperor, she recognized that beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lay unfathomable prowess. At that moment, the steward of the residence hurried in. He respectfully reported to Qin Yujun, "My lord, the emperor has been informed of Prince Wu Qi's situation and has summoned you to the palace. It seems the southern kingdom's envoy has also arrived, creating quite a commotion." Upon hearing this, Qin Yujun's brow furrowed, his expression freezing. He replied, "I am already aware. You may leave."
Yes.
After the steward quietly exited, Zhengyao spoke softly. "I wish to accompany you. This matter is closely tied to me. I cannot shirk my responsibility or allow you to face it alone." Qin Yujun lowered his head, gazing at Zhengyao with tenderness. Her words flowed through him like a warm current. He had not anticipated that at such a pivotal moment, she would step forward, unreservedly supporting and protecting him. Raising his head, his resolve unwavering, he replied, "Very well, we shall go together." Though Zhengyao had yet to fully recover, she understood that she could not retreat now. She nodded gently, though anxiety stirred within her. After all, she was about to confront the entire royal family and the might of the southern kingdom, all due to her. Observing Zhengyao's apprehension, Qin Yujun lightly patted her hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. With me by your side, no harm shall come to you. The two then resolved to proceed to the palace. Qin Yujun swiftly instructed his servants to prepare the carriage and personally assisted Mu Zhengyao aboard. The carriage glided slowly from the estate, making its way along the streets toward the palace. Inside the carriage, Mu Zhengyao's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, outside the imperial study, the southern kingdom's envoys and attendants gathered, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of noise. The emperor sat within the study, his brow furrowed with weariness. He glanced at the eunuch beside him and quietly commanded, "Go, inform them that I am unwell and require rest. No one shall be received at this time." The eunuch respectfully acknowledged the order and swiftly exited the study. Upon seeing the eunuch emerge, the southern kingdom's crowd erupted in commotion, pressing forward with eager inquiries. The eunuch, adhering to the emperor's directive, sternly announced the emperor's condition, emphasizing that he needed rest and that no one should disturb him. Though the southern kingdom's representatives felt aggrieved, they dared not overstep in light of the emperor's decree. The carriage carrying Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao halted before the palace gates. They disembarked, and Qin Yujun supported Mu Zhengyao as they made their way toward the imperial study. The palace guards greeted them with bows, their gazes imbued with respect and vigilance. As they walked, their attention was drawn to a gathering of figures in the distance. The head eunuch spotted them and hurried over. He bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Please follow me. The emperor is awaiting you." They followed the head eunuch, circumventing the main entrance of the study and entering through a side door. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Zhengyao softly inquired, "Why does the emperor refuse to meet with the southern kingdom's envoys?" The head eunuch sighed and replied quietly, "General Mu, it is best not to pursue this matter further. The emperor has been quite troubled by their incessant noise. To rid himself of their entanglement, he has declared himself unwell and unable to meet anyone." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao's brow furrowed, disappointment swelling within her. She had not anticipated the emperor's timidity. Did he not fear that such actions might lead to misunderstandings between the two nations? Qin Yujun gestured for Mu Zhengyao to wait, and then stepped into the study. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his expression dark, clearly displeased by the southern kingdom's clamor. "Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects," Qin Yujun said with a bow. The emperor lifted his gaze to assess Qin Yujun before glancing at Mu Zhengyao outside. So, they had come together? Was it possible that Mu Zhengyao had been rescued by Qin Yujun last night? In a low voice, the emperor addressed him. "Uncle, do you know why I summoned you to the palace?" Qin Yujun maintained his composure as he replied, "I understand, Your Majesty. It pertains to Prince Wuqi." The emperor nodded, a hint of reproach coloring his tone. "This matter has created quite a stir. The southern kingdom is demanding an explanation. What do you have to say for yourself?" In a measured tone, Qin Yujun responded, "I can handle this matter, Your Majesty. Even if you prefer not to appear, the crown prince should at least be present to oversee the situation." The emperor had not expected Qin Yujun to consider this angle. Just then, Mu Zhengyao entered the study. "General Mu, your timing is fortuitous. I was just about to inquire what transpired last night." Mu Zhengyao slightly bowed and respectfully answered, "Your Majesty, I was resting in the palace last night when Prince Wuqi attempted to take advantage of the situation." The emperor's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting to Qin Yujun. "Uncle, do you have any evidence regarding this matter?" The emperor pondered for a moment before stating, "In that case, I shall have the crown prince handle this matter. Your Highness, please assist the crown prince and ensure that the southern kingdom is satisfied." Qin Yujun nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince entered. Glancing at the two, he remarked, "Your Highness, General Mu, let us proceed." "Very well," they replied in unison. As the trio stepped outside, Mu Zhengyao immediately spotted someone standing at the entrance, her heart racing. Chapter 81. Reconciliation. Wasn't this the individual she had seen negotiating with the emperor during the late Empress Dowager's memorial? The crown prince nodded and introduced Warong. "This is our Regency King, and this is..." Before he could finish, Wuqi fixed a curious gaze on Mu Zhengyao and inquired, "My lady, do we know each other from somewhere?" Mu Zhengyao's heart sank. She had not anticipated being recognized by Warong that day. With a faint smile, she replied, "Your Excellency is jesting. I have never been to the Southern Kingdom, so how could I have had the honor of meeting you?" Warong was about to retort when Qin Yujun's gaze sharpened, suddenly positioning himself in front of Mu Zhengyao. "Last night, Wuqi attempted to insult General Mu, and there are maidservants who can testify to this." Wuqi's face shifted at these words. "Regency King, do you have any evidence to support such claims?" he asked coldly. Qin Yujun smirked icily and turned to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, may I suggest we summon the maidservants who were present last night? The Crown Prince nodded and promptly instructed the guards to bring them forth. Before long, the maidservants arrived at the study, visibly anxious. The Crown Prince asked in a grave tone, Now, tell us what transpired last night. The maidservant began her account. Last night, I escorted General Mu from the palace. But noticing her distress, I settled her in a side chamber to rest. However, I observed Prince Wu Qi loitering outside General Mu's quarters with dubious intentions. When General Mu discovered this, an altercation ensued. Fortunately, His Regency Highness arrived just in time to prevent more severe consequences. Wu Qi's expression darkened further as he attempted to defend himself. This is merely your one-sided account. How could our prince commit such an indiscretion? Besides, you are all from the palace and would naturally favor your own. Qin Yujun fixed Wu Qi with an unwavering stare. If you doubt the maidservant's credibility, then I must ask, what evidence do you have to prove that you did not insult General Mu last night? Wu Qi scoffed. In any case, you must release our prince immediately, or we of the Southern Kingdom shall not rest until justice is served. Are you threatening the court? The Crown Prince retorted, unwavering. If the Southern Kingdom truly harbors such intentions, the court shall not cower. After a moment of silence, Wu Qi coldly replied, In that case, we of the Southern Kingdom have our own means to resolve this matter, but I must remind you that our army is not to be trifled with. Mu Zhengyao had not expected Wu Qi to be so shameless. Her eyes hardened. Your words carry much bravado. Even so, our soldiers of the Shang dynasty will not falter. Wu Qi, if you truly possess courage, let your Southern Kingdom's army put it to the test. At that moment, Qin Yujun turned to Lung Feng and commanded, Bring Wu Qi here. Yes, my lord, replied Lung Feng, departing swiftly. Shortly after, he returned with Wu Qi in tow, his face pale, evidently having endured severe interrogation. He looked up at Qin Yujun, eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Regency King, what is the meaning of this? Wu Qi ground out through clenched teeth. Qin Yujun's smile was cold as he replied, Wu Qi, if you wish to threaten the court with force, first consider your own predicament. Do you believe the Southern Kingdom's army can act with impunity? Wu Qi fell silent for a moment before saying, Regency King, are you coercing us from the Southern Kingdom? This is not coercion but a warning, Qin Yujun firmly stated. Should the Southern Kingdom dare to act rashly, the court will not stand idly by. The Crown Prince looked at Wu Qi, his tone resolute. Wu Qi, if you truly possess courage, let your Southern Kingdom's army put it to the test. Our soldiers shall not retreat. A flicker of panic crossed Wu Qi's eyes. He clearly had not anticipated such a hardline stance from the court. After a brief silence, he said, Regency King, Crown Prince, perhaps there is still room for negotiation. The Southern Kingdom does not genuinely wish to oppose the court. Qin Yujun's gaze sharpened, then pray. Tell us what transpired last night. I harbor feelings for General Mu, but I would never impose myself upon her. My intent last night was solely to assist her when I saw she had been poisoned, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Wurong, Regency King. How did our prince come to be so injured? Qin Yujun narrowed his eyes. Prince Wu Qi sustained his injuries while rescuing General Mu from an assassin. That is why I brought him back to the estate. Since last night was a misunderstanding, and the prince has saved General Mu, I shall ensure his recovery. And we will publicly announce this as a mere misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi glanced between Qin Yujun and the Crown Prince, ultimately nodding in agreement. In that case, I am willing to trust the sincerity of the Regency King and the Crown Prince. There should be no unnecessary disputes between the Southern Kingdom and the Shang dynasty. The Crown Prince smiled slightly, his tone carrying a note of reassurance. Prince Wu Qi, your understanding of our position is most welcome. The Southern Kingdom and the Shang dynasty are indeed friendly neighbors, and we all wish to prevent misunderstandings from affecting our relations. Qin Yujun nodded in agreement, then turned to Mu Zhengyao, his gaze filled with concern. General Mu, do you have any further reservations? Mu Zhengyao smiled faintly and replied, I appreciate the concern of the Regency King and the Crown Prince. I am unharmed. Since Prince Wu Qi has clarified the misunderstanding, I am willing to accept this resolution. Wurong had not anticipated that Qin Yujun's words would go unchallenged. Wu Qi glared at Qin Yujun, surprised by his sudden change of stance, but under the current circumstances, he felt compelled to play along. Although Mu Zhengyao echoed the sentiment, she could not believe how Qin Yujun had managed to resolve the situation so deftly. The Crown Prince entered the inner chamber to consult the Emperor. Father, should we proceed as my uncle suggested? The emperor nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Yujun, you have acted admirably. The peace between the Southern Kingdom and the Shang dynasty is our shared aspiration. Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, we should indeed prioritize harmony. The Crown Prince respectfully bowed. Father, your wisdom is clear, I understand. Qin Yujun turned to Lung Feng, instructing. Prepare some medicine for Prince Wu Qi. Yes, my lord, came the reply, and he departed with Mu Zhengyao. In the carriage, Mu Zhengyao asked, why did you choose this course of action? I did not directly punish Wu Qi, but rest assured, I will seek justice for you through other means, ensuring that you do not suffer this indignity in vain. Mu Zhengyao nodded. That Wurong is not to be underestimated. He is clearly skilled in combat and may pose a future threat. Do not worry about Wurong. I will personally handle this matter to ensure he no longer poses a threat to you. As they were about to leave the palace, the Crown Prince suddenly rushed up to them. Chapter 82. Past events. The Crown Prince arrived breathless beside the carriage, urgency etched on his face. Uncle, General Mu, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he reached out to halt the carriage. Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow, signaling the driver to stop. He turned to the Crown Prince and calmly inquired, Your Highness, what guidance do you seek? The Crown Prince took a moment to compose himself, then earnestly stated, General Mu was wronged last night. The Emperor's actions now are merely a stalling tactic. I hope General Mu will not take it to heart. I wonder, did General Mu sustain any injuries last night? Though the Crown Prince's words were directed towards Mu Zhengyao, his gaze was evidently fixed upon Qin Yujun, clearly probing the nature of their relationship. Qin Yujun raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent, his attention lingering on Mu Zhengyao as he contemplated his own standing in her heart. After all, they had shared an intimate moment the previous night, and the Crown Prince's inquiry suggested he was aware of their clandestine connection. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. Everything occurred as the Regent Lord described. Without him, I fear I would not have survived, Mu Zhengyao expressed with a slight nod of gratitude. The Crown Prince's eyes darkened, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yujun. The Emperor indeed holds General Mu in high regard. Yet, I have heard whispers of discord between the Emperor's brother and General Mu, suggesting this marriage may be built on deception. Qin Yujun's expression remained unchanged. Those in the capital are adept at weaving rumors. Were you not also once accused of being a broken sleeve, Your Highness? The Crown Prince's countenance shifted, but he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he offered a placid smile. You speak wisely, Your Highness. Rumors abound in the capital and should not be taken at face value. However, General Mu, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak to me. The court will certainly advocate on your behalf. Mu Zhengyao inclined her head slightly, appreciating his kindness. Your Highness, your benevolence is remembered. However, with the current tensions between Shang dynasty and the Southern Kingdom, a direct confrontation may not be prudent. It was Jialing and who subdued the Southern Kingdom. Now that he is gone, we must deliberate carefully. Qin Yujun's cold gaze harbored a flicker of curiosity. He had not expected Mu Zhengyao to be aware of Jialing An's affairs. The Crown Prince's demeanor remained neutral. You are correct, General Jialing An was indeed a rare talent, and his loss is a significant blow to our nation. Nevertheless, rest assured, the court has strategies in place to prevent the Southern Kingdom from gaining the upper hand. Observing the Crown Prince's apparent lack of interest, Mu Zhengyao refrained from elaborating further. As she pondered her exit, the Crown Prince spoke again. General Mu, since you comprehend the court's position, how shall we proceed with the Southern Kingdom? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Zhengyao responded, Your Highness, I believe we should first stabilize our relations with the Southern Kingdom to avoid direct conflict while simultaneously strengthening our defenses to deter any opportunistic strikes. Additionally, we could employ diplomatic measures to seek support from neighboring nations, thereby creating a constraint on the Southern Kingdom. The Crown Prince nodded, expressing agreement with her proposal. You speak wisely. I shall relay your suggestions to His Majesty. With that, he took his leave, likely withholding this discussion from the Emperor. Qin Yujun remarked coolly. Mu Zhengyao acknowledged him with a brief feeling that she had conveyed her thoughts, leaving the rest to fate. However, I am quite surprised that you are aware of Jialing An's situation. I have merely heard of it, and it evokes a sense of sorrow, considering he was so young, she replied, momentarily lost in thoughts of her elder and younger brothers, feeling a sudden unease. Qin Yujun's gaze remained fixed on her. She seemed to carry an air of illness, her fair skin contrasting with her dark, clear eyes, which could not mask the sadness within. The Crown Prince's calmness upon hearing of Jialing and felt somewhat abnormal, prompting Qin Yujun to casually mention it. As he spoke, Mu Zhengyao smiled and turned to him. Could it be that such a pillar of strength like Jialing and was betrayed by his own people? Qin Yujun cast her a fleeting glance, but said nothing. Sensing his seriousness, Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. Could it be that he, like my father and brothers, fell victim to treachery? She furrowed her brow, looking at Qin Yujun. Do you know something?
Let us not dwell on this.
I will escort you back to the manor, he replied, disregarding her question. Feeling displeased with his lack of response, Mu Zhengyao insisted, you may return first. I still have somewhere to go. Where to? The black market. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Fan or someone else. They were all intricately linked to the black market. She sought to investigate further, hoping to uncover the truth behind her family's demise. Moreover, she remained uncertain whether Qin Yujun had any connection to her second brother's death. At the mention of the black market, Qin Yujun frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. The black market? What business do you have there? It is a treacherous place, rife with danger. Mu Zhengyao bit her lip, her gaze resolute. I must go. There are matters I need to clarify. After a moment of silence, Qin Yujun finally nodded. Very well, I will accompany you. However, you must promise to follow my lead and refrain from acting impulsively. Mu Zhengyao did not refuse. All right, I promise. The two then turned their carriage towards the direction of the black market. As they navigated through the bustling streets, Mu Zhengyao gazed out the window at the vibrant scenery. Her heart weighed down with apprehension. Upon arriving at the black market, Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao alighted from the carriage and blended into the crowd. They cautiously maneuvered through the throngs of people, with Qin Yujun vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Mu Zhengyao noticed a ragged old man seated in a corner. She approached him and softly inquired, Old man, I am looking for someone named Zhao Fan. Do you know him? The old man lifted his head, surveying Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun before lowering his voice. Zhao Fan? What do you seek him for? After a moment's hesitation, Mu Zhengyao decided to speak candidly. We wish to gather information about him. The old man sighed and retrieved a weathered map from his bosom, handing it to Mu Zhengyao. This is a map of the black market. I've marked the places where Zhao Fan frequents, but be cautious. Gratefully accepting the map, Mu Zhengyao thanked the old man before she and Qin Yujun proceeded deeper into the black market, following the markings on the map. The streets of the black market were narrow and winding, flanked by stalls filled with an array of peculiar items, the cacophony of sellers' cries dizzying the senses. They carefully navigated around several suspicious trading points, as indicated on the map. Eventually, they arrived at a relatively secluded corner, where the crowd was noticeably thinner. Mu Zhengyao spotted a dilapidated tent, before which sat a gaunt man engrossed in mending a tattered piece of leather armor. She approached him cautiously and asked, Excuse me, do you know where I might find Zhao Fan? The man raised his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness as he scrutinized Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun before responding in a hushed tone. Zhao Fan? What business do you have with him? After a brief moment of indecision, Mu Zhengyao chose to divulge a bit of information. We merely wish to understand more about him. We mean him no trouble. The man remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, Zhao Fan has not been around here much lately. However, you might check the abandoned warehouse to the east of the city. It serves as one of his hideouts. Mu Zhengyao thanked the man and, alongside Qin Yujun, set off toward the eastern part of the city. As the carriage rattled over the uneven streets, Mu Zhengyao's mood grew increasingly somber. Are you here in the black market to test Zhao Fan's loyalty to you? Qin Yujun inquired. At present, while he relied on Sun Wen for an antidote, he could not be entirely trusting, hence his desire to investigate. Qin Yujun chose not to comment further, sensing that Mu Zhengyao's inquiry might involve complexities beyond the surface. After a moment, he posed a question. If you were schemed against, with wolves before and tigers behind, what would you do? Mu Zhengyao found herself at a loss for an answer. Let us move on for now. Upon reaching the eastern outskirts of the city, Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun discovered an eerie silence enveloping the abandoned warehouse, with scarcely a soul in sight. They approached the warehouse cautiously, and Qin Yujun gestured for Mu Zhengyao to remain outside while he stealthily infiltrated the interior. As time ticked by, Mu Zhengyao anxiously awaited his return. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from within, followed by Qin Yujun's voice calling, Zhengyao, come in quickly. Mu Zhengyao hurriedly entered the warehouse, finding Qin Yujun standing in a corner, facing a terrified man. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, the man's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions. General Mu, you have finally arrived, he stammered, a tremor in his voice.
I have been waiting for you. Who are you?
Mu Zhengyao asked warily, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. My identity is of little consequence, he replied, weariness lacing his tone. What matters is why I awaited your arrival. Why have you been waiting for me?
Mu Zhengyao presedon.
Because I know you would eventually seek me out regarding the deaths of your father and brother. There is much I must disclose. Mu Zhengyao's heart raced. What do you know? The man glanced around to ensure they were alone before whispering, your father and brother's demise was no accident. It was a deliberate act. Who was responsible? Qin Yujun inquired in a low, grave voice. The man hesitated before finally divulging it was, however, before he could finish. A cacophony erupted from outside the warehouse as several figures burst in, encircling them. Don't move. The leader commanded coldly, brandishing a sharp dagger. Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun immediately braced themselves, while the terrified man turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Who are you? Qin Yujun asked calmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Zhengyao. The leader scoffed, what we are is irrelevant. What matters is that you shouldn't be here. We are merely searching for someone. Qin Yujun replied steadily. The leader's gaze hardened, and he sneered, searching for someone? I fear it is not that simple. Are you here to investigate the black market secrets, or to meddle in our affairs? Mu Zhengyao's heart tightened. We're simply looking for someone named Zhao Fan. The leader's smile faded, his eyes turning icy. If that is the case, you should not be here. The black market has its own rules, and outsiders are not permitted to interfere. You have two choices, leave or stay. Exchanging a glance with Qin Yujun, Mu Zhengyao resolved to retreat for the time being. Very well, we shall depart, she said through gritted teeth, grasping Qin Yujun's hand as they prepared to turn away. Yet, as they did, the leader's voice rang out. Hold on. They halted, glancing back at each other warily. You may leave, but this man must stay, the leader insisted, pointing at the terrified man. Mu Zhengyao's heart sank. She understood this man might hold the key to the truth behind her family's deaths and could not let him go so easily. This man is vital to us. We cannot leave him, she declared resolutely. The leader chuckled coldly. Then do not blame us for being ungracious. He waved his hand, and his subordinates drew their weapons, preparing for a confrontation. Just as conflict loomed, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. A figure rushed in, shouting, "Stop!" A man approached the leader and whispered a few words. The leader's expression shifted to one of complexity. Fine, we will let you go this time, he relented, signaling his men to lower their weapons. Relieved, Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun quickly exited the black market. Upon returning to the duke's residence, they were met by Zhang Feier and Shinshiru, their faces etched with concern. Zhengyao, you have returned. Are you well? Big sister, second sister. I am sorry to have worried you. I am fine, Mu Zhengyao reassured them. During dinner, Zhang Feier and Shinshiru exchanged knowing glances.
Zhengyao, Zhang Feier began.
That night in the palace, I was fortunate to be saved by the regent, Mu Zhengyao interrupted, sensing Zhang Feier's intent to pry further. Shinshiru discreetly signaled her to refrain from pressing the issue, understanding the pressure resting upon Mu Zhengyao's shoulders as the sole bearer of the Mu family's legacy. After dinner, Mu Zhengyao returned to her room. Soon, a knock echoed from outside. Who is it? Zhengyao, it's me, Qinxing. I am crying and want to see you. Mu Zhengyao hurriedly donned a coat and opened the door, only to have Mu Qinxing rush into her embrace, weeping, Auntie, I missed you so much. Gently patting Mu Qinxing's back, Mu Zhengyao comforted her. There, Auntie has returned now. No need to cry. Tell me, have you been listening to your mother these past few days? Mu Qinxing nodded through her sniffles. Yes, I have been good, but I really missed you. Auntie knows. And she missed you too, Mu Zhengyao replied. Can you tell me a story? Mu Qinxing asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. After contemplating, Mu Zhengyao led Mu Qinxing to sit on the edge of the bed. Once the story was concluded, Mu Qinxing had drifted into a peaceful slumber. Mu Zhengyao gently tucked her in before stepping into the outer room to speak with Shinshiru. Second sister, he is asleep. I apologize for the trouble you must take to soothe him. Taking a seat beside Shinshiru, Mu Zhengyao remarked, we are family. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, second sister, do you know Jia Lingen? I have heard rumors that he was at odds with your second brother. Upon hearing Jia Lingen's name, Shinshiru's expression turned reflective. I have also heard that he has long since perished in battle. However, it was not as the world believes. He and your second brother were always confidants, merely pretending to be at odds to avoid drawing the court scrutiny over our family's military power. She sighed. Though Jia Lingyan had the backing of the Jia family, he was often hindered, earning his military accolades single-handedly, while the Jia family reaped the rewards. Mu Zhengyao's gaze fell, her emotions concealed. Second sister, is it possible that his death in the southern provinces was a result of scheming? Shun Shiru paused, then shook her head. To die on the battlefield is the fate of a soldier. Though Jia Lingyan was exceptionally talented, war is merciless. Who can guarantee a safe return every time? After a moment, she added, nevertheless, he was a rare military talent. Had he not perished, he might have achieved even greater feats for the Shang dynasty. Mu Zhengyao fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Second sister, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Do you not find it strikingly similar to the events surrounding my father and brother? Shin Shiru regarded her intently, recalling the precarious situation of the Mu family. I remember. Your second brother had a quarrel with Jia Lingyan back then. What you suggest is indeed plausible. Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. Shin Shiru grasped Mu Zhengyao's hand earnestly, saying, Zhengyao, some matters are best left in the past. If we delve too deeply, it may implicate you. The emperor is already wary of you. We must tread carefully. Mu Zhengyao sensed the concern emanating from both Shin Shiru and Zhang Fei, particularly their subtle inquiries into her relationship with Qin Yujun. After some reflection, she finally spoke. Second sister, my connection with the regent is not solely to resolve the matter of my divorce. I seek to leverage his influence to investigate my family's affairs. He has been assisting me, and I hope that both you and big sister can accept him. Let out a soft sigh and said, Zhengyao, we are all aware of your intentions. However, the ever-changing tides of the court can lead to irreparable consequences with the slightest misstep. Although the regent wields immense power, his stance is fundamentally different from that of our Mu family. Are you truly certain he can be trusted? Second sister-in-law, I understand your concerns for me, but I am well aware of my actions. Despite our differing positions, the regent's assistance has been sincere. I place my faith in him, as well as in my own judgment. Fell silent for a moment before gently nodding. Since you have made your decision, we shall naturally support you. Just be cautious. The hearts of men in the court are difficult to fathom. Smiled faintly, gazing at with gratitude. Thank you, second sister-in-law. I will be careful. By the way, regarding Jia Lingyan, I feel there is something amiss. Perhaps we should investigate further. Furrowed her brow slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, the matter of Jia Lingyan occurred many years ago. The truth may be elusive. Nevertheless, if you are determined, you could start by probing into his confidence from his lifetime. You might uncover some clues. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Then I must trouble you, second sister-in-law. I will arrange for people to investigate promptly. After exchanging a few more words, took her leave. The following morning sprang into action. She assigned several trusted aides to discreetly investigate Jia Lingyan's former confidants, hoping to uncover some traces of the past. Before long, a report arrived from Mu Shaoxi. Miss, we have located Jia Lingyan's personal bodyguard. He seems to possess knowledge of the events from that time, he whispered. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Excellent. Arrange for me to meet him immediately. And ensure that no one is aware. Yes, Mississippi Mu Shaoxi departed promptly. That night, accompanied by a few trusted aides, quietly arrived at the designated location. A tall, resolute-looking man awaited her arrival. Are you Jia Lingyan's personal bodyguard? Asked directly. The man nodded. Yes, General Mu. I am Hualong, and I served alongside General Jia for many years. Hualong, I have heard that General Jia perished in the south, yet I feel there is something suspicious about it. Do you know any details? Locked her gaze onto Hualong's eyes. After a brief silence, Hualong finally spoke. Miss, General Jia was indeed a rare talent in battle. But his death was not accidental. He had a conflict with a powerful figure in the court, who viewed him as a thorn in their side. We suspect that General Jia was deliberately set up during the battle in the south, leading to his demise on the battlefield. A jolt ran through his heart. Her instincts had not failed her. Hualong, do you have any evidence? Hualong hesitated for a moment before producing a yellowed letter from his pocket. This was left behind by General Jia. It may shed light on some matters. Taking the letter but not opening it said, understood. The capital is likely unstable. You should take this money and leave the city at once. Hualong declined the money. General Mu, I am not one to flee out of fear for my life. General Jia treated me like a brother. I cannot abandon his cause after his death. I wish to remain in the capital to uncover the truth. Very well, Huolong. Stay in the capital, but exercise caution. Do not let anyone discover your identity, advised. Huolong nodded in understanding. Do you have any other clues aside from this letter? Inquired. General Jia frequently corresponded with a mysterious figure, but I do not know who that person is, Huolong recalled. Furrowing her brow, pondered for a moment before responding. Then we shall pursue these letters. They may lead us to further clues. Huolong, do you know where these letters are now? They were hidden by General Jia in a secret location known only to him and me, Huolong replied. Then we must locate these letters swiftly. Huolong nodded, willing to lead to the secret place. After their plans were made, they departed quietly under the cover of night. Guided by Huolong, arrived at a dilapidated residence. Although the estate had fallen into ruin, remnants of its former grandeur remained. Huolong led through the overgrown courtyard to a rockery. Miss, the letters are hidden within this rockery, he indicated. Nodding, urged Huolong to proceed. He carefully moved the stones aside and retrieved a sealed wooden box, covered in dust, indicating it had not been disturbed for some time. Huolong cautiously handed the ancient box to. As she accepted it, her fingers gently traced the surface, feeling the passage of time etched into the wood. She then began to meticulously wipe away the accumulated dust, her movements gentle. As the dust was gradually removed, the box's intricate patterns and hues emerged, revealing a more ancient and enigmatic appearance. However, when slowly opened the box's lid, astonishment washed over both their faces. The box was utterly empty, devoid of any contents. A surge of foreboding rushed through his heart as she hurriedly examined every corner of the box, hoping to find some clue. Yet, apart from the fine dust and a few withered leaves, there was nothing else. Her unease deepened. Huolong stood nearby, his body trembling slightly, as if struck by an ineffable shock. He murmured in disbelief. How could this be? Huolong, when was the last time you saw those letters? Asked calmly. The memories began to crystallize in Huolong's mind. Just 3 days before the general's heroic death, he entrusted the letters to me. Since then, has anyone else known of this secret location? Huolong shook his head. Aside from General Jia and me, no one else knows. After a moment of contemplation, began to form a hypothesis. Huolong, have you considered the possibility that someone may have quietly taken those letters after General Jia's death? Huolong's expression changed. He evidently recognized this possibility. General Mu, are you suggesting that someone has been secretly monitoring us? That cannot be ruled out. S. gaze sharpened. Whoever it may be, I shall uncover the truth and avenge General Jia. Very well. You should return now and avoid drawing attention. I will devise another plan, Huolong acknowledged, quietly leaving the abandoned residence. Inside the palace, the crown prince paid a visit to the emperor. Father, this is the maid Liuli, who accompanied General Mu last night. The crown prince stood respectfully by, awaiting the emperor's response. The emperor set aside the memorial he had been reading and gazed deeply at the crown prince, asking in a solemn tone, Speak. What transpired last night? Was General Mu taken by the regent? Your Majesty, last night Prince Huaiyi indeed clashed with General Mu. Subsequently, Prince Huaiyi was injured by the regent's men and then took General Mu away, the crown prince reported. A shadow passed over the emperor's eyes. He had not anticipated that the scheme against would lead to her losing her virtue, ultimately mending her relationship with Qin Yujun.
Dismissed. Yes. Then.
The emperor turned to a nearby guard, ordering, ensure that the maid, who just left, does not leave alive. Understood. Upon witnessing the emperor's fury, the crown prince promptly suggested, Father, there is no need for haste. We can orchestrate our plan during your birthday banquet, compelling him to relinquish his position as regent. The crown prince's proposition caused the emperor to ponder for a moment, and he gradually nodded, a glimmer of deep contemplation flashing in his eyes. The banquet indeed presents an opportune moment. However, what strategy do you propose? The emperor inquired. The crown prince smiled subtly, exuding confidence as he responded, Father, although General Mu possesses formidable martial skills, she is still a woman, known for her meticulousness. We can exploit this to set a meticulously crafted trap. Yet, one must not underestimate Mu Zhengyao. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, Father, I have already arranged everything, and on the day of the banquet, we shall achieve our objective. The crown prince declared with unwavering confidence. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may leave. After the crown prince departed, the emperor turned to Lin and beside him, "You shall secretly assist the crown prince. He tends to be indecisive. Should the opportunity arise, eliminate Qin Yujun." "Understood, your majesty." That night, Qin Yujun was deep in thought in his study when Ling Yan arrived to report, "My lord, the maid from that night has been executed by the emperor. She did not reveal that it was you who poisoned Wu Qi, nor did she disclose your martial prowess." "I see. Find a way to provide her family with a sum of money and ensure they leave the capital, changing their names." "Yes." Shortly after Ling Yan departed, Xia Shi arrived. "Mother?" Qin Yujun set down what he was holding and approached her. "What brings you here?" Xia Shi grasped his hand. "I heard General Mu has encountered trouble." "How could you let your woman be harmed?" Qin Yujun helped her sit down, choosing not to argue. "It is my son's inadequacy. I will trouble you to prepare for the wedding in the coming days." Xia Shi expressed her dissatisfaction. "You always downplay matters. How do you plan to handle General Mu's situation?" "Do not worry, mother. I have a plan." A flicker of determination shone in Qin Yujun's eyes. "I will not allow her to come to any harm." Xia Shi nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of relief. "That is good, but be cautious. The emperor seems to harbor suspicions about you." "I understand. I will proceed with caution," Qin Yujun assured her. "Now that Mu family has but her remaining. How to enter the ancestral hall?" "Do not worry, I will arrange it." "Very well." He summoned Ling Yan, instructing, "Investigate the Mu family genealogy. See if there are any other relatives who can carry on the Mu family lineage." Ling Yan left to carry out the order, while Qin Yujun fell into contemplation. Before long, Ling Yan hurried back. "My lord, trouble looms. Li He has been taken to the Dali Temple, accused of trafficking weapons." Qin Yujun furrowed his brow. Li He had once saved him, which was why he had promoted him to the Ministry of War. "Let us proceed to the Dali Temple."
Yes.
Qin Yujun and Ling Yan rushed to the Dali Temple, where they found Li He bound to a torture rack, his body covered in wounds. Qin Yujun's heart tightened. He knew Li He was a loyal subordinate and could never commit such an act. "Li He, do not worry. I will uncover the truth and clear your name." Qin Yujun spoke solemnly. Li He lifted his head, eyes brimming with gratitude. "My lord, I truly did not do it." "I know. Please endure for now. I will meet with the Dali Temple's minister." Qin Yujun instructed Ling Yan, "You stay here and ensure no one approaches him." Ling Yan nodded in agreement, while Qin Yujun hastily made his way to the minister's office. He knocked on the door, and the minister's voice called from within, "Enter." Qin Yujun stepped inside, finding the minister poring over documents at his desk. Upon seeing Qin Yujun, he was momentarily taken aback, then rose respectfully. "My lord, what brings you here?" the minister inquired. "I am here regarding Li He," Qin Yujun stated directly. "He could not possibly be involved in weapon trafficking. He is being framed." The minister pondered for a moment before responding. "My lord, I too harbor doubts, yet the evidence is indisputable. Li He indeed has connections with the weapon trafficking ring." "What evidence?" Qin Yujun's brow furrowed. "We intercepted a letter that explicitly mentions Li He's name and the details of the transactions." The minister handed Qin Yujun a document. Taking it, Qin Yujun examined the contents closely. The handwriting seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not immediately identify its author. A thought struck him. Perhaps the letter had been deliberately forged. "Minister, is the source of this letter reliable?" Qin Yujun queried. "The source is credible. The letter was discovered in Li He's home." The minister replied. "Minister, I request to personally investigate this matter. I hope you can grant me some time." Qin Yujun asserted firmly. The minister hesitated for a moment, then ultimately nodded. "Very well, my lord. I will grant you 3 days to uncover the truth." Grateful, Qin Yujun nodded and exited the minister's office. He returned to Li He's side and assured him that he would soon ascertain the truth. A glimmer of hope shone in Li He's eyes. He knew Qin Yujun would rescue him. On that day, Mu Zhengyao went to the Ministry of War to collect supplies and weapons for the soldiers. As she walked, she overheard a conversation. "Hey, did you hear? Li He was arrested and taken to the Dali Temple."
What?
"Isn't he a man of the regent?" "What of the regent?" "They say he was involved in weapon trafficking, and even the regent's pleas were in vain." As Mu Zhengyao approached, the individuals quickly fell silent, fearing her presence. She found it strange that Qin Yujun had not sought her out recently. It was indeed due to this matter. After securing the supplies, she hurried to the regent's residence. Upon entering the estate, she was greeted by an atmosphere of jubilance. Xia Shi was chatting with the matchmaker. "Zhang, this marriage must be splendid. We cannot allow outsiders to mock us, Xiaoshi said with a smile. Of course, I, Zhang, will ensure the prince's marriage is executed flawlessly, the matchmaker replied proudly. Mu Zhengyao was puzzled. Xiaoshi's demeanor did not suggest any trouble. Not seeing Ling Yan or Ling Feng around, she approached Xiaoshi. Greetings, madam. Zhengyao, you have arrived. Come and see how I have arranged everything. Are you satisfied? Mu Zhengyao, preoccupied with worries for Qin Yujun's safety, asked, Madam, has anything happened to the prince recently? Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Happened? No, you're overthinking, Zhengyao. Yujun has been busy preparing for the wedding and has naturally not had the time to visit you. Just then, Qin Yujun returned home, and Xiaoshi remarked, Yujun is back. You can ask him yourself. Upon seeing Mu Zhengyao, Qin Yujun's eyes lit up with surprise as he swiftly approached her. Zhengyao, what brings you here? Mu Zhengyao looked at him, anxiety evident in her demeanor. My lord, I heard that Li He has been captured. What's going on? Qin Yujun paused, then explained. He was coerced into confessing. This is a trap laid by others. I do not care about his life or death. However, this incident seems directed at me. So, I will ensure the temple conducts a thorough investigation. Mu Zhengyao hesitated but ultimately asked, Is this matter related to me? With Xiaoshi present, Qin Yujun led Mu Zhengyao back to his quarters. Upon entering the room, he finally spoke, addressing the trivial matters at hand, assuring her that she need not feel guilty. For this matter did not concern her. I have already arranged for personnel to investigate thoroughly. Li He has been wronged, and I shall ensure that those behind this deceit pay dearly for their actions. Mu Zhengyao felt a slight relief in her heart, yet a tinge of worry remained. Will you truly be safe? She inquired. Rest assured, I know how to navigate this situation, Qin Yujun replied with a faint smile, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. I will not allow anyone to harm you, nor will I permit these sinister plots to succeed. Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. Zhengyao, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Qin Yujun suddenly stated with a serious demeanor. Please go on, Mu Zhengyao responded, her heart tightening. Uncertain of Qin Yujun's intentions. I have made some discoveries within the Ministry of War, related to the weaponry records from your father's campaign years ago. These records reveal that some of the weapons your father utilized did not originate from official allocations, but rather from a mysterious source, Qin Yujun said gravely. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhengyao was taken aback. Are you suggesting that? I suspect that your father's demise may be linked to these weapons, Qin Yujun replied slowly. Is that true? I am willing to assist you in the investigation, she exclaimed. It is best you refrain from getting involved too soon, lest we alert the enemy and risk destroying crucial evidence. However, I will uncover the truth swiftly and provide you with clarity, Qin Yujun asserted firmly.
Mu Zhengyao nodded,
her trust in him deepening as she recognized his commitment to action. Zhengyao, there is another matter where I require your assistance, Qin Yujun added suddenly. What is it? She inquired with curiosity. I need you to help me examine the weaponry records at the ministry to see if there are any further anomalies. Your father's weaponry source may only be the tip of the iceberg, he explained. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Zhengyao resolutely replied, Very well, I shall do my utmost. But do exercise caution, Qin Yujun reminded her. You need not worry, I will be careful, Mu Zhengyao assured him. Once their discussion concluded, Qin Yujun spoke again. My mother has been preoccupied with our wedding preparations these past few days. Mu Zhengyao felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. I noticed the decorations in the courtyard. Let me take you for a stroll in the courtyard. You can see if there are any areas that require enhancement, he suggested. That sounds lovely, she began. But before she could finish, Qin Yujun took her hand and led her outside. As they strolled through the Regent's estate, the surroundings were vibrant with flourishing flora and the gentle melodies of birds. Mu Zhengyao gazed at the meticulously arranged festive decorations, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Are you satisfied with the courtyard? Qin Yujun asked with a smile. Mu Zhengyao nodded shyly, her eyes reflecting a hint of bashfulness. The arrangements are beautiful, but what? Qin Yujun inquired, concern etched on his face. Mu Zhengyao hesitated momentarily, then mustered the courage to voice her concern. I fear that all this might be fleeting, as many issues remain unresolved. You may rest assured, I will uncover the truth swiftly and restore your family's honor, Qin Yujun reassured her. I will do all I can to assist you, Mu Zhengyao affirmed resolutely. Qin Yujun felt warmth in his heart at her words, recognizing her trust and reliance on him. Zhengyao, trust me, I will not let you down. As they continued their leisurely walk, Qin Yujun introduced her to the various corners of the estate. From the gardens to the study, from the lakeside to the pavilion. Mu Zhengyao listened attentively, gradually feeling more at ease. However, their tranquil moment was abruptly interrupted by Leng Yan, who approached hastily. "Your Highness, there is news from the Dali Temple," he said in a low voice. Qin Yujun frowned, signaling for Mu Zhengyao to wait, before following Leng Yan in haste. Left alone in the courtyard, Mu Zhengyao felt a surge of unease. She was aware of Qin Yujun's efforts to resolve the issues at hand, yet she remained apprehensive about potential upheavals. Attempting to calm her mind, she slowly made her way to the lakeside. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the blue of the sky and the white of the clouds. Sitting on a stone bench by the lake, she watched the occasional fish leap from the water, feeling her anxiety begin to dissipate. At that moment, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, she found Xia Shi walking toward her, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she took a seat beside her. "Zhengyao, are you pleased with the arrangements?" Xia Shi asked softly. Mu Zhengyao nodded, responding with a smile. "Madam, it is beautiful here. I truly like it." Xia Shi tenderly patted her hand. Her eyes filled with affection. "Rest assured, Yujun is a responsible individual. He will take good care of you." A warm wave surged within Mu Zhengyao, knowing that Xia Shi's words came from the heart. "Thank you, Madam Xia," she said gratefully. As they conversed, Qin Yujun hurried back, his expression grave, clearly burdened by significant news. Xia Shi, sensing the weight of the moment, stood up. "I must discuss matters with the matchmaker. Yujun, please continue to show Zhengyao around." Once she departed, Qin Yujun spoke in a low tone. "There have been new developments from the Dali Temple." Mu Zhengyao's heart raced with tension as she awaited his next words. Li He is not the only one who has been wronged. Several other officials are entangled in this web, Qin Yujun revealed slowly. "It appears there is a greater conspiracy at play." "A greater conspiracy?"
Mu Zhengyao gasped, startled.
"Indeed. It seems someone is orchestrating all of this from the shadows." At that moment, Mu Zhengyao suddenly noticed something unusual in the nearby bushes. Furrowing her brow, she cautiously approached, her heart racing. "Is there a hidden passage here?" she gasped, turning back to Qin Yujun, her eyes wide with astonishment. He stood beside her, composed and unperturbed, showing no intent to hinder her exploration. "After all these years, you are the first to discover this place," Qin Yujun remarked, a hint of appreciation in his tone.
Mu Zhengyao furrowed her brow, her curiosity intensifying.
"What exactly is this hidden passage?" She couldn't help but ask, urgency lacing her voice. Qin Yujun smiled gently, explaining, "This is a secret I stumbled upon in my childhood, one that has remained undisclosed for years. I intended to reveal it to you at the right moment, yet you discovered it on your own." Initially, Mu Zhengyao had no intention of entering this mysterious passage. However, Qin Yujun's enigmatic demeanor had thoroughly piqued her curiosity. She felt an irresistible urge to uncover its secrets. "Where does this passage lead?" She pressed on, her tone filled with anticipation and intrigue. Qin Yujun's expression became serious. "This passage leads to a place I have never disclosed to anyone, harboring significant secrets. But now, I wish for you to be the first to know. Let us explore together," Mu Zhengyao suggested eagerly. Qin Yujun nodded, and together they ventured into the passage. The corridor was dim and damp, yet Qin Yujun navigated it with familiarity. He ignited a torch, guiding Mu Zhengyao within. As they progressed, the passage widened. Finally, they arrived at the end, where a heavy stone door awaited them. Qin Yujun gently pushed open the stone door, and a wave of stale air rushed towards them. They entered a spacious secret chamber filled with ancient books, scrolls, and peculiar artifacts. Deep within this chamber lay another hidden room. Qin Yujun led Mu Zhengyao through the stone door, and the dim light within made the surrounding objects appear even more enigmatic. As Mu Zhengyao stepped inside, she caught sight of a man whose face was obscured. "Qin Yujun, who is this?" Mu Zhengyao asked cautiously. Qin Yujun smiled slightly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. He is an old friend, and someone I trust. He is here to protect these secrets, but you may venture a guess as to his identity." Mu Zhengyao scrutinized the mysterious man. Although his features were concealed, his eyes conveyed a sense of determination. A few potential names flashed through her mind, yet none seemed plausible. After a moment's hesitation, she boldly ventured a name. Jialingen? After all, he had previously asked her what she would decide if she were Jialingen. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jia Lingen's eyes. Indeed, General Mu is astute. Jia Lingen, why are you here? Did you not fall in battle in the south? Mu Zhengyao could not help but inquire. I did indeed perish, but that was merely a fa. To safeguard certain crucial secrets, I had to feign my death. As shock washed over Mu Zhengyao, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She had believed Jia Lingen to be lost forever, yet here he stood, seemingly connected to Qin Yujun in ways unknown. What happened to your face? My face bears the scars of that false death, Jia Lingen replied calmly, his fingers brushing over the scar. To conceal my identity, I had no choice but to alter my appearance. Qin Yujun interjected. Though he survived, his visage was ruined. After numerous adjustments, he will soon bear a different face altogether. The Jia Lingen you knew perished years ago in the south. Chapter 88. The ambush. Mu Zhengyao discerned that Jia Lingen's condition was extraordinary and chose not to pursue the matter of his survival any further. As long as he lived, hope remained. She turned her gaze towards Qin Yujun, realizing he had invested considerable effort into this situation, yet she pondered his true intentions. She began to wonder whether his desire to wed her harbored ulterior motives. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Mu Zhengyao said, preparing to depart when Jia Lingen suddenly spoke from behind her. Do you know that your recent perils were orchestrated by the emperor? She turned back, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. I have suspected as much during this time, she admitted. Jia Lingen sighed and said, the emperor now perceives your existence as a threat to his position. He fears your influence could undermine his rule, hence he seeks to eliminate you. While Mu Zhengyao was aware of the emperor's ill intentions toward her, she had not anticipated it would escalate to such lengths. She glanced at Qin Yujun, her eyes filled with inquiry. Qin Yujun nodded, confirming Jia Lingen's words. The emperor indeed harbors ill will towards you, but rest assured, as long as I am here, his schemes will not succeed. Moreover, now that he has decided to negotiate peace with the south, he may become more ruthless. Should his attempts to eliminate you fail, he may act out of embarrassment. You both must proceed with caution. Understood. Qin Yujun escorted Mu Zhengyao out of the secret chamber. Before she could speak, he explained, at that time, Jia Lingen was on the brink of death when he encountered my informant. He only recently regained his strength and returned to the capital. The battles he endured were brutal, leaving even his face disfigured. Mu Zhengyao couldn't help but think of her father and brothers. My father and brothers fell in battle, she lamented, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. She understood the brutality of war. The sacrifice of her kin was a pain she could never erase. Qin Yujun comforted her. Though the dead cannot return to life, as long as there is someone in this world who remembers them, they will not be forgotten. He understood the anguish in Mu Zhengyao's heart, aware that words alone could not mend her wounds. I understand, she replied, her voice choked with emotion as she struggled to maintain her composure, reluctant to appear vulnerable before Qin Yujun. Let your tears flow if you need to, he said softly. Mu Zhengyao could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Leaning against Qin Yujun's shoulder, she wept silently. He gently patted her back. I am all right, she finally managed to say, wiping her tears and striving to regain her composure. Qin Yujun nodded and withdrew a talisman from his robe. This talisman was blessed during my visit to the temple. I hope it brings you peace and safety, he said, handing it to Mu Zhengyao. As she accepted the talisman, warmth surged within her heart. Thank you, Qin Yujun, she whispered, clutching the talisman tightly. I will cherish it, she promised, carefully placing it against her chest. Qin Yujun regarded Mu Zhengyao with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Side by side, they exited the chamber, the sky outside having darkened. As they emerged, a servant approached. My lord, general, the lady has prepared dinner. Please follow me. As Qin Yujun's mother, Xia Shi, Mu Zhengyao felt it inappropriate to refuse, and thus accompanied him. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, they found Xia Shi beckoning Mu Zhengyao to sit. Zhengyao, come here. Mu Zhengyao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Xia Shi before taking a seat. Though the dinner atmosphere was warm, her heart remained unsettled.
Zhengyao.
I have already begun preparations for your marriage to Yujun. Rest assured, I will ensure you face no further grievances, Xia Shi suddenly declared, interrupting Mu Zhengyao's thoughts. Mu Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, offering a polite smile. Thank you, Madam Xia. Xia Shi nodded in satisfaction before turning to Qin Yujun. Yujun, you must take good care of Zhengyao. She is a fine girl. Of course, Qin Yujun replied with a nod. After dinner, Qin Yujun escorted Mu Zhengyao back to her residence. Once he left, Mu Zhengyao prepared to venture into the black market. However, halfway there, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. The leader, a burly man with a cold gaze, clearly bore ill intentions. "General Mu, where do you intend to go at such a late hour?" he sneered. Mu Zhengyao regarded him warily, realizing this was no chance encounter, but a deliberately arranged ambush.
Who are you?
"Why do you block my way?" she demanded in a low voice. The man laughed heartily. "General Mu, there is no need for questions. Simply come along with us." Understanding that a confrontation was inadvisable, Mu Zhengyao needed to devise a means of escape. "Since you seek me for a reason, why not state it directly?" she suggested, feigning calmness. A glint of cunning flashed in the man's eyes. "General Mu, we are merely carrying out orders. As for who commands us, that is for you to remain ignorant of. Now, please accompany us." Suddenly, she spurred her horse towards them, attempting to break through. However, they had evidently anticipated her move, swiftly closing in and surrounding her completely. "General Mu, spare yourself the effort. Escape is futile," the man declared with a triumphant smirk. Mu Zhengyao tightened her grip on the reins, fully aware that she needed to remain composed. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of flickering flames in the distance, indicating that a large troop was hastening toward her. "It seems your plans are about to unravel," she remarked with a cold smile. The man was taken aback and turned to gaze in the direction of the advancing flames, his expression shifting as he realized the gravity of the situation. Without delay, he ordered a retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Zhengyao urged her horse through the encirclement and raced toward the light. However, as she rode on, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. These individuals were not her rescuers, but rather another ambush. Quickly, she turned her horse around, desperately seeking an escape route. Yet, the surrounding ambushers appeared to have her completely surrounded, leaving her with no avenue of escape. "Mu Zhengyao, it would be wise not to resist any further." A chilling voice emerged from the darkness, and a figure slowly stepped into view. It was Shi Yenu. The sight of her sent a jolt of alarm through Mu Zhengyao. She knew this woman was ruthless, and would not hesitate to eliminate her. "Shi Yenu, how dare you return?" Mu Zhengyao queried coldly, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. A sinister smile crept across Shi Yenu's face, her eyes glinting with cunning. "You are terribly naive, Mu Zhengyao. Do you truly believe that Qin Yujun will always protect you? He is merely using you." A tremor of shock coursed through Mu Zhengyao, yet she remained skeptical of Shi Yenu's words. "You need not sow discord here. I am well aware of Qin Yujun's intentions toward me," she asserted resolutely.
Shi Yan scoffed disdainfully.
"How foolish you are. Nevertheless, since you trust him so implicitly, I shall reveal his true nature to you." With that, she gestured, and several of her subordinates quickly surrounded Mu Zhengyao. Understanding that now was not the time for a direct confrontation, Mu Zhengyao sought an opportunity to escape. Just then, the sound of urgent hooves echoed from afar, suggesting that a troop was rapidly approaching. Shi Yenu's expression shifted, realizing the impending danger, and she promptly commanded a retreat. Mu Zhengyao seized the chance to gallop out of the encirclement, heading toward the sound of the hooves. Yet, she had barely made her escape when a sharp arrow shot from the shadows, striking her shoulder. Gasping in pain, Mu Zhengyao pressed on, knowing that only by reaching safety could she hope to survive. However, just as she was about to break free, another arrow came hurtling toward her, hitting her horse. The beast let out a pained whinny and collapsed, throwing Mu Zhengyao to the ground. She rolled several times before managing to rise unsteadily. Realizing her escape routes were dwindling, she gripped her sword tightly, bracing herself for the imminent confrontation. At that moment, an arrow flew from the darkness, striking one of Shi Yenu's subordinates. Almost immediately, a troop surged from the shadows, surrounding Shi Yenu's men. Upon closer inspection, Mu Zhengyao recognized the leader, Qin Yujun. Just as he prepared to dismount, Shi Yenu lunged from behind, plunging her sword into Mu Zhengyao's shoulder. Qin Yujun's face paled, a flash of anguish crossing his features.
"Zhengyao,"
he cried, swiftly drawing his sword and charging at Shi Yenu. Seeing this, Shi Yenu's eyes widened in panic. "In that case, do not blame me for being merciless," she spat. Before her words could settle, Qin Yujun was upon her, his sword flashing like lightning. Shi Yenu barely managed to parry his blows, clearly outmatched. Her remaining subordinates, witnessing the dire situation, drew their swords to protect their mistress. Mu Zhengyao stood to the side, the pain from her shoulder wound nearly unbearable, yet she gritted her teeth, determined not to falter. The clash between Qin Yujun and Shi Yenu's men intensified, swords clashing in a flurry of strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Zhengyao unsheathed a short sword, ready to join the fray. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the darkness, aimed directly at Qin Yujun's chest. With swift reflexes, Mu Zhengyao deflected the deadly arrow with her blade, narrowly missing Qin Yujun, who broke out in a cold sweat. "Be careful,"
Mu Zhengyao shouted,
warning him of the hidden threat. As Shi Yenu observed her men faltering, desperation gripped her heart. In a sudden move, she produced a pouch of poison powder from her robe and flung it toward Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao. They quickly held their breath, but dizziness soon overwhelmed them, their bodies growing weak. Taking advantage of their compromised state, Shi Yenu swiftly retreated. Just then, Lung Yan arrived in haste. "My lord, General Mu, I must escort you back to the general's residence," he urged, swiftly helping Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao onto their horses while leading a contingent of elite soldiers to protect their retreat. Under the cover of night, they hastened through the woods towards the general's residence. Although injured, Mu Zhengyao bore the pain stoically, biting her lip to stifle any sounds of distress. Upon reaching the general's residence, Lung Yan promptly arranged for attendants to escort Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao inside and dispatched someone to summon a doctor. Qin Yujun placed Mu Zhengyao in his own chamber, anxiously awaiting the physician's arrival. Soon, the doctor arrived, hastily assessing and treating Mu Zhengyao's wound. Qin Yujun watched with bated breath until the doctor finally assured him that the injury, while severe, had missed any vital areas and that with proper care, she would recover. "General Pei, although General Mu's injuries are serious, thankfully, they are not life-threatening. I will tend to her wounds immediately," the doctor reassured. Qin Yujun nodded, stepping into the outer room to allow the doctor to bandage her wound. His gaze never strayed from Mu Zhengyao, filled with worry and guilt for failing to protect her. Once the doctor had finished treating Qin Yujun's wound, he immediately returned to Mu Zhengyao's side. She lay on the bed, her complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Gently, Qin Yujun took her hand, feeling its icy chill, which deepened his sorrow. "Zhengyao, you must recover," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Mu Zhengyao slightly opened her eyes, meeting his concerned gaze, and managed a faint smile. "I am fine. Do not worry," she reassured him. Qin Yujun tenderly stroked her hair, his eyes brimming with warmth. "Rest assured, I will remain by your side until you are fully healed." As the night deepened, the household servants had retired, leaving only Qin Yujun by Mu Zhengyao's bedside. At that moment, the steward rushed in. "My lord, Li He has hanged himself in prison. The Dali Temple has sent for you." Qin Yujun had anticipated this turn of events, though he did not expect it to come so swiftly. Just as he was about to rise, Mu Zhengyao grasped his arm. "Even though Li He was once your retainer, he is now with the Ministry of War. Shouldn't this matter be handled by them?" she said, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. "Moreover, this incident should be thoroughly investigated internally. It has nothing to do with you." At this moment, Liang Jie, the Deputy Minister of War standing outside the door, heard Mu Zhengyao's words and promptly entered, saying, "Your Highness, I have come with Sun Sijuan to request your presence for an identification. As the individual who was close to Li, he claims to be one of your own. If General Mu does not mind, you may accompany us." Mu Zhengyao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. After a few individuals withdrew, Qin Yujun cast a worried glance at Mu Zhengyao, saying, "You still have injuries. I can go alone." "I am untroubled and shall accompany you," Mu Zhengyao replied. Qin Yujun sighed, "Very well, but do take care." The two subsequently arrived at the Great Li Temple's prison, where the weapons custodian, upon seeing Qin Yujun, immediately knelt before him, pleading, "Your Highness, I beg you, save me." Mu Zhengyao discerned at a glance that this individual was being used to falsely accuse Qin Yujun. She subtly shook her head, signaling Qin Yujun to remain calm. Understanding her intent, Qin Yujun calmly observed his surroundings. "What is your name?"
Mu Zhengyao inquired.
Reporting to General Mu, "I am called Zhao Quan." The man trembled in response. "Zhao Quan, are you aware of the consequences of falsely accusing the prince?" Mu Zhengyao's tone was icy, her gaze sharp as a blade. I did not falsely accuse the prince."
Zhao Quan stammerat.
Mu Zhengyao snorted coldly. "Since you claim to be associated with the prince, tell me, what does he usually do?" Zhao Quan hesitated but replied, The prince enjoys reading and often inspects the military camps. And how does the prince treat you servants? Mu Zhengyao pressed further. The prince treats us well, never harshly, and often cares about our lives, Zhao Quan answered. Mu Zhengyao nodded and turned to Qin Yujun. Your Highness. It appears this man is not truly connected to you. Qin Yujun smiled slightly. Indeed, I have never seen this man. At that moment, Sun Sijuan from the Great Li Temple approached, having overheard the conversation and grasping the truth of the matter. Your Highness, General Mu, it seems this is a misunderstanding. Let us first examine the corpse, Sun Sijuan suggested. Agreed. They followed Sun Sijuan to the mortuary of the Great Li Temple. In the dim light, Li He's corpse lay silently on the cold stone slab. Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao scrutinized Li He's face, seeking clues. Your Highness, General Mu, observe. There are traces of blood at the corner of Li He's mouth, indicating he may have ingested poison before hanging himself. Additionally, his chest shows clear signs that this was not a suicide. Mu Zhengyao pointed out the details of the corpse. Sun Sijuan looked astonished. The coroner has already examined the body and declared it a suicide. If the examination is complete, why has the body not been taken away? Sun Sijuan replied. The coroner stated there is no other place for the body at the moment and will take it away later for a thorough investigation. Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun exchanged glances. The coroner seemed to have ulterior motives, perhaps unable to directly inform them that Li He did not die by hanging. Realizing the two's expressions, Sun Sijuan immediately sensed danger, commanding someone to check. Shortly after, a constable from the Great Li Temple hurriedly arrived, reporting to Sun Sijuan. Sir, Zhang the coroner has committed suicide. Here is the note he left behind. The constable handed a yellowed envelope to Sun Sijuan, who quickly opened it and unfolded the letter. It read, Sir, I know my sins are grave, and I cannot face the reproach of my conscience. Li He did not hang himself. He was murdered. I should have revealed the truth to the public, but due to pressure, I chose silence.
Now,
I can no longer endure my inner torment and can only atone with my death. Please, sir, uncover the truth and seek justice for Li He. Sun Sijuan's expression turned grave as he handed the letter to Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao. After reading the letter, both were filled with anger and confusion. The letter also mentioned that the murder weapon was a sharp dagger, engraved with a unique pattern. Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao exchanged glances. Understanding that the dagger's origin was significant and likely linked to a powerful noble, proclaim that Zhang the coroner died of illness, and submit this letter as well. Sun Sijuan ordered in a serious tone, fully aware of the immense conspiracy lurking behind this case. A single misstep could not only endanger his life, but also implicate the entire Great Li Temple. Your Highness, General Mu, what shall be our next course of action? Sun Sijuan inquired, a hint of tension in his gaze. Qin Yujun pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. First, we must locate that dagger. Since Zhang the coroner mentioned a unique engraving, it must be of notable origin. We can trace the dagger's owner through this distinctive mark. Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. Indeed. We should investigate whether he had offended any powerful individuals, or if anyone had a motive to eliminate him. Sun Sijuan replied. I will dispatch someone to investigate the dagger's origins immediately. After deliberating, the three parted ways to act. After leaving, Qin Yujun spoke to Mu Zhengyao. Zhang the coroner once provided me a pill years ago. It merely suppresses the illness, but does not cure it. It seems he was repaying a debt of gratitude. And perhaps leaving this world was a form of release. Mu Zhengyao frowned. Are you unwell? What illness do you have? Qin Yujun did not respond directly, saying only, if I can be with you, my health will improve, for I bear the burden of your Mu family, do I not? After all, I am to be wed into your family. Realizing he was jesting, Mu Zhengyao chose not to press further. Not long after their departure, Liang Jie emerged from the Great Li Temple, calling out to them, Your Highness, General, I am returning to the Ministry of War. As it happens, I am on the way. Why not allow me to accompany you? Mu Zhengyao was not fond of Liang Jie and sensed that the Ministry of War was likely rife with chaos. I have heard that Deputy Minister Liang was recommended to this position by your elders? Mu Zhengyao remarked with deliberate sarcasm. Liang Jie readily acknowledged this, nodding as he said, if the Mu family had not encountered misfortune, General Mu might not have attained such rank. Would he? Qin Yujun discerned that the two were exchanging barbs and interjected, Deputy Minister Liang, this prince still needs to take Zhengyao to Yunxiang Tower for a meal, so I cannot escort you. We shall reconvene another time. Liang Jie's expression shifted slightly, yet he forced a smile, saying, "Your Highness is too kind. I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he turned and departed hurriedly. Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao continued on their way, and Mu Zhengyao could not help but ask, "Why did you not allow me to walk with him? Do you suspect he is involved in this case?" Qin Yujun smiled slightly. Although Liang Jie is shrewd, it does not necessarily make him the culprit. However, there are indeed some hidden secrets within the Ministry of War. Prudence is advisable. They arrived at Yunxiang Tower, a place of elegance with exquisite dishes. Choosing a window seat, they ordered several signature dishes and a fine wine. As Mu Zhengyao gazed out at the scenery, her mind was occupied with the various possibilities surrounding the case. "Whom do you think the owner of the dagger might be?"
Mu Zhengyao suddenly inquired.
Qin Yujun pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The dagger's unique engraving indicates that its owner is likely to be wealthy or noble. Moreover, since Zhang the coroner mentioned power, this person must hold a significant position in the court. Just then, a commotion arose outside their private room, capturing their attention. They quickly rose to see what was amiss. "There is a fly in this dish. Is this how you conduct business?" Mu Zhengyao glanced at Qin Yujun and remarked that the person's accent suggested they hailed from the southern region. In Chapter 91, Clearing Innocence, the innkeeper appeared troubled and said, "Esteemed guest, if this is indeed our establishment's oversight, we shall replace your dish." However, before he could finish, the southern man slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "Replace? Do you think that will resolve the issue? I demand compensation." His anger was palpable. Qin Yujun and Mu Zhengyao exchanged glances, both realizing that the southern man was likely looking for trouble. His lack of reason was infuriating. Mu Zhengyao, indignant, was about to leave when Qin Yujun stopped her. Approaching the scene first, the innkeeper recognized him immediately and bowed. "Your Highness, what seems to be the problem?" Before the innkeeper could speak further, the southern man glared and asked, "Who are you to intervene?" The innkeeper looked frightened, but Qin Yujun raised a hand to silence him. "I am merely an ordinary patron. Yet I wish to inquire why this esteemed guest is so enraged," he replied calmly. The southern man, still fuming, pointed to the dish and said, "There is a fly in this meal. Is this how Yunxiang Tower treats its guests?" Qin Yujun smiled slightly, gesturing for the innkeeper to fetch the manager. Then turned to the southern man and inquired, "Might I assume you are from the southern region?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted, and he eyed Qin Yujun warily. "Why do you ask? Are you from the authorities?" Qin Yujun shook his head, maintaining his smile. "No, I am simply curious. However, since you are indeed from the south, you may not be familiar with the customs here." Before he could finish, the southern man stubbornly retorted, "I do not care for your customs. I only know I have been treated unfairly." Just then, the manager arrived, quickly realizing that Qin Yujun intended for the southern man to face consequences. Approaching the table, the manager said, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. This was indeed our oversight. As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to offer you one of our signature dishes, and I hope it meets your satisfaction." The southern man's expression softened somewhat, but he still grumbled, "That's more like it. But you must ensure this does not happen again." "Of course," replied the manager. After a signature dish was served, a bee suddenly flew in through the window and collided with it, landing in the southern man's plate. His face turned pale as he jumped up, furiously pointing at the plate. "What is this? Are you deliberately mocking me?" Mu Zhengyao stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, we all witnessed that the bee entered from outside. It has nothing to do with the establishment." The southern man was left speechless. With a cold huff, he turned and left. Once the commotion subsided, Qin Yujun leaned slightly toward Mu Zhengyao and whispered, "Are you pleased now?" Mu Zhengyao forced a smile, saying, "If it were me, I would have made him eat his words." Back in the private room, Mu Zhengyao's expression grew serious. "I have uncovered what happened to my father and brothers. In truth, aside from my second brother, who was the last to arrive, even my elder brother and uncle were separated. When the Mu family army departed, the main forces were under my father's command. But none of those soldiers returned alive, not in battle, but due to malicious torture." Qin Yujun's expression hardened as he realized he was unaware of this history. "Is that why you are so worried about me today?"
Mu Zhengyao nodded, unembarrassed.
"It is truly unfortunate about your second brother." Qin Yujun hesitated, wanting to say more but refraining. "I know where your second brother is buried. Mu Zhengyao immediately recalled Yi Qianshan's suggestion that her brother's death might be linked to Qin Yujun and quickly asked, "Do you know the cause of my second brother's death?" Qin Yujun paused for a moment before slowly responding, "Do you trust me?" Mu Zhengyao wished to believe him, but his many omissions had left her troubled. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Never mind." With that, Mu Zhengyao stood and left, and the two parted on unfriendly terms. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Yujun felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He understood that his secrets had created a rift between them, yet he could not reveal the entire truth. Alone on the bustling street, Mu Zhengyao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she sought to distance herself and find clarity. Shortly after returning to the royal residence, Qin Yujun was summoned by the emperor. In the imperial study, the emperor sat coldly in his dragon chair, scrutinizing Qin Yujun. After bowing respectfully, Qin Yujun stood to the side, awaiting the emperor's inquiry. "Your Highness, the Ministry of War has accused you of arms trafficking. Is this true?" "This is nothing but a malicious slander against me," Qin Yujun replied. The emperor narrowed his eyes, assessing Qin Yujun's demeanor. "I know you have always been loyal, but this matter is of great importance, and I must get to the bottom of it." Qin Yujun responded solemnly, "Your Majesty, please see that I would never engage in such actions." The emperor nodded and gestured for Qin Yujun to sit. "I believe you, however. This matter has stirred much discussion in the court. For the time being, do not attend court. I will send someone to investigate, and you need only await the outcome." Qin Yujun nodded slightly. Days later, Zhao Quan's family was unexpectedly located, and he admitted that he had been coerced into framing Qin Yujun. "I was forced as well," he said, unable to meet the emperor's gaze.
Who was it?
The emperor pressed. Zhao Quan hesitated before whispering, "It was a eunuch in the palace, named Li Gonggong." The emperor's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, this is a serious matter and must be thoroughly investigated," Qin Yujun interjected. The emperor nodded and ordered the capture of Li Gonggong. Qin Yujun understood that Li Gonggong was merely a pawn. The true mastermind was likely the emperor's confidant. However, with the emperor's interest piqued, he feared uncovering the truth would be difficult. As long as he had his freedom of movement, he would not fear the consequences. After leaving the palace, Qin Yujun proceeded to the duke's residence. Mu Zhengyao had been at the military camp for days, and the household staff had grown somewhat lax. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed two maids whispering to each other. Nearby, Mu Qinqing and Mu Yunfan were playing on a bridge, but Mu Qinqing's kite was suddenly swept away by the wind, landing in the pond. He called out to the nearby maidservants, but they were too engrossed in their conversation to hear him. Chapter 92. Reparations. Mu Qinqing had no choice but to retrieve it himself, nearly falling into the pond. Fortunately, Mu Yunfan quickly caught him. However, both children were still young, resulting in a tumble into the water. Seeing this, Qin Yujun rushed over and pulled both children from the water. He quickly assessed their condition and found they were merely frightened, unharmed. "Are you both all right?" he asked with concern. Mu Qinqing and Mu Yunfan shook their heads, though fear still lingered in their eyes. Qin Yujun gently patted their backs to soothe them. "In the future, be more cautious and do not get too close to the water," he advised. Two children nodded, with Mu Qinqing tightly grasping Qin Yujun's hand, seemingly seeking solace. Qin Yujun surveyed the surroundings and noticed the servants in the courtyard were in a state of panic due to the recent incident. He promptly commanded, "Quickly prepare clean clothes and hot tea for the children, so they can change and avoid catching a chill." The servants hurriedly sprang into action, swiftly gathering everything the children required. Qin Yujun personally escorted them back to the room, watching as they donned fresh garments and sipped the warm tea, finally feeling reassured. "You may rest here for a while. I will step out," Qin Yujun informed the children. Mu Qinqing and Mu Yunfan nodded obediently, sitting quietly on the bed. Qin Yujun turned and exited the room, immediately summoning the two maids who had caused the earlier commotion. His eyes blazed with fury as he demanded, "What were you thinking?" The maids, pale with fright, knelt and stammered an explanation. "Regent, we did not anticipate such an occurrence." Still seething, Qin Yujun pressed on, as servants. "You are supposed to be vigilant about your master's safety. Yet, you were negligent due to idle chatter. Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" The maids repeatedly bowed their heads, pleading for forgiveness. "Regent, we truly recognize our mistake and vow it shall never happen again. While death may be avoided, the consequences of your actions cannot," he declared. "Take these two to the manor." "Yes, my lord." Days later, after court had adjourned, Mu Zhengyao was unexpectedly halted by Liang Jie. General Mu, congratulations. The regent has been cleared of suspicion. Thank you for the information, Deputy Liang. Mu Zhengyao replied with a slight bow, contemplating whether she should seek out Qin Yujun. Liang Jie seemed to sense her hesitation and gently remarked, General Mu, the emperor has ordered reforms in the Ministry of War. Clearly, he places great importance on the matter. Mu Zhengyao remained silent, her expression weary. Noticing this, Liang Jie suddenly inquired, if the weapon incident truly was orchestrated by the regent, whom would you support? Since the truth has emerged, Deputy Liang, isn't it redundant to pose such questions?
Mu Zhengyao declined.
As she turned to leave, Liang Jie quickly followed, stating, the regent may appear indifferent, yet he has made considerable efforts to secure his position in court. Who knows if he is not scheming behind the scenes to attain his current status? The regent must endure what others cannot. Employing some minor tactics is hardly objectionable. However, your sudden mention of such matters makes me feel you are intentionally casting aspersions upon him. Upon hearing this, Liang Jie wore a slightly embarrassed smile, quickly clarifying, General Mu, you misunderstood my intent. The court situation is indeed intricate. Although the regent has been exonerated, there will inevitably be those who harbor discontent and scheme from the shadows. Mu Zhengyao nodded slightly, recognizing the truth in Liang Jie's words. The court's dynamics were undeniably convoluted, and even with Qin Yujun's vindication, new storms could still arise. Thank you for your warning, Deputy Liang. However, I trust the regent possesses his own strategies. Mu Zhengyao replied coolly, though her thoughts lingered on Qin Yujun's predicament. Seeing Mu Zhengyao's resolute demeanor, Liang Jie refrained from further discussion, offering a faint smile before taking his leave. Alone on her way back to the estate, Mu Zhengyao's mind raced with thoughts. She understood that while Qin Yujun had been cleared, undercurrents still flowed within the court, and his situation remained precarious. Upon returning home, Mu Zhengyao found Qin Yujun in the courtyard playing with Mu Yunfan and Mu Qinqing. Yunfan, how have you been with your horse stance these days? Qin Yujun inquired of the little fellow. Much more stable than before, Mu Yunfan replied proudly, a confident smile illuminating his face. Qin Yujun nodded in satisfaction before turning to Mu Qinqing. Qinqing, how is your swordsmanship progressing? Mu Qinqing brandished his wooden sword excitedly, declaring, I can now make 3 consecutive thrusts. Qin Yujun chuckled, patting the boy's shoulder. Well done, keep up the good work. Standing to the side, Mu Zhengyao watched the 3 of them in harmonious revelry, suddenly recalling scenes of her father instructing her brothers, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Mu Feng noticed Mu Zhengyao standing not far off and approached her quietly, saying, Miss, you have been busy at the military camp these days. Unaware that the regent has been visiting the estate, he paused before continuing. Recently, a few servants in the duke's residence were found to be untrustworthy, and the lord dealt with them, even rescuing 2 young masters. Mu Zhengyao felt puzzled, wondering why her elder and second sisters had not informed her.
Mu Feng sighed softly,
explaining, the first and second ladies did not want to worry you, believing the lord handled these matters appropriately, thus sparing you from distraction. Thank you for sharing this.
Mu Feng, Mu Zhengyao expressed her gratitude.
Mu Feng offered a slight smile and replied, Miss, you are the pillar of this household. We naturally wish for your peace of mind. At that moment, Qin Yujun noticed Mu Zhengyao and, after giving a few instructions to Mu Yunfan and Mu Qinqing, intended to leave on his own accord, knowing that Mu Zhengyao was not yet inclined to see him. Observing his troubled expression, Mu Zhengyao stepped forward. Why are you in such a hurry? Stay for dinner. Suddenly, Mu Qinqing approached, taking both their hands and innocently asked Qin Yujun, Uncle, why don't you and Aunt live in the same courtyard? Mu Zhengyao felt somewhat embarrassed by the question. Not far off, Shen Shirua smiled at the scene, aware of the conflict between Mu Zhengyao and Qin Yujun, and found the child's intervention quite favorable. She led Mu Yunfan and Mu Feng away to grant them space. Qin Yujun looked at Mu Zhengyao leisurely, teasingly saying, That is a question for your aunt. Mu Zhengyao paused, then looked down at Mu Qinqing, gently explaining, After your aunt and I marry in a few days, we will live together. However, she turned to Qin Yujun, now that you have called him uncle, you should ask him for the betrothal gifts. Chapter 93. The marriage is settled. A hint of surprise crossed Qin Yujun's handsome features. He had not anticipated that Mu Zhengyao would accept the reality of their impending marriage and even bring it up herself. Naturally, he would offer the betrothal gifts. What else would he want? Mu Qinqing blinked his big eyes, pondered for a moment, and then earnestly replied, I want uncle to teach me how to ride a horse. Qin Yujun ruffled his hair, saying, "Very well, once your aunt and I are wed, I will certainly teach you how to ride." Just then, Shin Shirwa approached, jesting. "You look more like a family of three." Mu Qinqing quickly ran to Shin Shirwa's side, exclaiming, "Mother, uncle promised to teach me how to ride." Hearing this, Shin Shirwa's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently stroked Mu Qinqing's hair, softly saying, "That is wonderful. Your uncle's riding skills are unparalleled." Afterward, she turned to the two, saying, "I will take Qinqing to change clothes. Dinner will be ready soon, so you two may go ahead." "All right, second sister." Once Shin Shirwa left, Mu Zhengyao remarked, "The matter with the Ministry of War is likely orchestrated by the emperor." "I am aware." Qin Yujun had long suspected this. In the entire capital, he was perhaps the only one with such intentions. His aim is likely to separate us. Qin Yujun nodded, "Yet I am quite willing to join the Mu family. This matter is for you to consider at your discretion. I do not care for others' opinions." Mu Zhengyao reflected for a moment before replying, logically, "I should marry into the Qin family. However, Yunfan and Qinqing are still too young, and the Mu family requires someone to lead. Once they are both settled, I will naturally relinquish the command of the Mu family army. Indeed, you may join my family tree. It is not necessary to leave the Duke's residence," Qin Yujun remarked. Mu Zhengyao, taken aback by such a suggestion, pondered for a moment before responding, "This certainly seems a mutually beneficial solution, yet it defies reason. I fear the elders of the Qin family may harbor reservations." Qin Yujun smiled gently, offering reassurance, "Do not worry, I shall personally visit them to elucidate my intentions. Moreover, this is a shared desire between my mother and me. The elders of the Qin family are reasonable individuals, and I believe they will come to understand." Mu Zhengyao nodded in agreement. "When the two children are ready to assume control of the Mu family, you may then comfortably become the matriarch of the Qin family." A hint of shyness flickered in Mu Zhengyao's eyes as she cleared her throat awkwardly. "Let us go and dine first." Qin Yujun caught up to her, teasingly asking, "Are you shy?" Mu Zhengyao shot him a disapproving glance and feigned annoyance. "Who is shy? I merely think this matter requires careful deliberation, as it pertains to the futures of both families." Qin Yujun suddenly drew her into his embrace. "Very well, we shall take our time. There is no need for haste. However, do give me a definitive answer, lest I be left waiting too long." Mu Zhengyao gently extricated herself from his hold and replied earnestly, "I will consider it. For this matter concerns not only the two of us, but also the children and the futures of both families." Qin Yujun nodded, his eyes filled with understanding and respect. "I comprehend. Rest assured, I shall afford you ample time and space." As they exchanged light-hearted banter while walking towards the dining hall, Mu Zhengyao's spirits began to lift. In the dining hall, Zhang Feier and Shin Shirwa had been waiting for quite some time. "Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law," Shin Shirwa inquired eagerly. "It seems we can begin to arrange your wedding." Qin Yujun replied, "There is no need to trouble yourselves. My mother has already taken care of it. You need only entrust Zhengyao to me." Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the dining hall lightened considerably. Zhang Feier and Shin Shirwa exchanged knowing smiles, aware of the meticulousness with which the Xia family handled affairs. Since preparations for the wedding were already underway, everything would undoubtedly be arranged flawlessly. "Then we shall not meddle, but merely await the joyous occasion," Shin Shirwa said with a smile. After the meal, Mu Zhengyao escorted Qin Yujun to the entrance. "In 3 days, it will be the emperor's birthday banquet. We shall attend together, which should dispel the rumors." "I am amenable to whatever you prefer," Qin Yujun replied, his mood buoyant, even his speech taking on a charming lilt. 3 days later, the palace was resplendent, its golden and jeweled tiles shimmering in the sunlight. Clad in a delicate azure gown with jewels adorning her head, Mu Zhengyao exuded an air of grace. Qin Yujun, in a brocade robe with a sword at his waist, appeared gallant and dashing. Their arrival at the emperor's birthday banquet immediately drew numerous gazes, particularly from Wu Qi, whose eyes betrayed a hint of animosity, though he dared not act out amidst the throngs. The emperor's ire escalated upon witnessing their harmonious presence. His previous attempts to thwart them had failed, and he now harbored a desire for Qin Yujun's demise. The crown prince, discerning the emperor's sentiments, turned towards Qin Yujun and inquired loudly, "Is it true that you and General Mu are nearing a happy union?" Qin Yujun smiled subtly, responding with composure, "Zhengyao and I are indeed in accord. We have passed the ancestral rites and await only the wedding day, which we shall announce in due course." The news of their impending marriage swiftly spread throughout the banquet, with many coming forth to offer their congratulations, momentarily overshadowing the festivities of the emperor's birthday. Observing this, the crown prince hastily addressed the emperor, "Father, I have a congratulatory gift for you today." The guests turned their attention to the crown prince, who presented a strained smile, gesturing for him to proceed. The crown prince produced an exquisite brocade box from his sleeve and respectfully presented it. "Father, this is a rare treasure I have specially sought for you. May it add to the joy of your birthday." The emperor accepted the box, opening it to reveal a luminous night pearl, its brilliance captivating all present. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the emperor's face as he nodded. "The crown prince is thoughtful. I am most pleased." Seeing the emperor's mood lift, the crown prince seized the opportunity to propose, "Father, since today is your birthday, might I arrange a splendid equestrian performance in your honor?" The emperor readily agreed, and the crown prince instructed preparations to commence. Shortly thereafter, a troop of dashing knights entered the banquet hall, adorned in splendid attire, displaying exceptional equestrian skills, eliciting waves of applause from the guests. As the equestrian display concluded, the emperor rose, raising his cup to address the assembly. "Today, I am deeply grateful for your affection on my birthday. I hope all present will unite with the same spirit to contribute to the prosperity of our great dynasty." The guests raised their cups in unison, echoing their agreement. The atmosphere reached a pinnacle of joy, and the emperor's demeanor continued to brighten. At that moment, Wu Qi interjected, "Your Majesty, I am skilled in dance. Allow me to present a sword dance as a tribute to you." The emperor nodded slightly, indicating his consent.